Chapter 1. In an isolated room in a separate wing of the Konoha hospital, two Anbu ninjas stood guard outside a sealed door. The room was reserved for treating ninja from other villages that had been captured. Footsteps alerted the two Anbu on guard that someone was approaching. A fellow Konoha ninja dressed in the standard ninja uniform came into their line of sight. He had silver hair and the bottom half of his face was covered by a mask as well as his forehead protector over his left eye. Kakashi-sama, both the Anbu said as they stood aside, releasing the seal on the door. Kakashi entered the room alone and closed the door behind him. The room was by no means spacious. All it had was a single bed and a single light bulb hanging from the ceiling was the only light source. There were no windows. Lying on the bed, staring up at the light bulb, was a young Konoha ninja. He was dressed in all white, a sign that he was a patient. With his hands atop his spiky hair, he sat up to look at the man who just entered the room. "Things aren't looking good, Sasuke," Kakashi admitted. The Uchiha just stared at him, not responding. "Naruto is in a coma and doesn't look like he is going to wake up anytime soon," Kakashi continued. "That idiot, if he only stayed in the village," Sasuke mumbled. "We both know that there would have been no force great enough in Konoha to stop him from going after you. His body isn't healing as fast it should," Kakashi explained. A pregnant silence developed between student and teacher, neither of them wanting to admit fault over the events that transpired recently. With his left hand trembling, the young Uchiha balled his hand into a fist. He clenched so hard he began to draw blood from his palm. After their brief talk, Kakashi exited the room and began walking towards the main wing of the hospital. Making his way to intensive care unit, he found the door he was looking for. A guilty look emanated from his one visible eye. Reaching anxiously for the door handle, he finally entered the room. This room was much bigger and looked like a proper hospital room. "Sakura," he said. He was expecting to see a certain pink-haired genin watching over the patient, but she wasn't there. Lying unconscious on the bed under a heap of blankets was a spiky-haired blonde boy. His face had several bandages. Looking on, Kakashi could only imagine how severe his injuries were. Slowly he approached his bed, a burning sensation creeping across his body. Grabbing at the left side of his neck in pain, he stopped. A cloud of smoke materialized and Kakashi disappeared and Sasuke appeared. The Uchiha found a black substance beginning to spread across his body. Feeling himself being engulfed by rage, he stumbled away from the blonde boy. Trying to regain control, he felt a powerful hit connect with his gut. Falling on his knees, Sasuke began to cough up blood. As he spat out the crimson liquid, the rage as well as the black marking resided. Looking up from his ground position, that he couldn't believe it. His friend who was supposed to be in coma was awake and standing over him. But something was off. Naruto was dressed in the same white hospital clothes as Sasuke, but the Uchiha could see something was wrong. Naruto's once blue eyes were now red with singles black slit-like irises. "I could sense the hate in your heart," Naruto barked. "Just because you're still alive after our battle doesn't mean you can lecture me on anything," Sasuke retorted. "Our battle never finished," Naruto continued, his voice filled with something malevolent. "The loser thinks he can beat me," Sasuke rebutted, this time activating his fully developed Sharingan. After the Uchiha picked himself up, a staring contest between the Sasuke's Sharingan and Naruto's Nine Tails eyes began. With his hand on his gut, Sasuke stepped forward until he was nose to nose with Naruto. Using his superior speed and the fact Naruto was injured, Sasuke disappeared and reappeared behind Naruto. He used his left arm to put the blonde ninja in a headlock. The Uchiha used the knuckles of his right hand to press against the back of Naruto's head in back and forth motion. "This isn't funny," Naruto screamed as he struggled against Sasuke. His eyes were back to their natural shade of blue. Releasing the blonde from his grip, Sasuke jumped onto the hospital bed. He was different. Something about the fight with his rival and friend had changed him. Instead of the usual depressed look, he was smiling. "It's good to see this, Sasuke. It's been a long time since he was around," Naruto commented as he tried to stretch his aching back. "Don't hurt yourself, kid. Tomorrow at noon, meet on the roof. We're going to finish the battle that Kakashi stopped," Sasuke said, jumping off the bed and walking to the door. Unlike the last time Sasuke made this challenge, his voice was calm. It wasn't filled with spite, jealousy or hatred. "Don't forget your forehead protector," Naruto laughed, pointing to his forehead on to realize his was missing. The hyperactive ninja began to frantically search around the room for the forehead protector that his sensei had given to him when he was made a genin. With a small laugh, Sasuke left the room satisfied that his teammate had survived the battle. When the slammed shut, Naruto cast a hand seal and yelled, "Shadow Clone Jutsu." 3 exact copies of himself appeared next to him, a puff of smoke. With 4 people helping the search, they tore the hospital room apart searching for his cherished possession. When the entire room was wrecked, the door crept open. Standing in the doorway was an attractive blonde woman. She wore a green robe with the kanji for gamble written in black on the back, inside a red circle. Underneath she wore a grey, kimono-style blouse with no sleeves, held closed by a broad, dark bluish-grey obi that matches her pants. Her blouse was closed quite low, revealing her ample cleavage. A look sheer joy plastered her face as she saw the young blonde ninja running around the room. The look of joy was soon replaced by one of annoyance when she realized that he had torn apart the entire room. "I can explain," he said as his shadow clones turned to smoke. The older woman didn't respond. Instead she just embraced him, a hug that crushed him. You're supposed to be resting, she cried softly. In a small dimly lit room 3 elderly people were gathering. The first was an old man with a cane. He had black shaggy hair and his right eye was bandaged. He had an X-shaped scar on his chin. It was a very old scar because there's signs of it healing over time. He wore a white shirt, with a brown robe over top of it covering from his feet to just over his right shoulder. The second was another old man. He had grey hair, a beard and glasses. It was unclear why, but he had a frown on his face. His entire body was covered by a greyish robe. The third was an old woman. Her hair was pulled back in a twin bun locked by a traditional Japanese hairpin with 2 pearls dangling off the side. She was wearing a simple long kimono, closed by an obi, a jacket and a sash over it. Danzo Shimura, code word Hogo no Cage, shadow of protection. The first man said. Homura Mitokado, code word Fukono Piero, unhappy clown. The second man added. Koharu Utaden, code word Barando Shinjitsu, blind truth. The woman said. A short silence followed before the leader of the 3 spoke up. Good, now that we've confirmed that we are who we say we are, the meeting can begin. Danzo announced softly. What is the meaning of this? Koharu asked, a bit ticked off. I believe this has to do with the 9 tails. Homura theorized. Nothing gets past you. I read Sasuke's and Naruto's versions of the events that transpired at Final Valley. The 9 tails brat was reluctant to admit it, but from what we can gather from the Uchiha's report, there came a point where Naruto called on the 9 tails' strength to stop Sasuke. Danzo explained. That is indeed troubling, Koharu noted, nodding her head. I don't see the problem. If he can truly control the power of the 9 tails, then he would be a great asset for the village. Homura pondered out loud. If we allow that power to be controlled by the brat, then we are all doomed. I've watched him his whole life and seen the suffering he has endured within the walls of this village. The rage inside him is building like a dam that will one day burst and unleash the fury of the 9 tails upon us. Danzo answered. Not to mention his bond with the Uchiha is troubling. If Sasuke can master his Sharingan, he may be able to take control of the 9 tails and turn its power on Konoha. Koharu added. Our past actions would one day catch up with us. That is the nature of karma. Homura commented as he dropped his head in shame. The past will stay in the past. I have a plan to rid us of the brat and obtain the perfect weapon. Danzo said with an evil grin over his normally emotionless face. On top of the hospital roof waited a young blonde boy. He was wearing an orange tracksuit. The tracksuit had blue areas on the upper shoulders as well as around the waist and a white swirl with a tassel on the left side. The tracksuit had a red swirl on the back of the jacket, a large white collar, orange pants, blue sandals. He had on a blue forehead protector that was given to him by his sensei. As he paced around, another young boy appeared. He had spiky black hair. He was wearing a blue, short-sleeved shirt with a raised collar and the Uchiha crest on the back and white arm warmers with white shorts and black sandals. I see you didn't chicken out, Naruto. Sasuke taunted as he tied on his forehead protector. I can't let you go walking around the village thinking you beat me, the next Hokage. Naruto said, pointing to himself with his thumb. I owe you one for this, Sasuke said as he pointed to the deep scratch across his forehead protector. You can try, but I doubt you will. Naruto smirked. Let's make this fair. This will be just a plain Taijutsu battle. We'll just do the talking with our fists. According to Kakashi, you're in no condition to be casting any jutsus. Sasuke laughed. I won't use my Sharingan. Before you said that you had a chance of beating me, but now you don't. Naruto said before rushing as Sasuke. Throwing a right punch, Naruto completely missed because he was off balance. He had still not fully recovered, was suffering from pain in his legs. Sasuke grabbed Naruto's right arm and locked it in an armbar. I guess once a clown always a clown. Sasuke laughed. I'll show you who the clown is, Naruto said as he broke free with sheer strength. Sasuke jumped away before charging in an attempting low sweep. Naruto back-flipped away but ended up landing on his head. You're too beat up to fight, Sasuke muttered as he walked over to help Naruto up. As Sasuke picked up the blonde ninja, he sensed something incoming. Quickly he tossed Naruto aside, saving him from being hit by 3 medical needles. The needles embedded themselves in the concrete on impact. Naruto and Sasuke both realized that they were surrounded. There were 10 people, all wearing porcelain animal masks that concealed their identities. The rest of their bodies were covered by black cloaks. These weren't ordinary ANBU. Naruto and Sasuke could tell they were in trouble. The Uchiha activated his Sharingan when he released Naruto wouldn't be able to fight at his best. One of the 10 mystery ninja appeared in front of him holding a scroll. Sasuke stared at the scroll, unsure of what the person was planning. Naruto gathered up his chakra as he prepared to call upon his shadow clone technique. His attention was broken by the sound of Sasuke falling over. Naruto's eyes grew wide as he saw 2 needles in the back of Sasuke's neck. The man with scroll was a diversion. Naruto's eyes changed from blue to red as he felt the 9 tails take control. Then he blacked out. Wake up, you idiot. Naruto opened his eyes to see Sasuke clutching the back of his neck. They were still on the roof and the 10 strangers were all unconscious. I don't know how you did it, but you did, Sasuke said as he extended his free hand to help Naruto up. Are they? Naruto asked, unsure if he wanted the answer. Don't worry, you idiot, they're alive. We need to get out of her now, Sasuke said as he jumped off the roof to another building followed by Naruto. Lady Hokage, Koharu screamed as she burst into the Hokage office. Shizune, I thought I told you I didn't want to be disturbed. Tsunade shouted as she quickly hid her sake. A lady with shoulder-length black hair dressed in a long bluish-black kimono with white trimmings, held closed by a white obi, followed Koharu. I'm sorry Tsunade-sama, but it's really important, Shizune said with tears in her eyes. Seeing her former student and friend crying, the Hokage realized it must be something important. Naruto and Sasuke were fighting on the roof. Koharu started explaining. What? Tsunade roared, slamming her fist into the desk, breaking it. As I was saying, to stop the two genin from battling, a team of ANBU stepped in. After they subdued Sasuke with a paralyzed needle attack, Naruto lost control and summoned the power of the Nine Tails. Koharu finished. How bad is it? Tsunade asked as her throat swelled up. She knew that there are only a few things that could play on Naruto's anger, and his friends getting hurt was one of them. Of the 11 ANBU who intervened, only one is still with us. Koharu explained. That can't be true, Tsunade said as she stopped herself from running and killing the old lady. It is. Naruto and Sasuke fled. They're hiding in the old police station the Uchiha clan used to control. Koharu piled onto Tsunade's misery. We have Asuma Sarutobi, Might Guy and Kurenai Yuhi waiting to go in and arrest them. As far as I'm concerned, Naruto is innocent. You tell them not to harm a hair on his head. If he doesn't want to surrender, call me. No one lays a hand on him, Tsunade roared. In the lobby of the abandoned Konoha police, Sasuke and Naruto waited. It was completely empty and decrepit. There was dust and dirt everywhere. You're in this mess because of me, Sasuke admitted as he sealed the door shut. What are you talking about? Those were enemy ninja out there, Naruto responded. They were Konoha ninja. They were part of a division I've never heard of, but they were part of Konoha, Sasuke explained. Why would they be after you? Naruto asked, confused. I tried to run away from the village. They were probably sent to arrest me, Sasuke shouted, losing his patience. Grandma, Tsunade promised, Naruto mumbled under his breath. People break promises, Naruto, Sasuke replied, activating his Sharingan. You need to get away from me. You have your dream of being Hokage, and getting arrested could ruin that. What kind of Hokage would I be if I couldn't save one friend? Naruto smirked as he stood his ground. Why are you doing this? Sasuke questioned, perplexed. You said I was your closest friend, and well, you're my closest friend too. Naruto laughed. Outside the police station, 3 Jonin-level ninja waited. The rest of the building was surrounded by ANBU. The first Jonin, who stood in front of the door, had thick eyebrows and black hair cut in a bowl. He wore a green jumpsuit, orange striped leg warmers and a standard Konoha flak jacket. His forehead protector was on a red cloth and was worn around his waist, like a belt. Naruto, Sasuke, I know the passion of youth burns brightly in you, so I know you're what's right, he cried. Behind him the other 2 Jonin looked at each other concerned. The man had brown eyes, short, black spiky hair and a beard. He wore a standard Konoha ninja uniform with the sleeves rolled up halfway. Around his waist was sash that had the kanji for fire. Playing with an unlit cigarette in his mouth, he looked at the woman next to him. She had long, black, shoulder-length hair, and red eyes. She was wearing a red mesh armor blouse with only the right sleeve visible. Over that was very broad material which resembles bandages with a pattern on it similar to those of rose thorns. Her hands and upper thighs are also wrapped in bandages. Kurenai, do you think it was a good idea to have Guy talk to them? He said. I don't know, Asuma. I can't believe Naruto did all those things, she replied. Inside the police station, Naruto and Sasuke could hear a familiar voice screaming about youth and passion. Bushy brow sensei, is that really you? Naruto asked, standing next to the door. Yes, how could you betray your burning youth, Naruto? Guy screamed. It sounded like he was crying. What are you talking about? Naruto was worried now. Naruto, those ANBU you fought are all dead. I'm here to arrest you and Sasuke. Guy continued to cry out. The ninja in the bright orange uniform fell to his knees. His body was beginning to go numb. You're lying, Sasuke screamed. Those ANBU were alive when we left. I saw it with my Sharingan. They were just stunned, none of them were fatally wounded. Sasuke grabbed Naruto's collar as he tried to drag the depressed ninja out towards the secret exit. The Uchiha found it hard as Naruto was practically dead weight. Just as they were at the secret escape route, they heard someone shout. Dynamic entry. Guy burst through the door, breaking Sasuke's weak seal. With Naruto in a state of shock, Sasuke took up a defensive position in front of his friend. As he prepared to take on the Jonin before him, the walls to the lobby exploded and the room filled with ANBU. The ANBU were dressed exactly the same as the people who attacked them on the roof. The ANBU began throwing chains at Sasuke. Using his Sharingan, he avoided all the chains until he was hit with a swift upper kick that launched him into the air, leaving him in a vulnerable aerial position where the chain easily wrapped around him. The chains began to cut off his chakra, deactivating his Sharingan. After Sasuke was captured, ANBU proceeded to wrap Naruto in similar chains. Naruto, activate your power now. Use your red cloak power, Sasuke screamed as he struggled against chain that was being tightened by the ANBU. Naruto's mind had suffered a sudden breakdown and he couldn't respond to the outside world. 2 days after Naruto and Sasuke were arrested. In a large well-lit room, several of the top officials in Konoha gathered. There were 3 tables all focused around 2 empty seats. The tables were on raised platforms looking down at the seats. Sitting in the middle of the biggest table looking directly at the empty seats was the Hokage, Tsunade. Sitting next to her was the Konoha Council, Homura Mitokado and Koharu Utaden, as well as her assistant Shizune. In the table to the left of the Hokage were Danzo Shimura and a team of ANBU Root. Seated at the table to the right of Tsunade were Asuma Sarutobi, Shikaku Nara, Chozo Akamaki, Inoki Yamanaka and Hayashi Hyuga. The door to the room slowly opened and Naruto and Sasuke were escorted into the room. They both had their legs shackled and were wearing straitjackets that had a chakra-suppressing seal. They were forced to sit in the 2 empty seats in front of everyone. Naruto stared at the ground blankly as Sasuke glared menacingly at everyone. Naruto Uzumaki, you are being charged with 10 counts of murder of Konoha ANBU and 1 count of attempted murder. Sasuke Uchiha, you are being charged with treason and facilitating murder. Koharu read the charges as she rose from her seat. How do you plead? We're both innocent, Sasuke shouted, knowing that Naruto was still mentally blocked. Koharu took her seat and Danzo rose. It will be my job to present the evidence and the job of the Jonin elite to decide on a verdict, he said as he motioned to the table across his. Asuma tried to light a cigarette as Danzo pointed at him, but Shikaku stopped him. Sasuke Uchiha, in your own words, tell us what happened on the roof of the hospital after you and Naruto Uzumaki fought. Danzo turned the attention to Sasuke. The previous day, Sasuke struggled as he fought against the straitjacket in his small prison cell. Laying on the bed trying to break free, he struggled to call upon his curse seal. Realizing it was hopeless, he still continued to struggle. Poor Sasuke, a voice from outside the prison cell called out. Sasuke peered through the iron bars but saw nothing. Just listen, don't say anything. Do you want to know why Naruto is so strong? 12 years ago, a powerful creature known as the Nine-Tailed Demon Fox attacked the village, killing many people. To save the village, the 4th Hokage sacrificed his life to seal the demon inside the newborn Naruto Uzumaki. Now Naruto is the living embodiment of that demon. The demon supplies him his strength. If Naruto is found guilty, he will be executed and the Nine-Tailed Demon Fox will need a new host. You being an Uchiha would be perfect. If you gave a testimony convicting Naruto, it'll go a long way in giving you the strength to kill Itachi. We were on the roof when we were attacked. ANBU failed to identify themselves. Naruto fought them off and we left them there alive and well. None of them were dying, Sasuke shouted, ignoring his memory. Danzo flinched at the statement but hid it quickly. Fine, lie to us. I have more than enough evidence. First we'll go with some character evidence on Nine-Tailed Demon Fox host. Danzo, you're forbidden to talk about that with Sasuke in the room. Tsunade shouted. Hokage-sama, the Uchiha boy, already knows about the Demon Fox. In his fight against Naruto he saw the demon manifest. Danzo explained. Tsunade wasn't happy and continued to glare at the head of ANBU Root. A member handed Danzo a file before handing out copies to everyone in the room except Sasuke and Naruto. This is a transcription of a conversation between Sakura Haruno and Ino Yamanaka. Danzo said coldly as he had an ANBU play back a recording. Sakura, a first female voice, cried. They arrested Sasuke. What on earth are you talking about, Ino? The second voice responded. My dad told me he was going to be part of a trial involving Naruto and Sasuke. If Naruto is involved, it must be his fault. He must have dragged Sasuke down with him. I don't know, didn't Sasuke try to run away from the village? Ino asked. But he came back and Hokage-sama said she would give him another chance. This is just like Naruto to do something irresponsible and get poor Sasuke involved. Sakura answered. You're probably right, Sasuke would never do anything to get himself arrested by ANBU. Naruto is reckless, immature, idiotic and undisciplined. That's what happens when you grow up without parents. He has no boundaries, he thinks he can do anything. Sakura, you can't say things like that. Why not? It's true. Everything I said about Naruto is true. Not that, I meant the parents thing. Sasuke grew up without parents. Sasuke is Sasuke, he is amazing. But now he's in jail. Ino cried. Don't cry, Ino, I'm sure the Hokage will sort things out. After all, she loves that fool Naruto. And when everyone sees that it's Naruto's fault, Hokage-sama will pardon them. Sakura tried comforting her friend. But how do you know it's Naruto's fault? I'm on the same team as him. It's always his fault. Danzo raised his hand signaling the ANBU to stop the recording. Tsunade cursed under her breath at her student. Homura and Koharu both looked at each other, communicating solely through glances. I hate technology, Sasuke muttered. Is that all? Shikaku asked. You don't expect us to make a verdict based on 2 girls gossiping. This is just the beginning. Here we have a report written by the Jonin in charge of Team 7. Danzo said as he held up a file. A member of Root handed out copies of the file just like before. This report was based on his first opinion of the team a few days after meeting them. The Jonin elite as well as the Hokage and her council paged through the report reading what Kakashi had written about his team. Tsunade's grip tightened on the file as she read Naruto's review. Danzo cleared his throat as he prepared to read the review. Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto has a craving for acknowledgement. In order to feed this craving, Naruto pull pranks to get noticed. He smiles to mask the sadness of his lonely life. Due to the prejudice and loneliness he suffered in his childhood at the hands of the village, his emotional growth has been severely slowed. Tsunade cringed. She knew Danzo was painting the picture of a child who was too irresponsible to handle the power of the nine-tailed demon fox. Even as the Hokage, she couldn't pardon someone over the charge of murder. She believed that Naruto was innocent, but he wasn't talking. Something was wrong with him, he couldn't speak, and now Danzo was making him out to be something he wasn't, and he couldn't respond. She prayed that Sasuke would be able to prove Naruto's innocence. After a brief pause, Danzo continued, Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke appears cold, lonely, cynical and arrogant. Sasuke has both superiority and an inferiority complex, as he is unwilling to acknowledge when someone is stronger than him, but obsesses when he believes that they are. He has devoted his life to killing Itachi and in the process declared himself the clan avenger. Danzo, these are serious charges. These reports mean nothing. I want to hear from the surviving ANBU agent. Hayashi demanded. I'm sorry Hayashi, but he is in the Konoha hospital under intensive care. Danzo said. Tsunade didn't like this. If the only witness was still in the hospital, why did Danzo push to have the trial so soon? The boy is a demon in human form. The fourth Hokage created a monster when he sealed the demon fox in Naruto. Danzo accused. That's enough. Tsunade snapped. Tsunade, it's not your place to hamper the prosecution. Koharu scolded. Tsunade held back the urge to beat the living daylights out of the old woman and Danzo. She wanted Naruto to say something in his own defense. Even he knows he is a monster. Why do you think he keeps quiet? Danzo pointed out, the nine-tailed demon fox is linked directly to his anger. When he was approached by the ANBU on the roof, he lost his temper and summoned the demon's power. After all the character bashing, Naruto finally lifted his head. Tsunade was about to smile until she saw the boy's face. His blue eyes had become red and pupils became slit-shaped. Letting out a growl, he showed that his canine teeth grow longer and sharper and his blonde hair grew longer and spikier as it stood on end. If you don't believe me, see for yourself. The boy is tapping into the power of the demon fox. Danzo shouted. The Jonin elite were taken back. The straitjacket was supposed to suppress all chakra. The nine-tailed demon fox should be extracted and placed in a suitable host. Koharu spoke out, much to everyone's surprise. Shizune jumped to hold Tsunade back from killing the old woman. Extracting the nine tails will kill Naruto. Tsunade barked. A fitting punishment. A punishment that Uzumaki and Uchiha will share. Danzo proposed. What say you, Jonin elite? This is crazy. We didn't kill anyone. Sasuke shouted. Shizune struggled to hold back Tsunade as Koharu took over the duty of asking for the verdict. Asuma Sarutobi, head of the Sarutobi clan. She asked. Lighting his cigarette, he paused before he spoke. Guilty. Shikaku Nara, head of the Nara clan. Just like his son, he mumbled about something being troublesome. Guilty. Choza Akamaki, head of the Akamaki clan. With his head bowed and heavy heart, and spoke. Guilty. Inoki Yamanaka, head of the Yamanaka clan. Pulling out a small asphodel flower that symbolized regret, he spoke. Guilty. Hayashi Hyuga, head of the Hyuga clan. Guilty, was all he said. Tsunade was livid. This wasn't a trial, it was a witch hunt. She couldn't believe the Jonin elite had come up with that verdict. I didn't come back just to die. Sasuke screamed as black marks began spreading across his face. Seeing this, Danzo ordered a member of his ANBU to attack. Before the ANBU to hit Sasuke, he was blasted away by red chakra. Naruto's body was encased by bubbling chakra, taking on the shape of a one-tailed fox. Using the power of the demon fox, he burst free from the straitjacket. The back of Sasuke's straitjacket began to bulge as two hand-shaped wings tore the straitjacket open. With Sasuke taking his curse seal to level 2 and Naruto calling on the demon fox's power, the room filled with ANBU. Tsunade looked on in horror as the boy she thought of like her own blood was being treated like an animal. She wanted to say something, but she knew she wasn't looking at Naruto anymore, she was looking at the nine-tailed fox. Naruto held out his right hand and blue ball of spiraling chakra formed in it. Crouching his knees, Naruto jumped into the air and thrust his arm upwards, using his rasengan to break through the roof and escape. Sasuke took off with his wings and followed Naruto. After them, Danzo screamed as the ANBU gave chase. Chapter 2. Looking at the pile of paperwork stacked on her desk, a blonde woman in a green robe with the kanji for gamble on the back poured some sake. Looking at the small cup she had just poured, she decided to take a big sip straight from the bottle. Her assistant immediately screamed at her actions. She was used to her old friend acting that way whenever she had a drink. 8 years, 8 long years. She slurred her words as the alcohol toke effect. Shizune knew what the Hokage meant, she was there when it happened. It was the day Naruto was declared a missing nin. The ANBU gave chase, but with Naruto drawing on the nine-tailed fox's power and Sasuke using the cursed seal, they were gone within minutes. The Konoha Council and Jonin elite both came to the conclusion to declare Sasuke and Naruto missing nin and criminals, overruling the Hokage through an old law that stated if the Hokage was emotional compromised due to the ninja in question, the council and Jonin elite would decide on whether to declare the ninja a missing nin. Over the years, reports had come in with people claiming to have seen the nine-tailed demon fox. None of them proved true. Tsunade had to be strong for the village. Many of the civilians and some of the ninja were baying for Naruto's blood after it became public that he killed 10 ANBU and fled. Some went as far as placing a bounty on his head. The rumor mill worked its magic and people were saying that the nine-tailed fox had corrupted the Uchiha. Shizune knew well that these rumors were started by Ino and Sakura in the hopes that one day their precious Sasuke would return. I still say he's innocent. Tsunade hiccuped. Shizune tried to smile at her boss but the Hokage was already asleep. Shizune remembered how bad Tsunade's drinking had gotten the months after Naruto was declared a missing nin. Shizune secretly assumed the role of Hokage using a transformation jutsu while Tsunade dealt with her grief. Tsunade truly loved Naruto like the family she lost so long ago. She saw both her former love and younger brother in the boy. Shizune could only imagine that losing Naruto was like losing the two of them again. Jiraiya had come to find out about the events with Naruto and Sasuke's trial a few days after it happened. Unlike Tsunade who spiraled into depression, the Toad Sage who was known for his calmness and humor lost control and almost killed the Jonin elite. It was only through the combined effort of 10 Jonin that they were able to stop him from killing them. Jiraiya promised to Tsunade he would search for Naruto and left, not returning for 3 years. Tsunade had held hope that the Toad Sage would find him but nothing. Jiraiya had informed Tsunade that some people who once considered Naruto a friend and ally had turned their backs on him. People that he had saved, risked his life for, they didn't want anything to do with a missing nin Jinchuriki who killed 10 of his own comrades. This meant that there was no one willing to help him as he ran from Konoha. Jiraiya could only say for certain that he knew Naruto and Sasuke were traveling together from an incident in Omegakure. Jiraiya couldn't gather any information on what took place because it was a heavily guarded secret of the village. Even with all his spies he couldn't even get the exact month to when the incident took place. The news that Naruto was in Omegakure worsened Tsunade's feeling about the situation. From the information that Jiraiya had gathered about the Akatsuki, Omegakure was their base of operations. The Akatsuki was an organization of criminal ninja made up of S-class criminals. The Akatsuki's goal was unknown to the world, all Jiraiya knew was that they wanted the power of the nine-tailed beasts. The Akatsuki had kidnapped and murdered the Tsunogakure's Kazekage, Gaara years earlier by extracting his tailed beast. Tsunade feared that had been Naruto's fate. 8 years and the only concrete thing they heard was that he was at the home of the organization that sought to kill him. Shizune looked over the Hokage. Years of drinking had done damage to her body. Shizune knew if Danzo found out about this then he would make a play to become Hokage. The Hokage's young assistant did her best to make sure no one saw the Hokage at her worst. Shizune covered the Hokage with a blanket from her desk. Standing guard at the door, Shizune let out a deep sigh. Tomorrow she would have to transform into Tsunade while issuing the new Team Kakashi with their mission. Clutching her fist tightly, she dreading seeing that team. She had nothing against Kakashi personally, but she couldn't stand 2 members of that team. Those 2 were once her sibling disciples. It was morning in Konoha and Tsunade, rather Shizune transformed into the Hokage, sat at the main desk in the Hokage's office. Kakashi was already in the room waiting for his team to arrive. He was dressed in the same Jonin uniform that he always used. There were times that Shizune had considered asking Kakashi to step in as Hokage when Tsunade was at her worst, but she always remembered that Danzo would never allow. Danzo would use the copy ninja's reaction to events of 8 years ago as a reason why Kakashi should not be Hokage. His reaction was just like Jiraiya's to news that the Jonin elite had found Naruto guilty of a crime he couldn't have possibly committed in such a farce of a trial. Unlike the Toad Sage, Kakashi gave his fellow ninja a chance to explain themselves. It was when Hayashi called Naruto a beast that Kakashi lost the cool he was famous for. A battle between Sharingan and Byakugan broke out. If Guy hadn't stepped in when he did, the Hyuga clan would have been looking for a new head. The doors opened and the second member of the team entered. He wore a flak jacket over a black long-sleeved shirt with matching pants and sandals. His long jet black hair was tied in a spiky ponytail. Upon entering the room he mumbled about something being a drag. To call him Shikamaru Nara would be a mistake. These days he was just Shikamaru. He had been stricken of the clan role a month after the Naruto and Sasuke trial. During Jiraiya's attack on his father, Shikamaru didn't intervene. When questioned about it later he answered by saying that Naruto was innocent and his father had made a mistake. After urging from the Konoha council he was removed from the clan so that he wouldn't become part of the Jonin elite. Shizune had grown to respect Shikamaru and so had Tsunade. He was one of the few people in Konoha who truly believed Naruto was innocent. After hearing how Sasuke defended Naruto, Shikamaru changed his opinion about the Uchiha and fought against the Konoha council, declaring a missing nin. The former Nara was one of Tsunade's most trusted advisors and one of few who knew of Shizune's transformations. Kakashi and Shikamaru both greeted each other before they turned to the door. 2 women entered into the room. The first had her long blonde hair in a ponytail with bangs covering the right side of her face. She wore a short, purple, sleeveless blouse with an open purple apron skirt over a shorter, black skirt, with short fishnet shorts underneath. The second had bright pink hair. She wore a simple red top, with black gloves, black boots, black shorts and a short grey apron skirt. Sakura Haruno and Ino Yamanaka, the 2 were Jonin-level medics. During the months after Sasuke and Naruto were declared missing nin, the 2 of them launched a campaign to drop Sasuke's classification as a missing nin by shifting the sole blame to Naruto. They went around the village gathering support for Sasuke and developing hatred towards Naruto. These actions would be the downfall of the Konoha 10. Shikamaru opposed the way the girls were making Naruto out to be the bad guy. Shikamaru was joined by Shino Aburame, Hinata Hyuga, Rock Lee and Neji Hyuga. They all believed Naruto was innocent. To Shikamaru's shock and disappointment, his best friend Choji Akamaki sided with Ino because he had a crush on her and didn't want to go against his father's decision. Kiba and Izuka and Tenten also sided with Ino and Sakura. Kiba's reasons were similar to that of Choji. After Naruto was declared a missing nin, Hinata confessed that she was in love with Naruto. This broke Kiba's heart. He didn't want Naruto back in the village because he wanted Hinata. Tenten joined for the exact same reasons as Ino and Sakura. She was a Sasuke fangirl. Shikamaru refused to make eye contact with the two medics. Shizune knew that there would be tension in this team, but only they could carry out the mission at hand. Shizune as Tsunade said to get the attention of the four Jonin. A joint task force consisting of Temari of Suna and Anko of our own village was sent to the Land of Waves to help establish a ninja school 6 months ago. Temari has taken ill 2 weeks ago and the task force's mission has been postponed. Your mission is to meet up with the team from Suna and then bring Anko back home. Shikamaru just yawned. Your fiancé has been sick for 2 weeks and that's how you act. You don't deserve someone like that. Ino snapped at her former teammate. You will be meeting up with Kankuro and Baki on the Great Naruto Bridge. Tsunade continued ignoring the bickering. They're only sending 2 Jonin-level ninja. Kakashi blurted out a bit shocked. The village never really recovered from the death of Gaara. Shikamaru added, after the Akatsuki killed the Kazekage, the village lost a lot of its ninja. Some ran, some quit, and some died trying to avenge Gaara. Kankuro and Baki are 2 very capable ninja. Kakashi noted, trying to make up for his earlier comment. Sakura and Ino, you are to provide medical treatment to Temari before bringing Anko home. Tsunade said as she dismissed the team. Once everyone was out of the room, Shizune released the jutsu and leaned back in the Hokage's chair. She smiled as she looked around the office. She was starting to like being at the top of the village hierarchy. Shaking her head furiously, she tried to banish the thought from her head. At the village gate, Sakura and Ino waited for the 2 men of the team to join them. They were packed and ready to set off. The 2 of them had become the best of friends due to their common goal, one day bringing Sasuke back to Konoha. It was a foolish dream, but it was one they clung to. With Kiba, Tenten and Choji helping them, they thought they were closer than ever to getting back their beloved. The day Sasuke comes home will be the day we get married. Ino fantasized. Choji would be so disappointed if he heard that. Sakura teased. Ino remained silent before the 2 of them burst out laughing. It was their personal joke. They knew of the feelings Choji had for Ino and they used those feelings to manipulate the poor ninja every chance they got. Ino kept him wrapped around her little finger, flirting with him and egging him on. She had no intention of actually pursuing a relationship with the future head of the Akamaki clan. To her he was just the means to an end. As the 2 laughed as if they were young schoolgirls gossiping, they were joined by Kakashi and Shikamaru, who were both prepared for the mission. After 8 years without a single sign, do you 2 still think Sasuke is alive? Shikamaru asked, trying to play on the nerves of the girls. With his one exposed eye, Kakashi shot Shikamaru and, I don't have the patience for a bitch fit look. How dare you say something like that? Sakura screamed. Of course he is alive. He is Sasuke Uchiha. You should be more worried about the damn Jinchuriki. Ino added. That's where I don't get you broads. During the trial, Sasuke defended Naruto. Your great hero, Sasuke, believed that his best friend Naruto was innocent. Here you 2 are, telling everyone that Naruto is a murdering monster. Sasuke would be so disappointed in you. Shikamaru said, sticking a verbal dagger into the backs of both the girls. As they walked further away from the village, they met up with another team returning to the village. Standing in front of his team was a young man with short spiky brown hair. He wore a yellow shirt with the Konoha symbol in red, grey pants, and a long blue scarf. He had a pair of goggles hanging of his utility belt. Behind him were 2 men who looked identical. It was Might Guy and Rock Lee. Kakashi, my eternal rival, Guy shouted as he ran to confront the copy ninja. Shikamaru, my eternal. Lee tried to imitate his sensei, but Shikamaru's shadow possession jutsu stopped him. For the last time, Lee, you can't make every single ninja in the village your eternal rival. Shikamaru tried to reason. But the fire of youth burns brightly in me. Lee pled as he struggled. I need more rivals to stoke the fire so that I will one day be as great as Guy sensei. The young man with goggles balled his fists as he held himself back from doing something he would regret. Well, if it isn't Konohamaru Sarutobi, the 9-tailed demon fox's biggest fan. Ino teased. Her comment earned death stares from the older men. She didn't say anything untrue. Sakura came to her friend's aid. It's because of close-minded simpletons like you that Naruto Nii-chan suffered. Konohamaru spat distastefully. With his index and middle fingers from both hands crossed, Konohamaru prepared to use the shadow clone jutsu. With a large puff of smoke, 2 exact copies of Konohamaru appeared next to him. That's enough, Guy said, placing his hand on one of the Konohamaru's shoulder. They are on a mission. Guy sensei, that's not me, Konohamaru said as the clone burst into smoke, leaving Guy red-faced. Sakura and Ino walked onwards, ignoring Konohamaru and his comment about him being simpletons. Bowing towards the returning ninja, Kakashi and Shikamaru set off after the girls. After walking for a few miles, Sakura broke the silence. Can you believe the nerve of that kid? He thought he could take us on with a couple of shadow clones. We've been jonin for close to 3 full years. He just got prompted to the rank and thinks he can run with us. Ino added. The shadow clone was for the rasengan. Kakashi spoke up, shocking both the girls. Where did the brat learn such a powerful technique? Sakura asked. I showed him, Kakashi admitted. Kakashi, that's so irresponsible, teaching a jutsu so powerful to someone like him. Sakura scolded. Kakashi felt a sense of disappointment. Everything Sakura spoke to him like that. After everything he did for her, she spoke to him little respect. She had stopped calling him sensei the day she became a chunin. I taught Sasuke the Chidori at a much younger age. And if you ask me, that was irresponsible. Shikamaru joked. It was very rare that the brilliant strategist tried to be funny on purpose. This was not lost on Kakashi, who smiled under his mask. You're just jealous because you'll never be half the man Sasuke is. Ino shot. Shikamaru had given up on trying talking sense to these girls. They had this delusion of the person Sasuke was. It was nowhere near the real person who stuck by Naruto's innocence till the end. It's been so long since I've been to the Great Naruto Bridge. Kakashi said, trying to defuse any possible argument. His mind drifted back to the days after Naruto and Sasuke fled Konoha. A day after the fight with Hayashi, the Sharingan warrior stationed himself at the bridge hoping to find his students. He waited there for 2 weeks. It was after 2 weeks that he was forced back to the village by Shizune. Kakashi's trip down memory lane was disturbed by Sakura's harsh tone. I can't believe they haven't renamed that bridge. It must be bad for business to have a monument like that named after someone like Naruto. Shikamaru ignored the last comment because he was so focused on Ino. His mind began to replay the events of the day the legendary Ino Shikacho trio disbanded. It had been 3 months since Sasuke and Naruto were declared missing nin. After the initial heartbreak, Sakura and Ino decided that they would do something to get their love back. With her father's, who was part of the Jonin elite, help, Ino found a loophole in the law of the missing nin classification. If a vast majority of the village, over 75% of the population, felt the ninja in question was acting for the good of the village, the Jonin elite could revoke the missing nin classification. It was with this knowledge that Sakura and Ino commenced their plan to drop Sasuke's classification as a missing nin by shifting the sole blame to Naruto. The first step of their plan was to convince the Konoha 10 to support them. Outside the first gate of the Forest of Death was the place Ino and Sakura instructed the rest of the Konoha 10 to meet them. Shikamaru was the first person there. He wore a green-lined mesh t-shirt under a short-sleeved grey jacket with brown pants and blue sandals. Normally he would use a flak jacket, but he didn't feel like it this day. Shikamaru was joined by Hinata and Neji. Hinata had her blue hair in a short, leveled hime-cut style just above her forehead, with chin-length strands framing her face. She wore a cream-colored hooded jacket with navy blue pants. Neji wore a khaki shirt and dark brown shorts. He also had bandages wrapped around his right arm, chest and right leg. The sound of a person shouting about youth was followed by the appearance of Lee and Tenten. Lee's hair was cut into the same bowl-cut style as Guy, and he also wore the same attire, a green jumpsuit, orange leg warmers and his red forehead protector as a belt. Next to him, Tenten tried to calm him down. Her hair was combed into Chinese-style buns on either side of her head. She wore a pink sleeveless blouse and dark green pants. Soon they were joined by the 2 males from Hinata's team. Kiba wore dark greyish pants reaching to his calves and a grey, hooded fur-lined coat, with the hood placed on his head. On top of the hood was a small white dog. Shino wore dark sunglasses and a sea-green jacket with a high, upturned collar that covered the bottom of his face. Finally, the last 3 members of the Konoha 10 arrived. Ino wore a short purple vest-like blouse with a raised collar, a skirt that was cut off on the sides and bandage on her stomach and legs. Sakura was dressed in a red keep-out dress with tied dark green shorts. Running up behind the girls was poor Choji. He wore brown shorts, a long white scarf, and a short-sleeved green jacket over a white shirt. Now that everyone was there, Ino and Sakura decided to begin the meeting. I'm just going to say it, Sasuke being declared a missing nin is just wrong. Ino announced. Just Sasuke? Neji asked, a bit curious. What about Naruto? Hinata chimed in shyly. What about that idiot? The incident at the trial was his fault. He killed those ANBU because he couldn't control the demon inside him. Sakura answered. I don't believe it. Everything about that trial was suspicious. Shikamaru admitted. Talk like that is the reason you were kicked out of your clan. Kiba barked. It's not our place to talk about the Nara clan's business. Shino tried to apologize for his friend. I agree with Shikamaru. The passion of youth burns brightly in Naruto and Sasuke, that's why I know they are innocent. Lee shouted. You can't use the passion of youth as an excuse for everything. I didn't want to believe Naruto did it, but all the evidence was against him. Tenten said, slapping the back of Lee's head. Guys, this whole thing makes no sense to me. We have to come up with a plan before Sasuke and Naruto are hunted down. Choji spoke up. Choji, you agree with me, right? Ino asked as she stepped closer to the boy. Leaning against him, she pouted her lips and stared at him pleadingly. Naruto is the criminal and he forced Sasuke to go with him. Sakura maintained. This whole thing is Sasuke's fault. If he hadn't run away, none of this would have happened. So if you're blaming anyone, blame Sasuke. Neji boomed, his voice filled with distaste. Neji is right. The Sasuke retrieval squad risked their lives to bring him back, although if I had been part of the squad no one would have had to risk their life. Shino added. He still wasn't over it. Are you ever going to let it go? Kiba complained. You were on a mission, nothing could be done. Please don't argue. Hinata pled. I've had it with the shy schoolgirl routine. It's getting really old. Sakura scoffed. What do you mean? Hinata whimpered slightly. It was cute in the academy but it just seems like you're trying to hog all the attention. Sakura continued. Sakura, that was uncalled for. If anything you're the drama queen who strives for attention. Shikamaru pointed out. You can't talk to my best friend like that. Ino shouted. Tension was filling in the air. A fight could easily erupt if anyone said anything out of place. Rock Lee held back the urge to try and start a brawl. Shino readied the insects in his body. Kiba held a pair of food pills in his closed fist. Neji had activated his Byakugan. Violence isn't going to solve anything amongst comrades. Shikamaru said. You're right, we should explain our plan. Sakura agreed. There's an old law that says if a ninja is declared a missing nin and 75% of the village's population feel that the ninja has acted for the good of the village, the Jonin elite could revoke his missing nin classification. Ino explained. How are we going to get so many people to believe in Naruto? Hinata asked. Forget about that idiot, Sakura snorted. The people already hate Naruto. We just say Sasuke was an innocent bystander caught in the wrath of the nine-tailed demon fox. I can't allow that. I won't allow you to go around telling people that Naruto is a monster. Shikamaru said as he walked away from the group. I'm with Shikamaru. I love Naruto and I believe he is innocent. Hinata confessed as she joined the Chunin. Naruto showed me that I could be free even with a curse mark. Neji reminisced as he joined his cousin. By the fire of youth I will stand by Naruto. Lee exclaimed as he jumped onto Neji's back, much to the chagrin of the Hyuga. You can easily judge the character of a man by how he treats those who can do nothing for him. Even after he was treated badly by everyone, he hated nobody from the village. Shino said joining Shikamaru. Shikamaru looked anxiously at Choji as he expected his friend to join him. I don't think it's fair that Sasuke be blamed for Naruto's flaws. Ino squealed. Ino is right. Sasuke has the potential to be great ninja for the village where Naruto has the potential to be a great threat. Sakura commented coldly. My mother was called to investigate those ANBU corpses. Naruto's stench was all over them. Kiba barked as he held back his true feelings. I'm a rational person. If the evidence says he did then, well he did it. Tenten admitted. Choji stood between the stares of his best friend Shikamaru and his crush Ino. Shikamaru looked at him with worry while Ino tried to make herself as appealing as possible. His heart was torn. What was he to do? Giving Shikamaru one last defeated look he stood next to Ino. I'm sorry Shikamaru. My dad saw the demon in Naruto. I believe him. Choji apologized. Present day at the Great Naruto Bridge two ninja waited. They were on the side of the bridge leading from the land of fire to the land of waves. The first ninja wore a black, baggy, full-body suit with a red and yellow circle on the front. He had two large scrolls tied to his back. He also wore a black hood with cat-like ears and his forehead protector on his forehead. According to his forehead protector he was from Suna. The second ninja wore standard attire of a Suna nin, complete with a forehead protector and flak jacket. Only the right side of his face was visible, with the rest being covered by his turban-like headgear and a sheet hanging from it on the left side of his face. On his back was a katana. Kankuro-sama, I feel uneasy about this. The second ninja spoke up. It's okay Baki. The Konoha ninja should be here soon. The first ninja spoke up. I wouldn't be too sure of that. A mysterious deep voice announced. The two Suna ninjas spun around looking for the source of the voice. They found it in the form of a man standing on the bridge. He wasn't there a few seconds ago when they checked the parameter. The man who spoke was looking down the bridge away from the two Suna ninja. The stranger was wearing a long, black cloak with a chin-high collar. On the back of his cloak was the kanji for truth. On his head was a conical straw hat. When he turned around the Suna ninja couldn't see his face. Between the chin-high collar and low-tipped conical straw hat his face was hidden. Identify yourself, Kankuro shouted. Kankuro of Suna, Jonin-level ninja, brother of the former Kazekage. The stranger droned in an emotionless, monotone voice. Bounty, 20 million ryo. You're a black market bounty hunter. Baki screamed as he drew his katana. You seriously think you can take on the two of us? Kankuro laughed as he grabbed the scrolls of his bag and unrolled them on the ground. Two large clouds of smoke appeared before revealing two puppets. The first puppet had 3 eyes, 4 arms, jagged teeth and spiky brown hair protruding from the top of its head and framing the sides of its head. Its body was covered by a tattered old cloth. The second puppet looked like a large wooden salamander. It had a large, strong shield on it. These puppets were called Crow and Salamander, the best puppets in terms of attack and defense. A slight chuckle could be heard from the stranger. His laughter made the two Suna ninja furious but remained calm. While Kankuro stayed focused on the target in front of him, Baki searched any other possible threats. Baki was weary of the foe. One thing he knew for sure was that the mysterious man was fast. The stranger dropped the left sleeve of his cloak down to the elbow to reveal his arm. Across the inside of his forearm were 7 circles. Inside each circle was a different kanji. Using his left hand he lowered his chin-high collar just enough to reveal his mouth. Then he bit on his right thumb, drawing blood before bringing his collar back up. Using the blood from his thumb he drew a line across the first circle tattoo on his left arm. This tattoo was just under his wrist. After completing the blood line across the circle a cloud of smoke appeared. When the smoke dispersed his sleeve was back the way it was originally and he held a large blade in his left hand. It was a massive broadsword that had two cutouts, a circle close to the top and a semicircular one nearer the handle. The Executioner's blade. Baki stuttered. Since you wield that blade it is safe to assume that you are from Kirigakure and you're part of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Kankuro theorized. The least questioned assumptions are often the most questionable, the stranger said as he tightened his grip on the handle of his sword. I guess you're right, you may possess a weapon of Kirigakure but your voice. You sound like someone who has spent a lot of time in the land of fire. Kankuro fished for a hint to the man's possible techniques. I've spent time all over the world. The stranger replied, changing his accent to that of some from the land of wind. Suna isn't exactly the best vacation spot in the world. Before I kill you, what is your name? Kankuro asked. He was now more serious and worried. I have no name but people who meet their end at my blade refer to me as Shin. He answered. You can call me that while you beg for your life. After Baki and I kill you that will be the name we'll put on your grave. Kankuro mocked. Choose your last words wisely. Shin threatened as he lifted and pointed the executioner's blade at Kankuro using only his right hand. You think you're going to scare us by lifting your big sword? Baki laughed. Shin released his grip allowing the tip of the sword to fall onto the bridge. The blade slammed down, cracking the concrete. Chapter 3. Team Kakashi approached the meeting point at the Great Naruto Bridge. All seemed calm from a distance until Kakashi picked up the scent of a recent battle. Signaling his team with his hands the Konoha ninja charged towards the bridge with a greater speed. Getting closer they could make out one lone figure that lay motionless on the ground. As they cautiously approached the body Shikamaru quickly identified him as Baki, the Jonin from Suna. Around his body were fragments of wood and blood, lots of blood. When they were close enough they found the source of the blood. Both of the Suna ninja hands had been cut off. Kakashi lifted his forehead protector to use his Sharingan as Sakura and Ino went to work on Baki. He was barely alive as the two medic nin channeled their chakra into him. The intention wasn't to save him but to get as much information from him before he died. Where's Kankuro? Shikamaru asked as he brought his ear close to the dying man's mouth. The former Nara knew his fiancée won't be able to handle losing another sibling. Bounty. Hun. Baki gasped as his body gave out. Sakura and Ino increased the amount of chakra they gave but Kakashi shook his head. The captain knew they would just be wasting chakra. Their instinct was to carry on but they obeyed their captain. Kakashi pulled out a scroll from his flak jacket and unraveled it over Baki. Nodding to give Shikamaru permission he watched as Shikamaru bit his finger, drawing blood and completed the seal on the scroll. After a large cloud of smoke appeared Baki's body was gone. Shikamaru rolled the scroll and handed it to Kakashi. I'm going to leave the job of returning the body to you Shikamaru. Kakashi said as he dropped his forehead protector back over his eye. The 4 ninjas surveyed the area for clues to the type of ninja who could have done this. This had to have been an S-class bounty hunter. The battle was short. He took out Baki and captured Kankuro. Shikamaru noted as he ran his along a crack in the concrete of the bridge. There's no damage to the surrounding area. That means he is either really fast or really powerful. Sakura added her opinion. Or maybe he is both. Kakashi said as he examined the broken pieces of the puppets. He beat Crow and Salamander. We need to hurry to Temari. If this guy came after Kankuro he might go after her. Shikamaru shouted as he looked across the bridge. Kakashi gave the signal and all 4 ninja took off running across the deserted bridge as fast as they could. It was indeed suspicious as to why this bridge that was supposed to be the life of the wave country was empty. Kakashi took the lead and used a small blade to prick his thumb. The Jonin stopped and cast several hand seals and slammed his palm into the ground. Shikamaru, Sakura and Ino continued running. They knew what their captain was doing. After a puff of smoke a small dog with a blue jacket and Konoha forehead protector appeared. Pakken, I want you to go back to Konoha and tell them that the team from Suna has been killed and they should send another squad to the Land of Waves as soon as possible. We'll wait for the second squad before returning. Kakashi instructed the dog. The two then ran in opposite directions. Within a minute Kakashi caught up with his team. Why did you wait till we were on the bridge to summon Pakken and request assistance? Ino asked as they ran. Something about that place didn't feel right. Kakashi answered as he retook the lead. After that the whole team picked up their pace. After half an hour of intense, Might Guy style running they finally reached the central hospital in the Land of Waves. Thanks to the Great Naruto Bridge increasing commerce and trade had brought more revenue to the Land of Waves, it was now very prosperous. It looked like a smaller version of Konoha, well it should have. The architects were inspired by Konoha in their designs. When they reached the hospital entrance they were stopped by 2 familiar faces. The first was an old, grey-haired man with a moustache and a pair of glasses. He wore a sleeveless V-neck shirt with an obi pants and he also carried a towel around his neck which he was using to wipe sweat of his forehead. Next to him was a young man. The young man was dressed in the exact same outfit as the old man, right down to the towel. "Kakashi-sama," the young man screamed. "Inari, we need you to take us to Temari and Anko immediately," Kakashi requested. Inari nodded and rushed into the hospital followed by Team Kakashi. The old man stood outside scratching his head and mumbling about youngsters these days. Kakashi and his team were led by the young man to the second floor of the two-story building as he showed them to a door. Realizing that it might get awkward if he just rushed in, Kakashi knocked on the door. "Come in," a soft voice answered. Shikamaru opened the door and rushed into the room. In front of him was his fiancée. The Suna ninja was looking out the window. Against doctor's orders she was out of bed and had changed into her uniform. She was wearing a short-sleeved black kimono that reached down to her legs, with slits along the side and a very revealing neckline. She had a red sash tied around her waist. Under her kimono she was wearing mesh armor. Shikamaru rushed over and wrapped his arms around the blonde woman. "I don't remember you being so clingy," Temari teased as she embraced him back. "What about me? Don't I get any sugar?" Anko pointed at Kakashi from the hospital bed. She was wearing a mesh bodysuit that stretched from her neck down to her thighs with a dark orange mini-skirt. Her tan coat was discarded on the floor. "Where's my brother?" Temari sniffed, trying not to sneeze. Shikamaru's face turned ash as he tried to find the right words. "Baki is dead and Kankuro is missing," he said coldly, trying to sound calm. Her grip on her fiancé tightened as she found the words hard to take. Anko was already out of the bed and putting on her coat. "What happened?" Temari demanded to know. "We don't know, we reached the bridge too late." Baki's last words were bounty hunter, Shikamaru explained as the woman in his arms trembled with multiple emotions. "What are we waiting here for? Suna are our allies. We need to hunt the bounty hunter," Anko declared. "We can't. The bounty hunter left no trace behind. It was a professional job. Most likely a very skillful S-class criminal," Kakashi reasoned. "It's the Akatsuki. First they took Gaara, now Kankuro. They're making a collection of the Sand siblings," Temari shouted. Every ninja knew that black market bounty hunters only deal with corpses. Shikamaru held Temari as close as he could. The other Konoha ninja decided to give him some time alone and left the room. Once the door was closed and they were alone in the room, she couldn't hold her feelings back. The proud Suna ninja and last Sand sibling cried her eyes out. She felt so ashamed but couldn't stop. Her entire family was dead. She had nothing left. That was the thought that kept circling her mind. Revenge, she wanted revenge. She couldn't get her revenge alone. She needed the help of her future husband. She decided she would wait until she told her village about what has happened before setting off. "We'll find the person who did this and we will make him pay." Shikamaru tried to console. "Thank you, but this is none of Konoha's concern," she responded, wiping away some tears. "Who said anything about Konoha? This will be a husband and wife thing," he whispered. Temari couldn't believe it. Her fiancé was in her head. He had read her mind perfectly, just like he did all those years ago during the Chunin exam. Outside of the hospital, the rest of Team Kakashi waited with Anko and Inari. "Inari, why was the bridge so empty today?" Kakashi asked, trying to make sense of it. "About 2 weeks ago an inspector said that there was something wrong with the bridge. He was part of Feudal Lord's Council. At first we thought he was asking for a bribe, but then he showed us the damage the sea winds have caused to the bridge. He said the bridge can't be used by civilians until it is up to code, but ninja may use it," Inari explained. "Did he specifically say that only ninja would be allowed to use it?" Kakashi questioned. "As a matter of fact he did. He even emphasized the point." Inari remembered. 2 weeks ago was when Temari fell sick. This could be a setup. It's almost certain that Kankuro would be here to take his sister home. Kakashi thought, what did this man look like? Inari began to think back to when he met the man. As he thought, his pupils became dilated and he became unresponsive. "It's a mind seal," Sakura said as she lowered Inari to the ground. Ino placed her hands on the young man's forehead and entered his mind. Closing her eyes, she could see the landscape of his mind. It was like an ocean. She recalled his memories and they would be displayed in the water. Concentrating her chakra, Ino searched for the memory of 2 weeks ago. She didn't get a memory. What she got was something much worse. It was a booby trap placed for anyone who tried to read Inari's mind. Ino found that she was no longer in Inari's mindscape. She was somewhere else. She was standing in the middle of a barren field that seemed to stretch out infinitely. A red moon cast a red light over the colorless land. Looking closer at the ground, she kneeled over. Upon touching the ground, she found blood. There was blood everywhere. Screaming, Ino jumped away from Inari. She struggled to breathe as a panic attack set in. Sakura left the young man and rushed to her friend's side. Ino couldn't stop the trembling in her hands. She kept picturing all the blood from the mind trap. "There's a powerful genjutsu placed on the memory. It's said only to activate as soon as someone tries to read his mind," Ino explained as Sakura helped up. With a few groans, Inari woke up. He wasn't sure how he fell asleep. "What did you see?" Kakashi asked, trying to assess if any damage had been done to the young man. "What are you talking about? I just fell asleep," Inari answered. Kakashi released the mind seal wasn't meant to hurt Inari, just anyone trying to view his memory. The team captain instructed Sakura and Ino to heal Temari up. After that he decided to tell Shikamaru the information. Kakashi dragged Shikamaru away from his fiancée and Sakura and Ino got to work. Finding an empty hospital room and making sure there was nobody around, he explained everything. "This is bad, Kakashi-sensei," Shikamaru said as he went over the facts in his head. "To sooner it's going to look the feudal lord set up Kankuro's kidnapping and possible murder. It could have been an imposter," Kakashi mentioned. "Imposter or not, in this ninja world, it's appearances that matter," Shikamaru remarked. The young jonin was right. Even if they told Suna that the Land of Fire had nothing to do with it, an investigation by Suna would turn up the same inconsistencies, that a member of the feudal lord's council was making the bridge only accessible to ninja and Temari getting sick at the same time. Kakashi hoped that it wouldn't go that far. A war between Suna and Konoha would devastate both villages. Kirigakure would easily destroy us afterwards, Shikamaru noted. It had been 5 years since Mei Terumi was named the 5th Mizukage of Kirigakure. In an attempt to make peace with the other villages and assure them that Kirigakure were not supporting the Akatsuki, Mei called the Cage Summit. During the summit there was an international incident between Konoha and Kirigakure. The Mizukage was a very beautiful woman, and with Jiraiya being part of the team from Konoha, one should have seen this coming. The Toad Sage was caught trying to spy on the Mizukage while she was in a hot spring. Tsunade had managed to prevent war, but Mei had developed a strong dislike for Konoha. Over the next few years the relationship worsened as Kirigakure grew as a village. Rumors had been circulating about how the hidden village grew so fast, but none were ever able to be proven. An attempt from the Hokage to form an alliance only made things worse, as a misunderstanding between ANBU from Konoha and Hunter Nin from Kirigakure resulted in the death of one of the Hunter Nin. Although Kirigakure accepted cash compensation, according to Jiraiya they were waiting for an opportunity to attack Konoha. Apparently Mei could hold a grudge. There was a rumor years ago that Kirigakure Nin were doing black market bounty work and funneling the money into the economy of the Land of Water. Kakashi added, "That's all we have. Assumptions and rumors. All we know for certain is that the seal on Inari's mind is an S-class genjutsu." Shikamaru responded, "I think you should check on Temari," Kakashi said to end their discussion. On the desk of the Hokage sat a tired dog. Pakken had completely exhausted himself running. Laying on his back the dog explained everything. Tsunade, the real Tsunade, gritted her teeth at the news. 2 ninja from their ally had been killed before they could meet. It looked suspicious and any outsider would see it that way. Shizune, assemble a team of jonin to escort Temari back to Suna. We must show Suna that we still value the alliance. Tsunade shouted only to realize her assistant was right next to her. After regaining her hearing, Shizune rushed out to find a team. She had to choose ninja who were fresh and didn't have any important missions coming up. She knew 3 ninja who fit that description perfectly. She didn't want to send them with Sakura and Ino already in the Land of Waves, but she had no choice. Issuing the order to a chunin, she sighed heavily. 10 minutes later in the Hokage's office the team was ready. Shizune had left to prepare a formal report to hand over to Suna once the team reached their destination. It was a document stating that the team from Konoha arrived as soon as possible but were too late. Tsunade looked at the team assembled before her. She was hoping it would be Team Neji or even the new Team Guy. The Hokage couldn't fault Shizune with this. These were the only jonin available. In her mind she was swearing repeatedly. Ignoring her own prejudice against them, she decided to issue them with the orders. The first member of the team had long, brown hair that reached to his waist. He wore a red suit with plated armor on his torso, arms, and upper legs. On the front of his chest armor was the kanji for food. The second member of the team was a woman with dark brown hair, which was worn in Chinese-style buns on either side of her head. She wore a long-sleeved white blouse with a high collar and puffy pants. The final member of the team had messy brown hair. He wore a leather form-fitting black jacket along with black pants and sandals. Choji, Tenten and Kiba, this mission is very important for maintaining our good relationship with Suna. Do you understand? Tsunade shouted to drill in the point. The 3 jonin nodded to signal yes. Your mission is to travel to the Land of Waves. From there you will escort Temari back to Suna. You will have to move out immediately. Tsunade explained the details of the mission. What happened? Shikamaru can't take care of his own wife. Kiba laughed. This is no joke. Tsunade barked. Move out now. The 3 jonin shivered in fear before grabbing pre-packed bags from Shizune, who had just entered the room. Tenten, as captain, it'll be your responsibility to make sure the report in your bag makes to the Kazekage. Shizune instructed. You can count on me, Shizune-sama, Tenten said before running off. Once Team Tenten was gone, Shizune closed the door and took her position next to the Hokage. Sighing deeply, Tsunade looked out the window of her office. Shizune, do you enjoy being Hokage? Tsunade asked. Aiy, Shizune screamed in her usual shocked voice. Tsunade-sama must have read my diary. I was thinking about how I was doing such a good job as a proxy Hokage I wanted to write about. Wait, if she read my diary then she would have seen all those poems I wrote about my favorite jonin. Ah, she's definitely going to use it to embarrass me. Forget about embarrassing, she's going to kill me. I knew I shouldn't have written about my fears of ending up alone and childless like the Hokage. Shizune, I asked, do you enjoy being Hokage? Tsunade asked again. Why would you ask that? Shizune backstepped. I'm getting old. A new Hokage will have to be chosen soon. Tsunade admitted. What are you talking about? The third was much older than you. Shizune reassured her friend. He didn't use the yin seal, release, Tsunade said, pointing to the diamond-shaped mark on her forehead. It had been close to 4 hours since Tsunade had issued Team Tenten with the mission, and they were already in the land of waves. Running without any rest stops, they made it there. Outside the hospital were Team Kakashi, Anko and Temari. I was expecting you to be here a lot sooner, Kakashi said as the new team arrived. We would have, if someone wasn't slowing us down, Kiba snarled, looking over to Choji. Don't blame Choji, Ino spoke up. I'll blame whoever I want, you blonde. Kiba barked but was cut off by Choji. You can't talk to her like that, Choji threatened. It's bad enough you behave like this in Konoha, but now in front of a foreign ninja, Tenten said, stepping in between. Kakashi coughed, trying to get their attention. Sorry Kakashi-sensei, Tenten apologized as she forced her team to bow. Choji, you'll be coming with us back to Konoha, and Shikamaru will take your place in accompanying Temari back to Suna. Both teams will move out in an hour, Kakashi ordered. We get only an hour to rest. That's ridiculous, Kiba growled. You don't seem to understand. Time is of the essence. We are dealing with a very powerful foe. We have absolutely no information on him besides the fact he took out 2 of the best Jonin in Suna. Shikamaru explained. No offense, but you can't compare the Jonin from Konoha to the Jonin from Suna. Kiba smirked. What's that supposed to mean, dog boy? Temari demanded to know. He means that Konoha has better ninjas. Sakura added fuel to the fire. Are you trying to destroy the alliance between the villages by yourselves? Shikamaru scolded as he tried to calm Temari down. Kakashi gave the Konoha ninja a stern look before leading Shikamaru and Temari away. You guys are no fun. Anko laughed as she ran off following Kakashi. Has there been any word about the Konoha Council or Jonin Elite taking our plan seriously? Sakura asked after making sure it was just the 5 of them. The Konoha Council was willing to listen. They liked it, Tenten answered. They said they will convince Danzo to get on board. Choji continued. But it's going to cost us, Kiba added. What do you mean cost? Ino questioned as thoughts of Danzo being an old pervert crossed her mind. She was picturing herself, Tenten and Sakura chained to a wall in the old man's house wearing almost nothing. Tenten took a deep breath before she explained. Danzo wants your help in his coup d'etat. You two are in the perfect position to take out Shizune-sama and Tsunade-sama. He wants us to kill the Hokage. Sakura was too shocked to realize her voice was being raised. Ino quickly placed her hand over her friend's mouth. You can't be serious. The Konoha Council said if Danzo became Hokage, he would rewrite all of the village's laws and get Sasuke's name cleared while still continuing the hunt for Naruto. Tenten told. If we do this, can't we get both their names cleared? Choji asked. No way, it's because of Naruto that I lost 8 years that I could have spent with my Sasuke. Sakura said bitterly. That settles it, we'll meet with Danzo as soon as we get back to the village. Ino exclaimed, glad she didn't have to sell her body. Just be careful, Lee, Neji, Hinata and Shino seem to be very interested in our actions recently. Kiba warned. Tell me about it. Every time I walk through the village I feel like there's a Byakugan watching me. Sakura shivered. If they find out about the plan, we're dead. Choji choked. Not necessarily. Half the ninja in the village are willing to side with Danzo. Kiba noted. This thing could break out into full-scale civil war. Ino mumbled. That's why you two taking out the Hokage is so important, Tenten said. I think we should meet up with the others. Shikamaru might get suspicious. Choji stuttered. Don't worry Choji. Big, bad Shikamaru won't hurt you. Ino teased, pinching his cheek. Sakura, Kiba and Tenten all held back laughter as Choji blushed. They split up and decided to join Kakashi one at a time. Everyone understands the specifics of their mission. Kakashi addressed the new team Tenten with Shikamaru. The 3 Konoha ninja nodded while Temari looked on. Once everybody was set, they took off running on the Great Naruto Bridge. Kakashi ran at point with his Sharingan exposed. To his left was Ino and behind her was Tenten. To his right was Sakura and behind her was Kiba. At the rear were Anko and Choji. In the middle of the defensive formation were Temari and Shikamaru. Reaching the Land of Fire's side of the bridge, Kakashi stopped the ninja behind. Someone was standing at the entrance of the bridge. The stranger was wearing a long, black cloak with a chin-high collar. On the back of his cloak was the kanji for truth. On his head was a conical straw hat. Identify yourself, Kakashi demanded as the Konoha ninja prepared to engage. The man turned around, but the chin-high collar and low-tipped conical straw hat meant his face was hidden. If you remain silent, it will be taken as a sign of hostility. Kakashi shouted. Kakashi Hitaki, bounty 40 million ryo or 30 million without the Sharingan. The man spoke. His voice was cold and monotone. Thoughts of this being the same bounty hunter who Tokei Kankuro crept into the ninjas' minds. Did you take my brother? Temari screamed as she drew her giant folding fan. I collected the bounty on him, if that's what you mean, the stranger answered. Temari tried to run and attack the bounty hunter, but she found her body paralyzed. From the corner of her eye she could see Shikamaru using his shadow possession jutsu. Let me go, Temari roared. We planned if this happened. Kakashi will engage first and we'll support him from the rear guard. Shikamaru tried to reason. Kakashi took a few steps away from the group towards the stranger. What's your name? I have no name, but people who meet their end at my blade refer to me as Shin. He answered, lucky for you, I have no intention of collecting any more bounties. Too bad, because we have the intention of fighting you. Kakashi responded. Just like Konoha ninja, always attacking first without provocation. Shin replied, a light chuckle after he spoke. You must be a powerful ninja to have taken down both Kankuro and Baki without much effort. Kakashi fished for information. Trying to get me to reveal something about myself that you can use, I expected nothing less from Kakashi of the Sharingan. Shin droned on. Casting a few quick hand signs, Kakashi used a shadow clone jutsu to create a single clone of himself. You used shadow clones to beat Might Guy during his last challenge against you. That win put you up 112 to 111. Shin spoke. How could he possibly know that? That challenge took place in the Hokage's office. Guy must have blabbed it to someone somewhere. Kakashi thought. I know a lot more than you. Shin said as he stepped forward. With that single step he disappeared and reappeared behind the two Kakashi with his hand on the real Kakashi's shoulder. The Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Kakashi choked. Which those words Shin disappeared along with the real Kakashi. Why did you bring me here? Kakashi demanded to know. The Jonin was standing on a statue of Madara Uchiha. You said you wanted to fight. Shin responded. He was standing on a statue of Hashirama Senju. Between the two statues was a raging waterfall. You brought me to the final valley just to fight. Kakashi sneered. He could tell there was more. He was looking out for any other enemies. Don't worry, Kakashi. We are alone. There's no one to save you. Shin taunted. Why are you doing this? Kakashi asked, taking a fighting stance. Isn't it obvious? I live for war. I'm just itching for the next great ninja war. I just wanted to speed things up. You kidnapped Kankuro with the intention of framing the Land of Fire. You want Konoha and Suna to go to war. Kakashi shouted. You are indeed intelligent. Shin complimented. That's just phase 1 of my plan. Once Suna and Konoha begin their battle, Kirigakure will get involved. Then hell will break loose on Earth. So you're just a sick sadist who wants to witness large-scale destruction. Kakashi spat. Not large-scale destruction, just the destruction of this ninja world. As long as we live like this, there will never be peace. There will never come a time where the world will be united as one. Once the 5 great ninja nations have been destroyed, an era of peace will sweep the world. Shin went on. Drawing 3 shuriken in his left hand and a kunai in his right, Kakashi stared down his opponent, unable to make eye contact. Your face is well concealed. Are you going to reveal your face, or am I going to have to do that myself? Years of peace and living in Konoha have made you weak, Kakashi. To think I once saw you as the greatest ninja to hail from the Land of Fire. Since I once respected you before I kill you, I'm going to give you a choice. Would you save the life of the Hokage at the cost of more than half your ninjas? The question was laid out by Shin, much to the shock of Kakashi. What kind of question is that? If you're planning on going after the Hokage, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but you will die here. Kakashi answered. Are you truly that blind to the deception and betrayal of Konoha? As we speak now, a ninja of Konoha is planning the unthinkable. A trusted advisor of the Hokage is plotting. In 2 weeks, on the night of the Red Moon, the Hokage will die at the hands of her own people. Shin predicted, his voice colder than usual. Why are you telling me this? Kakashi shouted. In truth, Kakashi, I have every intention of killing you. It's been so long since I fought someone who had a glimmer of hope against me. I'm giving you every reason to not hold anything back. If you can survive against me, you can save the Hokage. Shin explained. What do you mean survive? You don't think I can beat you? Kakashi spoke as he watched his foe for any sudden surges of chakra. I know you can't beat me. But if you can get this bell, you earn the right to live. Shin dropped a small bell from his sleeve with a long string attached to it. The bell was similar to ones used in Konoha's training methods. Using the long string, Shin tied the bell around his waist with the bell hanging on his left side. Your knowledge of Konoha is very extensive. After I kill you, I'll be sure to take the bell. Kakashi shouted as he threw the shuriken and kunai. Chapter 4. Using the technique that Kakashi had dubbed the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, Shin evaded the shuriken and kunai that became embedded in the stone statue. The bounty hunter reappeared behind the Konoha ninja. Kakashi was expecting this and was already facing his foe. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Kakashi yelled. The Jonin cast several fast hand seal before finishing on Tiger. Kakashi then inhaled deeply before releasing a stream of fire from his mouth through his mask. The fire hit Shin, turning into a large orb of flames before disappearing and leaving an empty, scorched crater in the ground. Using AC rank jutsu against me, I take that as an insult. Shin mocked as he reappeared in the burned crater. You're fast, but if all you do is run, then this fight isn't going far. Kakashi responded. I was sure I nailed him, but there's not a scratch. His speed is incredible, he's even confusing my Sharingan. I'm feeling extra generous. I won't attack just yet. I'll just defend. Shin taunted. Water style, water shark bomb jutsu. Kakashi announced before ending his hand seals on a ram seal. A pool of water formed in front of the Jonin from his chakra. He then shaped the water into the form of a large shark and thrust his hand forward, sending it towards Shin. Earth style, mud wall. Shin mumbled as he placed his hand down onto the stone. A large wall of mud that was formed from Shin's chakra rose up and protected the bounty hunter from water shark. Slowly the wall receded back into the statue to reveal Shin still in his crouched position. Lightning Beast Running Jutsu. Channeling his lightning affinity chakra into his right hand, Kakashi released it into the air. The lightning chakra took the form of a blue wolf while a thin line of chakra acted as a leash. Motioning with his hand, Kakashi sent the Lightning Beast Running Jutsu charging itself at Shin. The bounty hunter raised his right hand up and a wave of chakra emanated through the air. A thin see-through wall of purple crystal formed out of thin air and acted as shield, taking the full force of Lightning Beast Running Jutsu. Kakashi's jutsu dissipated into the air afterwards. You have the crystal release Kekkei Genkai, Kakashi remarked after seeing his attack blocked so effortlessly. You're half right, Shin replied hard-heartedly. If you're so sure you're going to kill me, then you can share all your secrets. Kakashi tried to tempt the bounty hunter into revealing the truth behind his Kekkei Genkai. Kakashi, you are indeed a true ninja. Even in the face of certain death, you're still trying to gather information. This reminds me of the first stage of the Chunin exams. Shin scoffed condescendingly. I've learned one thing, you were at one stage a ninja who took the Chunin exams. You must have taken the exams with that specific requirement. You probably know that every year a different village hosts the exams and each one's exam has different requirements. So by giving me the specific detail of the exam you took, you are feeding some information. You want me to think you took your exam in Konoha? Kakashi theorized. You are indeed a ninja worthy of becoming Hokage someday. I'm sorry that I have to end your life here. Shin's voice returned to its normal emotionless tone. You seem to be avoiding the issue of your Kekkei Genkai, Kakashi reminded. Take a trip down memory lane, Kakashi. How did you obtain your Sharingan? From Obito Uchiha, I'm certain of my facts with this issue. Your friend's dying wish was for you to have his Kekkei Genkai as a gift. My story is very familiar but also very different, Shin answered. The crystal release Kekkei Genkai was supposedly connected to Otogaku. You must have some connection to Orochimaru. Kakashi fished for more information. Orochimaru is a true product of this ninja world. You couldn't see my point of view before. All I want is peace through the destruction of this ninja world. In this world, peace is not the absence of conflict, but the ability to cope with it. For too long we've just coped with all the pain and suffering, but no more. Konoha is essentially the epitome of what corruption is. Shin spoke his words cold, almost mechanical, like he had said this same speech countless times before. Sensing a brief and fleeting opportunity, Kakashi slammed both his hands down onto the statue. Earth Star, Hidden Mole Jutsu. The ground beneath Kakashi became soft and the Jonin disappeared into it. Shin placed his right hand to stone surface below him. After a few seconds of concentrating, a crystal spear shot out of the ground with Kakashi on it. The crystal spear had penetrated his heart. Damn it, where'd they go? Kiba screamed as he sniffed the air. He was so fast. He made Lee look like an amateur. Tenten admitted. This is bad, everyone keep up a defensive position around Temari. Shikamaru gave the order, much to Suna Ninja's chagrin. As the Konoha ninja took up their defensive positions, doubts and fear crept into some of their minds. Although they were trained to be courageous in the face of death, they were still human, and as hard as they fought to suppress their emotions, they still had them. Ino planted her feet firmly, trying her best not to shake. The blonde's face was pale white as her lip trembled. Both her hands gripped tightly on a single kunai. Her eyes constantly darted in every direction, searching for a sign of the assailant. He took Kakashi. It all happened so fast. If he could get to Kakashi like that, I have no chance against him. Please, Kakashi-sensei, be alive. Next to Ino was a pink-haired kunoichi. Sakura could feel her leg muscles tightening before going stiff, along with her knees locking. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead, trickling down face. Her heart raced, it felt like exploding. The truth was that it had been years since she and Ino had been sent out into the field. Normally they were left safe and sound in the Konoha hospital. If Sasuke was here, we'd all be safe. I'd even settle for Neji or Lee at a time like this. They may be able to match this guy for speed. Kiba, do you smell anything? Shikamaru asked as he channeled his jutsu through his chakra blades. That guy has no scent, and Kakashi's scent is completely gone. The bounty hunter must have been using a space-time jutsu. Kiba remarked as he concentrated his chakra to his nose. So we're fighting something along the lines of the technique used by the fourth Hokage? Tenten asked as she half unrolled a small scroll she had hidden in her clothes. I pray we're not, Shikamaru conceded, dropping his head. Was the fourth Hokage's technique that powerful? Temari asked, surprised. That technique earned him the name Konoha's Yellow Flash. Enemy ninja had a flee on side order when it came to him. The power of the Flying Thunder God Jutsu put Konoha on the map. If this technique used by the bounty hunter is half as powerful as the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, were sitting ducks without a Byakugan or Sharingan. Shikamaru explained. We should be prepared for anything, Choji said as he played with what looked like a yellow food pill. Shin stood still, admiring his work, looking at the dead Jonin. Unexpectedly, Kakashi's body burst into smoke. The instant that happened, the stone surface behind Shin broke open and the real Kakashi erupted out of the ground with his right hand extended. His hand was covered in lightning chakra that was shaped into a blade. Lightning blade, Kakashi shouted as he drove his jutsu through the bounty hunter. After landing, Kakashi looked at his hand. He had a black cloak on his arm. He had aimed his jutsu directly at Shin's heart, but somehow the bounty hunter escaped, leveling behind his cloak. Ripping the cloak of his arm, the Jonin looked around, searching for his foe. To Kakashi's horror, he spotted the bounty hunter. He was wearing a standard Konoha ANBU uniform without the arm guards or the gloves. On the inside of Shin's left forearm there were 7 circle tattoos with different kanji in each one. This time the bottom of Shin's face was covered by a mask exactly like Kakashi's own. With his straw hat still on, his face remained hidden. "I see where you get your crystal release from," Kakashi noted. "You noticed that?" Shin was lightly amused. "It's hard not to." Kakashi pointed his sharingan. "Your right and left hand are different. Your right is a transplant. I assume from a crystal user." The sharingan is indeed a powerful Kekkei Genkai. The bounty hunter flexed his right hand. There were 2 seals, one on his palm and the other on the back of his hand. The seal was a circle with 2 triangles intersecting so that the tip of one touched the base of the other. Think Roy Mustang, from Full Metal Alchemist, Alchemy Glove transmutation circles. Inside the triangles were tiny unreadable kanji. "Nice imitation ANBU uniform. This is the real deal. It was given to me by a former ANBU of Konoha." A one-sided staring contest began, with Kakashi trying to get a good look at his foe. The Jonin could only theorize that Shin knew the workings of his sharingan and planned to hide his face. As Kakashi tried to formulate a plan, the bounty hunter raised his right arm towards Kakashi. Crystal spikes burst from the stone surface in different directions and headed towards the copy ninja. Reacting on the instinct, Kakashi leapt into the air, avoiding the crystal attack. Drawing his kunai, he descended on his enemy. A pink energy formed in Shin's hand before forming into a crystal kunai. The Konoha ninja dove with his weapon pointed at his target. Reacting accordingly, Shin swung his arm into the air using his crystal kunai to deflect Kakashi. After being knocked away, Kakashi landed on his feet and charged. Every swipe that the legendary copy ninja delivered was skillfully blocked by the bounty hunter. Jumping backwards, Kakashi threw his kunai. Shin responded by throwing his. The 2 weapons met, hitting each other before being sent in different directions from the source. Sensing he was at a disadvantage, Kakashi ran to edge of the statue and jumped into the waterfall. Using a great amount of skill, the copy ninja ran down the rushing water. When he reached the river of the bottom, he found Shin waiting for him. A smile grew under Kakashi's mask as he began to cast hand seals. After the 44th seal, he stopped and a large dragon made of water emerged from the water under him. "That last time you were here was when you carried 2 beaten boys back to your village only for them to be declared missing a few days later." Shin taunted Kakashi with his greatest regret. "As much as I enjoyed talking to you, this ends now." "Water style, water dragon jutsu," Kakashi shouted, bringing his hands forward. The giant dragon made of water followed the motion of Kakashi's hands and launched itself at Shin. The bounty hunter raised his right hand at the water-style jutsu and released a pink pulse of chakra into the attack. The water dragon began changing into a crystal dragon that was now under Shin's control. Shin snapped his fingers and the dragon fell apart, dropping the crystal into the water. "So far I'm underwhelmed, Kakashi. I wanted to break a sweat. Looks like I have to kill you sooner than expected." Kakashi realized that he may have made a mistake. He needed the water to preserve his chakra while using the water dragon jutsu. He never expected the crystal release to be this powerful. He was going to go back to his lightning blade. He had already used one that Shin dodged. He needed to be certain that he would hit, or else it would be a waste of chakra. He still had his ultimate trump in his back pocket. It was one of his most powerful jutsu, but it came with the biggest risk. Being so far from any help, his body would be left helpless afterwards. The copy ninja needed to stall. "You know way too much about Konoha to be some random bounty hunter." Kakashi tried to bait Shin in. "I'm not some random bounty hunter, I'm the best. No bounty has ever escaped my clutches. I know everything about your village. It's amazing what money can buy you these days." Shin laughed. The laughter made Kakashi grow more worried. It was an insane, evil kind of laugh. It sent shivers down the spine of the Jonin. "You don't expect me to believe that someone is selling our secrets? If I was planning a coup d'etat, I would also want the Hokage to be completely vulnerable." Under his mask, Kakashi gritted his teeth. Was Danzo really planning to overthrow Tsunade? It was a rumor when the 5th Hokage was first given her position. A high alert was placed on the old warmonger and his root division. Was this the truth, or was Shin trying to get under his skin? "How can I take anything you say for face value?" Kakashi asked point blank. "You can't. Everything I said could have been a lie," Shin answered. Kakashi reached into one of his pouches and grabbed 3 shuriken and throwing them in one swift motion. Shin shook his head while waving right hand through the air, leaving behind a pink trail of chakra. From the chakra, 3 crystal shuriken emerged and went on to deflect Kakashi's shuriken. The copy ninja sprinted across the water, heading for a physical battle. With a powerful burst of speed, the Jonin unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks, all of which were avoided by Shin. As Kakashi slowed down, another Kakashi emerged from the water and entered into the battle. They battled at half the speed of the first onslaught, but were still too fast for the untrained eye. Shin continued to dodge. Losing his patience, Shin grabbed the heads of both the Kakashis and slammed them together, causing them to burst into water. As the bounty hunter searched for the real deal, a massive dragon made of water erupted through the surface. Turning to face the dragon, Shin held out his right hand. As the dragon crystallized, the real Kakashi appeared behind Shin and drove his hand through Shin's chest. "Lightning blade!" Kakashi yelled after his hand burst through the front of Shin's chest. Kakashi's eyes widened as the body around his hand turned to crystal and broke apart. The Jonin couldn't believe it. Again this bounty hunter had beaten his Sharingan. The sounds of birds chirping began to echo through Final Valley as Kakashi turned around. His body went stiff as he saw Shin. The bounty hunter was hunched over with his left hand extended downwards and his right hand on his left wrist. There was a white shapeless mass of lightning chakra gathered in Shin's left hand. Sparks were being emitted from the chakra. This was the source of the bird noise. Chidori, 1,000 birds. In a single leap Shin covered the 100 meters between the two of them. Thrusting his left arm forward he was met with Kakashi's own left hand that was also covered in lightning chakra. The two combatants pushed against each to see which technique would win out. How did you learn that move? Kakashi demanded to know as he struggled to maintain a constant flow of chakra. Observation, my dear Kakashi. Shin mocked as he gained an edge. Shin pushed through Kakashi's hand and drove his jutsu into a wooden log. A few hundred meters away the Jonin kneeled over catching his breath after using a continuous lightning blade. Thoughts began to creep into his head. He only had one move left. If he used that move in his current state he would be dead. As he weighed the option Shin surprised him by delivering a swift upper kick that launched the Jonin high into the air. Kakashi was shocked by the sheer power in the kick. He was now well above the statue Madara Uchiha. Then Kakashi's Sharingan picked up someone behind him mirroring his movement through the air. At the apex of his flight Kakashi felt a powerful kick to his side. Shin's kick allowed him to move above Kakashi. As they fell Shin rotated and delivered a crushing heel kick to the Jonin, sending him crashing through the statue of Madara. Kakashi hit the stone artwork like a missile sending shockwaves through it. As the statue collapsed the waterfall washed it away. We've been standing like this for over an hour. Kiba barked. Don't lose focus, they could be waiting for us to drop our guard and swoop in. Tenten reprimanded her teammate. Tenten is right, we can't let our guard down. Choji chimed in. Guys, it's been an hour. We might have to face the fact that Kakashi is dead. Shikamaru said coldly. Don't say that, Kakashi can't die. He's Kakashi, he is the Sharingan warrior. Sakura sobbed doing her best not to cry. The pineapple boy is right. It's been an hour since the bounty hunter took Kakashi. Chances of him being alive are slim. If he was alive he would have found a way to contact us. Anko let out. Oh god, if he killed Kakashi we're going to be no match for him. Ino yelled. You are pathetic. Temari exploded. Your sensei has been taken and all you can do is stand around and guard me. I don't need your protection. We should be searching for the man who took Kankuro and Kakashi and killed Baki. Forget about this, I'm going to look for that forsaken bounty hunter. As the Suna Kunoiki tried to leave Shikamaru grabbed onto her hand. We can't let you go off. We have to take you back to Konoha. The future married couple locked eyes. Shikamaru refused to back down as she stared daggers into his soul. He could see her grit her teeth. She didn't want to hurt him but he knew he was pushing her to it. If you leave and something happens it could start a war between Konoha and Suna. Shikamaru pleaded. So that's what you're so worried about. You just want to prevent a war. There was subtle hint of disappointment in her voice. If you don't want to come back we can always carry you. Kiba smirked breaking his knuckles. Please listen to reason. We can't afford to lose any more people. We're wasting valuable time here. The faster we get to Konoha the faster we can get a tracking team here. Sakura cried out. That's the only way we can help Kakashi. Ino lied. She just wanted to get back to the Konoha hospital. I'm taking charge of you bunch of pansies. We should split up into 2 groups. Anko announced. Are you crazy? We should all stick together. That way we can fight off any enemy. Choji blurted out. All eyes turned to Shikamaru. Ino, Sakura, Kiba and Tenten hated the fact that during a crisis on a mission the former Nara was awarded automatic captaincy over them. It was a new rule put in place a few years ago. All the Jonin were given a ranking. Kakashi was given the first place, followed by Guy, Neji and Shikamaru. Many of the older Jonin hated this system. It was put in place so that if a captain of a mission dies or is unable to take charge, another Jonin would take his place. If there were more than one possible replacement the highest ranking Jonin would take charge. There were rankings for Chunin and Genin as well in case there were no Jonin available. The truth behind these rankings was so Tsunade could exert more control over Danzo en route. Shikamaru sighed heavily. He hated being the 4th highest ranked Jonin. Tsunade said it was because of his intelligence but he knew it was because he believed in Naruto's innocence. In fact the top 10 ranked Jonin were all people who believed in Naruto. Anko is right according to protocol but given the situation we should move as one large unit. We'll move out in a single file. Kiba will be up front using his nose to check for enemies or traps. Tenten will follow. She'll be able to launch a massive weapon-based assault without much preparation should we need it. Temari will be third given her long-range techniques. I'll be next. Ino and Sakura will follow me. Truth is they have no practical skills for this kind of formation but they are our medical nin so in that position they will be safe. Choji and Anko will be last. They'll be able to hold the rear. Let's move out. Tsunade sat in her office sipping sake as Shizune watched her in awe. The Hokage was 5 bottles down and still able to continue. The assistant was in actuality feigning her surprise. Shizune had become accustomed to the heavy drinking of her sensei but she didn't like it. In a stroke of brilliance Shizune had special sake that tasted the same but contained less alcohol made. Is it just me or has your chest gotten bigger? A familiar voice rang from the window. "Jiraiya, you old pervert," Tsunade smiled, lifting up her glass. Shizune didn't greet the toad sage, instead she used her right hand to draw 3 needles from her left sleeve. She didn't want the Hokage to be taken advantage of. Jiraiya laughed uneasily upon seeing the assistant's weapons. "Easy there, girlie, I just came to talk." "It's okay, Shizune, if he gets 2 hands on I'll break him off." Tsunade threatened, taking another large sip. "Shizune, I need you to activate the council seal," Jiraiya requested, the smile evaporating from his face. The council seal was a seal created by the 4th Hokage but completed by Jiraiya. Its purpose was to prevent anybody outside of the room finding out what was going on inside. It was only used for top-secret S-rank briefings or when they feared Danzo would be eavesdropping. Shizune placed her hand on the door and concentrated her chakra. Several lines appeared across the room indicating that the seal had been set. "Did you find them? Did you find Naruto and Sasuke?" Tsunade asked, her voice filled with hope and regret. "No, I'm sorry my old friend," Jiraiya answered as the Hokage's head dropped. "But I will keep searching." "Then what is so important we have to use the council seal?" Shizune questioned. In the past they had only used the seal to discuss Naruto. "It's about Orochimaru. He is dead," Jiraiya explained. Who killed him?" Tsunade stuttered. "I don't know. Orochimaru has been dead for 5 years. Otogaku did extremely well to keep his death a secret for all this time. They had different people over the years pose as Orochimaru." Jiraiya continued. "You must have some idea." Tsunade was now trying to get up but was woozy from the sake. 5 years ago there was this unexplained happening. Oto Ninja died drawing the same figure. We take this event as part of the death Orochimaru, we could have a clue." Jiraiya went on. "Well, what did they draw?" Shizune asked the question as Tsunade struggled to think. "They drew circles in a ripple pattern." Jiraiya pulled out a piece of paper and handed to Shizune. "This doesn't make much sense." Shizune examined the picture as Tsunade finally got her balance. "I can't believe the snake is finally dead. I guess that's another weight of my shoulders." The Hokage stumbled forward. Jiraiya leapt from his position and caught Tsunade before she could hit the ground. Unfortunately the Hokage had spun as she tumbled, resulting in her landing chest first into his hands. This was once in a lifetime opportunity and it was taken by the toad sage, who began to feel up the assets of his drunken friend. He felt like he was in heaven until 3 needles entering the base of his neck paralyzed his entire body. "You really are a pervert," Shizune hissed as she helped Tsunade up. "I would break every bone in your body but I'm not in the mood." Tsunade grumbled, looking down at Jiraiya as he regained movement in his body. "Sorry about that," he apologized as he picked himself up. "I just couldn't help myself." "Getting back to business, do you think it was the Akatsuki?" Tsunade asked as she remembered that her former friend was once a member of that organization. "There is that possibility, but it's been so long since I heard anything about the Akatsuki. Last I heard 3 years ago they attacked the Land of Lightning and Kumogaku, capturing 2 Jinchuriki. The 2 tails, Yugito Niai, and the 8 tails, sealed within 4th Raikage's younger brother, Killer Bee." Jiraiya said. "I remember, the 4th Raikage threatened to declare war on the world. It was during his madness that he was killed and a new Raikage named." Tsunade reminisced, recalling how Kumo tried to strike peace treaties with the other hidden villages during the transition. "I hope that somewhere out there that Naruto is safe," Shizune whispered to herself, but the other 2 managed to hear her. The mood in the room was now somber. In a small, dimly lit bar on the outskirts of Konoha 6 men were gathered. They were the only patrons there, everybody else had been ushered out by ANBU route operatives. Asuma, Shikaku, Choza, Inoki and Hayashi sat around a table looking at the man who sat at the head, Danzo. "Danzo-sama, how goes your appeal to the ninja ranking system?" Asuma asked, lighting a cigarette. "That hag keeps blocking me off. She says it's a way to keep the ninja of the village working hard. We all know that's a load of bull. She just wants to push the ninja she likes to the top. Look at the top 10 jonin. Kakashi Hitaki, Might Guy, Neji Hyuga, Shikamaru, Shizune, Rock Lee, Hinata Hyuga, Shino Aburame, Kurenai Yuhi and Konohamaru Sarutobi." Danzo spat. "Just thinking about those rankings makes my blood boil. My son is 16th and I'm 19th. Choza roared. "You think that's bad? My daughter is 15th and I sit at number 25. Inoki remarked. "These rankings do not take into account what type of jonin you are. This is just a way for the Hokage to control us," Shikaku said. "Exactly, Tsunade has passed her usefulness. These rankings were the last straw. This is an outrage. So many fine ninja have been outranked by this young, will of fire, generation." Danzo continued his tirade. "You have the full support of the Hyuga clan aside from Neji and Hinata. How could she place a member of the branch family above me?" Hayashi was furious. He had trouble containing the chakra that he was subconsciously sending to his fingertips as he tapped the table. "Let's not forget about the Hokage ranking, or, how you put it, failure of a daughter above you." Asuma laughed. "Asuma, will the Sarutobi clan follow through with the plan?" Danzo questioned. Asuma took one last pull of his cigarette before putting it out. "Loyalty is split. If it comes down to it, the younger half of the clan will follow Konohamaru. I knew that brat would be trouble. What about the other clans?" Danzo continued. Shikaku, Choza, and Noiki just nodded their heads to signal yes. Should we have to fight, we can definitely count on resistance from the Aburame clan, Inuzuka clan and Kurama clan. Although a few youngsters from the Inuzuka clan led by Kiba would help us. Shikaku added. I'm not feeling up to this. Choza confessed, struggling to control his excessive swallowing. Choza, you accept my offer and agree with my idea. Danzo stated boldly. I accept your offer and agree with your idea. Choza repeated almost mindlessly. I must say you seem to have a gift with words. Asuma mocked as he lit a new smoke. Doesn't it bother you that your wife is ranked higher than you? Hayashi asked. Asuma just pulled on his cigarette and gave the Hyuga a strange look. Kurenai worked hard all her life, she deserves some recognition. It helps to ease her guilt for the things she's done. If anyone should feel ashamed, it's Shikaku. Inoki laughed. What do I have to ashamed about? The Nara questioned, folding his arms. Your son is ranked 20 positions higher than you and he is pushing for your role as Jonin commander. Choza chimed in. Once Danzo-sama is in charge, we won't have to worry about Shikamaru being a threat. As per the plan, the top 10 Jonin will be wiped out as soon as the Hokage falls. Shikaku smirked. You just said you were going to kill my wife and the mother of my child, yet I don't mind. Asuma laughed as if he was drunk. Good, it seems we're all on the same page. Let us proceed to matter of Konohamaru Sarutobi. Danzo got everyone's attention. The brat has a mission to a small village on the border of the Land of Fire. Shikaku spoke up. This is perfect. I will have 3 members from ANBU route take care of the brat and make sure witnesses see a Suna ninja do the deed. Danzo laughed malevolently. Why would you frame Suna? Inoki asked. It's simple, I could never respect a village that would make a Jinchuriki its cage. Ever since Suna lost Gaara, I've been waiting for the perfect opportunity to crush them. If it is found out that Suna has killed the future head of the Sarutobi clan and grandson of the 3rd Hokage, we will have no choice but to go to war. And during this war we might lose our current Hokage as collateral damage. Danzo continued with his wicked tone. That's just a suggestion, but we do need to kill that brat. Kakashi dragged himself onto the shore of the lake near Final Valley. All the strength in his body was gone, he had only a few minutes left to live. Next to him was a conical straw hat, the same hat worn by Shin. The bounty hunter kneeled down next to the Jonin and picked up his hat. Kakashi channeled all the chakra he had left into his Sharingan to get a look at Shin's face, but all he saw was the forehead protector worn by the bounty hunter. It was a Konoha forehead protector with a gash running across it. Kakashi was certain he had seen it before. Shin stood above the beaten Jonin. Extending his left arm, he focused his lightning nature chakra into his palm, forming a blade of electricity. As he prepared to deliver the final blow, he felt the presence of someone else. Stop! A voice colder than Shin's called out. Shin turned to face the source of the voice. The new person had dark eyes and black hair that hung near his cheeks to frame his face, while the rest of it was kept in a ponytail. He was wearing a long, dark cloak with red clouds and a chin-high collar. Itachi Ni-san, Shin stuttered. Chapter 5. Itachi Ni-san, Shin stuttered. You've gotten sloppy, kid, Itachi responded, throwing Shin the tattered cloak Kakashi had hid with lightning blade. I was just playing around with him. I could have killed him before this fight even started. Shin smirked as he lowered his mask. I thought I told you getting revenge on Konoha won't fill the hole in your soul. Itachi tried to reason. Shouldn't you be resting back at the base? The overuse of your Mangekyo Sharingan has left you practical blind. You can't even activate your Sharingan anymore. Shin hissed. Yes, overuse from protecting you. I may be almost blind, but I can see clearer than you. Pick him up, he's coming with us to our base. Itachi barked, turning around and walking away. Why should I carry him? Shin asked, ticked off. He carried you back when he found you here. Itachi stopped and answered before continuing. Mumbling curse words under his breath, Shin picked up Kakashi in a fireman carry position. The two walked away from Final Valley with Itachi leading the way. His eyes were closed as he concentrated his chakra into his other senses. Can't I just use the Flying Thunder God Jutsu to get us back to base? Shin complained. We will walk. You lack discipline. I am your sensei and you are openly violating my wishes. Itachi answered. But Kirigakura is so far away. What was the point of learning the Flying Thunder God Jutsu in the first place? Shin grumbled. It was a jutsu created by the 4th Hokage. I was hoping in learning that jutsu you would share his love for Konoha. Itachi explained. When a man learns to love, he must bear the risk of hatred. Shin replied coldly. That was a line used by Madara. What about your goal in life? Itachi asked. That goal died the day Konoha betrayed me. I have long since closed my eyes. My only goal is in the darkness. The two walked in silence, not speaking. Occasionally Kakashi would stir, but not enough to cause alarm. Shin felt a strong force building up in Itachi. If he didn't act soon, he feared Itachi may try activating his Sharingan. You're not thinking about trying your Tsukuyomi on me. Your eyes would be destroyed, and for what? Tsukuyomi wouldn't work on. I'd easily break out. You know the whole blood thing. Shin remarked. Then how do I drill home my point to you? Protecting Konoha is in my blood. It's in your blood as well. I can't sit by and watch you destroy the village I love. Itachi barked. The same village that made you eradicate the entire Uchiha clan, to avoid a civil war. Look at those dogs now, they are on the verge of a civil war. All that Uchiha blood was spilled for naught. The village will crumble by my hands. Then at last I can lay his memory to rest. Shin growled. I know the feeling, I lost my best friend Shisui too. But his death served a purpose. Itachi continued. Lost your best friend. Danzo and the third Hokage had you killed him so you would gain the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan and use it to destroy the Uchiha clan. Shin spat with growing distaste. The outburst from the bounty hunter caused Itachi to stop walking. Itachi turned to face Shin, which caused the bounty hunter to take a step back. A stream of red liquid was crawling down Itachi's cheek from his left eye. Shin dropped Kakashi off his shoulders and ran to catch Itachi, who had just collapsed. I collect all these bounties and spend the money on doctors for what? With the cash I spent on you I could have bought a small country. And what do? You try and use your Sharingan and strain your eyes even more. Shin grumbled as he used his left hand to channel chakra into Itachi's head. Letting out an exasperated sigh, he picked Itachi over his left shoulder and Kakashi over his right. If I had just done this in the first place you'd be fine. In a bright yellow flash the three of them were gone. At the gates of Konoha the guards on duty could see a running formation. Kiba led, followed by Tenten, Temari, Shikamaru, Ino, Sakura, Choji and Anko. Once they were at the gates they slowly down their rapid pace and stopped. Tenten, Ino, Sakura and Choji were worse off than the others as they struggled to catch their breaths. Shizune ran into the Hokage's office with a worried expression plastered on her face. Shikamaru had called for an emergency meeting so he could brief the higher-ups on what had taken place. An hour passed since Shizune interrupted Tsunade's drinking time. They were now gathered in a large room. In the room was one long, wide rectangular table. At the head of the table was Tsunade, the first person on her left was Jiraiya. The remainder of the left side was occupied by Might Guy, Rock Lee, Neji, Hinata, Shikamaru, Temari, Anko, Shino, Kurenai and Konohamaru. On the right side of the table was Homura, Koharu, Danzo, Asuma, Shikaku, Sakura, Ino, Choji, Tenten, Kiba and a masked member of Root. As per my report, we believe Kakashi-sensei was captured by the same bounty hunter who killed Baki and Kankuro of Suna. Shikamaru sated from his place. Forget about Hitaki, tell us about the jutsu used by the bounty hunter. The one you claimed was similar to the Flying Thunder God jutsu. Koharu asked coldly, causing many of the ninja gathered to shudder. What do you mean forget? We need to send a tracking team to find my eternal rival. Guy burst out with comic-style tears flowing down his face. Know your place, Guy, Danzo scolded. Kakashi is lost to us. We have a bigger concern. The Flying Thunder God jutsu can be used to easily bypass our defenses. A similar jutsu would provide the same problem. Are you sure it was the Flying Thunder God jutsu? How can you be sure? Homura questioned. It was faint but I saw a hint of yellow energy in the aftermath of the jutsu. He tried to conceal it but he didn't succeed. Choji spoke up. Might Guy, Jiraiya, Neji, Hinata and Shino. I'm dispatching you to the Great Naruto Bridge. Jiraiya, your mission is to find out as much as you can about this bounty hunter. There can't be a lot of bounty hunters who wear black cloaks with the kanji for truth on them, should be easy for you. Guy, Neji, Hinata and Shino, you will be the team in charge of tracking down Kakashi. Tsunade ordered. Hokage-sama, are you mad? We can't send a Hyuga, let alone two after this bounty hunter. The Byakugan fetches a high price on the black market. Danzo shouted. You're right, Lee, you will take a squad of my personal ANBU and escort the tracking team. Tsunade shot a looking at Danzo, warning him not to interrupt her. If that is the case, allow me to send a squad of my Root division. Danzo continued his rant. I'm sure the ninja I have in mind are more than enough. Tsunade tried to reason. You don't seem to understand the gravity of the situation. The Flying Thunder God jutsu is the fourth Hokage's legacy. Danzo crowed. Fourth Hokage's legacy. Jiraiya screamed, slamming his fist into the table. The only legacy Minato truly cared about was his son. You mean the demon brat? Koharu laughed. Tsunade acted quickly, putting herself in front of the Toad Sage to stop him from massacring the old woman. Forcefully the Hokage put Jiraiya back into his seat. You should really control your friend better. Shikaku interjected, earning himself a glare from the Hokage. And you should learn your place. Tsunade shot back. The atmosphere in the room was intense. A fear of one wrong word provoking a reaction overcame everyone. Danzo-sama, I was part of the mission to the Land of Waves. I agree that a squad of Root ninja would be beneficial. Tenten added out of the blue. Sakura, Ino and Kiba would vouch for my opinion. The three who were named simply nodded. I was also there. A squad of Root would not help anybody. As far as I'm concerned, the only people who can handle this mission are Guy-sensei and Lee. They are the two fastest ninja in Konoha. Any more than two squads will just get in their way. If they require backup, Jiraiya would be able to support them. Shikamaru pointed out, much to Danzo's frustration. Shikamaru makes a valid point. The tracking and recovering teams are as I explained earlier. Now to the next matter, the teams that will escort Temari to Suna. Tsunade brought up the matter before being interrupted. Why should we waste valuable resources on that? Danzo questioned. Interrupt me one more time and I will remove your throat. Sooner are our allies, and also should the bounty hunter decide to attack her, we will stand a better chance of capturing him. Tsunade's eyes were filled with an intense glare. Danzo closed his mouth and remained silent. Shikamaru, Anko, Kurenai and Konohamaru will lead a team of my ANBU to Tsuna. Tsunade finished off. That hag has changed the Sarutobi brat's mission. I'll have to call of the root squad I assigned to kill him. Danzo mulled over as he sat silently. Shin landed with a loud thud. He wasn't used to carrying two people when using the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. He was in a large room that appeared to be in a cave. It was actually a hollowed-out mountainside. It was well lit up with lamps attached to the roof. Scattered across the room were various scrolls and ninja tools. On the far right side of the room there were 2 futons, and on the left side 1 futon. There was one large table with 3 chairs around it in the middle of the room. Shin's loud landing alerted someone who was sitting at the table, causing her to spring up. She had red eyes that matched her hair color. Her hair was short, pointy, and unkempt on the right side, while it was long, pinned straight and combed on her left side. She wore brown glasses, a lavender shirt coat like a small lab coat to cover her ample chest, knee-length black shorts, and long black thigh-high stockings with black sandals. The redhead could best be described as having an hourglass figure. She raced to Shin's side and allowed him to lean Itachi on her. The redhead led Itachi to one of the futons on the right. After laying down the Uchiha, she rejoined Shin, who dropped Kakashi onto the hard stone floor. Kakashi Hitaki, is he our next bounty? She asked, removing Shin's hat. No, Itachi Nii-san wants to keep him alive. Shin looked over the lifeless Jonin. Well, that's a waste of good money. I really could have used some new equipment, she said as she removed Shin's mask completely. Karen, I'm not in the mood to argue today, he replied. I guess beating your former sensei to a pulp will do that to you. Do you want to talk about it, Shin-sama? She offered. How many times have I told you, call me Shin? He sighed. You saved me from Orochimaru. I guess I just can't stop. She tried to laugh. A groan from Kakashi caught both of their attention. Shin walked over to Kakashi and dragged him by his flak jacket to the table in the middle of the room. Karen swept all the books and scrolls of the table and Shin threw Kakashi onto it. Shin raised his right hand over Kakashi. Crystal art, healing coffin. Shin stated as a coffin made of crystal encased the copy ninja's body. You could have had him bite me, Karen said. Shin clenched his fist. I told you never to do that again. He grabbed her arm and pulled back her sleeves to reveal unhealing bite marks. I don't do anything else. You two keep me safe, you gave me this home. You accepted me into your lives and you saw past the fact of what Orochimaru made me and you showed me love. You do everything for me and I do nothing. She sobbed. Look at this, Shin shouted, holding out his right hand, gesturing to the seals. You did this. When I lost my hand, you attached this one and came up with the seals that would allow this hand to be accepted by my body and have access its Kekkei Genkai. That's the only thing I've done for you. You saved me from Orochimaru and Otogaku. Not to mention all those people who tried to get revenge on me for experimenting on them. A moment of silence fell after she had brought up the experiments. A tiny smile grew across Shin's face. And if it wasn't for you conducting those experiments, I would have never been able to cast jutsu again. Shin smirked. Haven't you two ever heard of using your indoor voices? Itachi interrupted, waking up from the futon. Get back to bed, Itachi Nii-san. Shin shouted. I cash in bounties worth close to 10 million ryo at least once a month and we still live like this. The drugs you need are really expensive. I never asked you to take care of me. Itachi hit back. I know you never did, but... Shin was lost for words. Karen was slowly backing away from Shin as he was losing the argument. Karen, weren't you supposed to keep Itachi Nii-san in the base? Shin noted, turning to the redhead. He told me he was going for a walk. She laughed uncomfortably. Shin just continued staring at her. Shin-sama, please stop looking at me like that. I can't move, Karen pleaded. The bounty hunter broke his gaze and turned to the crystal coffin to look at his reflection. He focused on his red eyes, specifically the 3 tomo around the central pupil. Are you ever going to turn it off? Karen asked, her voice hiding her fear. You know I can't. I can't rest until I destroy Konoha and the rest of this ninja world. Shin lamented. Why must you seek revenge? Can't we just go far away? We'll leave the ninja world behind. Just you and me taking care of Itachi-sama. The redhead was now holding onto Shin's shoulder. I can't forget about revenge. He gave his life so I could live. If I give up on revenge, it means I'm giving up on his memory. The bounty hunter gritted his teeth, holding back his emotions. Karen knew what he was talking about and looked across the room to the futon next to Itachi's. Next to the futon on the wall was a picture held up by a kunai. In the picture was Kakashi with 3 much younger people, a pink-haired girl, a blonde boy and another boy with spiky black hair. That day both Naruto and Sasuke died. Shin growled as the 3 tomo in each eye merged together to form a 6-pointed circular star. It looked like 3 thin ovals overlapped horizontally and diagonally. This time the colors were reversed, with the central star-shaped pattern being red and the rest of his eyes black. In the center of his eyes was still the small black pupil. Karen tightened her grip on his shoulders, calming him down and causing his eyes to revert to their original form with 3 tomo. You're not as perfect as you think you are. You are still controlled by emotions. Itachi noted as he joined him on the other side of the table. Itachi ni-san, don't do anything reckless while Karen and I are out. Shin said as he performed a hand seal and said release to reveal a hidden chest. Shin opened the chest, took out a new black cloak with the kanji for truth on it. After he put on the cloak, Karen slipped on his mask and conical straw hat. Shin grabbed the redhead by her hand and then disappeared. 4 hours after the emergency meeting at the main gate of Konoha, the teams gathered for their mission. Guy, Neji, Hinata and Shino stood in a diamond formation with Guy at the lead. Next to them were Rock Lee taking the lead in the same formation with 3A and BU. Guy, Lee, you are the captains of your respective squads. Guy, overall you're in charge of the entire mission. Tsunade confirmed with her ninja. Yosh, the flames of youth burn brightly in me, I will find my eternal rival. Guy cried. Hokage-sama, where is Jiraiya-sama? Shouldn't he be leaving with us? Lee brought up the absent Toad Sage. The old pervert left right after the meeting. He said it was better if he left alone. Tsunade laughed. Wait, Shizune screamed as she came running to the gates. The Hokage's assistant was carrying 2 small satchels. Catching her breath, she handed the satchels to Guy and Lee. These contain special food pills. They were made specifically for you two to use. It'll help you open your 8 gates. What a wonderful gift. It was now Lee's turn for the waterworks. Guy-sensei, we should be leaving now. Neji tried to get his captain's attention. Ah, youth waits for no man. Guy laughed. I just hope he doesn't talk about youth during the whole mission. Hinata whispered to no one particularly. I believe he will, Shino answered, shocking the Hyuga. The 2 squads set off running. As Tsunade waited, she was joined by Temari, Shikamaru, Anko, Kurenai and Konohamaru. They were each carrying very large backpacks for the long trip to Suna. Temari, I'm truly sorry for what happened to your brother. Konoha will offer their full support in finding the villain, Tsunade said. Thank you, Hokage-sama. When I become the new Kazekage, I will remember your kindness. Temari thanked with a bow. You, the Kazekage, Konohamaru blurted out, stunned. Konohamaru, don't be rude. Kurenai scolded, delivering a swift hit to the young man's head. Yes, my brother Kankuro was supposed to become the 7th Kazekage. The 6th Kazekage has grown old and weak. Temari explained. She was old and weak to start off with, but you get the idea. Danzo is going to have a freak heart attack. He was definitely expecting a man to take that role. Anko laughed. Looks like Shikamaru is going to end up being a trophy husband. Shizune joked. At least I'm getting married. Shikamaru shot back, causing Shizune to collapse. Enough of this. Tsunade spoke as a team of A and BU joined them. It's time you move out. With that, the ninja all nodded and set off. Are we doing the right thing? Tsunade asked, picking Shizune up. Of course, Hokage-sama. Don't let Danzo mess with your mind. Don't you just love the land of rivers? Karen smiled as she walked down a not-so-busy market. A few steps behind was Shin in his full disguise. Wait here, Karen. I'm going to have a word with the old man. Karen nodded gleefully as Shin disappeared. She began to examine the different fruit and vegetables, deciding to buy some for dinner. As she was finished loading a bag full of ingredients, she turned and walked into someone. He was a tall man with waist-length, spiky white hair that was tied back into a ponytail, with 2 shoulder-length bangs that framed both sides of his face. He had red lines that ran down from his eyes and wore a horned forehead protector with the kanji for oil. He wore a green short shirt kimono and matching pants, under which he wore mesh armor that showed out of the sleeves and legs of his outfit. Over his clothes he wore a red cloak. The force of bumping into the man caused the redhead to drop her bag. The man bowed and apologized while trying to help her. Your tomatoes are really firm, he said as her face turned red. Get your hands off me, she shouted, sending a slap across his face. A beautiful woman with such strength, how rare. The man continued until he saw someone standing over her shoulder. Shin looked over Karen at the man who was causing all the commotion. He didn't need an incident in the land of rivers. Karen, let's leave this old pervert and go, Shin grumbled. Right, Shin-sama, he isn't worth our time, she said, sending a threatening glare at the old man who groped her. As they turned and walked, Jiraiya saw the back of Shin's cloak. Long black cloak, kanji for truth, conical straw hat. It's either I'm extremely lucky or unlucky, Jiraiya thought. Shin and Karen continued to walk. Every so often Karen would try and say something, but Shin would tell it's okay and keep going. The redhead sensed someone following them but trusted Shin. Leaving the small village they were in, they entered into a forest. Walking along the beaten path through, Karen continued to sense someone. Shin gave her slight nod and they continued. Jiraiya continued to stalk the 2 people he saw in the market. He followed into the forest and was hiding behind trees. Oops, I dropped something. I better bend over and pick it up, Jiraiya heard Karen say. Peeping around the tree, he saw the redhead bend over in her shorts. The pervert inside him took over as he got closer to get a better view. The Toad Sage's sense came rushing back to him as he realized he was only a few feet away from her and completely exposed. I can't believe you're such a pervert, Shin laughed, sitting on a branch in a tree behind Jiraiya. Old martial arts sensei, that's a pervert, it seems kind of cliched. Karen mocked. So you were onto me all along, bounty hunter. Jiraiya tried to smile. Ah, so that's it. I thought you were stalking the girl, but you're actually stalking me. Shin disappeared from the tree and reappeared in front of Karen. So it is you. You're the one who took Kakashi. Jiraiya tried to hide the astonishment in his voice. Word travels fast these days. Shin snickered. So your name is Shin. That's a very lovely lady you have there. Is she your prisoner? Jiraiya tried to extract information. All theses Konoha ninja try the same thing, they all want to learn as much as they can, like they will walk away alive. Shin thought. Shin-sama is 100 times the ninja and man you'll ever be, you pervert sage. He doesn't need to peek on innocent woman unlike you. Karen gestured to her body, causing the old man to have a nosebleed. Jiraiya quickly stopped the bleeding by thinking of the time Sun had almost killed him for peeping. So I see, even cold-blooded bounty hunters need love. I'm kind of hurt. Cold-blooded would be best used to describe your old friend Orochimaru. Not because he is a snake, it is more because he's dead. Shin teased. How do you know that? Odogaku kept that secret for all these years. Jiraiya questioned. It's hard not knowing, seeing as I killed him. Shin droned on as if what he said wasn't important. Jiraiya clenched his fist harder than he realized he was. He began drawing blood from his palms, but he couldn't feel the pain. All he thought about was whether he was hearing the truth or not. If I kill you and then the Hokage, I would have killed all 3 Sannin. That would make me a true legend of the ninja world. Shin continued to mock the Toad Sage. The standards of Konoha ninja must be pathetic if they consider you a cage-level ninja. Karen caught on to what Shin was trying to do. You think I'm going to let you just walk away? Jiraiya roared. How do you intend to stop me after I kill you? Shin questioned. Shin-sama, his chakra levels aren't very high. He isn't going to cause you much trouble if you fight him for real and don't play around. Orochimaru was twice as strong. Karen whispered. Karen, don't forget the fact that he is a sage. He can increase his chakra rapidly by drawing in nature chakra. Shin whispered back. If you're planning to escape, well then too bad. I'm going to kill you for threatening the Hokage and take her prisoner. Jiraiya barked. Right hand, Shin said. Ha, Jiraiya responded confused. You touched Karen with your right hand. I'm going to make sure I remove it while you're still alive. Shin growled. You still have this weird obsession with removing people's hands. Karen mumbled just loud enough for Shin to hear. One of my few flaws. Shin laughed lightly. Phew, Karen thought sarcastically. Jiraiya just stood back watching the two have their conversation. He figured that worst come to worst he would be able to grab the redhead and flee. He needed to gather information on Kakashi before he engaged the foe. Have you cashed in the bounty on Kakashi Hitaki as yet? Jiraiya prodded. What do you care about the copy ninja? Shin asked almost mockingly. Kakashi is a Konoha ninja. If you hurt one of us, you will face the wrath of the entire village. Konoha is a village established on the wall of fire. Jiraiya spoke, his voice filled with conviction. Shin burst out laughing. It was more of an insane laugh than one denoting happiness. Where was this wall of fire when you declared Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha missing nin? What do you know of Naruto and Sasuke? Jiraiya demanded to know. All the conviction from earlier was gone. I know that missing nin fetch a high price on the black market. Shin taunted. Shin-sama, this is a fine line you're walking. You might expose yourself. Karen whispered, but the bounty hunter paid her no attention. Naruto can't be dead. He just can't. Jiraiya mumbled to himself. What do you care? You poor excuse for a sensei and godfather. Yes, I know everything about Konoha. I know more about Konoha than you do. I am the angel that will serve supreme justice upon that hive of corruption. Shin announced. I see you're just another ninja with a god complex. Jiraiya tried to laugh. You want to know the difference between me and those other ninja? I have the power to be an actual god. Shin barked. Karen felt shivers run down her spine as she felt a dark presence overtake Shin's chakra. The darkness gave Shin great strength, but at a high cost. Shin-sama, it's happening again. You have to control yourself. The redhead was almost in tears. The bounty hunter stopped and began taking deep breaths. The loudness of his breathing was not missed by the Toad Sage. Jiraiya could feel the darkness and realized he was trying to calm himself. Karen, once we start fighting, I want you to run to edge of the forest. I don't want you to see me in my other form. Shin whispered. Karen nodded. The redhead placed her hand on the back of Shin's cloak and channeled her chakra. The back of the cloak split open, allowing Shin to slip out of it. Jiraiya got a good look at Shin in the Konoha ANBU uniform and mask. In one swift movement Shin removed the mask and hat, giving Jiraiya a small heart attack. Why, you? Jiraiya faltered, clutching his chest. Chapter 6. Why, you? Jiraiya faltered, clutching his chest. Yes, me. Shin laughed as Karen took off running. Jiraiya could see Shin's eyes, those red eyes with the 3 tomo. He wore a Konoha forehead protector with a gash running across it. It was similar to the style done by the Akatsuki, but this was a mark made by battle. It was his hair and face that caused Jiraiya so much pain. The face was almost a mirror image of the 4th Hokage. His hair was spiky and blonde with streaks of black. Minato no, Naruto. Jiraiya struggled against the pain in his heart. Long time no see, pervy sage. Naruto smiled, giving the old man a mock salute. Those eyes, how? Jiraiya continued to struggle against the pain. For me to have these eyes was Sasuke's dying wish. Naruto's voice went dead. You don't know how long I've searched for you, my boy. The toad sage struggled to hold back tears. I actually do know. Who do you think has been killing all your spies? Naruto smirked. Jiraiya was silent. He couldn't believe the boy he had known all those years ago had turned into a stone-cold killer. What's wrong? Konoha accused me of being a monster, so I didn't want to disappoint them. Naruto hissed. You're not the Naruto we all knew, you're not the Naruto that Tsunade loved like a son, and you're not the Naruto who I searched for because you were something truly evil. Jiraiya yelled. You're right, I'm not. Unlike that weakling, I have complete control of all my biju. Naruto declared. What do you mean all your biju? Jiraiya demanded to know. Naruto just smiled at the toad sage, not answering the question. The missing nin raised his right arm and created a blade made of crystal around it. Without warning, Naruto launched himself at Jiraiya. The Sannin quickly revealed a chakra short sword that was hidden in his sleeve. Using both hands to grip his blade, Jiraiya strained to hold back the crystal blade from decapitating him. So you killed Kankuro, Baki and Kakashi just to get revenge by framing Konoha and starting a war. Jiraiya continued to hold back Naruto. That's not true. I never killed Kankuro, Kakashi is still alive. I only killed Baki. Naruto was upset that his plan had been discovered and unleashed a chakra wave that sent Jiraiya crashing into a tree. I guess the only way to get through to you is by fighting. Fire style, Inferno prison. Jiraiya shouted as he picked himself up. The toad sage cast several hand seals and finished on Ox. He then inhaled deeply before releasing a stream of red fire from his mouth. The stream of fire flew through the air and began spiraling around Naruto, creating a tornado of fire. Naruto raised his pointer finger and middle finger while keeping his thumb and other two fingers down on his right hand. The seals on both sides of his hand glowed white and a wave of pink energy surrounded his hand. The fire around the missing nin turned to crystal and then shattered into dust. I don't know how, but you've acquired a Kekkei Genkai. Jiraiya observed. 2 actually, Sharingan and Crystal Release. Naruto remarked. Earlier you said you killed Orochimaru. The survivors from the battle where he died kept drawing rippled pattern circles. If you did kill him, you'd know what those circles were. Jiraiya tried to confirm Naruto's story. I know, but I'm not going to tell you. I'm still trying to decide if I should let you live or not. Maybe I'll take you prisoner and extract information on Konoha from you. Or maybe I'll put you in a genjutsu and have you attack Konoha. Naruto snickered with a cruel grin. I never thought I'd see the day where Naruto would have a genjutsu in his arsenal. Who's been training you for the last 8 years? Jiraiya asked. During the 8 years I've had many people who I called sensei, but Itachi Ni-san thought me the most. Naruto answered. So Itachi Uchiha really did abandon the Akatsuki. According to my sources, he is almost blind but yet still one of the most feared missing nin around. I guess you have something to do with that. Well, I try. Itachi can't use his Sharingan anymore, but mine are in perfect condition. Sasuke's eyes are more powerful than even Madara Uchiha's. I will use these eyes to destroy Konoha. So you've taken on Sasuke's role as an avenger. I always thought the young Uchiha's goal was to kill his brother. Jiraiya said sadly. It was until he found out the truth. The truth about how corrupt Konoha really is. All that blood was shed, and for what? For nothing. They said it would bring peace, but it only brought peace for them. Naruto shouted at a confused Jiraiya. Those eyes are distorting your chakra. I'll have to remove them to bring back the old Naruto. Earth style, stone tomb. Jiraiya placed both his hands on the ground, channeling his chakra. The ground under Naruto shook before 2 large stone tablets emerged in front of and behind the missing nin. The 2 stone tablets slammed into Naruto, trapping him between them. Jiraiya sighed as he thought he captured Naruto. Cracks formed on the stone tablets as red energy could be seen. The cracks grew, causing the tablets to fall apart. Naruto's body was encased by bubbling red chakra, taking on the shape of a fox with 1 tail. Fighting against you, I don't think I have to go past 1 tail. It's been a while since I accessed the 9 tails power like this. Naruto spoke as his canines grew longer and sharper. His hands became more beast-like and his nails grew into claws. Crouching down on all 4s, he prepared to battle the Sannin. You've finally perfected tapping into the power of your biju. The Sharingan must be a big help. I remember when I was training you to control that power. It took nothing short of throwing you off a cliff to do it. The 4th Hokage would be proud. Jiraiya reminisced. I hate the 4th Hokage. Since I can't kill him, I'll take killing his sensei. Naruto roared as he launched himself at the Toad Sage. Rock Lee and Guy led their teams from the front as they ran to the Great Naruto Bridge. The ANBU operatives weren't very talkative, even though Lee tried his best to open up to them. Guy-sensei, my body is tingling with youthful excitement at the chance of facing an opponent who could easily capture Kakashi-sensei. Lee spoke as flames engulfed his eyes. Yes Lee, this will be great experience for you, and when I rescue him, Kakashi will have no choice but to admit that I, my Guy, am his equal. Guy replied, taking on the same expression as Lee. Behind the 2 men in green, the ANBU tried not to listen. When we get to the bridge, we're going to have to take things much more seriously. Neji announced, making sure that 2 leaders could hear him. We should discuss searching protocol. Hinata suggested. If we go into this without a well-thought-out plan, it would be disastrous. We had to rush out of the village without consulting Shikamaru because of the urgency of the matter. Shino added. You guys are right, so youthfully right. Neji and Hinata will use their Byakugan to search for markers. Shino's insects will handle tracking down Kakashi's scent. Lee, the ANBU and I will provide cover while you three search. Guy explained. What do you mean by markers? Hinata asked. The Flying Thunder God Jutsu is a time-space jutsu that allows you to teleport. But you can't just teleport anywhere. You need something to act as a beacon to teleport to. The fourth Hokage use special kunai with writing on them, so you should look out for any invisible writings. Guy continued. From what Shikamaru told us, we can gather two things. The bounty hunter either planned every single detail and Kakashi-sensei walked into the perfect trap, or the bounty hunter planted markers all over that bridge. Since Kakashi-sensei is one of the greatest ninja in Konoha history, it is more likely the second option. Expect the bridge to be littered with markers, meaning the bounty hunter could show up at any time. Neji warned. Everyone nodded in agreement. They were prepared for a fight even though they didn't expect the bounty hunter to show up again. They still could meet trouble from other ninja or criminals who try to sabotage the bridge. Guy-sensei, should we encounter any hostility, how should we proceed? Shino inquired in his usual monotone voice. I see your youth is itching for a battle, young one. Well, if we should enter battle, I'm afraid only, Lee, the ANBU and I will engage them. You are only to step in if there is an emergency. Guy answered. Does anybody else have any more questions? Nobody spoke, and Guy took this as a sign and began to pick up his pace. The group responded by matching the increase in pace to keep the same formation. I can understand how you feel, but he was your father. Jiraiya shouted as he jumped straight into the air, avoiding Naruto. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki landed, creating a small explosion as the Toad Sage flew straight into the air. Jiraiya looked down to see Naruto's chakra tail extend into the air and grab onto his leg. After latching onto the Sannin, the tail retracted, slamming Jiraiya into the ground behind Naruto. How could he do this to me, his own flesh and blood? Naruto roared as he reached out, extending a chakra claw. Jiraiya threw himself further back, dodging the powerful chakra claw. The Sannin realized Naruto was accessing much more power in the one-tail form than he could have expected. If he had to guess, Naruto was now using 1/9 of the fox's full chakra. Ninja art, Raging Lion's mane. Jiraiya shouted, placing his hands together. The Toad Sage's white hair began growing rapidly and extended around his body towards Naruto. The streams of hair wrapped themselves around the chakra-shrouded missing nin, trying to constrict him into submission. Naruto let out a growl and his chakra burnt through Jiraiya's hair, freeing him. Haha, you've got to do a lot better than that, old man. Naruto laughed. So the student thinks he has surpassed the master. Jiraiya smirked as he bit his finger and placed his hand on the ground. Summoning Jutsu. With a large cloud of smoke, Jiraiya had summoned a giant purple toad that wielded a large spiky metal fork and shield. The toad was also wearing a black karategi. Naruto, meet Mr. Gameiken. You think that oversized frog is going to save you? Naruto taunted. The Jinchuriki threw himself at Jiraiya, with the Toad Sage countering by jumping onto the head of Gameiken. The giant toad was able to barely block off Naruto's attack with its shield. I have no choice but to use Honored Sage mode. Jiraiya shouted as he bit his hand and used the blood to complete the marking on his face. Then he placed his hands together as he gathered his chakra. As ungraceful as I am, I will do my best to buy you time. Gameiken responded. Naruto crossed his index and middle fingers from both hands. Shadow Fox Clone Jutsu. 3 replicas of the missing nin appeared. The 3 copies were also shrouded in the fox's chakra, but the clones didn't have a Sharingan like Naruto. Instead, they had red eyes with slit-like black pupils. With the original behind them, the clones attacked. The clones took off on all fours as Gameiken leapt backwards. The first shadow clone continued on while the other 2 tried to circle around the giant toad. Using a burst of speed, the second and third clone managed to get ahead of the giant toad. Cover your rear, Mr. Gameiken. Jiraiya shouted. The Sannin summoning spun while jumping and used its shield to block the second clone and its fork to block the third clone. The first clone raced by, using its chakra cover arm to slash Gameiken's leg. The giant toad pushed of the second and third before falling back. A stream of blood began to flow profusely as an infection from the fox's chakra set in. We have to kill one clone at a time. They are hunting us like a pack. Jiraiya noted with his hands still firmly together. Yes, you see, I am clumsy. Your plan would work if we could lead them into a small space, but unfortunately we're in a forest and I'm a giant toad. Gameiken said. Another wave of the fox clones' attack began, this time all 3 at the same time. Gameiken jumped into the air and rotated its body rapidly, hitting the first with the fork, the second with the shield and nailing the third with a roundhouse kick. The giant toad cut its foot on the malicious chakra surrounding the clone. The chakra was protecting the clones, making it hard to destroy them with a hit. Mr. Gameiken, you handle 2 of the clones and leave the third to me. Jiraiya shouted as he leapt of the giant toad. Jiraiya caught the fox clone off guard and started delivering a series of lightning-fast kicks. He was protected from the chakra by his wooden shoes. The clone was rabid, it had no control of itself, and all it sought was blood. Its attacks were sloppy and easily avoided by the Sannin. The other 2 clones tried to rush Jiraiya but were cut off by the fork of Gameiken. The giant toad threw its shield, hitting one of the clones that tried to round him. Using his fork to push off the ground, the giant toad flew into the sky before landing on his shield, crushing and destroying one of the clones. The second clone he was fighting took the opportunity to bite down onto Gamaken's neck, forcing its virus-like chakra into the giant toad system. Jiraiya heard his summoning scream and abandoned his fight. The toad sage leapt through the air and delivered a powerful kick to back of the head of the clone on Gamaken, killing it. The clone Jiraiya was fight came running after, but Gamaken threw his fork at it, nailing it flush, causing it to burst into smoke. Giant rasengan, Naruto shouted. The original Naruto appeared in the sky above Gamaken and Jiraiya. He was still in his fox shroud form and had a colossal swirling ball of blue chakra in his left hand. The missing nin dove out of the sky, smashing his jutsu into Gamaken's chest, driving the giant toad into the ground with a spiraling vortex of wind, creating a massive crater in the middle of the forest. After delivering his attack, Naruto landed on the edge of the crater to listen for signs of life. In a small windmill just outside of Konoha, 5 ninja gathered: Sakura, Tenten, Ino, Kiba and Choji. The windmill itself was nothing special, it old and decrepit. It was abandoned for many years, and that showed in its outer appearance. Surprisingly, the inside was very well kept. It was all set for a meeting. There was a large table where the 5 jonin seated themselves, waiting for the convener to join them. "This all feels so dodgy to me," Kiba whispered. "Duh, that's because it is supposed to be dodgy. We're planning a rebellion." Dog breath. Tenten mocked. "Come on you two, behave yourselves. Danzo-sama is going to join us soon." Choji tried to ease the tension. "Oh, Cho, I like this take charge side of you. It's so manly." Ino flirted. "Ino, enough. He's here." Sakura coughed, getting her friend's attention as Danzo joined them at the table. The old warhawk gazed over at the 5 youngsters in front of him. They were all secretly members of Root, but without the cursed seals on their tongues. The seals would have given away their true affiliation. Danzo had promised years ago that if they found Sasuke and Naruto, he would protect the Uchiha and extract the Biju from Naruto. Also, the promise of top positions under his reign as the Hokage sweetened the deal. "It's good to see my loyal subordinates still believe in my ideals." Danzo spoke. "Of course, Danzo-sama, you are a true ninja of Konoha. You put the safety of the village ahead of your own, unlike the current Hokage." Tenten praised. "Thank you, Captain Tenten. You were all present at the meeting where that bitch refused my offer to assist her. Her foolishness will be the downfall of Konoha. We must act fast. If everything goes according to plan, no blood will be shed and a new Hokage will take charge." Danzo bellowed. "Danzo-sama, please let us know what we can do to ensure Sasuke has a home to return to." Sakura offered. "We are willing to do anything to ensure our love can return to Konoha." Ino begged. "I'm glad to hear you say that. I have jobs only you can do. In 13 days on the night of the Red Moon we will carry out our coup d'etat. If you two perform your jobs, we will not have to worry about civil war. Ino, you will kill Shizune and make it look like she committed suicide after seeing the overdosed Hokage." Danzo tried and failed to hold back laughter. "Overdosed Hokage," Sakura said, confused. "That will be your job. You are to eliminate Tsunade and use your medical ninjutsu to make it look like she died of alcohol poisoning. It's not a far stretch, everyone knows she drinks. It would be almost a poetic way for her to die. Once you two complete your missions, it will be time to eliminate the top 10 jonin. Then I will be the only choice for Hokage," Danzo explained. "Are you for real? The village will get suspicious if so many people die at once." Kiba barked. "I apologize for Kiba's tone, but he is right. So many deaths would be suspicious." Choji spoke up. "We only have the support of half the ninja in the village. Civil war would cripple us and leave us completely vulnerable to other ninja villages." Tenten added. "No, it won't. The other villagers won't know what happened. The night we kill the Hokage it will all happen." Danzo continued. "What does that mean?" Sakura asked, her voice filled with panic. "It is simple, my dear. We have spies in every clan in the village. Once the Hokage dies we will launch the execution order and kill the top 10 jonin. If a clan decides to side with the deceased Tsunade, our spies are instructed to kill all those who oppose me." Danzo's words were cold and emotionless. "No way, that would be a massacre." Ino cried out. "No, my dear, that is the only way to ensure peace." Danzo then asked them to leave, saying he needed to be alone with his thoughts. Once he was sure he was alone, he motioned for 2 figures to emerge from the shadows. They were just as old as him. "Are you sure they are up for it?" Koharu asked. "Well, even if they fail I have a backup plan." Danzo smirked. "This plan has been 8 years in the making. I've paid with so much blood. Your blood payment started the day you killed those Anbu and framed Naruto." Homura spat. Naruto peered into the hole. A large cloud of smoke had recently disappeared, indicating that Gamaken had left. The Jinchuriki could hear the sound of Jiraiya climbing out as well, sense his incredible increase in power. Naruto licked his lips at the prospect of fighting a ninja who could match him. The toad sage sprung out of the hole and landed on the other side, looking directing at Naruto. Jiraiya had a small toad now attached to each shoulder, one was clearly female and the other male. "Naruto, I'd like you to meet Shima-sama." Jiraiya gestured to the female toad. "And Fukasaku." He then gestured to the male. "Look at your face, old man. You look like a toad." Naruto laughed. Jiraiya's eyes were those of a toad and his nose was much larger and covered in warts. "Lad, why do always summon us in these kinds of situations?" Shima complained. "Give him a break, ma. Jiraiya boy must have a reason for summoning us like this." Fukasaku defended his former student. It's been so long since I've had to summon you too. I'm truly sorry for the circumstances. Jiraiya apologized. I thought you hated this form boy. You said it caused you to lose favor with the ladies. Fukasaku questioned. I can't be too picky now. The foe we face is like no other. Jiraiya said as he pointed to Naruto. He has 2 Kekkei Genkai, Sharingan and Crystal Release, and he is also the 9 Tails Jinchuriki. Sink yourselves with my mind to find out the rest. An opponent so powerful cannot be true. Shima shouted. No ma, Jiraiya boy is right. I can sense the chakra of the fox and well as see his evil eyes. Look at his arm, there is a crystal blade around it. Fukasaku spoke. Jiraiya leaped across the crater and landed on Naruto's side with force, sending shockwaves through the ground. Hey you, the boy with the red chakra. Shima shouted. Weren't you one of Jiraiya boy's students? Fukasaku completed his wife's thought. I see this is the legendary sage mode. You are going to increase your strength by taking in nature chakra. Naruto laughed. It's kind of pathetic that you need help from those frogs to achieve this. The 2 elder toads were fuming at Naruto's comment, but Jiraiya mentally calmed them down. You turned out to be a herald of ruin. So as your mentor it is my duty to take you down. Jiraiya announced. As the toad sage finished his last word, Shima opened her mouth and fired her tongue at Naruto. The toad's long tongue wrapped itself around the Jinchuriki tightly but couldn't break through the shroud of chakra. The tongue then developed dozens of pores and released liquid poison all over the fox's chakra. Once the poison was absorbed by the chakra, Fukasaku inhaled deeply before firing a jet of water from his mouth. The jet of water hit the ground near Naruto, blasting through. Shima released her tongue and Fukasaku turned his head, hitting Naruto with the jet of water. The powerful jet of water shattered Naruto into thousands of crystal fragments. A substitution jutsu, Jiraiya noted as he turned around to face the real Naruto. That was very good. You didn't even need a Sharingan to notice. Naruto mocked his former sensei. This brat has no respect for his elders. Boy, you bring the oil, PA you supply the wind and will bring the fire. Shima shouted. All 3 of them inhaled deeply. Sage art, bath of boiling oil. Shima released a stream of fire, Jiraiya a stream of toad oil and Fukasaku a jet of wind. The oil hit the ground and turned into a massive wave while the wind stoked the fire, growing it. As the wave of oil and fire traveled to Naruto, a rift in space in the form of a vortex appeared. The bath of boiling oil was sucked into the vortex. After his attack was completely gone, Jiraiya stared at Naruto and noticed that the 3 tomo in each eye merged together to form a 6-pointed circular star. Kamui, do you like it? It's a dojutsu released from Mangekyo Sharingan that allows one to transfer anything to another dimension. In this case your sage art, bath of boiling oil. Naruto explained as his eyes returned to the original Sharingan form. Amazing, you have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan in your transplanted eyes. Jiraiya thought out loud. It's not really amazing. Sasuke awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan before I got the eyes from him. All I can do is use the 9 Tails chakra to amplify and awaken all the Sharingan dojutsu. Naruto admitted. Itachi Ni-san has taught me all the dojutsu of the Uchiha clan. Jiraiya boy, the situation is worse than I thought. If he is indeed using the power of the demon fox to supplement his Sharingan, we need to attack him with the intention of killing. Fukasaku whispered to the toad sage. I can hear you. Naruto waved. The fox's chakra shroud magnifies all my sense. Naruto, you were never one for revenge. Why do you want to destroy Konoha? Jiraiya pleaded with his former student. I have to do this. I have to fulfill Sasuke's dying wish. I have to avenge the Uchiha clan for him. Naruto stated coldly. What do you mean avenge the Uchiha? It was Itachi who killed them and you call him Ni-san. Jiraiya asked dumbfounded. And they call you the greatest spy of Konoha. It was the 3rd Hokage and his council that ordered Itachi to wipe out the Uchiha clan. They feared that a civil war would soon be coming. Danzo, he planted the idea in the old bastard's head. Naruto spat. That can't be true. The 3rd Hokage would never order such a thing. Jiraiya defended the honor of his sensei. Believe what you want, but my eyes see all truths. Naruto smirked as he crouched down on all 4s. I see you can't be veered from your path of vengeance. Let's see how you handle close-range combat. Jiraiya crouched down on all 4s like Naruto. The toad sage kicked off his shoes as he drew in more nature chakra, causing his hands and feet to become more toad-like. The Sannin used his boosted speed to round Naruto in a split second and deliver a punch. To Jiraiya's astonishment, Naruto followed his movement perfectly and turned in sync with him, deflecting the sage mode punch as if was nothing. Those eyes are truly demonic. Fukasaku mumbled. Naruto cringed at the Toad Elder's statement before unleashing a barrage of swipes at Jiraiya. The Sannin had to use his full strength to block off the attacks Naruto threw at him, but even with all his blocking he was still taking damage from making contact with the red chakra. Shima saw this and threw a smoke bomb onto the ground. Naruto jumped out of the smoke, leaving Jiraiya inside alone. Naruto followed the movement of a figure emerging from the smoke. He looked up and spotted a decoy toad. Sage art, Kebari Senbon. Jiraiya shouted. The toad sage's hair turned hard as steel and it began firing needles promptly from inside the smoke at Naruto. The missing nin stood his ground and absorbed the onslaught of chakra-reinforced hair. When the smoke cleared, Jiraiya looked in disbelief. His attack had failed to penetrate the fox's cloak. The needles were falling off as if they were paper. I believe that was your fastest jutsu with the widest attack range. Naruto laughed. How did he know that? Did you teach him that? Fukasaku asked, to which Jiraiya answered no. Just like the pervy sage, I too have my spies. I have spies in every ninja village, including Konoha. Naruto explained. There's no way your spies could have entered Konoha undetected. Jiraiya tried to brush off Naruto's claims. I never said I sent in spies. My spies consist of both citizens and ninja. Naruto continued. Tell me, Naruto, a year after you left you cancelled your toad summoning contract without any of the toads knowing how you did it. Jiraiya's question was interrupted by Naruto's answer. I summoned Gamma something and Sasuke used genjutsu to have him cancel the contract on my behalf and then forget it. Jiraiya just stared at Naruto, doing his best not to look into the Sharingan. Thoughts that he was in a genjutsu already began to creep in, but he had Shima and Fukasaku with him. Naruto couldn't have planted those ideas into a genjutsu. Jiraiya boy, between the Sharingan and Fox's chakra we are at a huge disadvantage. I suggest we make a strategic withdrawal. Fukasaku suggested. Don't sugarcoat it, PA, we have to retreat. Shima hissed. Jiraiya nodded and with that began to run through the thick forest on all fours, using his sage mood to increase his speed. Naruto sighed before giving chase on all fours. Have you ever seen a fox hunt a toad? It isn't pretty. Naruto shouted as he caught up. Naruto allowed Jiraiya to keep his slender lead, toying with the Sannin. The fox shroud will protect against all ninjutsu and taijutsu. We have to go with genjutsu. Jiraiya whispered as soft as he could but was still audible. We have the perfect genjutsu. It attacks the auditory senses, and with Naruto's enhanced hearing our duet will be twice as effective. Shima noted. Jiraiya stopped on a treetop, causing Naruto to stop on an opposing treetop to see what his former sensei had in store for. Jiraiya just stood still as the two elder toads inhaled deeply and began croaking loudly. Naruto laughed as he listened to croaking. His laughter died abruptly along with his chakra shroud as he fell from the tree and landed on his back. We did it, Shima shouted as Jiraiya jumped down and landed over Naruto. Now Jiraiya, you have to deliver the finishing strike. He is truly one with the darkness of the fox. Fukasaku spoke. Jiraiya held out his right hand and formed a spiraling ball of chakra in his palm. The Sannin held the jutsu as he looked down at his former student. I'm sorry Minato, I failed your son. Jiraiya slammed the rasengan into Naruto's chest. The swirling force of the jutsu burned into Naruto's flak jacket, causing the material to blend together in a spiral. As he pushed harder, Naruto's body turned to crystal and shattered. Another crystal substitution, he is truly making good use of his Kekkei Genkai. Fukasaku noted. Such high praise from an elder, I should be honored. Naruto said, emerging directly behind Jiraiya, still covered in the fox's shroud. How didn't I sense him? I'm in sage mode and he's covered in that demonic chakra. Jiraiya questioned himself. Naruto grabbed on Jiraiya's right arm and dug his claws into it, causing his chakra to seep into it. Jiraiya tried to free himself, but Naruto's grip was too strong. The Sannin used all his strength in a single kick to the missing nin. The kick wasn't to hurt Naruto but to give himself enough trust to escape. It worked and Jiraiya flew through the air, landing 200 yards away from Naruto. Jiraiya boy, your right arm. Fukasaku shouted, referring to the fact that the Sannin's right arm was missing from the elbow down as blood flowed out of the empty sleeve. I know, I used that arm to grope his girlfriend. I didn't really think he was serious when he said he would take it. Jiraiya tried to smile. Oh, I was deadly serious. Naruto shouted as he used the red chakra of the Nine Tails to burn Jiraiya's arm until it was completely gone. Fukasaku-sama, Shima-sama, please do me one last favor. Return home and then travel to Konoha. Warn Tsunade about Naruto's power and tell her he is coming to destroy them. Also tell her that I love her and I am truly sorry I could not live up to my promise. Jiraiya made his last request as the two Toad elders argued with him. I'm not going to let you leave. Naruto shouted as his eyes formed back into the Mangekyo Sharingan pattern. Taking this as a cue, both the elder toads disappeared in small clouds of smoke. Damn it, I guess that leaves you and me. Naruto smiled as his Sharingan returned to normal. I apologize for failing you as a teacher. Jiraiya said as he poured all the nature chakra he had left into one last rasengan. Naruto held out his left hand and gathered a large amount of lightning chakra. The chakra sparked, giving off the sound of birds. Chidori, 1000 birds. Rasengan. Both ninja ran at each other and thrust their jutsu forward. The collision caused a massive explosion. As the dust settled from the two attacks, Jiraiya was laying face down in large crater. Standing over him was Naruto, who was no longer in fox shroud mode and had a large crystal spear in his hand. The missing nin jabbed his crystal spear downwards at Jiraiya but stopped millimeters away from penetrating his back. The spear in his hand were trembling. Letting out a defeated sigh, the spear shattered into dust. Naruto waved his right hand over Jiraiya. Crystal art, healing coffin. A coffin made of crystal encased the Sannin's body. Naruto traced his hands over the crystal coffin, creating chakra threads that allowed him to drag it as he walked out of the forest. Chapter 7. Tsunade sat at her desk in the Hokage's office. Her hands were clasped together and her head bowed. There was a look of worry on her face. Something had gotten her feeling uneasy. Shizune, I'm having the strangest sensation. The Hokage spoke to her assistant. I know Tsunade-same, I haven't had a boyfriend in ages. Shizune confessed until she realized the Hokage was talking about something else which left her red-faced. I mean, it's almost like a sense of forewarning about impending disaster. The night of the red moon is approaching, Tsunade admitted. One of the darkest days in Konoha history, the night Itachi Uchiha slaughtered his clan. Shizune remembered. You don't think he's planning to return to Konoha? No, I'm not worried about Itachi. I'm more concerned about an inside threat, Tsunade confided. You're worried about Danzo. I don't trust that old geezer. He always looks like he's up to something. I reviewed his medical file from after his fight with the third Hokage. He didn't suffer any serious injuries that would require him needing those bandages for all these years. He is hiding something. I believe you're right, Shizune. I too went over his medical records. The third Hokage was very forgiving in their fight. He left Danzo with minor cuts and bruises. I've had both Neji and Hinata try to see under those bandages, but he has a seal preventing the Byakugan from seeing through. As the two stewed about what could be under the bandages, there came a knock on the doors of the office. Tsunade-sama, it's me, Sakura and Ino. We have the report from the hospital. Oh great, just what I needed. Two pin-up dolls that couldn't fight their way out of a paper bag. Tsunade mumbled. That's because you didn't want to teach them Jujutsu because of what they said about Naruto. Shizune whispered before going to open the doors. Sakura and Ino walked into the Hokage's office and stood up straight in front of the desk. Although they were once Tsunade's students, they still felt slightly uneasy near the Hokage. Thoughts of Danzo's orders were fresh in their minds. They were still adjusting their psyches to the task they were going to have to perform. The reports, Tsunade said, snapping Ino and Sakura out of their state of mind. Sorry Hokage-sama, this week there are no critical injuries in the hospital. Mostly we have people coming in with colds and flus. These cases can be attributed to the seasonal change. According to inventory records, we're running low on medical herbs, Sakura explained. The hospital's budget is in disarray. We've taken on more civilian patients than was budgeted for. Hospital meals are getting more expensive. Medical supplies that are being shipped in from the east are expected to increase in price in the next few months. Our supplies from the west have decreased price but also quality. Ino took over. Tsunade sighed heavily. Sakura, I'm putting you in charge of a mission. The pink-haired ninja tried to hide a smile. Even though she was a Jonin, she was never in charge of a mission before. She saw it as a way for Tsunade to punish her for her treatment of Naruto. It was one of the reasons she sided with Danzo aside from the Sasuke issue. You are to take a team consisting of Kiba, Tenten and Ino and gather the medical herbs the hospital requires. You have today to prepare, you will leave tomorrow. Tsunade continued. Sakura was a bit disappointed, but she was going to be captain for the first time. I won't disappoint you, Hokage-sama. Team Guy and Team Lee arrived at the Great Naruto Bridge. After non-stop running, they stopped to catch their breath for a few minutes before continuing. Defensive positions now, Guy shouted. Guy, Lee and the ANBU all took up positions and formed a defensive line around the trackers. Neji nodded to his cousin and she nodded back. The two of them activated their Kekkei Genkai, causing the veins around their eyes to pop. Neji, are you seeing this? Hinata blurted out, stunned. Yes, this is impossible. Neji responded, flabbergasted. What is it? Shino wanted to know. Tell us what you see. Guy asked as well. It's the bridge, I don't know how to explain it. It's massive. Hinata tried to explain. I know it's a big bridge, but do you see any markers? Lee questioned. She's not talking about the bridge itself. She's talking about the marker. The bridge is the marker. Neji explained. How is that even possible? Guy shouted. The entire bridge is covered in the same writing that was on the fourth Hokage's special dagger. It's the exact same thing as the sample you showed us. It must have taken hours to do this. Neji was in awe as he tried to count the number of markers. It's simply amazing. Each marker has a tiny bit of chakra in it. Combined, I'd say this is twice as much chakra than Guy-sensei possesses. Hinata followed her cousin's lead and began counting. A foe who can spare that much chakra and still perform the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Oh Kakashi, what have you gotten yourself into? Guy cried, a stream of anime-style tears. Guy-sensei, I think it's time we start our search for Kakashi-sensei. Shino wanted to get involved and not be a bystander. Oh right Shino, my boy. Guy shouted as he pulled out an old worn-out sock from his ninja pouch. This is Kakashi's lucky sock. He wore it the first time I defeated him. Everyone, even the ANBU, fell over at Guy's revelation. Shino warily accepted the sock and allowed his insects to get a taste for Kakashi's chakra and sweat. The bug master released his insects into the air and they began to swarm around, trying to get a sense for where the missing Jonin was. Go insects, find my friend. I believe he is still alive out there, someone. He can't die before we compete in every challenge possible, Guy cried. Naruto dragged himself out of the forest, pulling a crystal coffin behind him. He wasn't tired, just disappointed in himself for not being able to kill Jiraiya, even though the Toad Sage waited 12 years to appear in his life. Shin-sama, Karen screamed as she ran up to Naruto and wrapped her arms around him. You can go back to calling me Naruto. Jiraiya's summoning got away with my identity. It's just a matter of time before Konoha learns of me, Naruto whispered as he returned the hug. I'm so glad to have you back. I always liked the pre-Sharingan Naruto better. Karen replied, looking over at the coffin with Jiraiya in it. Don't get used to it. I'm still going to have my revenge on Konoha. I just need to go to Plan B. Damn Shikamaru. Naruto's words were cold. What brought about this change of heart? She asked assertively. They kind of caught on to my plan to force war. I'm going to have to find a new way into Konoha by the night of the Red Moon. I see you really took his right arm. You're way too protective. How am I going to find a husband this way? She punched him softly, catching him off guard. Naruto shook off the hit and picked her up over his shoulder before jumping on the crystal coffin. He closed his eyes, engulfed them in a yellow light before disappearing. The bright light reappeared in the cave. The crystal coffin made a loud impact noise while Naruto landed gracefully with Karen in his arms. The blonde with black streaks set down the red head before moving Jiraiya's coffin next to Kakashi's but on the floor. So Naruto-sama, now that your brilliant plan has been foiled, what are you going to do? Karen asked loud enough that a resting Itachi could hear. Naruto-sama. Itachi sat up in his futon. He let the old pervert summoning get away with his identity. Karen smiled. She was happy to have Naruto instead of the personality he adopted after killing Orochimaru. So what exactly are you doing? Are you going to beat up all your old friends and place them in crystal coffins to heal in suspended animation? Itachi questioned. I had a backup plan. It involves the Mizukage. Naruto sat on Jiraiya's coffin. Are you seriously going to sit on that? Karen asked, pointing with a stunned look. He was a terrible godfather, at least now he is good for something. Naruto laughed. Did you say Mizukage? Karen shouted as what Naruto said sunk in. I see you still don't like Naruto hanging around with the Mizukage. Just because she's some years older than him doesn't mean Naruto can't have any fun. Itachi teased. You know, I like it a whole lot better when you were the dark, brooding type who rarely spoke. Karen stuck her tongue out at the Uchiha. I only have a few years left, I need some fun. Beside, these meds are really something else. Itachi yawned before going back to sleep. I seriously think he takes double doses when we're not around. Naruto smirked. I see you're avoiding the topic. Do you have a thing for the Mizukage? Karen chorused. Don't let Itachi Nii-san mess with your mind. Sure, she's beautiful, but I wouldn't do anything to jeopardize our ultimate goal. Tell you what, you can help out this time. Wow, you're actually going to let me help out. Karen smiled. The redhead ran towards Naruto. The missing nin extended his arms expecting to embrace her, but she ran past him to the chest where Naruto kept his cloaks. She rummaged through looking for an outfit to wear to a meeting with the Mizukage. Naruto sighed heavily before placing Kakashi's coffin on top of Jiraiya's. The Jinchuriki then grabbed Karen from behind, causing her to shout in protest. With the squirming girl on his shoulders, he jumped onto the stacked coffins. Temari, Shikamaru, Anko, Kurenai and Konohamaru had taken a break from traveling and decided to rest at a small tea shop. The potential Kazekage and her fiancé sat alone at a shaded table while the others sat together. Kurenai was sipping tea while reading a letter her son had written her. She smiled at his mistakes, but the intention and thought was there. It was a Mother's Day card, or was supposed to be one. In the end it ended up a simple note stating how much he loved his mother. Konohamaru had several cups of tea in front of him. He was determined to find his own signature like his former sensei. He liked ramen, but not enough to declare it his all-time favorite. His grandfather had taught him the art brewing tea, and it was his personal mission to taste different teas from different lands. The young Jonin twisted and contorted his face as he tasted the different teas. Anko was busy stuffing her face with several sweets. The tea shop was out of her favorite, so she made up for it by ordering every other sweet on Shikamaru's tab. When she was sure no one was looking at her, she glanced down at her lap and quickly read something before looking up again. It was an old edition of Makeout Paradise she had stolen from Kakashi's apartment a long time ago. She kept it all this time and never read it. What do you think they're talking about? Konohamaru asked. He was tired of and disappointed in the different teas. I bet they are talking about what the honeymoon is going to be like. A ninja honeymoon. I'm no expert on those. You should ask Kurenai. She and Asuma asked for extended leave to take theirs. Anko's words could be barely made out with all the sweets in her mouth. Kurenai blushed as the attention shifted to her. Well, it was like any other honeymoon. Sure it was, and 9 months later you had your first child. Anko teased. Anko, this is not the kind of thing I would like to discuss in front of my nephew. Kurenai exclaimed. La 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 la. Konohamaru sang with his hands against his ears. Asuma was like his father since his real parents died when he was very young, and nobody wanted to hear about sex and their parents in the same conversation. At the other table far away from laughing Jonin, Temari and Shikamaru sat. He was holding her hand across the table, slowing running his fingers along the lines on her palms. There were 2 cups of untouched tea on the table. So you're going to be Kazekage. How troublesome. Shikamaru sighed. It looks like it. They want to keep the position in the family. Temari answered. They were opposed to our marriage when you were just a Jonin, now you're going to be the Kazekage. Where does this leave us? He asked, dropping his head. Hey shadow boy. She reached across the table and picked his head up by his chin. I'm going to be Kazekage. They are going to have to listen to me. Besides, they can't argue against a marriage between the Kazekage and Konoha's Jonin commander, at least future commander. Deep in Kirigakure territory was a large fortress surrounded by ninja. Inside the fort was a large chamber used by the 5th Mizukage. Alone in the chamber she sat behind a big desk signing documents. Mai Terumi, the 5th Mizukage, was a slender woman in her 30s. She had ankle-length, auburn hair styled into a herringbone pattern at the back with a top knot tied using a dark blue band and with 4 bangs at the front. 2 bangs were short, with one covering her right eye and the other 2 were long, crossing each other on her large chest, just below her chin. Her light green eyes were fixed on the papers in front of her. She wore a long-sleeved dark blue dress that fell just below the knees and high-heeled sandals and shin guards reaching up over her knees. As she signed her last document, a bright yellow light flashed in the middle of her chamber. When the light faded, it revealed Naruto with Karen on his shoulder standing on 2 crystal coffins. Well, if it isn't my favorite missing nin bounty hunter. Mai smiled. I'm glad to see you've gotten rid of Shin. He outlived his usefulness. Naruto replied, jumping of the coffins and letting Karen get back to her feet. This was the first time Karen had seen the Mizukage. She had hoped Itachi's descriptions were exaggerated. For a woman of her age, Mai was quite the looker. Karen didn't like how often Naruto had to meet with the Mizukage. But it was the only way for them to live. Naruto was a missing nin and cashing in bounties in person could turn nasty. To avoid that, Naruto teamed up with Mai. She would have her ninja cash in the bounty. Then she would give Naruto half the money and she would funnel the other half into Kiri's economy. Are those new bounties? Mai asked as she stared at the coffins. No, they are our ticket to destroying Konoha. Naruto waved, showing of the Jonin and Sannin. What happened to your plan involving Suna? Mai questioned, remembering how much she liked the original plan. Konoha caught on. It had to be Shikamaru who figured it out. Naruto answered. Those damn Nara. Mai cursed. I take it you have a new plan. Of course, plan B in these crystal healing coffins are Jiraiya and Kakashi of Konoha. Naruto explained. The old pervert. Karen laughed under her breath. Mai heard the comment and chuckled. So you had a run-in with the Toad Sage. His pervert antics almost caused a war between Kiri and Konoha. In fact, he started the bad blood between our villages. I want you to have peace talks with Konoha. Naruto spoke up. The Mizukage gave the Jinchuriki a blank look. You don't have to mean it. You say that you intercepted a bounty hunter trying to move these Konoha ninja. You rescued them to use as bargaining chips. You asked to have the peace talks in Konoha in 10 days and you leave dissatisfied on the night of the Red Moon. Naruto continued. I don't see the point. Mai asked, perplexed. She was one of the few people who knew what the night of the Red Moon was outside Konoha. Karen and I will be part of your escort, but when you leave only Karen will return with you. I will stay behind and break down the village that night to the point Kiri would have no trouble conquering it the next day. Naruto smirked at the completion of his plan. You want to fight the entire village by yourself? Karen shouted. Her voice was filled with panic and anger. That is a suicide mission. I'm in. Konoha has been on top for too long. Kiri will rise to power once Konoha has been destroyed. Mai smiled. I'll send word to Konoha immediately. Oh, and one more thing, Mizukage-sama. During my fight with Jiraiya he summoned the Toad Elders and they do know about me and will most likely relay that information to Konoha. Naruto added half-heartedly. Mizukage-sama, I know Naruto-sama is strong, but one man against an entire ninja village is madness. Karen pleaded before turning to Naruto. Even with all your power you still have a human body. Wow kid, you sure care about Naruto. Let me tell you something, Naruto Uzumaki is the Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed fox. The most powerful of all Biju. Once he unleashes that power there will be no force that can stop him. Mai reassured Karen. It was midday and Tsunade decided that she should check in at the office. She hadn't been able to sleep the previous night after her conversation with Shizune about Danzo. Yawning she reached her office door to find Sakura exiting. Aren't you supposed to be on a mission? Tsunade questioned her once pupil. We were ready to leave when Shizune called me the office and told me to find you. Sakura explained, slightly flustered. Tsunade brushed past the pink-haired girl and into the Hokage's office. The Hokage made a dash straight for chair and sat her desk. After her tunnel vision faded she realized they had guests. There were 2 toads. One was shaped like a throne and the other was small and wearing a cloak while sitting on the first. Squinting her eyes the Hokage finally remembered who the toad was. Elder Toad Fukasaku. Tsunade greeted as the name finally came to her mind. Ah Tsunade, you look younger than the last time I saw you. Fukasaku tried to hide the pain in his voice. The toad motioned to Sakura to close the door and the pink-haired girl did so but stayed in the room. Let me start off by saying that Jiraiya said to tell you he loves you and is truly sorry he could not live up to his promise. The elder toad did his best not to show any emotion. At these words Tsunade's fingers dug into the wooden desk sending cracks through it. Tell me Jiraiya going to pop up later when I'm in the hot springs and this is just a bad joke on his half. Tsunade's eyes betrayed the facade she had up. I'm not sure how to say this but Jiraiya boy has fallen in battle. Fukasaku croaked. An almost unnatural silence followed. No one dare say anything as the Hokage's body trembled. The silence was ended by the sound of the desk being ripped apart. Jiraiya boy was following a lead he had on the bounty hunter that took Kakashi. The lead took him to the land of rivers where he had an unexpected run-in with the bounty hunter. Fukasaku began explaining, having everyone's attention. The land of rivers has weak border security, making it the perfect place for bounty hunters to cash in. Shizune pointed out. The bounty hunter was a former student of Jiraiya boys and a former Konoha ninja. His name is Naruto Uzumaki, the Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed fox. Fukasaku continued. Naruto Uzumaki. Sakura's voice trailed off. You must be mistaken. Naruto may be a Jinchuriki, but he would never be able to defeat someone like Jiraiya. Naruto would never hurt Jiraiya or Kakashi. Shizune shouted while Tsunade was still lost for words. It was Naruto Uzumaki. Jiraiya was convinced it was his former student. The Jinchuriki processed the Sharingan. Eyes given to him by Sasuke Uchiha on his deathbed. He was trained in the art of the Sharingan by Itachi Uchiha. The Toad Elder purposely held back the information about Konoha, ordering the extermination of the Uchiha clan. The words from the Elder Toad caused Sakura to fall over. Her precious Sasuke was dead and Naruto, the demon who she blamed for the death of her love, was now walking around with his Sharingan. Naruto's power is well beyond that. He also has the crystal release Kekkei Genkai as well as absolute control of his Biju. Fukasaku added, the chakra the fox gives off has the power to burn to flesh. His crystal release makes it almost impossible to land a killer hit. Those eyes are truly demonic, for they have evolved to the Mangekyo Sharingan. He is also the one who killed Orochimaru. I can't believe Naruto would kill Jiraiya. Tsunade finally spoke up. I am sorry Tsunade, I know how much you love the boy. I sensed it firsthand. His heart has been completely taken over by hatred and the desire for revenge. He has vowed to bring down Konoha. Apparently he has spies in the village. The Elder Toad tried to make what he had to say as painless as possible. Shizune, get an alert out to all our ninja and to Tsuna. Tsunade announced while fighting back tears. Sasuke Uchiha is dead and Naruto Uzumaki is now an S-rank missing nin. Tsunade-sama, are you sure? Shizune asked with tears flowing down her face. The Hokage just nodded to her assistant. Shizune left the room crying. She passed by Sakura, who was still sitting on the floor with eyes bloodshot from crying. The medical nin picked herself up and ran out of room to search for Ino. Tsunade sat in her chair alone with her thoughts. The room around could have collapsed and she wouldn't notice it. Jiraiya, your mission is to find out as much as you can about this bounty hunter. There can't be a lot of bounty hunters who wear black cloaks with the kanji for truth on them. Should be easy for you. Tsunade's orders to the Toad Sage rang in her head, especially the last 5 words. Images of the young blonde boy who accompanied Jiraiya to find her flooded her mind. The pictures of innocence were slowly being eaten away by the thoughts of the nine-tailed fox. The fox had truly taken over Naruto. She mentally kicked herself for thinking that after all this time he would still be the same hyperactive boy with the goofy smile. Shizune had begun to spread the word through the Konoha information network. Many people were surprised that Naruto was still alive even with the Akatsuki after him. All over the village people were speaking about how they knew he was a demon. Word was soon spreading that he was coming to destroy Konoha. Panic and fear began gripping both the ninja and civilian population. They weren't prepared for another Biju attack. In his office Danzo sat with his thoughts. Naruto's impending attack on Konoha could be disastrous for him or beneficial depending on when he attacked. The fact that he was being trained by Itachi Uchiha made the Warhawk more nervous. He knew that when Naruto attacked he was going to go after the Konoha Council, John and Elite and ANBU route. He could get rid of Tsunade during the attack and blame Naruto, but he might get killed in the attack as well. Not knowing when the attack would come was causing problems for Danzo. The night of the Red Moon was approaching and he couldn't afford to leave the town. The rumor mill began its work spreading and contorting the story. One of the rumors said that Naruto's seal had been broken and that the fox was hiding in a mountain waiting to get its revenge. Reached the current headmaster of the Konoha Ninja Academy. He sat in his office dressed in a standard Konoha nin uniform. He had spiky hair and scar running across his face just above the bridge of his nose. Naruto's former teacher and closest friend, Haruka, was drowning his sorrows in alcohol, not just sake but the expensive imported Western-style alcohol. Ino cried uncontrollable into Choji's shoulder. The flak jacket he wore was stained with the blonde girl's tears. Sakura had rushed in crying and in between breaths explained what she heard. When the idea that their precious Uchiha was dead finally set in, both girls completely fell apart, completely forgetting about the mission. Tenten, who had gotten over her small crush years ago, did her best to comfort Sakura while Kiba paced around. That loser actually killed 2 of the Sannin and now he wants to make a name for himself by killing all 3. Kiba theorized. This plays into the plans of Danzo-sama. Tenten noted while stroking Sakura's hair. Not really. If Naruto unleashes the nine-tailed fox on Konoha there won't be anything left for Danzo-sama to rule over. Choji predicted grimly. No, that won't happen. When Naruto comes to Konoha we will kill him, Sakura declared as tears fell down her cheeks. Naruto and Karen walked around the office of the Mizukage. Mei had told them she would need a day arranging a message to ask for a peace treaty with Konoha. The Mizukage gave them a time to return the next day and they came back to find an empty office. Naruto examined the architecture of the chamber while Karen was more curious and fidgeted with the Mizukage's desk. Are we having fun? Mei asked as she entered the chamber, catching Karen trying to fiddle with the mechanisms in the desk. I'm so sorry. Karen jumped away from the table and bowed. It's okay, to tell the truth I don't know what half those things do. Mei laughed as she handed Naruto a blue kimono with a striped, turtle-necked undershirt and a mask with thin slitted eye holes and a wavy design in place of the mouth and the Kiri symbol on the forehead. I always wanted to be a famous Kiri hunter nin. Naruto smirked as he sized up the outfit. I've sent our fastest messenger hawk with my personal seal to Konoha. You better guarantee the destruction of Konoha. Mei took her seat. I have my target. I'm going after Danzo, Anbu Root, the Konoha Council, the Jonin Elite and all the clan heads who treated me like dirt. Naruto growled, thinking about the treatment he got as a child. Are you going to spare the Hokage? Mei questioned. In order for Kiri to successfully destroy Konoha in a war, they needed the hierarchy of Konoha to be in shambles. That will be up to her. If she gets in my way, she'll either end up like Jiraiya or Orochimaru. Naruto's eyes were fixed on the mask he was given. Something wrong? Mei asked. Naruto held the mask to his eye level and smiled. The first ever ninja I actually fought in a do-or-die battle was a rogue ninja who wore this mask. You told me about that. Some kid posed as a hunter nin so he could save his master from being killed by Kakashi. Listening to that story, you should have realized the kid was a fake when he moved the body. Karen smiled at the face Naruto made. I had just become a genin. I didn't know anything about the other ninja villages. Blame Kakashi for that oversight. Naruto tapped the crystal coffin with the copy ninja in it. I hoped you aren't getting sentimental on me. The Mizukage hoped her secret weapon would deliver. Don't worry, I'll honor our agreement. I'll cripple Konoha's defenses enough, making them vulnerable. Just allow me to capture some people. Naruto reassured. Capture? The Mizukage questioned his intentions. Not everyone in the village was closed-minded. There were some people who treated Naruto right. He wants to make sure they're not in harm's way when Kiri invades. Karen explained. Oh, how boring. Here I thought you were going to capture all those girls that gave you a hard time for your own personal harem. Mei teased to Karen's annoyance. Even with all the hate supplied by the Biju and the Sharingan, there's still some humanity left. Mei grinned. I am curious, Naruto, who is the first person you're going after when you begin your plan? It's not a person. Karen was full of happiness that Naruto told her first before the Mizukage. The Hokage monument will be first to feel my wrath. The third and fourth Hokage are two people who caused great suffering to my life. I can't kill them, but I can destroy those damn stone faces. Naruto barked. Chapter 8. Guy-sensei, it's no use. My insects can't pick up on Kakashi's chakra or scent. He was flashed too far. Shino let out defeated as his insects flew in circles, confused. Guy's over-emotional attitude was hampering any hopes of a successful search. Sensing his sensei needed some time to gather himself, Lee stepped up. Neji, Hinata, how goes the disabling of the chakra markers? Lee asked, trying to sound as much as might Guy as possible. What kind of question is that? This isn't like graffiti where you can just wash it away. These are invisible chakra infused. I don't even know what to call them, but they're chakra infused. Neji snapped. He had spent over a day trying to find a way to remove the markers from the bridge and was close to giving up. Calm down, Neji. Hinata tried to rub her irritable cousin's shoulders. The 3ANBU were on perimeter duty. They were constantly moving around checking for any suspicious. The bridge was seriously underused because someone had written a false report about it being unsafe. Lee was busy striking different poses rapidly, much to Neji's exasperation. What the hell are you doing? Neji screamed. Inspiring the flames of youth by showing off my body. Lee shouted back. Hinata did her best to stop Neji from strangling Lee as continued his rapid-fire poses. Guy-sensei, I've given my insects over 3/4 of my chakra and increased their range to over 10 miles. There's still no sign of Kakashi-sensei. Shino tried to get Guy out of his funk as he struggled to catch his breath. Tsunade-sama, Shizune screamed, bursting into the Hokage's office. The Hokage did her best to hide the bottle of sake in her hand but ended up spilling it across her brand new desk. Luckily there was nothing on it. What is it, Shizune? Can't you see I'm busy? We received an urgent message from Kirigakure. The Mizukage wants to discuss peace. Shizune continued. This seems really strange. Tsunade pondered out loud. They are going to be here in 7 days. Shizune injected some urgency into the Hokage's mind. What, only 7 days? They must be planning something. Tsunade was out of her chair trying to figure out what Kiri were planning. The Mizukage will be here along with a team of hunter nin. How many hunter nin? Only 7. 7 hunter nin. Could she be bringing the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist and planning something? I heard rumors that the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist are no more, but even if they were still alive it would be suicide for her and 7 ninja to fight an entire village. Tsunade fell back into her seat. The last time she saw the Mizukage she sensed animosity. Now they Mizukage wanted peace. Something had to be up. Thoughts began running rampant through her mind. Was there a threat of a civil war, and did the Mizukage need Konoha to help quell the uprising? Hunter nin were skilled warriors, but 7 of them taking on an entire village seemed impossible. Call a council meeting. Tsunade let out a deep breath. Are you really entertaining the thought of peace talks with Kiri? Shizune questioned the Hokage. They might be angling for support in a potential coup, but we'll be asking for support in case of a potential Biju attack. Tsunade explained. So you really think the person Lord Fukasaku told us about was indeed Naruto and he would attack Konoha? Shizune was solemnly depressed that someone she saw as a younger brother could be the downfall of Konoha. I know it's impossible to believe, but behind that lovable smile was a boy who spent almost his whole life being ostracized and treated like dirt. All he wanted to do was be their hero, but they couldn't get past the fact he was the Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed fox. Eventually his hatred became mutual, and that resulted in that horrible day. After reading all these reports about how Naruto was treated, I can't blame him for wanting revenge. Tsunade waved her hand over several stacks of files on the floor. Shizune pulled out a file and began to read it. After reading only a few paragraphs, she threw it away and took another one. Again she only read some of it before becoming sickened. She continued this until she was halfway through all the files. Now she was ripping the files apart as tears flowed down her face. She knew the kid had a rough life, but he always made it sound bearable. The Hokage's assistant couldn't believe the village lasted this long. Any normal person would have snapped and unleashed the power of the Biju on the source of their pain. A small portion of her mind was thinking the village would just be receiving karma if Naruto did attack. I'll let everyone know about the meeting. What time should it be? Shizune was busy wiping tears away from her face. Tonight after the sun sets. Tsunade decided. Also send a messenger hawk to Suna. I want Shikamaru back for the peace talks. Also ask Suna if they want a few delegates to sit in on the peace talks. Shizune bowed in response and walked out of the office, closing the door behind. Taking a deep breath, she composed herself. She didn't want Danzo or the Konoha council seeing her distraught. Walking down the hallway she bumped into a pink-haired Jonin she didn't like. Aren't you supposed to be collecting medical herbs? Shizune questioned. A replaced team of Chunin and Genin was sent. Ino and I weren't in a proper state of mind to carry out a mission. Sakura answered. Shizune didn't respond and carried on walking until Sakura called out to her. How do you kill a Jinchuriki? Sakura asked, her question catching Shizune off guard. What, are you scared that you'll be one of the first people Naruto comes after when he comes to destroy Konoha? Shizune smirked. This time it was Sakura's turn to get caught out. The pink-haired medical nin did her best not to give Shizune any satisfaction through facial expressions. You know you should be worried. Even though you were on the same team, you treated Naruto worse than dirt in your pursuit of Sasuke. With your skill level you'll last all of 2 seconds against a Jinchuriki. Shizune taunted her sister disciple. I don't need to sink to your level and degrade myself by trading insults with the likes of you. Sakura turned and walked away steaming. All she could think about was Ino killing Shizune on the night of the Red Moon. Mai Terumi walked past several Kiri ninja in the Mizukige's mansion. She was making her way to a wing that was still under construction. Pushing open the swing doors, she was expecting to find 2 people, but all she found were 2 empty makeshift Western-style beds. One bed was neatly dressed while the other was a mess. We're in here, Naruto shouted from the in-suite bathroom. I forgot that was there. Mai thought to herself. So you two reached the point in your relationship where you bath together. The Mizukige teased. It's not what you think. Karen walked out carrying a pair of scissors, followed by Naruto sporting a much shorter hairstyle. It was the same hairstyle he had as a kid. It made him look less like Minato. Naruto was dressed in the hunter nin uniform that Mai had given him. He was walking around performing light stretching, exercising, trying to get a feel for the outfit. His hands were covered by black fingerless gloves. He needed to hide the seal on his right hand. Normally for an escort mission like this I would use the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Mai hinted in Naruto's direction. I claimed those swords from the corpses of men who wanted to bind you to a bedpost and do unspeakable acts. You should be grateful, Naruto hissed back. I remember that. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist tried to revolt about 2 years ago. It was after Naruto-sama saved you that your bounty deal began. Karen recalled. I have to ask, is there anything Naruto doesn't tell you? Mai smiled. Karen thought long and hard with her pointer finger on her chin while looking up before shaking her head to signal no. We're getting sidetracked. We need to think of a name for you and a way to hide your hair. Mai got to the busy she originally came for. For my hair I can make it black by concentrating my chakra through it. I'll leave the name and identity thing to you. Naruto turned to Karen. I'm pretty sure they'll have a member of the Hyuga clan there to greet us. Mai mentioned. I already thought of that. I'll release the same amount of chakra across my whole body, making it seem normal. Naruto smirked. That's good, now we just need a name. I have it, Karen shouted as an idea popped into her head. Kai Momaki. It's perfect, you can be Zabuza's fake brother. Mai laughed. Kai Momaki, the ninja sword master of the mist. Naruto smiled as he looked at the 7 tattoo seals on his left arm. I think Kai Momaki is enough. No need to give so much detail to a persona you're only going to use for a few days. Karen deflated Naruto's ego. Naruto, I have some news about your status. Mai remembered before she could leave the room. Status? Naruto asked, perplexed. Standing in the doorway holding the swing door open, Mai turned her head slightly. We have received word that you have been declared an S-class missing nin for killing Jiraiya and that Sasuke Uchiha has officially been confirmed as deceased. The Mizukige then left, allowing the door to close. Are you okay? Karen was now standing behind Naruto with her hands on his shoulders. I wonder how they'll remember him. Will they just remember what he became at the end, or will they remember him as the boy who helped the monster escape? Naruto thought out loud. They think you killed Jiraiya. They are in for a surprise when the Mizukichi brings the pervert back home alive. Karen tried to lighten the mood. S-class missing nin, I guess that makes me a Jonin-level ninja in their eyes. Naruto let out a muffled laugh. Jonin, no way, you're a cage-level ninja. You defeated 2 of the Sannin single-handed. You're the most powerful being to come out of the village ever. The Hokage and rest of the village will tremble under your power. Karen bragged. Believe it, Konoha, I'll be their architecture of destruction. Naruto tried his best at a menacing laugh. Karen just pretended she didn't hear what he said and walked away. In the largest building in the middle of Suna was the office of the Kazekage. The room was vacant as the current Kazekage was involved with a meeting with the elders. The doors slowly pushed open as Temari entered, followed Shikamaru, Anko, Kurenai and Konohamaru. The future Kazekage looked around the office she would inherit in a few days. Do you believe it? Temari asked, not intending using the famous words of the person she was thinking of. It doesn't matter what I believe. It just matters what Tsunade believes. She believes he killed Jiraiya. After everything, all those times clashing with Ino and Sakura. This is the end of it. Sasuke is dead and now that Naruto is S-class, that means kill on sight, no questions asked. Shikamaru sighed as he walked around the office. There must be some mistake. There's no way Naruto would kill Jiraiya. It must have been someone using a transformation jutsu to try and get under Jiraiya's skin. It just has to be. Konohamaru shouted. I know Naruto was like the brother you never had, but you read the message Konoha sent. The person who attacked Jiraiya was Naruto. He used the power of the nine-tailed fox. He also threatened to bring down Konoha. That's why the Kazekage and his council are discussing a plan to send troops to Konoha to help in case of an attack. Anko hissed, her tongue flickering at Konohamaru like a snake. I hate to admit it, but Anko is right. Naruto is an S-class missing nin who has threatened Konoha. It's our duty as ninja to protect our village. Konohamaru, Shikamaru, the 2 of you weren't around when the Nine Tails attacked the first time. A lot of lives were lost then, but now that it has a Jinchuriki to focus its power, if Naruto attacks, many more lives will be lost. As Kurenai spoke, she found it hard to speak but knew she had to say it. In Suna we were always under threat from our Biju. Gaara would occasionally lose control and let it run rampant. Because of that, many of our ninja tried to kill him. Their actions only worsened the situation. Violence begets violence. Temari tried to comfort her fiancé. What exactly are you saying? You think that talking to him would be the best way to stop him? Shikamaru pondered on her point. You can only talk if he's willing to listen. Anko chimed in. Naruto Niai-chan will listen to me. I know we can talk things out and clear his name. I still have faith in him. Even after everything, there is no way he can turn his back on Konoha. He loved the village in spite of everything that happened to him. Konohamaru protested against Anko. At all the gates of Konoha, security had increased. There were now 2 members of the Hyuga clan at each gate. This was ordered by Hayashi, who feared for his own safety. Team Guy had returned unsuccessful. They were ordered to cancel their search and informed of Naruto's action by Chunin, who was sent to fetch them. Tsunade wanted the village to be well protected should the worst happen. There was no one left who could seal away the nine-tailed fox. They had the capability of extracting it, but that was their last resort. Tsunade sat silent in the council room. Everyone around her was arguing and shouting at the top of their lungs. She sat next to Shizune at a small 2-person table at the head of the room. The Jonin elite, Asuma, Shikaku, Choza, Inoki and Hayashi, Danzo, Koharu, Homura, Sakura, Ino, Choji, Kiba, and Tenten sat to left of the Hokage. To the right of Tsunade and Shizune were other clan heads and civilian leaders. The right table consisted of Suma Nezuka, Shibi Aburame, Might Guy, Hinata Hyuga, Neji Hyuga, Rock Lee, Chuki Ichiraku and last Iruka Umino and his wife Ayame. Chuki was elected by the other businessmen and women of Konoha to be their representative. For a chef, he was well versed in politics. He had picked up many things listening to customers who were important people. Iruka retired from being a ninja to become a full-time teacher. After a few years he was promoted to headmaster of the academy. Normally he would have nothing to do with council meeting, but Shizune informed him that he would have to be there because he is in charge of the students' safety and he must know what the protocol would be in case of a Biju attack. Ayame Umino, formerly Ayame Ichiraku, was the head of the Konoha women's rights group. For years she had watched ninja try and take advantage of the civilian women. She and Iruka bonded over how much they missed Naruto and soon learned they had a lot in common. After dating for some time, Iruka helped her form the rights group with the Hokage. I don't remember the council being this big and noisy. Tsunade sounded out between her clenched teeth at her assistant. Koharu and Homura wanted to use this meeting to discuss the threat of the nine-tailed fox. Shizune whispered. The Hokage cursed her advisors in her head before trying to get order. Everybody shut the hell up. With the outburst from the Hokage, the room fell silent. Thank you. Tsunade coughed. The reason behind this meeting is to discuss a potential alliance between Konoha and Kiri. The Hokage shot a look at her advisors, warning them to tread lightly. It may be speculation, but Kiri may be planning to use the talks to launch an attack on us. I say we strike first. Danzo tried to be the voice of reason but just came across as someone searching for a reason to go to war. Don't be so hasty, Danzo. If we enter into an alliance with Kiri, we can have them supply us with Biju sealing techniques as a condition of peace. Koharu shrewdly brought up the issue which Tsunade didn't want brought up. We're going to need a way to fight that monster when he comes. Sakura blurted out what she was thinking. Ino quickly reached over to calm her friend down. Listen up, girlie. When Naruto does come back for his revenge, we're going to stop him. Not all kunoichi are as useless as you. Soon fired a verbal jab at one of the girls she felt didn't deserve to be a jonin. Mum, you're crossing a line. Kiba was prompted to act by Tenten elbowing him in the ribs. Cut her some slack, she's going to a rough time, we both are. Ino spoke up but regretted it as she received a terrifying growl from Tsume. I didn't wish that Sasuke would die. If anything, I wish that he and Naruto would return home and clear their name, but that's not going to happen. We need to discuss the important issue here. Neji wanted to get everyone focused on what he felt was the burning issue. I know what you're talking about. Shikaku sighed while mumbling some inaudible. You want to discuss the Kekkei Genkai that the Jinchuriki has acquired, Crystal Release and Sharingan. That's not the important issue. What we really need to discuss is how the Hokage intends to protect everyone involved in the trial 8 years ago. Hayashi announced with a facade of authority, trying to hide his fear. If Naruto does attack, we can use the Jonin elite and the prosecution as bait and lure him into the open. Tsunade laughed but received no laughs from the tense room. Tsunade-sama, now is not the time for jokes. Asuma lit up a cigarette. Do we really believe that Naruto has become a monster? I can't picture the boy I knew becoming what you said he was. Hinata stuttered while tapping her index fingers together. She was surprised at her actions. These were habits she thought she long got rid of. If I may speak, Tsuki was the first person to actually ask permission to talk, and he received a nod from Tsunade. I think I could calm Naruto down with a bowl of my brand new ramen. If there are any remnants of the boy that grew up in my shop, he will listen to reason. Naruto is a beast. There's no reasoning with beasts. It would be dangerous and a waste of time. Inoki made his opinion heard. I second Tsunade's plan. The Jonin elite should put their money where their mouth is. They say they act in the best interest of the village, then they should prove it. They should be our front line when Naruto attacks. Heck, why wait? Let's send out to launch a preemptive strike on Naruto. Ayame didn't take too kindly to Inoki's disrespectful tone towards her father. I apologize for my daughter's outburst. Tsuki bowed while sitting. His daughter scowled slightly before following her father's lead. It seems we have drifted off topic. This council meeting was to decide whether establishing peace with Kiri would be beneficial to Konoha. Tsunade announced. Over the past few years we have been at wits with Kiri, but it has never escalated to a point where actual war would take place. There have been threats, but no could be taken as serious. We should take it a sign on their part that they never intended to battle us. Even after the incident where one of their hunter nin died, they didn't declare war. We should take all this into consideration. Homura spoke up. Oh Kakashi, my eternal rival. Guy burst out in anime waterfall-style tears. Thank you for reminding me, Guy. We are yet to discuss the actions of the nine-tailed fox. Danzo tried to unnerve Tsunade. This meeting was solely for the purpose of our impending talks with Kiri. Tsunade shouted, trying to maintain order. We should discuss how Naruto killed poor, innocent Sasuke and stole his eyes. Sakura stood up in her place. Yeah, he also killed Jiraiya and Kakashi and those two from Suna. Ino followed her friend's lead. Sit down, Tsunade ordered, and the two girls followed the command, promptly seating themselves. I've already taken care of that by declaring him an S-class missing nin. Tsunade said in a very soft voice. Yes, and when he attacks we can congratulate him on achieving that ranking and ask him who he would like to kill first. Danzo was on a very thin line between sounding patriotic and treasonous. What do you expect us to do? We can't just increase our security dramatically as we would in case of war. We don't know when he is going to attack, and we need our ninjas performing missions and bringing in cash. Tsunade made her point known. I say we keep security around as is for the time being, but we pull all our ninja back on the night of the Red Moon. Shikaku said. Lord Fukusaku did say Naruto was being trained by Itachi Uchiha. The Nine Tails destroying the village on the night of the Red Moon would seem poetic to Naruto. He would surpass his sensei. Sakura commented. If it is your will, Hokage-sama, I will have the entire Aburame clan on standby for that night. Shibi declared, earning a nod of acknowledgement from his son. The Inuzuka won't let you guys have all the fun. I'll make sure we have every ninja hound ready and prepared for battle. Tsume barked. Count the Hyuga clan in as well. We will protect Konoha. Neji stole the thunder from his uncle. The other clan head all agreed to have their ninja ready for battle on that night. We will organize a full-scale civilian evacuation to the new underground bunkers with help from the genin. Tsuki took responsibility for that matter. Tsunade let out a small laugh. Since we're all in agreement, we prepare for an attack on the night of the Red Moon. Remember, we're working from assumptions here, so try not to work the village into a panic. Danzo, I want you and your root division stationed in the section of the village that was reserved for the Uchiha. If he is attacking on that night, he will start from there. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were sending me there hoping he'd start there. Danzo let out a tense laugh. I think that's a good idea. ANBU root have been training all these years to fight Biju. Hinata put in. Danzo was ticked off that Hinata knew what his root division was training for in secret. Konoha's safety is my #1 concern. My root division will handle that section of the village. Nothing is easier than to denounce the evildoer, nothing more difficult than understanding him. It was the first time Iruka spoke, but his words hung heavy on the hearts of some in room while completely flying over the others. Setting off from an unnamed port in the land of water was a small ship. On the ship was the Mizukage, 5 of her hunter nin, Naruto and Karen. Besides the team from Kiri there were 10 men who made up the crew. Naruto was dressed in the standard hunter nin kimono and wore the mask. Karen was just wearing the kimono. She decided not to use the mask because of her glasses. The two of them were on guard duty and it was their responsibility to check the seas for any threats. The rest of team consisted of actual ninja of Kiri. The captain was a man named Ao. He was dressed in the same hunter nin kimono as Naruto and Karen, but he didn't use the mask, he just had a patch over his right eye. The only other person's name Naruto knew was Chojuro. He was supposed to be a member of the next generation ninja swordsmen but couldn't because the swords were never found. He had short tufty blue hair and pointed, sharp-like teeth, a trait that all members of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist shared. He wore square, black-rimmed glasses, a blue pin-striped shirt and camouflage pattern pants. The other hunter nin weren't too happy with the Mizukage adding a new member they never met before and as such were resistant to talk. "Can you see through those slits?" Karen asked, enjoying the sea breeze as she leaned against the deck railing looking out to sea. "Of course, these eyes can see everything," Naruto answered, taking a spot next to Karen. "I hope this plan of yours works out." Mei snuck away from her guards and joined the two. "It will. When Jiraiya told me they figured out that I was planning to start a war between Suna and Konoha, I had to switch to plan B." Naruto explained. "How sure are you this is going to work?" Mei questioned. "At first I was planning on allowing Jiraiya to crawl back to Konoha and give him the information I fed him, but I decided to allow him to release his summoning to do that. I don't know why the wall of fire entails sacrificing yourself for the village." Naruto continued. "My spy in Konoha informs me that they expect me to attack on the night of the red moon. If they expect you, then you'll be walking into a trap." Karen was panicked. This was the first she was hearing of this. "It works out brilliantly for Kiri. Konoha intends to recall almost all its forces in secret to prepare for that night. With the weakened border security, Kiri will be able to take out the remaining ninja and prepare for their attack. During the night of the red moon I will devastate Konoha and then at dawn Kiri will finish him off." Naruto finished explaining. "You are taking a big risk, but even if you do die it won't be in vain." Mei smiled before sneaking back into her room. Naruto turned. Karen was angry she wasn't informed about the full plan. "Don't make your face like that. Give me a smile. I have no intention of dying on that night. Have you forgotten about our plans to rebuild the whirlpool and restart the Uzumaki clan? You're just pushing my buttons now. After all that time with Orochimaru I thought I would never have a normal life." She chuckled softly. "You call this a normal life?" Naruto gave her a confused look. "You go to work every day, I stay home and take care of Itachi-sama. We sit down and have dinner together. I guess that's close enough to normal," she explained. "I promise that I will do everything I can to give you the normal life you want. I owe you that much." He smiled at her. Chapter 9. The main gate of Konoha was buzzing with excitement and trepidation. The Mizukage and her escort would be arriving today. Tsunade stood tall watching over her ninja. She had to send over a dozen Chunin and Genin away who had been there to drool over the Mizukage. The welcoming committee was made up of the Hokage, Shizune, Shikamaru and Danzo. Tsunade had picked Rock Lee, Kiba, Hinata and Neji to stand guard. Lee was there for his rapid speed, Kiba for his ability to smell suspicious scents and Hinata and Neji for their Byakugan. It was a nervous time for Konoha. If they could add Kiri to their alliance they would be part of a majority power in the ninja world. "I see them," a ninja screamed from a guard post. Tsunade looked and saw Mei's red hair appearing over the horizon. The team from Kiri had arrived. Tsunade made a mental note. Of the 7 hunter nin, 4 wore masks. The Hokage nodded to the 2 Hyuga. Neji and Hinata activated their Byakugan but they failed to see through the masks. The masks were infused with chakra to prevent exactly that. Being unable to see through the masks they decided to check for anything else suspicious but everything checked out. "It is nice to see you again, Hokage-sama." Mei smiled as she bowed. "I'm glad we are meeting on such peaceful terms." Tsunade bowed in return. "We have arranged quarters for you to rest in before we get to the peace talks. Although it was very crafty of you to not give me a chance to accept your offer. Well, in times of crisis time is a valuable asset." Both the Kage smiled. Mei nodded politely as Tsunade led the way. The hunter nin formed a protective circle around the Mizukage. Naruto made sure he was close to Karen. The Konoha ninja took up a similar formation around the Hokage. Naruto used his Sharingan and picked up many other ninja who were hidden all around them. As they walked through the street people were being kept away by Chunin. They all wanted to get a look at the woman dubbed as the most beautiful kunoichi in the world. Naruto was hoping one of them would make a run towards the Mizukage and he could act. But no such incident happened. They were being led to a hotel. It was the biggest one in Konoha. If it had to rate it would be given 4 stars. "My assistant Shizune will come in 2 hours to escort you to the meeting. You will be allowed to bring your guards but you may only bring 3 with you into the meeting," Tsunade said, hoping the Mizukage would agree. "That sounds like an acceptable condition, but may I ask for the meeting to begin in 3 hours? Mei smiled. 3 hours is fine. Shizune will be here in 3 hours. The Hokage bowed. Mei returned the bow before being led by an old woman to the room reserved for her and her ninja. It had been close to 3 hours since the Mizukage and her party arrived in Konoha. Tsunade sent Shizune to escort the visiting cage and was now waiting. They were in the largest conference room in the Hokage Tower. There were 4 equally sized tables in the room, all set across from each other. There was a very large space between the tables in case things got out of hand. No one would be able to reach someone else. The table furthest from the door was occupied by the Hokage, Koharu, Homura, Danzo and Shikamaru. The table to the right was occupied by Asuma, Shikaku, Choza, Inoki and Hayashi. The table to the left was occupied by Suna council members. They were there for the sole purpose of observing. They wore long cloaked hoods with the symbol for Suna on them. The doors opened and the Mizukage and 3 of her guards joined her at her table. It was Karin and Naruto, or as he was being called, Kai. Mei wanted Chojuro to be there, but Naruto didn't want to leave Karin alone. Mei caved and allowed Karin to be her third guard. Mizukage-sama, these are delegates from Suna who are here just to observe proceedings. Tsunade gestured to the 4 hooded figures. Mei nodded. Hokage-sama, we are grateful that you accepted our offer to have peace talks, seeing as we kinda forced you into it. Mei laughed. As a sign of good faith we have brought you a gift. Ao pulled out a scroll from his sleeve and handed it to the Mizukage. Mei bit her finger and unrolled the scroll into the open area while trailing blood onto it. Once the scroll was completely unrolled, a cloud of smoke appeared. Once all the smoke was gone, it revealed 2 coffins made of pink crystal. Is that? Tsunade stammered. We believe that to be Kakashi Hitaki and Jiraiya the Toad Sage. Ao confirmed. We intercepted a bounty hunter trying to move these bodies on our way to Konoha. Our team medic has told us they are in a comatose state, trapped in that crystal. Mei continued. Tsunade tried to control her emotions. She waved her hand and a dozen ANBU appeared and removed the coffins, taking them to the hospital. You could have used them as bargaining chips, but you just gave them to us. Tsunade questioned. Like I said, it is a sign of good faith. Mei smiled. What of the bounty hunter? Did you capture him? Danzo wanted to know about Naruto. No, he fled using a time-space jutsu. Ao admitted. He was just repeating the story Mei told him too. The ninja of Konoha hadn't been overly convinced. They first had to confirm the bodies were indeed the 2 captured ninja. Even if they proved to be, this act proved to increase tension. Now that this is out of the way, we should begin the talks. Mei tried to get things moving again. Yes, we may. Is there a threat of a civil war in Kiri? Danzo stole the spotlight from Tsunade, making her furious. That is no way to begin peace talks. Ao erupted, thinking that Danzo was being disrespectful. I apologize for the words spoken by my council member. Tsunade diffused the situation. To answer your question, Kiri is stable as ever. Over the past 2 years we have grown as a nation and a ninja village. My offer to make peace is an attempt to ensure the long-term survival of both our villages. Mei kept the smile on her face as she answered. I see the growth of Kumogakur and Iwagakure has not escaped your radar. Tsunade acknowledged. I would like to discuss the possibility of forming an alliance with the small non-allied nations. Mei suggested as she pointed to certain nations on a map that Ao had in his sleeve. There is a reason no ninja village forms alliances with those small nations. They don't have any worthwhile resources or are too poor to afford ninja services. Hayashi was the first member of the Jonin elite to speak up. With time and money those nations could be built up. Ao said. The plan you are describing is one that would take more than a generation to complete. Shikaku added. As expected from the Nara clan. Yes, and during that time the standard terms of an alliance would be applied. Both the villages will assist each other in times of war or crisis. We will share the ways in which we run our education, health and civilian sectors. Mei went on. What exactly does Kiri have to offer in those terms? Koharu questioned. Our education system is nothing special, but it is our medical division that one of the best in the world. We start training our medical ninja from the time they are in the academy. There are several islands around the land of water which Kiri has claimed. On these islands medical herbs that normally grow rarely grow in abundance. Mei threw a small bag filled with herbs across the room. The bag was intercepted by ANBU, who examined it and made sure it was safe before handing it to the Hokage. Tsunade examined the contents of the bag. These are very rare indeed. What are you proposing? We supply herbs and you supply medical ninja techniques to help with our academy program. A silence filled the room. The first big decision point was raised. Konoha could use the herbs, but supplying their medical knowledge to another village could be dangerous. We will make the deal if you supply us with both the herbs and sealing techniques. Koharu spoke up, much to Tsunade's frustration. Sealing techniques. Is this some kind of joke? Konoha is known for the Sannin being masters of sealing jutsus. Ao was a bit surprised. The sealing jutsu we seek is more to do with the sealing of biju. Homura added. So you fear the S-class missing nin Jinchuriki. Mei tried not to laugh. Naruto grinned widely under his mask. I'll add the biju sealing jutsu to the treaty if you share the secret of the yin-yang release. Mei proposed, knowing she would get a no. That I cannot do. In exchange for the sealing jutsu we will improve your academy program. Tsunade countered. When I said our education system is nothing special, I didn't mean it was completely useless. I'd say our academy is on par with yours. Mei retorted. I can't believe that, after Zabuza killed all the students in his class, and your village cancelled the program that earned it the name Blood Mist, I heard there was a sharp decrease in the level of your ninja. Asuma mentioned while taking a pull of his cigarette. If these weren't peace talks I would take that as an insult. Mei smiled through a peaceful facade but inside she was cursing. This is Kai Momiki, he is the youngest member our team at 20. Let us have a simple sparring match, him against one of your academy graduates of the same age group. Damn, Asuma attacked Kiri's strength and it pushed Mei's buttons. I hope this doesn't ruin everything. Naruto thought to himself. If he goes through with this I just hope he can hold back in the sparring match. Karen thought. So we have a relative of Zabuza here. If Asuma has offended you I apologize. Tsunade hoped the mask hunter Nin took no offense. Although these are peace talks, gauging our ninja strength would be fine. In 1 hour we will have a friendly sparring match between Kai Momiki and Neji Hyuga. Shizune will show to Training Ground 5. Shizune, accompanied by Hinata and Lee, was leading the Mizukage and her party through the streets of the village to the training ground. They were still in the same defensive formation as when they arrived but now I was standing next to the Mizukage. Are you sure it is wise to have the new guy fight a Hyuga? Even if he is related to Zabuza this could affect the talks and our plans. Ao whispered. Trust me when our ninja wins it'll put Konoha in their place and give us the upper hand in the talks. Mei replied softly. The Mizukage is hungry, Naruto announced. Mei was surprised because she wasn't hungry. Excuse me, Shizune was taken aback by the declaration. The Mizukage's favorite food is ramen. Naruto continued. Mei and Karen caught on. Karen held herself back from admonishing the Jinchuriki. Well there's Ichiraku ramen, they have the best ramen in the land. I'll get one our ninja to get some for you. Shizune responded with a smile. If you don't mind, I'd like to go with them to make sure nothing happens to food. Naruto put in. Of course, Hinata please show the ninja to Ichiraku ramen and then to the training ground. Shizune gave the Jonin the order. I understand Shizune-sama. Hinata set off in the direction of Ichiraku followed by Karen and Naruto. The two of you are going. Shizune pointed out. Yes, I am a sensory-type ninja. I will make sure nothing is done by the chef. Karen answered and continued to follow. It had been so long since he walked these streets. In his younger years he was always subjected to stares of hatred and disgust and now people were looking at him in awe. He occasionally caught Hinata trying to use her Byakugan to see through his mask. Karen also picked up on the spikes in the Hyuga's chakra. If you're wondering how handsome he is all you have to do is ask me. Karen teased. Or are you seeing other things? Hinata blushed at the comment. Karen made it sound like Hinata was being perverted. I'm sorry, so you are going to have a sparring match against my cousin. Hinata was trying to change the topic. After a while of uncomfortable silence they reached the restaurant. Naruto rubbed his hands together as he prepared to place a big order until he realized something. He couldn't remove his mask, he wouldn't be able to eat. In his mind he was cursing himself because the smell of ramen was entering his mask. What can I get you? Tsuki asked not looking at the person in front of him. After no reply he looked up and was surprised to see a foreign ninja. You must be with Kiri. Please help yourself to anything on the menu. It's free of charge. Naruto was now crying under his mask, free ramen and he couldn't have any. Just plain ramen in miso soup, take away. Tsuki rushed into the back and began preparing the meal. He wanted to help with the peace talk but wasn't allowed to, so making ramen for a Kiri ninja was his way of helping. Please come again. The old man waved goodbye as the three ninja left to head to the battleground. Hinata, do you have a boyfriend? Naruto asked. After he told Karen about his life in Konoha the redhead reprimanded him for never noticing that Hinata had a crush on him. Ah, Hinata was a bit stunned by the question. I don't think it's appropriate to talk about things like that. So that's a no on the boyfriend. Karen chimed in. Being a jonin and trying to maintain a relationship is different. There was someone a long time ago but now there's no chance. Hinata mumbled but loud enough for the others to hear. Karen picked up on the fact she still had a thing for Naruto after all this time. You should forget about that person. A pretty young thing like you can get any guy. I don't know about that. My father would kill anyone who tried to ask me out. He wants me to marry my cousin to keep the Byakugan in the family. Hinata covered her mouth. She couldn't believe she just said that to complete strangers and worse foreign ninja, but there was something calming about the masked one. Don't despair, it's not like your father will live forever. Naruto smirked under his mask. Hinata didn't pick up on the underlying threat against the head of the Hyuga clan. After a while they were at the training ground. Neji was already standing in the middle of the battlefield waiting. Tsunade and Mei were seated under umbrellas on opposite ends of the field. Don't use any of the swords, Mei whispered to Naruto before sending him onto the field. I am Neji Hyuga of the Hyuga clan, Neji announced. Hi, I'm Kai Momiki, Naruto announced languidly. The two combatants bowed before taking positions on the opposite ends of the field. I can't use my swords. I can't use any jutsu that would give away my true strength. Naruto was lost in thought. Neji saw that his opponent wasn't going to move and decided to make the first move. 8 trigrams air palm. The Hyuga performed a high-speed palm thrust, releasing a powerful vacuum of wind from his palm in the direction of his opponent. The powerful wind blasted Naruto in the chest, causing him to explode into water. That was amazing speed. He cast a water clone and substitution jutsu in a split second. Neji muttered under his breath. Most of the spectators shared Neji's sentiment. They didn't even see the hand signs being cast. As they searched for the real Kiri ninja, a puddle of water formed from the beaten water clone. Ripples spread through the puddle before a large dragon spewed out from the puddle and charged at Neji. As the water dragon closed in, Neji began spinning rapidly as he released chakra from his body, creating a rotating shield of chakra around himself. The water dragon hit the rotating shield and dispersed the dispersed water, then formed into 6 water clones. He seems to be a very capable ninja, Danzo commented. He is a member of their hunter nin, Inoki replied. One thing's for sure, the speed he cast hand seals is incredible, Shikaku noted. Back on the battlefield, Neji used his Byakugan and searched, but he couldn't find his opponent. Where are you? Neji yelled. I see, you're hiding amongst the water clones. The 6 water clones then rushed Neji, who assumed the gentle fist stance and began to attack. Neji hit the first with 2 consecutive strikes and yelled, 2. The second clone received another 2 consecutive strikes, 4. The third got 4 hits, 8. The fourth was hit with 8 consecutive attacks, 16. The fifth received 16 consecutive strikes, 32. The final one got 32 consecutive hits, 64. After he was done, all the clones but the last burst into water. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Neji walked over to the downed Naruto, or Kai as he was called. I didn't expect him to put up a fight. Koharu laughed. Now with this win we should have the upper hand in the negotiations, Asuma mentioned. It appears Konoha's academy program is better than Kiri's. Tsunade smiled. As the Hokage got up, the ground beneath Neji cracked and Naruto erupted out. Catching Neji off guard, he got behind him and placed a kunai behind Neji's neck. How did you do it? I checked the ground with my Byakugan, Neji questioned as the two separated. I didn't cast 2 jutsu in the beginning. I cast 4, water clone, substitution, a genjutsu and hidden mole jutsu, Naruto answered before going to the Mizukage's side. An exceptional ninja you have there, Tsunade complimented, trying to hide the disappointment of losing. Danzo was busy planning a way to acquire the Kiri ninja he just saw battle. Let us head back to the conference chamber and discuss the conditions our treaty. The old warhawk was trying to work an angle. Right now I think we should take a break. I do have a request. Would you please give me a tour of the village? Mei requested. A tour? Tsunade was a bit unsure. In your proposal you mentioned your academy. Before I hand over secret sealing jutsu, I would like to know what I am getting in return. Mei rephrased. If that's the case, then allow me to escort you myself. Tsunade agreed. Would you also arrange a separate tour to show Kai and Karen your medical ninja and what they would bring to the alliance? These two are medical experts and would be able to give an accurate report. Mei smiled. She wanted to get Naruto more access to the village before the big night. I suppose so. I'll have the heads of the hospital show them around. Tsunade nodded before whispering to a member of ANBU. The ANBU disappeared. Another ANBU stepped forward to show Naruto and Karen to the hospital. Naruto was cautious but followed. Even though there were 3 ANBU escorting him, he could sense several more hiding. When Naruto and Karen arrived at the hospital, there were 2 people waiting for them. The first had her long blonde hair in a ponytail with bangs covering the right side of her face. She wore a short, purple, sleeveless blouse with an open purple apron skirt over a shorter, black skirt with short fishnet shorts underneath. The second has bright pink hair. She wore a basic red top, with black gloves, black boots, black shorts and a short grey apron skirt. Hi, I'm Ino Yamanaka. The first greeted. Hello, my name is Sakura Haruno. We are the heads of the hospital. The second added. Naruto felt his blood begin to boil. He was well informed of the girls' actions during the years he was away. It took every bit of willpower he had not to cut them down where they stood. We are part of the team from Kirigakure. We are here to check out the hospital. Karen took over the talking, not wanting Naruto to say something that would give him away. Sakura laughed at Karen's choice of words. We were told to show you our medical school first before letting you check out the hospital. Sakura nodded and the ANBU disappeared. The pink-haired girl and the blonde led the 2 Kiri ninja away from the hospital. Danzo wants us to try and get this guy to fall for our womanly charms. I never felt so degraded in my life, Sakura thought. As they walked, Ino spun around and stopped in front of Naruto. She had her arms close to her body, pushing her chest out. You're a big, strong ninja. It must be pretty awesome being a hunter nin. Ino was using a very seductive voice. Karen picked up on what was happening. She wanted to beat the crap out of the blonde in front of her but didn't want to spoil the plan. I guess, to use your words, it's pretty awesome. Naruto backed away as Ino got closer. Karen positioned herself between the advancing blonde and Naruto. I don't know if there is a shortage of men in your village, but show some decency. Ino's face contorted as she tried to hide the fact she took offense from the comment. Should we get on with the tour? Sakura tried to get things moving again. Ino turned around and winked at Sakura, signaling the pink-haired girl to take over. So Kai, I heard you were a medical expert and a very strong fighter. That's really cool. Most guys can't do both. Your chakra control must be amazing. I heard you beat Neji in no time. Sakura was trying to compliment herself into his good graces. These two are angling for something. I better keep an eye on them and have Karen keep track of ANBU. Naruto thought before whispering the same idea into Karen's ear. Fine, just make sure they keep their hands to themselves. Karen muttered back. I don't know if you know this, but I fought against Zabuza when I was just a genin. Sakura boasted. Fought against? You just stood by the bridge builder while Kakashi Hitaki did all the work. Naruto sneered. How do you know that? Sakura asked, feeling a bit embarrassed. Zabuza was a missing nin from Kiri. We made it our duty to know what happened there. Naruto replied coolly. He, busted. Karen snickered. A brief silence followed as Sakura and Ino finally led them to the Hokage's main building. This is definitely suspicious. I'm sensing close to 50 Jonin-level ninjas hiding. Karen thought as she brushed against Naruto while walking in front of him in a specific way to signal how many enemies were up ahead. Once in the building, they were led to the same training room Tsunade had used to teach Ino and Sakura medical ninjutsu. We used to practice our chakra control on fish here when we were kids. Ino reminisced as she glided across the room. Danzo wants us to make this guy get hands on so we can arrest him. If it wasn't for that redhead, he would have fallen for my charms. I'm going to have to pull out the big guns. Did you have to do these? Sakura asked as he pulled a fish out of the water and placed it on a scroll with seals. Would you mind demonstrating some of your techniques? Karen stepped towards the fish confidently with a wide smile brimming on her face. We want to see how the relative of Zabuza does not some no-named redhead. Ino scorned. Karen stopped and balled up her fist. She was about to lose control until Naruto placed a hand on her shoulder. She began breathing deeply and calmed down. Naruto slowly approached the fish and placed his hands over it. Karen waited to see what would happen. The only way she ever saw Naruto heal was through his crystal release. A light blue energy emitted from his hands and the fish began moving again. This is too easy. You should practice on living people, that way you can weed out the weak immediately. Naruto scoffed. Sakura and Ino took offensive to that. They had spent many hours practicing with the fish. They were starting to give up, but they knew Danzo hated failure. We should return to the Mizukage, Naruto stated as he could sense desperation in the air. With those words, Sakura and Ino knew they had failed. A few ANBU appeared in the room and escorted Naruto and Karen away. This is truly an amazing academy. May complimented as Tsunade led the tour. Before the Hokage could respond, a member of ANBU appeared next to her and whispered something to her ear. Mizukage, please excuse me. Something urgent has come up in the hospital. I request that we begin talks afresh tomorrow. Tsunade bowed but asked firmly. It is good to see that you value your duty. I will accept and we shall meet again tomorrow. May smiled as Shizune led her party away. I can't believe Naruto was right. Tsunade actual dropped everything to see the pervert. Now we can stay for 3 more days till the night of the red moon. In a large special room of the Konoha hospital there were 2 beds, both occupied by recovering ninja. Kakashi sat in bed overlooking the person in the bed in front of him. Jiraiya was lying still under the blanket. The Toad Sage was awake but heartbroken. Jiraiya, you idiot, Tsunade shouted as she burst into the room and ran to his bed. Is that how you greet me after I overcame certain death? Jiraiya laughed. I'm doing fine, Kakashi mumbled. Tsunade stood over Jiraiya's bed with tears welling in her eyes. Lord Fukusaku said you were dead. That's only because he couldn't reverse summon me. That crystal technique left me in state of suspended animation, neither alive nor dead. Jiraiya explained. Tell me, was it really Naruto? Could he have really done this? Tsunade sobbed as she placed her hand on the bandaged stump of where Jiraiya's arm was. It was the boy. This was his way of punishing me for being perverted. Jiraiya joked. He turned himself into Sasuke's avenger. I don't know what happened, but he blames Konoha. When I fought him he didn't use any of his own moves, just Sasuke's. Kakashi added. I declared him an S-class missing nin for killing you. I guess I should revoke the classification. Tsunade wiped away tears. No, leave it. He is an extremely powerful ninja and should not be engaged one-on-one. Order a flee on sight unless in a team with 2 or more jonin. Jiraiya said, getting serious. He could have killed me but choose not to. That's because he was moving your body to cash in the bounty until he was intercepted by Kiri. Tsunade explained. We have to be wary of Kiri. I don't fully trust them. Kakashi spoke up. Kakashi, did you feel it when you were trapped in the coffin? Jiraiya asked, to which Kakashi nodded. That crystal was infused with Naruto's positive chakra. The chakra slowly healed us. I could feel the warmth of the boy we once knew, but behind it was something darker. The 9-tailed fox. Tsunade was intrigued. The fox's chakra is destructive and wouldn't have worked. It was Sasuke's chakra. Some of the Uchiha's chakra must have been stored in the eyes when they were transplanted. It must have grown over the years with his hate. Jiraiya continued. The fact that he spared me means that something is preventing him from completely losing his humanity. If we hope to stop him, we have to appeal to whatever shred of humanity is left. As the teacher who failed him, should he attack, I will take that responsibility. Kakashi dropped his head. No, you are the future of Konoha. I am his godfather and a complete failure. I should have been here all those years. It will be my responsibility. Jiraiya slammed his left hand into his chest above his heart. You're both wrong. Tsunade wiped away all signs of tears from her face. I am the Hokage. Minato wanted the village to regard Naruto as a hero and they failed him and his son. I am the head of the village and will shoulder the responsibility and bear Naruto's wrath. I will face him. That is madness. The village will never go for it. It is suicide. Jiraiya pled with the Hokage. If we want any chance of bringing back the old Naruto, we will have to appeal to his childhood dream, a battle to prove he is stronger than the Hokage. If I fall in battle against him, I would hopefully have done enough to make it possible to seal him away. Tsunade explained. Hokage-sama, what if you fall and the sealing fails? Then what? Kakashi couldn't believe what he was hearing. Kakashi is right. I saw Naruto's power. If he unleashes all of the fox's fury, he will wipe out the entire village. He isn't the same kid, he's smart now. There's no way he would agree to a one-on-one battle even if it was a chance to prove himself against the Hokage. Jiraiya scolded his old friend. If Naruto does kill me in battle, he will die along with me. Her words rang out into the now silenced room. Chapter 10. Flashback. 5 weeks after fleeing Konoha. Come back here, you coward. Sasuke screamed as he leapt from treetop to treetop, chasing a figure wearing a long, dark cloak with red clouds and a chin-high collar with a conical straw hat. Sasuke, wait up, Naruto shouted as he followed. I will kill you, Itachi. Sasuke roared. Naruto was struggling to keep up with Sasuke as the Uchiha's body was covered by black flame-shaped markings. Naruto was doing his best not to call on the fox's chakra. Both of them were wearing the same clothes they used when they fled Konoha. As they ran, a powerful force swept through the trees, ripping them to shreds and allowing Itachi to escape. You kids sure got guts chasing after Itachi, but now you have to face me, Kisame Hoshigaki, the monster of the hidden mist. Announced another man dressed in the same long, dark cloak with red clouds. He had a pale blue-gray skin tone, small, round white eyes, gill-like facial markings under his eyes and sharp triangular teeth. Fire style, Great Dragon Flame Jutsu. Sasuke shouted as he cast a tiger seal. The Uchiha then inhaled deeply before exhaling a stream of fire that formed into a crude dragon. The dragon flew towards Kisame, barely able to keep its form. Kisame raised his sword that was covered in bandages to block the attack. The fire exploded on contact with the sword, creating a cloud of smoke. Through the cloud of smoke, Naruto emerged. He was covered in bubbling red chakra. The Jinchuriki threw a punch, but Kisame dodged. As the monster of the hidden mist moved away, a section of Naruto's red chakra flew off his body and blasted Kisame down. The sounds of birds chirping began to sound. Sasuke hunched over with his left hand extended downwards and his right hand on his left wrist. A white orb of lightning chakra gathered in his left hand. Spark began frantically escaping the orb. Chidori, 1000 birds. Naruto held out his left hand and the red chakra around him helped stabilize the swirling blue chakra into a perfect sphere. Rasengan. The two former Konoha ninja leapt forwards and thrust their jutsu at Kisame, resulting in massive explosion. When the dust settled, Kisame's sword was implanted in the ground in front of him. The weapon had taken the full force of both attacks. How do you like shark skin? Water star, exploding water shock wave, Kisame shouted before opening his mouth and releasing large volumes of water that swelled around Naruto and Sasuke before crashing down on them. Kisame slowly approached the two laid-out ninja as the water disappeared with sword in hand. What happened? How could we get beaten so badly? Naruto groaned. We used too much chakra trying to keep up with Itachi. We ran straight into a trap. Sasuke grumbled. We only need the Jinchuriki. Kisame laughed as he walked over to Sasuke and raised his sword. Naruto got down on all fours and launched at Kisame. When he was within striking distance, Naruto swung his body around, slashing his chakra tail at the blade. The chakra wrapped around the sword, stopping it. The bandaged sword began shuddering as it sucked in the chakra, completely removing Naruto's fox form. Kisame then kicked Naruto high into the air. Sasuke used the opening to scramble away and throw himself onto the ground to break Naruto's fall. Kisame walked over to Naruto and Sasuke before raising his blade into the air. Cripple the Jinchuriki and kill the Uchiha in one blow. As he prepared to deliver his hit, the sword began shuddering, stopping itself. The handle of the blade grew spikes, causing Kisame to let go in pain and back away. You really like his chakra, you traitor. Kisame hissed as blood poured from his palms. I'll have to kill you with my bare hands. Kisame rushed forward as Naruto tried to get up. Before Kisame could get close enough, his body became engulfed in black flames. Amaterasu, Kisame cried as the flames burnt him. Naruto grabbed Kisame's sword and slashed at the monster of the hidden mist, cutting his head clean off. Kisame's body fell to the ground as the black flames burnt it to ashes. As Naruto helped Sasuke up, Itachi emerged from the shadows. I'll kill you, Sasuke screamed as he rushed at his brother. Naruto coughed up blood before following Sasuke while carrying shark skin. As the two attacked, they made the mistake of making eye contact. Both of them collapsed into heaps. I'm sorry, but I have to use Tsukuyomi to show you the truth about what happened, Itachi said as he stood over the boys. 3 years later. This is so boring. There's never anything interesting to do in a Megakure. Naruto complained from beneath his hooded cloak. You don't have to be here. I could have picked up the medicine on my own, Sasuke retorted from under his hooded cloak. Both of them were tottering through the standing water on the forest floor as they made their way to a small town. A few feet in front of them was a body slightly covered by water. Naruto ran forward and lifted the person out of the water. She's still alive, Naruto exclaimed as he looked down at the redhead in front of him. We don't have time to pick strays. Leave her, Sasuke replied as he carried on walking. Naruto stuck his tongue out before removing his cloak and wrapping it around the girl. He was wearing a standard ninja uniform underneath. Once his cloak was fastened tightly enough to keep her warm, he picked her up in arms and continued onwards. After walking for close to an hour, they reached the town they were heading for. Sasuke booked a room in a hotel while Naruto booked a separate one. How long are you going to watch over her? Sasuke asked, entering the room. He was dressed in the same uniform as Naruto. Naruto was sitting in the far corner while the redhead was sleeping soundly in a futon in the middle of the room. Until she's well enough to walk, Naruto answered while yawning. So strong, so powerful, so dark. The redhead stirred before waking up. The girl sat up in her bed. She looked around the room and saw two boys and that she was dressed in a kimono. Once everything settled in, she began screaming, "Help me. It's okay, you're safe. We found you in the storm." Naruto scrambled, trying to calm her down while Sasuke just smirked. "What about my clothes?" she screamed. "I changed you out of those soaked rags. I'm sorry, but that old kimono is all I had that would fit you." An old lady walked into the room carrying a tray of tea. She set the tray down before leaving. "You had the innkeeper change her. Here, I thought you were being as perverted as that damn toad sage." Sasuke laughed. "Thank you," the redhead mumbled. "You saved my life." "Well, don't worry about it. My brother and I were happy to help." Naruto blushed. "They're brothers. He has such a warm, caring chakra while his brother has a cold, callous chakra." She thought as she watched them. "Oh, by the way, my name is Naruto and this is Sasuke." Naruto introduced the two. "Why did you have to give our real names? When we're out missions, I'm Shin and you're Sora. What was the point of coming up with these identities if you're not going to use them?" "I spent hours coming up with those names," Sasuke whispered as flashed across the room next to Naruto. "That was amazing," the redhead marveled before realizing she had been rude by not giving her name. "My name is Karen." She smiled slightly as she picked up a cup of tea. "So what were you doing in the forest all alone?" Sasuke questioned. "I got lost. I was on my way to a small town to buy medical herbs." Karen sipped the tea as she tried to act embarrassed. "We saved you and you show us gratitude by lying." Sasuke glared intently without activating his Sharingan. Karen caught a glimpse of his stare and started coughing as she choked. "You don't have to stare so hard. She doesn't have to tell us anything she feels uncomfortable about." "And what's this I did all the work." Naruto tried to lighten the mood. "She's a ninja. She's been reading our chakra this whole time." Sasuke used his right hand to grab Naruto and toss him aside. With Naruto airborne, Sasuke gathered lightning chakra around his left hand and charged Karen. The redhead tossed aside her cup of tea as she tried to scramble away. She realized she wouldn't be able to get away and crouched into a ball prepared to die. She waited for the pain, but it never came. She opened her eyes and saw Naruto holding back Sasuke's lightning with a shield of wind chakra. She couldn't believe he moved that fast. "I'm not a ninja," Karen cried as she sat up and bowed. "I'm an experiment. A powerful ninja by the name of Orochimaru has a base near here. I was sent to fetch medical herbs for him. I got caught in a storm and collapsed. He controls me and everyone else at the base. We're powerless against him." Streams of tears flowed down her face. "Is that all?" Naruto smiled as Sasuke grumbled. Both of them let their elemental chakra dissipate. "What do you mean, is that all?" Karen asked. "I have the ability to sense emotions. You're not a bad person." "Let me rephrase that. You are a bad person, but not in the same way as Orochimaru," Naruto answered. Karen laughed at his comment. "I didn't think kind people like you existed in this world." "You were going to lead us to Orochimaru's base," Sasuke ordered, shocking Naruto. "Wait, this is a bit hasty. We should consult with Itachi Ni-san. You know I can only call on one tail worth of chakra." "The damn fox cut me off," Naruto tried to reason. "Itachi Ni-san is sick. If we can eliminate Orochimaru, it's another thing Itachi Ni-san wouldn't have to worry about. We can beat him with the power we have," Sasuke responded before turning his Sharingan on and using it on Karen. "What did you do?" Naruto barked as Karen collapsed unconscious. "I just hit her with a genjutsu. When she wakes up, she's going to get dressed and lead us to Orochimaru's base. Then we kill Orochimaru," Sasuke replied as he walked out of the room. "What about her? If she walks in there while under genjutsu, Orochimaru may kill her," Naruto shouted. "Well, that's collateral damage." The door closed behind Sasuke. "Damn it," Naruto shouted through the closed door. A few hours later, Karen wandered lifelessly through the drenched forest. She was wearing Naruto's cloak over her slightly wet clothes. Her body was moving on autopilot while her mind was telling her to stop. Keeping a very safe following distance, Sasuke and Naruto watched her place her hand on a tree. The tree opened up, revealing a stairway to an underground base. Seeing Karen enter the base, Naruto tried to give chase but was stopped by Sasuke. "We will wait 1 hour and then we'll enter." Sasuke maintained a strong grip on Naruto's shoulder. "When they find out she's under genjutsu, they may try to run," Naruto reasoned. "If that happens, we will ambush them," Sasuke explained. An hour passed and there was no activity. Sasuke used his Sharingan to see through the illusion placed on the tree. He used his Chidori to blow down the door before storming the base. After a few seconds Naruto followed and backed Sasuke up. The two made light work of the grunts in their way as they continued on. Naruto used rasengan to burst open the doors to a large hall. At the end of the hall was a throne. On the floor in the middle of the room was Karen. She was badly beaten and barely alive. "Orochimaru, you fiend, she was one of your own," Naruto screamed as his eyes turned red with black slit pupils. The man in the throne had extremely pale skin with waist-length black hair. His amber eyes had slits in his pupils and purple markings around his eyes. He wore two plain grey garbs with black pants and a thick purple rope belt tied in a large knot behind his back. He was one of Konoha's most famous criminals. He was a member of the Sannin and student of the Third Hokage. He was Orochimaru. To his right was a woman with light blue hair kept in a spiky ponytail with long strands of hair framing her face. She was wearing a green dress with a long left sleeve and a short right one, a red turtleneck that had a white, fluffy collar and brown gloves. To Orochimaru's left was a man with grey hair in a ponytail that was wearing circular glasses. He wore a dark purple shirt with a white undershirt and a white obi around his waist worn at an angle and dark purple pants. "You remember Kabuto?" Orochimaru gestured to his left. "This is Gurren." He gestured to his right. "Today is the day you die, Orochimaru. You've been hunting Itachi ni Isan too long," Sasuke screamed. "There's that Ango I wanted so much for my new body. It was because of the Jinchuriki I never got my Sharingan. I'll have to kill him for that." Orochimaru laughed. "I'd like to see you try." Naruto roared as his body became encased by bubbling red chakra, taking on the shape of a one-tailed fox. "I guess the first thing I need to do is take care of the traitor," Orochimaru hissed. The Sannin threw a kunai with great speed at the prone redhead. The kunai never reached its target as Naruto's chakra tail cut it off. The chakra tail deflected the kunai back at Orochimaru. Before the kunai could strike the Sannin, a pink crystal kunai stopped it. "You're still the same Naruto I remember. You think you can save everyone," Kabuto mocked. "If you want to get to Orochimaru-sama you'll have to face us." Gurren spoke up. Orochimaru, Kabuto and Gurren began disappearing from view slowly as if their bodies were being burned by a flame until there was nothing left. "Naruto, stay on guard," Sasuke shouted as he searched. Naruto flashed from his position to next to Karen. He placed his hands over Karen's chest, careful not to touch her with the red chakra. Through the bubbling fox chakra Naruto's true, blue chakra shone entering Karen's body and began healing her. "How long do you need?" Sasuke asked as he waited for Naruto to complete healing the girl. Two clouds of smoke appeared in the room, one next to Sasuke and one next Naruto. Two large snakes appeared and threw themselves at the missing nin. Sasuke dove backwards, avoiding the snake. Sasuke performed a series of hand signals and stopped on Tiger. He then inhaled deeply and exhaled a stream of fire that hit the snake and formed a fireball. Fire style, fireball jutsu. The snake next to Naruto tried to take advantage of the fact he was doing medical ninjutsu and headed for Karen. The cold-blooded creature was captured by Naruto's chakra tail. The snake found itself being constricted until it gave out and disappeared. "That's very impressive, taking on my binding snake glare without much effort." Orochimaru's voice filled the room. As Naruto used the healing jutsu on Karen, Kabuto appeared behind him using a body flicker. Orochimaru's trusted advisor's right hand was covered in green chakra that formed blades at his fingertips. "Crap, a chakra scalpel," Sasuke shouted as he tried to get to Naruto's side. As the Uchiha tried to run, several pink crystal spikes erupted out of the ground, stopping him. Gurren's body flickered behind Sasuke and cried out, "Jade crystal blade." She quickly formed blades made of crystal on her arms that looked like tanto. Sasuke jumped straight up to avoid the woman's double downward slash. He turned to see if Naruto was safe and impressed by what he saw. The dead last academy student was skillfully batting back Kabuto with his chakra tail and still had enough concentration to continue the healing jutsu. Hexagonal crystal shuriken, wild dance. Gurren shouted as she threw 50 crystal shuriken into the air at Sasuke. The Uchiha responded by again using a fire-style attack. Fire-style, phoenix flower jutsu. Sasuke exhaled a torrent of small fireballs that destroyed the crystal shuriken on impact. He landed and decided to kill the woman before seeking out Orochimaru. Gurren smiled as she looked down on Sasuke. "I can't believe Orochimaru-sama once wanted your body. When you say it like that it sounds like he wanted to molest me." Sasuke smirked. "How dare you? Orochimaru-sama is beyond the desires of flesh. He is a true ninja," Gurren shouted. "Is that what you tell yourself because he rejected you?" Sasuke taunted. Gurren didn't reply, she just charged at Sasuke. She created a large, jagged spear-like crystal surrounding her right forearm, which she intended to use to impale Sasuke. Crystal release, crystal lance. Sasuke smirked and ripped of the sleeve on his left arm. On the inside of his forearm were 2 circles, inside each circle was a different kanji. Sasuke then bit his thumb, causing it to bleed, and wiped the blood across the circle closest to his wrist, creating a large cloud of smoke. When the smoke dispersed, he held a large blade in his left hand. It was a massive broadsword that had 2 cutouts, a circle close to the top and a semicircular one nearer the handle. Sasuke and Gurren began trading blows with their weapons, deflecting and attacking. It was the crystal lance that was being chipped away at, but Gurren would just add more chakra to it. Naruto let out a sigh of relief as Karen began to stir. She looked up at him, allowing tears to flow out of her eyes. She was certain she would die, but she was saved by his warm chakra. Thank you, she whimpered as she struggled to talk. It's all in a day's work. Naruto smiled as he got up. How touching, a traitor and a beast. Kabuto imitated vomiting. After I kill you, I'll kill the girl. Naruto formed a funnel using both his hand and placed it over his mouth. He then exhaled and released his attack. That's not fire, it's chakra. Kabuto screamed as he disappeared into the ground. The hidden mole jutsu seems appropriate for you, Kabuto. Naruto mocked. Underground Kabuto smoked as he prepared to launch out of the ground and use a chakra scalpel. He erupted out of the screaming, "Die Karen!" Kabuto expected his hand to be tearing through the redhead's chest, but instead he was pushing Naruto into the air. Substitution jutsu. Naruto smirked as the chakra scalpel failed to penetrate the fox's chakra. Kabuto watched in horror as Naruto formed a rasengan in each hand. But you're not using shadow clones. Kabuto panicked. I'm not that same kid. Naruto screamed as he flipped and slammed both rasengan into the chest of Kabuto. Orochimaru's assistant fell over lifelessly. Naruto stood proudly over Kabuto as he prepared to destroy the body. Sasuke was gaining the upper hand as he continued chipping away at the crystal spear but was distracted by Karen's scream. Naruto, watch out behind you. Karen screamed, unable to pick herself up. The Jinchuriki couldn't react in time as Orochimaru appeared behind him. The snake Sannin's hand extended around Naruto with his fingertips burning blue. Five-pronged seal. Orochimaru slammed his hand through the fox's shroud and burned through Naruto's uniform, hitting his seal. The red chakra around him evaporated as he collapsed. Using her opponent's lapse in concentration, Gurren took advantage. Crystal release. Crystal encampment wall. Gurren sent out a wave of chakra which then turned into an almost impenetrable crystal box around Sasuke. Sasuke used his sword to repeatedly hit the crystal wall, but it would just repair itself. My chakra is gone. Naruto heaved as he struggled to breath. This is the second time you hit with that. You're going to die and then we're going to kill that bitch. Gurren joined Orochimaru. Naruto ripped of his left sleeve. He had the exact same tattoos as Sasuke. Naruto bit his finger and drew a bloodline across both. After a large burst of smoke, he was holding two swords, the executioner's blade in his right and shark skin in his left. That's my sword, Sasuke screamed as he tried using Chidori to escape but failed. You want to play with swords, let's see who's better. Orochimaru opened his mouth and reached into his throat, pulling out a sword. The sword of Kusanagi. Naruto could feel his body begin to fail because of the seal Orochimaru placed on him, but he did his best to stand tall and keep both Gurren, who had a crystal spear, and Orochimaru, who had the sword of Kusanagi, back from Karen. The two from Oto both attacked while Naruto could only defend. Shark skin helped him out by moving by itself, but with no chakra he couldn't strengthen it. Leave me behind and run, Karen shouted as she tried to get up. There's nowhere to run. Naruto coughed as he went on the offensive. Naruto threw shark skin at Gurren. The sword then wrapped itself around her spear and ate away at her chakra. She struggled to fight of the blade that was not leaving her. Naruto thrust the executioner's blade forward. Orochimaru twisted his body like a snake, avoiding the attack. The Sannin then slashed at Naruto, separating his right hand from the rest of his body. The executioner's blade then returned to storage with Naruto's right hand with it. Naruto fell to the ground as blood poured out from where his right wrist would be. Orochimaru lifted his sword and prepared to kill Naruto. To think, Danzo offered me a scroll of forbidden Konoha jutsu if I hunted you down and you come to me. Orochimaru laughed. This will go a long way in solidifying our partnership. Sasuke could only watch from the crystal trap, seeing his best friend about to die and hearing that Danzo was working with Orochimaru. Sasuke snapped. Konoha is involved again. They've taken so much and now they're going to take away my best friend. The three Tomo in each Sharingan merged together to form a six-pointed circular star. A vortex appeared in front of Sasuke's eyes and sucked up the crystal walls. Before Orochimaru hit Naruto, Sasuke blasted him with a bolt of lightning chakra. Chidori stream. The Sannin stumbled away from Naruto. Sasuke rushed to his friend's side and stood guard as Karen crawled next to Naruto. You got me good, Uchiha, but you can't fight this jutsu and protect your friend. 10,000 snakes wave. Hundreds of summoned snakes crawled out of Orochimaru's mouth and formed a wall of snakes. Sasuke knew he could only do one thing. He rushed forwards and became buried by the snakes. Some of the snakes started biting him with their poisoned fangs and the others opened their mouths to extend Kusanagi-like blades and stabbed him. A powerful rift in space opened above the mountain of snakes and began sucking them up until none were left. Stabbed and poisoned, Sasuke collapsed. Orochimaru approached prepared to kill, but he became engulfed in black flames. He then regurgitated a new body from his mouth. Once he left the black flames, he chose to disappear while cursing Itachi. I should have never let you two come here alone. I had a bad feeling this whole time. Itachi stumbled into the hall and fell to his brother's side. He tried to help Sasuke up, but the young Uchiha refused and crawled to Naruto's side. It's my fault. You wanted to call Itachi Nii-san, but I was too impatient. Sasuke mumbled to an unconscious Naruto. We need to reattach Naruto's hand soon or I'll have to heal his arm like this and then we won't be able to. Karen cried. I'll summon the executioner's blade. Sasuke coughed up blood. Save your strength, there's no guarantee his hand will come with the blade. Itachi examined his brother. Shark skin crawled next to Naruto and dropped off Guren's severed right hand next to Naruto's bleeding arm. Orochimaru has an operating room in the base. He has been working on transplanting Kekkei Genkai. If we can get Naruto there we can attach Guren's hand. There's a 40% chance it'll work. Karen shouted. Wait, Sasuke called out as Itachi tried to pick up Naruto. Nii-san, between the poison and the stab wounds I'm not going to survive. My last wish is that you give Naruto my eyes. Please give them to him. Give him my power so he can take control of that damn fox. Sasuke pled before he went cold. Tears of blood fell down Itachi's face as he looked at his brother. 2 weeks later. Naruto began to stir. He was lying on a bed covered by a blanket with seals on it. Karen saw him stirring and rushed over to deactivate the seals. Once the seals were gone she ran to call Itachi. Naruto sat up in bed and felt strange sensations creep over his body. He could feel his right hand, a hand he lost in battle. He felt a bandage over his eyes felt weird. Naruto, you're finally awake. Itachi spoke. The Jinchuriki felt the bandage being removed. Slowly he opened his eyes and everything was suddenly clearer. A sensation swept his body as if he was using chakra. He looked over at his right and stared at it. You like it? I got it from Guren. Karen smiled, trying to make things easier for him to understand. How? Naruto stuttered. Orochimaru spent years studying how to transplant a Kekkei Genkai. He was forcing me to be involved in those experiments because of my unique ability. Karen showed him the bite marks on her body. The seals are so the hand adopts and reshapes to your body. Karen explained as she showed him the seals on either side of his hand. My hand isn't the only thing you transplanted, Naruto said as he closed his eyes and placed his left hand over them. Tears forced their way out from under his hand. Sasuke wanted this. He never meant for any of it to happen. Itachi did his best not to show any sadness. It was the last thing he said. He wanted to give you the power. Karen cried. He wanted you to use his eyes to tame the nine-tailed fox. He wanted to ease your pain as a Jinchuriki. Itachi continued. I won't let you down, Naruto said as he began to concentrate. Naruto focused hard and moved his consciousness to his mindscape. Naruto stood in what looked like a large sewer with his eyes closed. There were pipes all over the place and water across the floor. In front of him was a larger gate with a seal taped onto it. Behind the gate was a giant fox with dark orange fur and red eyes. The fox stared intently at him. I haven't been able to see the outside world for the past 2 weeks. The fox growled. Naruto remained silent and stood still. Are you listening to me, boy? I will not be ignored. The fox roared. Naruto opened his eyes, shocking the fox. Those eyes, those evil eyes. You have been given the Uchiha's eyes. The fox cursed as it raged against the gate. Naruto continued to remain silent as the water swelled at his feet, raising him into the air so he could reach the seal. As he extended his arm he felt someone grab him. In an instant he was back down with someone standing in front of him. It was a tall, fair-skinned man with bright blue eyes and spiky blonde hair. He wore a standard Konohan in uniform with a short-sleeved long white coat over, decorated by flames-like motifs on the edges, with the kanji for fourth Hokage written vertically down the back. I worked it into the seal spell so that I would appear in your psyche should the seal be broken to the point where you sprouted the 8 tails. I had no desire to have that happen since I have no wish to see the 9 tails again. The fox began roaring at the statement by the fourth Hokage, but I did look forward to seeing my son as a young man. Fourth Hokage, come here so I can kill you. The 9 tails called out. Why are you here? I haven't sprouted the 8th tail. Naruto trembled with rage. Your Sharingan must have triggered the spell. You were planning on taking control of the 9-tailed fox using Sasuke's eyes. I never intended for you to control it that way, Minato stated. All those years I lived in poverty. All those years I spent being beaten. All those years I spent being shunned. Why, I was the son of the 4th Hokage. Why, Naruto cried. The 3rd Hokage didn't tell you or anybody else because he wanted to suppress as much information about the 9 tails as possible. If people had found out you were my son you'd have been in danger. Minato tried explaining. Dad, Naruto mumbled before flashing towards Minato and punching him in the gut. Why did you seal the 9-tailed demon fox in your own flesh and blood? You thought being your son would put me in danger, but being a Jinchuriki made the village hate me and want to kill me. It must have been hard for you. I'm sorry, Naruto. Minato apologized as Naruto backed away. I suppose after putting my own son through so much. Quote. Minato was cut off by Naruto. I hate you. I hate you so much for making my life hell. You have no right to act like a father and apologize. Tell me why. There is a reason I did this. Minato began to explain. When the 9 tails attacked the village he was being controlled by Madara Uchiha. Madara used his Sharingan to take control of the fox. I gave you the 9-tailed fox's power because I wanted you to use it to protect the village from Madara. Protect Konoha. Naruto began laughing insanely. You want me to protect the village that wanted to kill me? I never committed any of the crimes they charged me with, but they were all so willing to convict me. They were just waiting for a chance to kill me. Naruto, you don't understand. It was D. A hand covered in lightning chakra burst through Minato's chest. The 4th Hokage began disappearing as the sound of birds echoed. Once the 4th Hokage was completely gone his assailant was revealed. He was wearing a blue, short-sleeved shirt with a raised collar and the Uchiha crest on the back and white arm warmers with white shorts and black sandals. Sasuke, Naruto gulped in shock. It's good to see that my eyes made it to you. I did something similar to the fourth Hokage. I stored my chakra in my eyes and spelled it to activate should you need help controlling the fox. Sasuke answered, get ready. Sasuke jumped into the air and ripped away the paper seal, exposing a spiral pattern lock. The Uchiha coated his hand in lightning chakra and drove it into the lock. The Chidori did nothing to the lock. Sasuke backflipped and landed next to Naruto. If you want to break the seal, you'll have to tap into your true self. The part of you that holds all your anger and rage. The fox laughed. There you see him, it's that boy. I heard he is the only one that failed. Well, it serves him right. Just imagine what would happen if he became a ninja. I mean, he's the boy who, quote, oh look, it's that thing. Why do we let that boy stay in the village? I wish Lord Hokage would have more consideration for us. Get this, don't you dare follow us. Hey, is that the boy? Yes, that's the one. You brat, go away, what are you doing here? You plague. All those people, their eyes filled with hate and disgust. They beat me, belittled me, and made my life hell. Those who didn't just stood by and watched. Naruto was forming a massive rasengan in his left hand. Use the power of the nine-tailed demon fox to destroy that village. Take your vengeance and avenge my clan. Were the Uchiha's last words because Naruto couldn't see it, but Sasuke's chakra form was being absorbed into Naruto's own subconscious manifestation of himself. Naruto jumped and slammed the rasengan into the lock, shattering it. The nine-tailed fox didn't waste time and burst through the gates and charged down Naruto. The demon attempted to eat him, but Naruto avoided and landed on the fox's head. The last bit of Sasuke's chakra merged with his own. Naruto locked eyes with the nine tails. The fox's red eyes with black slit pupils began trembling. The black slit pupil split and formed into three tomo around central dot pupil. The fox then bowed down, letting Naruto off. He balled his left hand in a fist and began to feel the power of the demon Konoha feared so much course through him. Itachi and Karen watched over Naruto as the Jinchuriki dove into his own mind. They waited with bated breath as he opened his eyes. The three tomo merged together to form a six-pointed circular star. His eyes were focused and unblinking. He remained like that for a few minutes before he spoke. Konoha must burn. Present day. Naruto looked up at the sky. The sun was gone and the moon had taken its place. Naruto tightened Sasuke's damaged forehead protector around his forehead. Then he took a deep breath before dusting down Itachi's old ANBU uniform. It was the uniform Itachi wore when he slaughtered his clan. Once he was satisfied, he pulled on a long white coat, decorated by flames-like motifs on the edges, with the kanji for fourth Hokage written vertically down the back. Konoha, your favorite son has returned. He laughed. Chapter 11. The sun was setting and the village was in the final stage of its precautionary evacuation. The civilians and academy students were being led to underground bunkers to the east of the village. The bunkers under the Hokage monument weren't being used because Naruto knew of them. Sakura and Ino paced around Sakura's room as they realized the time for them to carry out Danzo's plan was drawing near. Are you sure we can do this? Ino asked, panicked. Relax, you got Shizune. Tsunade may be a problem. We have to do this. It's Tsunade's fault Sasuke is dead. Sakura reassured her friend. What if Naruto gets involved? How are we going to do things then? Ino questioned. Then we will kill Naruto. Sakura replied. How goes your research? Kakashi asked Jiraiya in a small storage room in the Hokage Tower. I've been trying to break through the ranks of Root Division, but they are tough. Nothing about tonight or Tsunade has been circulating. Jiraiya answered. That could mean only a few trusted people know about the plan. Kakashi pondered. Or that there is no plan and Naruto lied to us. Jiraiya said. Why would he lie? Kakashi asked. To divide us. As much as I hate to admit it, Danzo is a cage-level ninja and he has some extremely powerful ninja in the Root Division. If we had gone in half-cocked and told Tsunade about the coup without proof, things would have broken down. It would be civil war. Jiraiya explained. So you think Naruto lied to try and get Konoha to turn on itself so he could then attack us in the chaos? Kakashi was skeptical. He sounded so sure of himself. He didn't seem like he was lying. I really don't know what to believe. Things are just so complicated when it comes to him. I know, with the #1 hyperactive knucklehead ninja, nothing was ever done the easy way. The sun was gone and the moon had taken its place. Naruto flashed onto the stone face of the fourth Hokage. His body became coated by bubbling red chakra, taking on the shape of a one-tailed fox. Naruto punched down into the stone, sending the red chakra through it. The red chakra spread through the faces of both the fourth and third. The red chakra exploded, causing the stone faces to crumble. The ninja stationed in the village reacted. They were caught off guard but began rushing to Hokage Monument. Their primary objective was to stop the falling ruble from damaging the village. Naruto smiled as the village security became lighter. Hayashi sat in the center of a secure room. He was wearing very traditional, loose-fitting robes with a cloak. The sound of the Hokage Monument crumbling caused him to shudder. He knew Naruto was back, but he wasn't prepared to fight the Jinchuriki. He had made it so he was in the very center of the Hyuga compound. He felt security knowing he was surrounded by members of his clan that were willing to die for him. The door to his room slowly opened and his youngest daughter Hanabi entered into the room carrying a small box. She was dressed in full battle gear ready to fight for her father. "The Hokage sent this sealed box for you. She said you'd be able to use it in case of emergency," Hanabi said, placing the box in front of her father before leaving the room and securing the door. Hayashi undid the seal and opened the box. He examined the contents and removed it. It was a three-bladed kunai with writing on the handle. "The Flying Thunder God Kunai," Hayashi said, confused. The Hyuga had examined the blade before he remembered the briefing they received on Naruto. Before he could scream, the Jinchuriki appeared in front of him using the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Naruto placed his right hand over Hayashi's mouth, covering the Hyuga head's lower jaw in a layer of crystal. Hayashi tried to scream, but the crystal locked his jaw shut. Naruto performed several quick hand seals and placed his hand on the floor. Black kanji emerged from where he placed his hand and spread across the room. "Now not a sound will escape this room." Naruto laughed. Hayashi trembled in fear as he watched Naruto become shrouded by the fox's chakra. This time Naruto had two tails. The Hyuga tried to use his gentle fist to break the crystal, but he was cut off by Naruto. The missing nin delivered a powerful knee to Hayashi's gut, sending him flying across the room. "If I hit the wall, it might alert someone," Hayashi thought as he was airborne. He felt a sudden jerking that caused him to suffer whiplash. Naruto extended the chakra from his hand outward in the form of a claw to grab Hayashi around his waist. Hayashi could feel the chakra burning him. Naruto pulled the Hyuga back in and used both his chakra tails to crack down on Hayashi's shoulders, snapping him, leaving him unable to use his arms. Naruto released Hayashi, causing him to fall onto the ground. "This is justice. This is your penance for what you have done," Naruto said as he picked up Hayashi and lofted him into the air. Hayashi's eyes widened with horror as he saw Naruto take up the gentle fist stance and begin to attack with his own version of the Hyuga technique. Naruto was delivering hits to random chakra points and using the fox's chakra to completely destroy those chakra points. He was going on memory of how Ao had described Hayashi's chakra network. As Hayashi's lifeless body hit the ground, he began thinking he may truly deserve this. Flashback 2 weeks after Naruto and Sasuke were declared missing nin. Hinata and Hayashi sat across from each in the main branch of the Hyuga clan's dojo. Hayashi had tried to train his daughter the whole morning, but she was very distracted and failing to learn. "Hinata, something is on your mind. It is deterring your training," Hayashi spoke coldly. "Why did you do it? Why did you send him away?" She sobbed as a tear fell down her face. "I never expected my own daughter to be an Uchiha fangirl." Hayashi spat. "I'm not talking about Sasuke. Naruto is the kindest person you'd ever meet in the village. Even though the people treated him badly, he never tried to get even. You and the others destroyed him." Hinata cried out. "You dare you speak out against your father?" Shikamaru did the same thing and looked at him. Hayashi shouted. "Are you going to remove me from the clan roll just because I have an opinion?" Hinata screamed back. Hayashi was taken back. His daughter had never raised her voice against him. "No, we will not allow ourselves to be disgraced like that. Apologize for your actions." "No, I will not apologize for what I believe in. You leave me no choice in the matter. You will formally resign your position as future head of the Hyuga clan over to your sister." Hinata's eyes closed as her head dropped. "I will do no such thing. If I cannot become head of the clan, then it will be Neji. Hanabi has been too influenced by your ideals of oppressing the branch family. Naruto said he would one day fix the way the Hyuga clan acted. In his absence I will." Hinata rose to her feet defiantly. Her father followed suit and rose. "How dare you question the ways of my father and his father before? You are just a child, you can't begin to fathom how important having the branch family under our control is. Just being born first doesn't give us the right to oppress others. Nothing gives us that right." Hinata stated plainly, much her father's annoyance. "You are truly an insolent child. I order you to forfeit your birthright to Hanabi," Hayashi demanded. "Hanabi used to smile all the time before you started training her. You filled her head with your god-complex ideals. I will not let you destroy what's left of my sister." Hinata was defiant in her stand. "So this is the full extent of the nine-tailed fox's corruption. Right here in my own house. That demon has seduced my daughter." Hayashi spat. Hinata had enough of her father's rant and turned her back on him to leave. To Hayashi this was the final mark of disrespect. He took 2 quick steps before slamming his left palm into Hinata's back. The Hyuga heiress fell lifelessly to the floor, and at that moment Hanabi rushed into the room to keep her father back. The younger Hyuga was listening through the door. This would be one of many times she would have to stop her father from carrying out this task. End flashback. "So this is karma. This is my just desserts," Hayashi thought as Naruto stood over him. "You knew the whole time. You knew what Danzo was doing and allowed him to continue. You despised Tsunade so much you turned blind eyes to Danzo's evil." Naruto spat. "So that's what he was talking about." Hayashi laughed mentally as he knew death was imminent. "This is the fear before death. I thought it would be scarier." Naruto stepped onto Hayashi's left hand, completely crushing it. Hinata never deserved all those beatings. Hayashi's body was burning on the inside. It felt like his organs and muscles were on fire. His nervous system was under such an attack he was rendered useless. "I only need 4 people to execute my ultimate revenge. Unfortunately you're not one. However, Kumogakuo is willing to pay a hefty price for these eyes." Naruto smirked as he reached down and placed his hand over Hayashi's Byakugan. Naruto wiped away the blood from his hand onto Hayashi's clothes as he rolled up a storage scroll and attached it to his coat. One of Naruto's chakra tails began burning Hayashi's body, turning it to ash. Next up is the Ino Shikacho trio. I need alive. Shikaku, Choza and Inoki stood together on a roof in the middle of the village. They were watching as the Hokage monument crumbled and the Konoha ninja tried to deflect the debris. I never would have thought our actions from 8 years ago would lead to this. Shika groaned. The boy was supposed to die that day. We were promised a super weapon for Konoha. Inoki added. The past is the past. We haven't got anyone to blame but ourselves. We put our faith in Danzo and we have to keep believing. Choza spoke up. Now all we can do is hope your daughter and her friend can carry out their mission. Even if Naruto destroys the village, as long as we have the people and Danzo, we can always rebuild. Shikaku looked at Inoki. Sakura doesn't realize it, but she's going to be a secret martyr to our cause. After she kills the Hokage, she will be persecuted as a villain and executed by the new Hokage Danzo. Ino is ready to condemn Haruno when the time comes. Inoki assured his friends. I can see it clearly. A perfect Konoha led by Danzo. We will be the strongest ninja village in the entire world. We will earn our respect through fear. Choza declared. You three seem to be forgetting one very important fact. Naruto said as he appeared behind the Ino Shikacho trio. None of you are going to survive the night. How did he get past the root division? Inoki shouted as he looked at Naruto on the other side of the roof. He used the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Shikaku noted as he saw the fourth Hokage's dagger near Naruto. It must be some sick joke for you to wear that cloak while you destroy the village. Choza screamed. Why would it? It belonged to my father before me, so it's only natural I inherit it. Naruto laughed as he sensed 24 root divisions ANBU about to make their move. Naruto jumped into the air at the same time the ANBU made their move. Naruto created a crystal shuriken in his right hand and passed it to left before creating another. He then threw the shuriken before performing quick hand seals and yelling, Ninja Art, Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. The two crystal shuriken became 500 and tore through the 24 root ANBU. Blood drizzled out of the sky, staining the nearby buildings as the bodies of the ANBU fell lifelessly. The speed those shuriken moved was impossible. We have to flee to Danzo, only he can save us. Inoki panicked as he wanted to run. No, we have to stand and fight. We will teach the monster the consequences of messing with the legendary Ino Shikacho trio. Shikaku stepped up. Naruto's body became enveloped in red bubbling chakra with two tails. The chakra settled into the shape of a fox. I would love to see you try. Please try and make it entertaining. I don't want this to be too easy. Where's the fun in that? The three Konoha Jonin were shocked at Naruto's arrogance. All they had to do was to hold out until reinforcements arrived. They would have to make the battle as loud as possible to draw attention from the other stationed ninja. Shikaku performed a dragon and tiger hand seal before finishing on Rat. Shadow Strangle Jutsu. His shadow that was created by a nearby street light extended across the roof under the darkness of night. The shadow met with Naruto and crept up his body in the shape of multiple hands that held him in place while one wrapped around his neck. His physical strength is simply amazing. I can't hold on for long. Choza, it's your turn. Shikaku struggled to hold the jutsu. Both of Choza's hands grew to giant inhuman sizes and extended towards Naruto. The Akamaki clasped his hands together with Naruto between them, attempting to squeeze the life out of the Jinchuriki. Ah, the chakra burns. Inoki quickly. Choza shouted in pain. Mind Destruction Jutsu. Inoki called out as he formed a rectangle with his index fingers and thumbs. He looked through the rectangle at Naruto and unleashed a wave of chakra. The red shroud of chakra around Naruto completely died away. His head slumped forward as Choza and Shikaku tightened their grips, trying to squeeze the life out of Naruto. All that talk and we took him down in one formation. Shikaku laughed. He was worried about us being easy. Speak for yourself, my hands are still burning. Choza tried to squeeze harder. Danzo is going to reward us richly in the new Konoha. We can finally complete our goal of creating a weapon powered by the nine-tailed fox. Inoki pictured a life of luxury. Was that the reason? The three turned to look at a lifeless Naruto who was the source of the words. 8 years ago when you ruined my life in Konoha and set in motion the eventual death of my best friend, was that what you wanted? Without looking up, Naruto continued to speak. You did all this to create a weapon. This village is like a virus, destroying everything it comes in contact with. By destroying it I am saving it. From the ashes of the leaf a new village will rise. Put more pressure, you two. Inoki screamed, panicked that Naruto would escape. Choza and Shikaku poured more chakra into their respective jutsu. Impossible. Shikaku coughed as hands made of shadows covered his body and began strangling him. Damn it, I'll save you. Choza concentrated all his chakra into his hands to crush Naruto, but the Jinchuriki became shrouded by the fox's chakra again. This time the tails latched onto Choza's hands, preventing him from letting go. Naruto lifted his head and made eye contact with Inoki, trapping him in a genjutsu. The Yamanaka found himself trapped in a box that was slowly being filled with water. He pounded against the box but to no avail as the water reached his neck. In reality his body slumped over. Naruto released his grip on Choza, allowing his badly burned arms to return to normal size. The Akamaki head looked at his arms before he collapsed from the sheer pain. Naruto smiled as he eyed his handiwork. Slowly he walked towards Shikaku as his shadows kept the Nara head in place. Naruto looked at Shikaku with a disappointed look. I was expecting more from you three. Naruto moaned as he stopped in front of Shikaku. Just get it over with and kill me. Shikaku spat. You monster. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. I hated that saying because the villagers would actually use sticks and stones to break my bones. Especially around October the 10th. I never knew why till I left Konoha. Those bastards beat him senseless on my birthday for all those years. They will pay. Naruto laughed tauntingly. The civilians are gone, Naruto. They are safe from you. Shikaku smirked. You mean safe in the underground bunkers to east of the village, the same bunkers that are riddled with explosive tags. Naruto snickered as the Nara's face turned ash pale. You can't do that. Those are innocent civilians, women, children and the elderly. They shouldn't be brought into a battle of ninja. Shikaku pleaded. You don't get it, do you? They have lived their peaceful lives at the cost of blood, the blood of the Uchiha. So many died for those people to live. What did they do with their lives? Use it to make my life hell. Looking at me with those cold eyes. Only a select few will survive to see tomorrow's sunset and you won't be one. Naruto hissed. You truly are the monster Danzo said you were. Shikaku shouted, hoping reinforcements would arrive. If you're trying to scream for help, save your breath. My shadow clones drew most of the ninja to the west side of the village. Now about Danzo, allow me to show you the truth. Naruto locked his eyes onto the Naras as the three Tomo in each Sharingan merged together to form a six-pointed circular star. Shikaku screamed out in pain as he felt a part of his mind being destroyed, a part of his mind that was never supposed to be there. A sense of guilt swept him. All of his actions over the last 8 felt as if someone else had suggested them to him and he just simply followed orders. The way he treated his son came into his mind. The actions he took at the thing that he thought was right now appeared to be far from it. Tears swelled in his eyes as he fell to his knees. Kill me now, Shikaku begged. How could I be so blind? You will die soon enough, Naruto said as he punted Shikaku, knocking him out. Naruto stood proudly watching the three defeated Jonin as the figure of a ninja appeared in the shadows behind him. Has everyone I asked for been evacuated? Naruto asked. The mysterious figure tapped the roof once before pausing and tapping in a predetermined pattern. Very good, with the fall of Konoha comes the rise of the whirlpool. Take these bodies to the location we specified, I'll get the fourth. Naruto said before he flashed away. Taking that as a cue, the mysterious figure disappeared with the bodies in tow. Lady Hokage. Kakashi burst into the Hokage's office. There are over a dozen reports of Naruto's shadow clones drawing our ninja out of position. In the office, Tsunade sat at her chair while Jiraiya looked out the window. He is planning something. This isn't just an attack. He wants to make us suffer, Tsunade noted while clasping her hands together. He has years of pent-up rage that the Sharingan has awakened. He wants to unleash it all tonight. We should double security at the underground bunker, Jiraiya suggested. But doing so leaves us vulnerable if he goes full fox mode. It took the fourth Hokage sacrificing his life to stop the Biju last time. Tsunade rejected the idea. Lady Hokage, how do you intend to coax Naruto into battle with you? Even if you offer him his dream battle against the Hokage, he would shoot you down instantly. He has no love for Konoha left. The title would mean nothing to him, Kakashi asked. I will find a way. I'll finally get to see him after 8 years. Is the warmth truly gone from him? Tsunade looked at Jiraiya. Those Sharingan have added darkness to his soul, allowing him control of the Nine Tails. The boy we knew is gone. The Toad Sage sighed. All I need is to get him close enough. If he tries to kill me, we both die for the sake of the village. I have made my peace with the matter. If I do die, then the role of Hokage will fall to Jiraiya, Tsunade announced. Are you crazy? I could never be Hokage. I'm down to one arm. I won't be able to run a village in this condition. Jiraiya doubted his own ability to lead. Yet in this condition you still want to fight Naruto. We are involved in something that has been 20 years in the making. The day he had the nine-tailed fox sealed inside him, he could never live a normal life. He could never live the life of the Hokage's son. It was the decision of the fourth that I will have to take responsibility for. Tsunade sighed. If anyone has to take responsibility for Minato's actions, it'll be me. I was his sensei and the godfather to his child. My failure in those respects has led up to this point. If anyone is going to sacrifice their life, it's going to be me, Jiraiya pleaded. You're both wrong, Kakashi spoke up. I was both Sasuke's and Naruto's sensei. Those in the ninja world who break the rules and regulations are called filth, but those who don't care about their companions are even lower than filth. I should be the one who carries out the plan. I didn't just fail Naruto and Sasuke, I failed Minato-sensei, Rin and Obito. As the three debated on who was to carry out their fail-safe plan, there was a knock at the door. Tsunade called for the person to enter and Shikamaru entered the room. I think I have figured out Naruto's plan, Shikamaru speculated with a defeated look. As expected from Shikamaru, so what is he planning? Tsunade questioned. You are not going to like this. I've examined how his clones are going about. They are using our own ninja to do damage to the village. He is using a counterforce military strategy, simply put he is targeting military infrastructure. Basically he is leaving us open for an invasion from another ninja village. Worst case scenario, at daybreak there will be a full-scale attack from Kirigakure or Kumogakure. I have ruled out attacks from Iwagakure or Omegakure, Shikamaru explained. You figured all that out from just how his clones were behaving. You truly are a genius, Jiraiya complimented. Tsunade began to massage the sides of her head as she tried to think of a countermeasure. If that is indeed the case, then he waiting for the perfect moment to unleash the nine-tailed fox and leave us vulnerable. Shikamaru have ANBU initiate protocol hidden sprouts. Are you sure about this? If we do this the civilians will go into a state of panic. We got them into the bunkers claiming this was a village-wide safety drill. We activate this protocol they will realize that something is amiss. With the number of ninja currently stationed in the bunkers we wouldn't be able to control a riot. Shikamaru stated. I see your point, take 30% of the remaining ANBU in the village and then initiate protocol hidden sprouts. Tsunade ordered. Shikamaru bowed hesitantly before turning to leave. Once he was outside the room a small grimace crept across his face. Tsunade, how could you just decrease your personal guard like that? They were supposed to back you up against Naruto. I fought against him when he was just using 1/9 of the fox's full strength. This is the real deal, so he is going to go all out. Jiraiya reprimanded his old friend. It is our duty as ninja to protect the civilians of the village. What kind of Hokage would I be if I allow something to happen to them? If I die protecting them, then I would have served my village proudly, just like the fourth and the third before me. I will not hear any more of this, Tsunade shouted, rising from her chair. As the room filled with silence from Tsunade's outburst, the window of the office shattered as a kunai flew through it. The kunai missed everyone and hit the desk. It was the fourth Hokage's flying thunder god kunai. Tied around the handle was a small note. Asuma Sarutobi patrolled the grounds of the Sarutobi compound. He along with several Sarutobi jonin were left there to protect it. Deciding to take a smoke break, he strayed from his patrol path, not wanting to be seen by someone, and then reported to his wife. He made his way into a large garden. The garden was the pride and joy of his wife and son. Every time he went on a far-off mission he would bring a beautiful flower for his family to add to the garden. As he was lighting his cigarette he noticed something in the middle of the garden. It was a three-bladed kunai with writing on the handle planted in the ground. A strong wind killed the flame from his lighter. Naruto, he cursed under his breath. Those cancer sticks will be the death of you, Naruto teased, appearing behind Asuma. I was expecting you a lot earlier, kid. Asuma lit his cigarette and took a pull. Taking care of the other jonin elite took longer than I expected. Naruto smirked. The cigarette in Asuma's mouth faltered slightly upon hearing that. It looks like I'll be the one to stop you. He let out a puff of smoke. The smoke grew until it covered his whole body. 3 shuriken emerged from the smoke and headed straight for Naruto. The Jinchuriki deflected the shuriken with a flying thunder god kunai. You're going to have to do better than that, Asuma. As Naruto laughed, 2 ninjas appeared on either side of him. One was a woman dressed in full Konoha nin uniform with long flowing brown hair, the other was a man wearing the same uniform with short spiky brown hair. Both of them were in their 30s. The 2 ninjas slashed Naruto with kunai only to have him warp away. The 2 then jumped to Asuma's side. Too slow, Naruto taunted as he reappeared a few feet away from the 3 Konoha ninja. Who the hell are you two? Aiko Sarutobi, jonin and cousin of Asuma. The woman announced. Kiyoshi Sarutobi, jonin and cousin of Asuma and brother of Aiko. The man declared. You know, I didn't have this problem with other clan heads, Naruto complained as he prepared to fight the 3 Sarutobi. Wearing the cloak of Minato is an insult to Konoha. Aiko and Kiyoshi are 2 of the best jonin in the Sarutobi clan. Asuma stated confidently. We will end your terror here and now. We will annihilate you in Danzo's name and for a better Konoha. Are all you guys idiots? Naruto mocked as he dropped his guard. All 3 Sarutobi pulled out chakra blade trench knives and took up fighting stances. Asuma's blades became coated in blue's chakra as he added his wind chakra. Aiko's chakra blade became engulfed in flames as she added fire nature chakra. Sparks flew from Kiyoshi's as he added lightning chakra. He is just standing there like that without taking up a defensive position. He is mocking us, Aiko shouted in frustration to Naruto's lack of interest. Why should I get worked up over small fries like you? Naruto got under her skin. Aiko was about to charge out when Kiyoshi spoke up. You hang back and watch Asuma. I'll take the lead, and when I give the signal you and Asuma hit him with your combination. Asuma and Aiko just nodded as Kiyoshi ran out. The sparks given off by his blade increased his range as he took the first swipe at Naruto. Naruto changed his footing and watched Kiyoshi flew past him. Trying to catch Naruto off guard, Kiyoshi spun around and slammed his chakra blades together, sending a bolt of lightning chakra at Naruto. The Jinchuriki was already 1 step ahead and airborne by the time Kiyoshi clapped his blades. Now, Kiyoshi shouted with Naruto in the air. Aiko and Asuma turned to face each other. They both swung their blades in Naruto's direction, making sure the fire and wind nature chakra came together in their motion. Once the blades parted, an arrow of fire formed and headed straight for Naruto. The missing nin coated his right arm in crystal and punched the arrow of fire. To Naruto's surprise, the crystal was shattered after destroying the Sarutobi attack. I have to give it to you. Nice combination of fire and wind, but that won't be enough to save you. As Naruto spoke facing Aiko and Asuma, Kyoshi launched himself at Naruto from behind. Naruto sensed the third Sarutobi and swatted him away was a tail of red chakra. Within an instant Naruto was covered in bubbling red chakra that was in the form of fox shroud with two tails. Kyoshi picked himself up and ran to Asuma's sides while clutching his left arm which was limp. Be careful of that chakra. It burns like fire and spreads like a virus. Kyoshi warned as he felt the pain broaden in his arm. Aiko, let's burn him up. Asuma called out. Aiko nodded and followed Asuma's lead and threw her chakra blades straight up into the air. The two performed hand seals and finished off on Tiger. The two Sarutobi released streams of chakra-infused gunpowder from their mouths, which surrounded Naruto like a smokescreen. The two then caught their chakra blades and once again combined to send an arrow of fire into the cloud of gunpowder, igniting it into a massive ball of fire. Fire release, ash pile burning. They both shouted. The massive inferno died to reveal Naruto completely unscathed. His clothes weren't even charred. That's impossible, Asuma stuttered as the cigarette fell out of his mouth. It's very much possible. I covered myself in a thin layer of crystal when you unleashed the cloud of ash. The crystal took all the damage. Too bad you destroyed some of this lovely garden. Kurana is going to be mad at you. Your son, Hiruzen, is going to be mad as well. Naruto taunted. Don't you dare speak about my family. Asuma shouted. I'll kill you for speaking about Hiruzen. Aiko barked as he ran at Naruto without backup. Asuma tried to recall his cousin but she wouldn't listen. Aiko jumped and directed herself at Naruto with the intention of delivering a downward slash. Naruto vanished and Aiko missed, driving her blades into the scorched ground as she landed on her knees. Naruto reappeared behind Aiko with a ball of spiraling blue chakra in his left hand. While looking at Asuma he drove the rasengan into Aiko's back. The force of the jutsu caused her flak jacket and undershirt to meld together in form of spiral while her internal organs were ravaged by the concentrated force. With a large hole in the back of her uniform showing her burnt skin, Aiko collapsed forwards. Sister! Kyoshi cried out as he ran at Naruto and attacked with his good arm. Naruto toyed with wounded Sarutobi, dodging his weak attacks. Naruto grew bored and made his move. He stood his ground, allowed Kyoshi to hit him. The lightning cover chakra blade failed to get through the fox's shroud. The tails of red chakra quickly wrapped themselves around Kyoshi, crushing him while burning his flesh. Once he was dead, Naruto tossed the body into the air behind him. Asuma dropped his blades and turned to run, but he was tripped. He felt a burning sensation around his ankle and looked to see that one of Naruto's chakra tails had extended and caught his leg. It's over now, Naruto said as Asuma tried screaming for help. Tsunade, Jiraiya and Kakashi stood in the middle of the battlefield that was used for the third stage of the Chunin exams 8 years ago. The letter Naruto left them said to be there or else. Hidden amongst the stands were Jonin and Chunin waiting for Naruto to make his appearance. Tsunade flung the flying thunder god kunai that delivered the note across the field. She was expecting Naruto to use that as a beacon and she was right. As soon the kunai hit the ground, Naruto appeared. Tsunade did her best to hold back tears from escaping her eyes. I always wished you would come back, but not like this. Circumstances created by Konoha have led to this. Naruto spoke coldly. You were dead set on blaming Konoha for everything. You were really willing to make an entire village pay for the mistakes of a few. Jiraiya dropped his head in disappointment. Naruto, face me again. The last time we fought I wasn't prepared, but now I am. Kakashi unveiled his Sharingan and changed into a Mangekyo form. Tsunade shot a look at Kakashi for disobeying the plan. Naruto, I am the Hokage. If you wish to bring harm to my village you must first get past me. Fight me, the Hokage, which was your dream growing up. To prove you are stronger than all the Hokage. Naruto began laughing uncontrollably. Do you think I'm some naive fool who can be manipulated by childhood dreams? I've grown up. I was having doubts about doing this, but now I think it's fair. The Jinchuriki performed a tiger, snake, dog and dragon seal before clapping his hand and placing them of the ground. Summoning, impure world resurrection. A circle of symbols formed and spread outward. The ground shook as two coffins emerged. Chapter 12. Summoning, impure world resurrection. A circle of symbols formed and spread outward. The ground shook as two coffins emerged. Naruto stood proudly behind both coffins as he became shrouded by the fox's chakra bearing two tails. Naruto, how could you perform that forbidden jutsu? Are you really that far gone? Tsunade was in disbelief along with the rest of the Konoha ninja. I'm a missing nin. Let me rephrase, I'm an S-class missing nin, you should expect this from me. Naruto laughed. The first coffin lid fell off. The man inside had extremely pale skin with waist-length black hair. His amber eyes had slits in his pupils and purple markings around his eyes. He wore his snapper two plain grey garbs with black pants and a thick purple rope belt tied in a large knot behind his back. Orochimaru, you revived Orochimaru to destroy Konoha. Jiraiya shouted at seeing his former friend. If you like him, you're going to love this guy. Naruto dropped the lid of the second coffin. The second summoning was wearing an old-fashioned standard Konoha ninja outfit with forehead protector and the pocketless flak jacket. He had long pale blue hair that reached his back and dark green eyes. Dan! Tsunade cried as her dead love and former teammate stepped out of theirs coffins and in front of Naruto. The Jinchuriki pulled out 2 kunai from behind him. Attached to each kunai were seal tags. Naruto pushed the kunai into the back of the necks of his summoning. The kunai along with the seal tags were absorbed into Orochimaru and Dan. "Tsunade, you look exactly like how I remember you. How long have I been dead?" Dan asked as he examined his body. Well, I am impressed, Naruto. You have successfully performed my jutsu. It was Itachi who taught it to you, that bastard and his Sharingan." Orochimaru hissed. "Oh, that's right." Naruto playful tapped his own head. "Tsunade and Dan used to be an item. That completely slipped my mind. Oh well, what's done is done. Have anything you want to say to your former love?" Naruto looked over to Dan. "You look so beautiful. I wish I was stronger. I wish I survived that night." Dan's words broke Tsunade's resolve. "Don't be fooled, Dan." Orochimaru smirked. "She's really an old hag and just using a jutsu to appear young. If you ask me, it's kind of pathetic. Truth be told, I never liked you, Orochimaru. I put up with you for Tsunade's sake." Dan snapped at the snake Sannin. "Tsunade, how have the years treated you? Do you have a family? Husband, children, grandchildren?" The Hokage just bowed her head at her dead love's questions. "She refused to love again after you died, closing of her heart to all who tried to heal it. I say all, but only one man really tried to get close to her. You failed dismally, Jiraiya, didn't you? It was truly fun to watch you put so much effort into trying to cheer her up only for something to go wrong and have her beat you while shouting pervert." Orochimaru taunted. "I never thought you would sink this low, Naruto. You're no better than Orochimaru. You have indeed become something found only in the darkness." Tsunade got out between sobs. "I am what Konoha helped make me. Years of abuse, the constant whispering, the unwarranted looks of hatred, and worst of all, the lies about my heritage. It's the exact same suffering the village put Sasuke through. Having Itachi massacre his entire clan to prevent civil war. All the blood that was shed on that night shall be paid for in full." Naruto spat. "What are you talking about?" Tsunade demanded to know. "Looks like you don't know everything." Orochimaru dragged out his words to sound more snake-like. The third Hokage along with Danzo and the Konoha council ordered Itachi Uchiha to kill his clan because there was a suspicion of a coup. It was such a shame. He became the villain of the village for protecting it. "That's a lie. Stop slandering the third," Tsunade shouted, refusing to believe what was said. "It's true." Naruto's words were cold. It was the first time anybody had felt killing intent from Naruto, but it wasn't from Naruto directly. It was from his eyes, the Sharingan of Sasuke. "Dan, I revived you on Orochimaru's word. He spoke highly of you." Naruto continued. "The truth of the matter is I wanted to see Tsunade squirm when I told you that, although he is a capable ninja." Orochimaru laughed. "Orochimaru, I should have figured you would do something like this, but I never expected you to be able to influence Naruto from beyond the grave." Jiraiya commented. "He mentioned it to me before I killed him. He was talking about his perfect plan to destroy Konoha. I couldn't help but laugh at how weak it was, so I came up with a better one." Naruto explained. "How did you kill me?" Orochimaru asked, unable to remember the events of his death. "Sasuke suffered fatal wounds in our battle against you. He gave me his eyes as a dying wish, and with the Sharingan I took control of the Nine Tails. I unleashed that power in Oto as a Biju bomb, killing you instantly. The fox's chakra was accidentally released into the air, causing the Oto ninja who inhaled it to drop dead. As a side effect, their eyes became purple with ripple patterns before turning grey as they died." Naruto answered. "The survivors took the ripple patterns as a sign of death." Jiraiya finally figured out what the survivors of Oto were drawing. "If you're so powerful, why do you need help in destroying Konoha?" "As much as I hate this place, I can't bring myself to destroy it." Naruto's words brought a glimmer of hope to Tsunade, Jiraiya and Kakashi. "I'm just going to cripple this cesspool and allow another ninja village to pick up the scraps," Naruto said, shattering the tiny fragment of hope. "So Shikamaru was right. That boy is truly a genius amongst genius," Kakashi mumbled under his breath. "Listen up, Hokage, with the fall of Konoha rises the whirlpool," Naruto declared. "Dan, I want you to kill as many people of Konoha as you can. Orochimaru, you can do what you want to the village, just as long as there's destruction involved." Naruto gave the order, but before he'd flash away, Kakashi called out. "What happened to the destruction of this ninja world? As long as we live like this, there will never be peace. There will never come a time where the world will be united as one. You spoke about all that, yet you're planning on reviving a ninja village." Kakashi screamed. "You're wrong. I am not building the new whirlpool as a hidden ninja village. I am creating a nation that will be an example to the rest of the world. A force that will show everyone what true peace is." Naruto laughed before flashing away. "Dan, go to the east of the village. There are underground bunkers there. Those bunkers are filled with civilians. Be a doll and kill them." Orochimaru snickered sinfully. Dan couldn't control his body and carried out the order from the snake Sannin and began running towards the exit. A dozen of Konoha ninja flickered into his path, but their attacks that would normally be fatal did nothing to the dead ninja, who made light work of them before he continued. "Tsunade, you have to stop Dan. We'll seal Orochimaru away," Jiraiya shouted. Tsunade just nodded and left to chase after Dan, taking with her half the ninja from the stadium. At the same time, 30 ninja appeared and surrounded Orochimaru. There were 20 Jonin and 10 Chunin. "You're going to need more ninja," Orochimaru screamed like a madman. "As long as we have the wall of fire, we'll be able to beat you," Jiraiya announced. The will of fire. Don't make me laugh. Where was this will of fire for the first 12 years of Naruto's life? That damn brat wrote into the seal that I would understand the suffering he underwent as a child. Both his suffering and that of the Uchiha. All this pent-up rage and anger is fueling me. Orochimaru made a fist as he felt the wrath and ire course through his very being. Now Jonin attack wave. Kakashi ordered, trying to take advantage of Orochimaru's lapse in concentration. With the order, the 20 Jonin all charged at Orochimaru, prepared to attack. The dead Sannin reacted quickly and slammed his hand into the ground. Multiple striking shadow snakes. 20 snake summons appeared and all cut off the Jonin. Some of the Konoha ninja were able to retreat in time, but 6 of them were killed. Once the area around Orochimaru was safe, the snakes disappeared. Jiraiya, you were the boy's godfather. Kakashi, you were his father's favorite student. Such close connections, and yet you two failed him. I don't know how you sleep at night. Orochimaru smirked. Kakashi, don't fall for his mind games. We have to get the others to fall back and take him on ourselves. Jiraiya said softly. Everybody leave the stadium now and help Tsunade secure the safety of the civilians. Kakashi shouted as the other ninja were more than happy to not fight a resurrected Sannin. Once it was just the 3 of them, Jiraiya bit his finger and slammed his hand into the ground. In large cloud of smoke he summoned Fukusaku and Shima on his shoulders. Even with both hands it took you a long time to summon them. What kind of trick is this? Orochimaru inquired. I summoned them earlier and just re-summoned them from the Hokage's office now. It's called planning ahead. Jiraiya smirked. Sage art, Kebari Senbon. Jiraiya shouted. His hair turned hard as steel and it began firing hair strands as needles at the dead Sannin. Orochimaru laughed at the futile attack as the needles of chakra and forced hair tore through his body. Once the attack was done, Orochimaru stood with his body riddled with holes. Sand began filling the holes and his body became restored. Ah, that was so much fun. Orochimaru laughed as he fake wiped a tear from his eyes. What else do you have? Do you think daunting us is really wise? I'll show you. Kakashi charged the unholy being down. As the Konoha Jonin ran, his right arm became surrounded by lightning chakra that took the shape of a sword. Orochimaru just smiled as Kakashi drew closer. Lightning blade. Kakashi screamed as he blasted through Orochimaru, destroying the dead Sannin's right arm and half his torso. Kakashi continued running, putting distance between him and Orochimaru. Orochimaru continued to laugh. That's the famous lightning blade firsthand. Kinda disappointed. As Orochimaru laughed, Jiraiya and the Toad Elders inhaled deeply before converting their chakra into extremely sticky oil and spitting it out as a huge mass over Orochimaru. The oil immobilized him, but he continued to laugh. After Kakashi had gotten the desired distance away from Orochimaru, he spun and molded the chakra inside his body into fire, which he let loose from his mouth as a continuous flamethrower. The fire reacted with the oil and created a powerful inferno of flames around Orochimaru. The flames continued burning as Orochimaru's body reformed. Stepping out of the inferno, he remained in flames. The burning corpse of the snake Sannin burst open and an unharmed Orochimaru stepped out. Looks like you two have your teamwork down to an art. Since he's been revived, he can use that body shedding technique as much as he wants. Kakashi, we need to seal him away as fast as we can. Jiraiya shouted. That's easier said than done, you old fool. Orochimaru taunted. As Orochimaru focused on his old friend, Kakashi came running through the fire and began repeating stabbing him with a kunai. Orochimaru spun around and backhanded the Jonin, sending him crashing across the ground of the stadium. Looks like Naruto managed to superpower these bodies using my research. Orochimaru noted as he flexed his arms. Dan, wait, Tsunade shouted as she and her squadron of ninja gave chase. The Hokage and her ninja were falling behind fast. The revived Dan had been given inhuman strength and speed. He landed on a roof and waited 3 seconds before jumping to the next. Tsunade picked up on his hesitation and slowed down, but before she could order her ninja to stop, 5 of them landed on the roof. During that split second, Dan cast a snake hand seal, causing the roof to blow up with the 5 ninja. The remaining ninja and Tsunade went around the exploded building. As Dan continued, he landed on a roof and was cut off by a hail of kunai that stopped him. Standing still, Sand pushed the kunai out of his body and repaired him. I was flanked by Tsunade's ninja. Dan mumbled as he found himself surrounded. You're surrounded. There is nowhere for you to run to. Just stand down and allow us to seal you away, Tsunade ordered, trying not to show any emotion. 2 of Tsunade's personal ANBU rushed Dan and each grabbed onto one of Dan's hands. The dead Jonin quickly reversed the situation and grabbed onto the ANBU's hands and began forming hands-heels with his hands and their hands. That seal, Tsunade screamed. Ninja art, twin snake sacrifice jutsu, Dan said to himself. 2 summoned snakes emerged from each of Dan's sleeves and wrapped themselves around him and his ANBU victims. 2 of the snakes bit onto Dan's neck while the other 2 locked themselves in position by biting onto the ANBU's necks. The snakes then detonated. The explosion was concentrated on the bodies involved, so there wasn't much damage to the roof. When the smoke cleared, the ANBU were gone and Dan was reforming from ash. How could you know that jutsu? Tsunade cried. It's the seal tags made by the Jinchuriki. I know all of Orochimaru's jutsu and he mine. Dan looked at his hands, trying to feeling remorse but failed. Naruto's skill is far beyond what I could have imagined, Tsunade thought. While she was thinking, a few of ANBU rushed Dan. Before the ANBU could close in on him, Dan again performed a snake hand seal, causing the roof under him to give way from a small explosion. Damn it, Naruto must have planted exploding tags all over the village. Tsunade cursed. Before they could storm the building, 4 explosions from the sides of the building caught their attention. From the smoke of the 4 separate explosions, 4 Dans emerged and began running in different directions. Squad 1 and 3 go east, Squad 2 and 5 go west, and Squad 4 go south, and Squad 6 will go with me north. Tsunade ordered as she and her Jonin split up. The Dans that went to the east, west and south all ran into empty buildings and houses. When they were surrounded, they just performed a snake hand seal and destroyed the entire building. The Dan that went to the north was still running. Tsunade heard the 3 large explosions but forced herself to go on. Tsunade's slight lapse in concentration allowed Dan to stop in his tracks and send 3 kunai flying at her. One of the ANBU acted as a human shield. The 3 blades struck the ANBU's arm. The ANBU looked at the kunai and screamed, "They have exploding tags attached." The other 2 ANBU grabbed Tsunade and jumped away, leaving the wounded ANBU to be blown up. The force of the explosion temporarily blinded the Hokage and her 2 protectors. In that confusion, Dan hit both the ANBU with dead straight aim in their jugular veins with shuriken. They fell to ground clutching their necks as Dan delivered a power punch to Tsunade's gut, sending of the roof and onto the street below. Tsunade picked herself up and realized she was a few feet away from Ichiraku Ramen. She hoped Naruto wouldn't have planted exploding tags near his once favorite restaurant. "I am truly sorry for this, my love." Dan apologized as he jumped from the roof and landed in front of her. Tsunade ignored his words and threw herself at him, delivering a powerful punch to his face. Dan's feet were firmly planted as her punch broke his jaw into pieces. The broken bones reformed and he pushed his jaw back into place. "You've gotten stronger over the years." Tsunade concentrated her chakra, sending incredible strength into her heel before leaping above Dan. She then dropped down and delivered an earth-shaking falling axe kick. The power of the kick blasted Dan into a crater. In the crater, ashes began gathering and Dan's broken body began reforming. "Heaven kick of pain, I remember that move. You used it to ward off people who would stare at your chest." Dan smiled. Tsunade continued to ignore his words and continued to attack. She jumped into the crater and landed knees first onto his chest. She pinned his shoulder down with her left hand and began pounding away with her right hand. As she drew her fist away, all damage was healed. Droplets of tears stained his cold face as Tsunade continued her attack. "It is because we are living in the ninja world, where death is always following us," he said softly. Tsunade stopped her attack as her entire body trembled. She began envisions a bleeding version of her love. Dan smiled as he used Tsunade's distraction as a chance to perform a substitution and swap places with Tsunade. The Hokage was left lying in the dirt as Dan stood over her with a kunai drawn. Shizune stood in the Hokage's office looking out across the village. She had been ordered by Tsunade not to leave under any circumstances. She hated being away from the battle. She could see multiple explosions occurring and sensed the darkness emanating from the Konoha Festival Stadium. The door crept open and Sakura and Ino entered the office. They were both dressed in full battle uniform. "Aren't you supposed to be providing medical assistance?" Shizune questioned as the 2 entered the room. "We were worried about you and came here to make sure you didn't do anything stupid," Sakura answered, closing the doors behind her. "Where is the Hokage?" Ino asked. "She's fighting Naruto," Shizune responded, turning her attention back to the window. With Shizune's attention elsewhere, Ino formed a rectangle with his index fingers and thumbs. She looked through the rectangle at the back of the Hokage's assistant. Ino gulped loudly as she prepared to activate her jutsu. Before Ino could use her jutsu, she was shoved by Sakura. Ino was confused until she felt a needle graze her cheek and hit the door behind her. A line of blood formed on the blonde's cheek. She used a clone jutsu and turned while in the clone. Sakura explained. "I see you really are a traitor." Shizune spat. "We're doing what must be done for the future of the village." Sakura screamed. "The village will have no future if Naruto destroys it. We can't beat him if we're divided." Shizune tried to remain calm. "Danzo-sama will be our salvation. We believe in him," Ino stated. "I see, so that's how it is." Shizune smirked. She began kneading chakra within her body. Combining ninjutsu, chemistry, and medical knowledge, she changed her chakra into a special chemical substance which she then sprayed out through her mouth. When this substance came in contact with the air, it instantly changed and transformed into a purple mist, a deadly poison. The mist filled the room. Sakura and Ino stood their ground and ignored the mist. "You're getting on in the years. As students of Tsunade, we were given the cure to this poison every day for an entire year. We're immune to it." Sakura laughed. "Tales of your skills seem to be greatly exaggerated," Ino mocked. As Ino laughed, she felt a powerful punch catch her in the gut. She fell over, clutching her midriff. While on her knees and her head against the ground, the blonde kunoichi received a kick to gut, this time causing her sprawl out onto the floor. Ino picked herself up and tried to warn Sakura, but having all the air knocked out of her lungs made it hard to speak. The poison mist in the air disappeared. Sakura finally caught a glimpse of her beaten friend on the ground. The pink-haired kunoichi rushed to Ino's side and helped her to her knees. "You used the poison as a smoke screen and then used the hiding in the mist technique." Sakura spat as she searched the room for Shizune. The Hokage's assistant was nowhere to be seen. The room was completely empty. Sakura suddenly felt a presence behind her. The kunoichi spun around and saw in a person wearing a ninja uniform she had never seen and a gas mask. Before Sakura could react, she felt a powerful blow at the base of her neck, knocking her out. That was easy, the mystery ninja said out loud as pulled out a storage scroll and summoned chakra repressing straitjackets. Is this the best you have, Konoha ninja? Orochimaru laughed. Kakashi and Jiraiya stood side by side, almost out of chakra. They had launched wave after wave of their strongest jutsu in attempts to seal Orochimaru away, but the deceased Sannin was too powerful. Even with all this nature chakra, I can't wound him long enough to seal him. Jiraiya cursed. I'm sorry, but I don't think I have much left in me. Kakashi apologized, struggling to breath. Naruto gave me 2 bodies to keep in reserve and then use impure world resurrection in case something should happen and I find myself on the losing side. Orochimaru taunted. Kakashi, he is going to try and mess with our minds. Don't be taken in by his words. Jiraiya whispered loud enough for Kakashi to hear. Does the name Rin mean anything to you, Kakashi? Orochimaru hissed. You cold-blooded bastard, don't you dare, Kakashi screamed. Looks like I've struck a nerve. Orochimaru smirked. Kakashi, calm down, Jiraiya shouted, realizing Orochimaru was in Kakashi's head. Don't you ever wonder what Rin would look like if she hadn't died? Don't you imagine what a beauty she would have looked like if she lived to 21 instead of dying at 16? Orochimaru licked his lips. With a modified version of the impure world resurrection, I could summon her soul into my impression of what she should like at 21. Why would you do that? Kakashi demanded to know. Kakashi, you're just playing into his sick little game. Think about the village, Jiraiya screamed. Do you really want to know? Orochimaru laughed. I spent so many years in the pursuit of jutsu, I forget how the touch of a woman feels. Rin would make the perfect slave to fulfill my desires. Die, you bastard, Kakashi screamed as he ignored Jiraiya and charged at Orochimaru. As long as he wastes his chakra attacking me, he won't have enough to use Kamui. Orochimaru thought. Toad oil bomb, Jiraiya shouted as he converted his chakra into oil and fired it through his mouth at ground in front of Kakashi, stopping the jonin. Boy, this is not going well, we have to seal him away before we run out of chakra. Fukasaku mumbled. We could use the genjutsu that we used against Naruto, Shima noted. That sounds like a plan. Elder Shima, please bring Kakashi back. Jiraiya requested. The old toad nodded and opened her mouth, extending her tongue out and grabbing onto the jonin. With great strength she pulled Kakashi back to Jiraiya. Forgive me, Jiraiya, I lost myself briefly there. Kakashi regretted. It's okay, boy, I would get upset if anybody talked about Tsunade like that. I have a plan, it involves your Mangekyo Sharingan, Jiraiya whispered. As the toad sage tried to communicate his plan, Orochimaru opened his mouth and threw up a sword. The dead Sannin then grabbed the sword with both hands and charged down the Konoha ninja. It's a great plan, but it would take too much time, Kakashi shouted as he and Jiraiya jumped to avoid Orochimaru's sword thrusts. Ma, I'll take care of his arms, Fukasaku declared. I'll get the sword, Shima responded. Fukasaku inhaled deeply before firing a jet of water from his mouth. The jet of water sliced of both of Orochimaru's arms. With arms no longer being connected to his body, Shima unleashed her tongue and grabbed on the sword. Snakes emerged from Orochimaru's dismembered limbs and they connected him back to his body. Catch, boy, Shima muttered as she tossed Kakashi the sword of Kusanagi. I understand, Kakashi responded as he channeled his chakra into the blade, causing it to light up with electric sparks. With an electrified sword of Kusanagi, Kakashi charged down Orochimaru. The dead Sannin waved his hand, causing the sword to slip out of Kakashi's grip and fly at Jiraiya. The sword struck the toad sage, but his body burst into smoke and revealed the sword implanted in a small log. A substitution jutsu, where the hell was he even hiding the damn log? Orochimaru snapped. The ground behind Orochimaru erupted and Jiraiya sprung out. Shima unleashed her tongue and used it to constrict Orochimaru. Using his left hand, Jiraiya drove all 5 of his glowing fingers into the back of Orochimaru's neck. A damned 5-pronged seal to stop my chakra flow, you're a real bastard, Jiraiya. Orochimaru hissed. Now Kakashi, Jiraiya screamed. Kakashi formed a hand seal to change his normal 3-tomo Sharingan into a new Mangekyo form. Just hold on a little longer. I'll try, but I'm running out of chakra. Jiraiya coughed up blood as he struggled to keep up a continuous 5-pronged seal. Are you mad, Jiraiya? If he uses Kamui, he will warp us both away and kill himself in the process. Orochimaru tried to plead. That's a sacrifice I'm prepared to make, Kakashi shouted as he unleashed the power of his Mangekyo Sharingan. As a vortex began opening up near Orochimaru, the 2 elder toads began performing hand seals. Reverse summoning, Fukasaku and Shima shouted. Jiraiya along with the 2 elder toads disappeared in a puff of smoke as the vortex caused a rift in space that sucked Orochimaru away. With the snake Sannin gone, Kakashi collapsed to the ground. He tried to pick his drained body up but had no chakra left. A shadowy figure appeared in front of Kakashi. It was a ninja uniform he had never seen before, and the person was wearing a gas mask. The strange ninja punted Kakashi in the head with just enough force to knock him out before picking him up. Dan was prepared to drive his kunai into Tsunade's heart and kill her, but was stopped when he saw her crying. Naruto's control seal had been weakened by his memories. It is because we are living in the ninja world, where death is always following us, that I want to put my life on the line to subdue this war-ridden world. I dearly love both the village and my comrades. That is why I want to protect them. Do you remember those words? Tsunade cried out. Hang on Dan, you'll be alright. Tsunade, I don't want to die yet. There are so many things left to do. Don't try to talk. It can't be, I can't die here. Not this way, not yet. Don't worry Dan, I stopped the bleeding. Just save your strength. You're going to be alright. Thank goodness. That's a relief. Quote. Please hang on, no. No, don't leave, come back Dan. Don't go, please don't go. Please don't leave me. The rest of Dan's memory was filled with his beloved screaming don't go over and over. The revived ninja fell to his knees, dropping his weapon. Tsunade used this opportunity to get up and charge down Dan. Instead of attacking him, she wrapped her arms around him. Dan fought the urge to strangle her and reciprocated the act. I'm so sorry, he whispered into her ear. You don't have to apologize. I've missed you so much. So much has happened. You're back now and everything will be alright, she said between sobs. No it won't Tsunade. I was brought back for the purpose of destroying Konoha. You have to seal me away. It's taking every bit of my strength to fight the seal placed on me. It's been weakened by the fact Orochimaru has been defeated, but I can't hold on much longer. He held on tighter. I lost you once. You were right there in front of me. All that blood. I won't let you go again. I'll remove the seal. Tsunade refused Dan's request. I dreamt of becoming Hokage. Not for the position of honor but for the chance to protect those I love. Now you're the Hokage. You have to protect the village. I can't stay in this world. What's dead should stay dead. I have to return to the other side. He reasoned. Everyone I ever loved has left me. I don't want to feel like that anymore. Tears were now flowing down the Hokage's face in a steady stream. We become evil by attempting to hide from ourselves. Somewhere deep down in the beast is the heart of the boy you knew. Find him before it's too late. Dan whispered softly before his lips met Tsunade's. After the brief kiss, her arms around him fell away. Dan fell to ground and his body began to crack up. A soft breeze blew away the sand over his body, revealing the dead Shikaku Nara. Tsunade composed herself. She had to return to the Hokage Tower and take charge of the situation. But before that she knew she had to check up on Jiraiya and Kakashi. Dan had said Orochimaru was defeated, but at what cost? Chapter 13. Naruto stood at the entrance to the abandoned Uchiha clan section of the village. So Orochimaru died before he could summon Rin and Obito. That was a lot of work for nothing, Naruto said to himself. The Jinchuriki walked through the streets completely aware he was surrounded by ANBU route. As he made his way further into the compound, the ANBU made themselves more and more visible until it reached a point where Naruto was completely surrounded. Using his Sharingan he counted 72. A smile grew on Naruto's face. ANBU route had 73 registered members. He could take out almost all his enemies in a single go. Danzo-sama has ordered you to surrender, beast, one of the ANBU shouted. Naruto didn't respond. Are you deaf, you stupid beast? The ANBU screamed. Ninja art, hidden mist jutsu. Naruto muttered before opening his mouth and releasing a dense mist into the air. The entire Uchiha compound was engulfed in the mist. First there was silence, then the sounds of blades tearing through flesh, then more silence. After 5 minutes the mist vanished to reveal Naruto continuing on his way. Behind him streams of blood-stained buildings and the street. None of the ANBU route who opposed him remained standing. Some were gasping for breaths as they clutched onto their bleeding necks. Others were motionless as blood escaped their corpses. It's kind of ironic. They framed me for killing ANBU and here I am doing just that. Naruto laughed as he walked. He stopped in the courtyard that was in front of the Konoha Military Police Force headquarters. Naruto could sense Danzo hiding in the building, but his path was obstructed by another member of Root. This person was unlike the ones Naruto just killed. He was stronger, colder, and less human. The ANBU had short jet black hair, ink black eyes, and very pale skin. He was carrying a small backpack with his brush, scrolls, and ninja ink that was jutting out. He carried a tipless tanto on his back. He wore a high-collared midriff shirt and black pants. I am Sai, captain of ANBU Root Division, the man said as he pulled out a scroll and a bottle of ninja ink. Are you going to draw me a pretty picture? Naruto asked mockingly. Sai began rapidly drawing pictures onto the scroll with the ninja ink. Naruto could see that Sai was using the brush to channel chakra into the drawing. After he was done, Sai lifted his brush before shouting, "Ninja art, super beast scroll." The ink from the drawing poured out of the page and formed into a lion. Sai quickly began drawing again as the first line charged down Naruto. The seals on Naruto's right hand glowed as his entire arm became coated in crystal, taking on the form of a demonic claw. Naruto slashed the ink line, causing it to dissipate on contact. That was kind of a disappointment, Naruto mumbled as Sai unleashed 3 more ink lines. The Jinchuriki took the initiative and charged down the lines, destroying them with ease. Sai continued to draw, this time releasing hawks with his super beast scroll technique. Naruto dodged as the ink hawks tried to grab him with their talons. Naruto continued to dodge as Sai pulled out a larger scroll from his bag and unrolled it on the ground. Naruto pointed his right arm at the ink hawks and fired crystal shuriken at them. The crystal shuriken hit their mark and destroyed the ink hawks. Naruto let his curiosity get the best of him and he allowed Sai to continue even though he could have stopped him. Sai began directly pouring out his ink instead of using it to draw onto the scroll. He formed a hand seal and created a larger nest of snakes. The snakes then started racing towards Naruto. Normally Naruto would be able to stop an attack of this power with little effort, but seeing the snakes triggered a memory hidden in the Sharingan. Naruto began seeing the 10,000 snakes wave that killed Sasuke. The momentary lapse in his concentration allowed the ink snakes to wrap around Naruto. Naruto was strong enough to break the binding ink snakes, but they reformed around him, making struggling pointless. All that talk about the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, and this is what I got. Sai laughed as he pulled out a new scroll and began drawing lines. You're pretty strong. I'm guessing you're that old bastard's last line of defense. Naruto continued to struggle against the ink snakes. I'm the only defense he needs. I've spent my entire life in ANBU route and I will not allow any harm to befall Danzo-sama. Sai finished of the last line. Now prepare to die. Nothing happened. Sai looked down at the scroll he had drawn on and lines were still on the paper. Ninja art, Super Beast scroll. Sai shouted, but still nothing happened. Naruto began to laugh as Sai continued to shout. What have you done? Sai screamed as he pulled out his tanto. I've done nothing. After all, I'm trapped. Naruto feigned innocence. I'll cut the truth out of you then. Sai threatened as he approached Naruto. Naruto stopped struggling and waited to see what the ANBU route captain would do. Sai walked up to Naruto and placed his tanto against Naruto's throat. Now tell me what you've done. Sai demanded to know. There's no fun in that. How about you guess and I'll tell you if you're hot or cold. Naruto mocked. If I was going to die I would at least try and die with some dignity. Sai tightened the grip on his tanto. This bores me now, Naruto said jaded. Release. Sai suddenly felt a sharp headache that lasted a split second before everything became clear. He was standing next to Naruto who was free. Sai looked to his hand and saw he didn't have his tanto, it was still on his back. Behind him, cast all over the ground, was his ninja ink. Once your snakes trapped me, you got sloppy and made eye contact for a brief moment. While under my genjutsu you released you ink snakes and well you saw the rest. Naruto laughed. Sai reached for his tanto, but as soon as his hand made contact with the handle 3 crystal spears impaled his chest. As Sai fell to the ground, the doors to the police headquarters opened up and Danzo emerged. The old Warhawk's right arm was no longer bandaged, it was exposed. The arm was grey and had 10 Sharingan embedded in it. Naruto Uzumaki, Danzo said with distaste. Danzo Shimura, Naruto responded with a similar tone. I've been waiting for this day. The day I killed the son of the 4th Hokage. I should have been the 3rd, but Sarutobi beat me. Then when a 4th was to be selected, Sarutobi overlooked me. But soon those mistakes will be corrected and I'll be Hokage. Danzo confessed. Looks like you've been busy over the last 8 years using Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan technique Koto Matsukami. I'm really impressed by the work Orochimaru put into that old body of yours. Naruto replied calmly. Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan has been a valuable asset, but that bastard Itachi damaged it before I could get it. It's not as effective as when Shisui used it. Danzo cursed. I know you can't plant an idea in a settled mind. You can only corrupt those who have been overcome by anger, desperation, fear, hatred, grief. You're just a 2-bit manipulator who ruined the lives of so many. The Jonin elite fell under your control just as my trial began. After the trial you took advantage and made Sakura, Ino, Tenten, Kiba and Choji your personal hounds. You planted in their vulnerable minds the idea that they should be loyal to you and not the Hokage. Naruto continued. I see you've been keeping an eye on Konoha all these years. That I have. I also know about your coup. It's not going to happen because you will die here. The two powerful ninjas stared each other down. Danzo was confident in his ability to break out of any genjutsu. I never expected to fight you here in the Uchiha compound. I always assumed Itachi or Sasuke would come after me to avenge their clan. Danzo smirked. Trying to get under my skin. You claimed everything you've done is for Konoha, but yet you worked with Orochimaru after he defected. You are a false prophet to all those you compelled with Shisui's Sharingan. Time for justice has arrived. Naruto responded coolly. You think a trivial concept like justice is enough to stop me? I have the combined power of the Uchiha and Senju. Danzo raised his right arm and the Sharingan began to move. That's actually really creepy, Naruto mumbled as he took up an offensive stance. Without any hesitation, Danzo channeled a large amount of chakra into his right arm and sprinted towards Naruto. The Jinchuriki smiled as Danzo delivered a powerful punch. The attack hit Naruto square in the jaw. Danzo flinched as he realized his punch failed to move Naruto a single inch. Pathetic. All the Uchiha you killed, all the jutsu you gave to Orochimaru. All the evil you've committed to gain power, and this is the best you have. Naruto said as Danzo's fist still pressed against his face. Danzo watched in shock as Naruto's eyes changed to their Mangekyo form. The root leader could sense danger and jumped away from Naruto. In the blink of an eye, Naruto appeared in front of Danzo and punched him in the gut. The old Konoha ninja hunched over in pain. Blood slowly poured out of Danzo's mouth before dozens of blood-covered crystal spikes erupted from his back. Naruto dropped the dead ninja to the ground before walking away. As Naruto put distance between him and Danzo, Danzo's body faded from reality and reappeared completely unharmed. The Hokage usurper waved his hand and created multiple blades of wind, which combined to form a single, large blade of air. The large crescent-shaped blade headed for Naruto's back. The Jinchuriki sensed the attack and spun around, waving his arm and creating his own blade of wind. The two blades of wind cancelled each other out. The Kinjutsu, Izanagi, Naruto noted as he examined Danzo's unharmed body from afar. Normally the jutsu would only last for the briefest of moments, but thanks to Orochimaru each Sharingan gives me a full minute of this Kinjutsu. Danzo boasted, certain of his victory. You have 10 Sharingan in your arm and 1 in your head. That's 11 minutes of Izanagi if you use all your Sharingan. I just need to kill you for the next 11 minutes non-stop. It looks like my birthday came early. Naruto laughed. Danzo took a deep breath and then exhaled several small blasts of wind chakra. Wind style, vacuum bullets. The wind-based jutsu headed straight for Naruto. Naruto ducked and weaved, avoiding all the wind blasts. He raised and pointed his right arm at Danzo. Crystal release, crystal needles. Naruto created long, sharp bright pink crystal needles that he shot at Danzo with pinpoint accuracy. The velocity of the needles proved to be too great for Danzo as the attack managed to strike him in several veins. Blood poured out of Danzo's body before he disappeared and reappeared unharmed behind Naruto. How much about the Sharingan did Itachi teach you? Danzo asked as performed the rat, snake, horse and dog hand seals. Again he took a deep breath and this time exhaled several blades of wind at different angles, by swiftly moving his head in different directions. Are you seriously trying the wind style, vacuum blast barrage on me? Naruto asked as he compressed concentrated wind chakra into the palms of his hands. Then he clapped his hands together, unleashing a powerful gale of wind. Wind style, gale palm. Naruto's gale force wind held back Danzo's wind blades. The Uchiha have an ancient stone tablet that has been passed down through the generations. It still exists and it used to be under Konoha. On it are written secrets, which were engraved by the Sage of Six Paths. Only those with special eyes can read it. The Sharingan, Mangekyo Sharingan and Rinnegan, in that order, the contents become clearer. That tablet was meant to give Sasuke the true power of the Sharingan, but his life was cut short by Orochimaru. You were directly responsible for giving Orochimaru his power and you must pay. Naruto roared as tried to suppress the power of the Nine Tails. He wanted to destroy Danzo using the Kekkei Genkai he received after his fight with Orochimaru. I am the best for Konoha. While Hiruzen was the leaf bathing in the sun, I was the roots that grew in the dark supporting the tree. I have given so much for the village I can't lose now. Danzo performed the tiger and the dog hand seal before inhaling deeply. He then exhaled a single large, crushing sphere of wind chakra directly at Naruto. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. I always thought you were full of hot air. Naruto grumbled as he braced himself against the powerful wind attack. The vacuum great sphere ravaged around Naruto, but the Jinchuriki had coated his body in crystal and was protected. When the wind died, the crystal around Naruto crumbled off. You want to trade wind release techniques? That's a big mistake, Naruto said as he performed the shadow clone technique and summoned 2 clones. Without the fox's chakra I need 2 clones to perform this jutsu. Naruto waved his right hand over his left arm, encasing his left arm in a crystal gauntlet. Naruto held out his left arm and one of his clones began forming a rasengan as the other clone channeled wind nature chakra into the rasengan. This created 4 large points, making the rasengan appear as a giant shuriken, with the rasengan in the center remaining a perfect sphere. The jutsu gave off a loud screeching after being formed. Even if you do hit me with such a powerful move, it'll be useless, it's just a waste of chakra. Danzo laughed. Wind style, Raisen Shuriken. Naruto screamed as he flashed behind Danzo and drove the jutsu in the Konoha ninja's back. The force of the blast knocked Naruto away as it exploded and formed a wind vortex with Danzo in the center. Danzo's laughter died as he realized he couldn't escape the vortex. He was repeatedly being bombarded by micro-wind blade and his Izanagi was keeping him from being shredded. The vortex of wind lasted for 2 whole minutes before dropping Danzo out of the air. You bastard! Danzo cursed as he saw that 4 of his Sharingan were already gone. I took the 4th Hokage's jutsu to a whole new level by doing something he couldn't. Naruto smirked. As he smiled, a burning sensation hit his body starting from his jaw where Danzo had punched him. Lines began forming across Naruto's body, paralyzing him. He got me with a curse mark. Naruto muttered as he raised his right hand and pointed at Danzo before his whole body was paralyzed. Tsunade tried to compose herself as she stood next to the body of Shikaku thinking about Dan. She needed to get her mind clear. She released her pent-up frustration in the form of a massive primal yell. The Hokage then began breathing heavily as she caught her breath. Hokage-sama, an unmasked member of ANBU shouted as he came running to the Hokage. He had short brown hair and large, almond-shaped, black eyes. He was wearing the standard attire of a member of the ANBU. Yamato, what are you doing here? I left you in charge of security at the Hokage Tower. Tsunade coughed. Hokage-sama, the chain of commander has gone. Shizune has vanished. Shikamaru and his team failed to report back. We even received word that Sakura and Ino never made it to their positions. Yamato reported. How can that be? Did Naruto get them? If he's trying to cripple us, then he is succeeding. Have Kiba and sister track down Shizune and Shikamaru's scent. We need them if to survive. Tsunade ordered. What about you, Hokage-sama? Yamato asked. I have to find Jiraiya and Kakashi. Yamato, when you have given the orders, head for the old Uchiha compound and wait at the gate. Do not enter under any circumstance. Tsunade continued. The ANBU nodded before flickering away. Jiraiya, you old fool, you better be alright, Tsunade said as he jumped from building to building heading to Jiraiya and Kakashi. At a small camp 20 miles outside of Konoha, Mei sat near a campfire. She was surrounded by her Kiri ninja. They were preparing for battle. All the ninja were resting after making the long journey from Kirigakura in secret. Mei used a long stick to poke the fire in front of her as her General Ao appeared next to her. How go the preparations? Mei asked, staring into the fire. Just as you predicted, Konoha suddenly withdrew a large majority of the border security. We were able to take down what remained without much trouble. We here at the North Camp are all set to move out at the signal. Word has come in from the East, West and South Camp. They are ready too, Ao explained. What about the tunnels? Mei questioned. We found the emergency escape tunnel. Our best ninja have sealed it off. No living thing from Konoha will leave those tunnels. And before you ask, we were able to safely escort the red-headed girl to the Great Naruto Bridge. Ao continued. That's good, the last thing we need is piss Jinchuriki. Mei laughed. Mizukage-sama, I know we plan to destroy Konoha, but allowing the Jinchuriki to completely wipe out the civilian population seems a bit ruthless. There will be innocent children among the casualties. Are you sure you can handle their blood on your hands? I know, but this will be for the sake of Kirigakura. The world is going to be revolutionized in the coming months, and if we don't consolidate our power, we could be blown away by the winds of change. I have prepared myself to take full responsibility for the actions of our ninja. The world will see me as the Mizukage who allowed and facilitated the massacre of the people of Konoha. Even some of my own people may see me as that, but I do it all for my country. There was silence as they watched the fire crackle and the flames burn brightly as a leaf from a tree dropped into the red abyss. The leaf slowly turned to ash as Mei looked on. You have placed a lot of faith in the Jinchuriki. Is the power he has amassed in secret really that terrifying? Ao asked. Mei sighed heavily. The true extent of his power is the stuff of nightmares. He is like a whirlpool. If pushed, he can become big enough to consume the entire world. Metaphorically, of course. He plans to resurrect a once forgotten land. Once the new whirlpool is established, they will be a force to be feared. By destroying Konoha and having its blood on our hands, he will owe us. I'll be on the lookout. The signal, Ao said, leaving the Mizukage alone with her thoughts. I have you at my mercy now. Danzo laughed as he pulled a kunai from his left sleeve. I'm going to enjoy cutting those eyes out of you. As Danzo walked towards the Jinchuriki, he could see shadows form on Naruto's body. The shadows turned into crows, and the crows flocked from Naruto and turned into shuriken that bombarded Danzo. Now go to sleep, you old fool, Naruto commanded. Never. How did you get me in a genjutsu? Danzo resisted. Naruto began screaming as he used brute physically strength to break out of Danzo's curse mark. I guess this is where I kill you over and over again. Naruto taunted as Danzo remained frozen. As Naruto prepared to attack again, Danzo disappeared from in front of him and reappeared behind him. You seem to have forgotten about Izanagi. Danzo thrust his kunai at Naruto. Naruto sidestepped the blade attack and brought himself inches away from Danzo's face and locked eyes with Danzo's. Danzo then used Izanagi to disappear and reappear a safe distance away from Naruto. You were trying to use Tsukuyomi there, weren't you? Danzo smirked. I didn't try, I did. Look at your arm, Naruto shot back. Danzo looked at his right arm and saw that 9 of his Sharingan were gone. How? Danzo stuttered. What you thought was a split second was actually 5 minutes. I altered your perception of time with a variation of Itachi's Tsukuyomi. Naruto smiled. Red chakra began escaping Naruto's body. This chakra wasn't bubbling or encasing Naruto like it normally would. Instead, it began to swirl around him in all directions like an ominous wind. Within the red chakra wind, a darker red, like the shade of blood, emerged. This darker chakra began to form into a shape. A horizontal ribcage formed around Naruto. Then a spine attached itself to the ribcage. 4 legs and a canine skull were soon added. Under a minute, a tailless skeleton structure of a fox had formed. Slowly 9 skeleton tails began to grow. Once the tails were completed, a transparent golden fire of chakra completed the fox, creating its muscle, tissue and skin. The chakra version of the 9 tails was nothing near the size of the original. It was the size of a double-story house. Naruto was suspended in the air within the chest of the golden red fox where its heart should be. So this is the legendary Susanoo under the influence of the 9-tailed fox. Danzo admired. This is from years of hatred the village showed just because I was unlucky enough to be born Minato's son. This form represents all the pain and suffering I underwent. With this form I will kill you and fulfill Sasuke's wish. Naruto said as the Susanoo roared. Danzo tried to flee, but he was stopped by the fox that moved to cut him off. Impossible, the Susanoo can use the flying thunder god jutsu. Danzo gritted his teeth as realized he couldn't run. Danzo inhaled deeply before releasing several blasts of wind chakra at the Susanoo. The wind attacks hit the golden red chakra and dispersed as if they were nothing. The Susanoo roared in retaliation, causing a powerful wind to tear through the Uchiha compound. The roar damaged many buildings and blew away the dead bodies of the ANBU root ninja. The Susanoo fox pounced and captured Danzo within its chakra tails. The Susanoo held Danzo in the air above Naruto so he could look up at the Warhawk. I never did anything to you, yet you framed me for murder and tried to get Sasuke to betray me. You disgust me, Naruto said as the tails tightened, crushing Danzo as the last Sharingan in his arm closed. Sacrifice is what epitomizes a ninja. Never seeing the light of day, toiling in the shadows. That defines the role of a ninja. Niceties alone will not make the world go around. You were to be a sacrifice to create the ultimate weapon, and Uchiha nine-tailed Jinchuriki. Danzo tried to laugh as he coughed up blood. Your Uzumaki bloodline combined with the Sharingan and nine-tailed fox has turned you into the ultimate weapon. The ultimate weapon I wanted to protect Konoha will be its downfall. Naruto didn't respond, instead he motioned with his hand. The Susanoo followed suit and threw Danzo high into the sky above Konoha. As Danzo reached the apex of his flight, Naruto began counting down. 5. The Susanoo began gathering positive and negative chakra into a ball in front of its mouth. 4. The ball then compressed to the small size of a rasengan and was then ingested. The ball came to Naruto in Fox's chest. 3. Naruto then punched the ball, causing pressure to build up. 2. After the pressure built up, it was released and the ball was fired in the form of a powerful orange beam at Danzo. 1. The beam hit the Warhawk, causing a massive explosion over Konoha that lit up the sky for miles. Naruto's eyes reverted to their original form with 3 Tomo as the Susanoo faded away. He gritted his teeth as he released the fox chakra throughout his body. The pain from using the jutsu was excruciating, but he had to stay strong for his ultimate goal. Using the chakra from his biju, he healed himself. Kiri will be here soon, I sent him the signal, Naruto mumbled as he began walking towards his next target. Naruto reached the entrance of the Uchiha compound where he found Tsunade and several of her top jonin ready to confront him. Alongside her was the one she called Yamato, Kiba, Henna and Izuka, Choji, Tenten, Might Guy and Kurenai. That explosion in the sky was Danzo. Tsunade said. Both Dan and Orochimaru were a waste of a summoning. Naruto spat. Where is Ino? What have you done to her? Choji demanded to know. I don't really know about that, you'd have to ask my comrades about her. Naruto smiled. With Naruto's words, a large cloud of smoke appeared in front of him. The smoke disappeared, revealing 8 people standing wearing strange uniforms and ANBU-style masks. They were wearing dark blue ninja uniforms. It was so dark it was almost black. Over the uniform they had light blue flak jacket that had a zipper, shoulder pads and neck guard. The right shoulder pad had a red swirl and the left had the patch of the Konoha Military Police Corps. Their heads were covered by conical straw hats. As Tsunade examined the ninja who came to Naruto's side, 2 more people flickered next to Naruto. They were breathing heavily and could barely stand. Tsunade recognized them as Homura and Koharu. How did you two do? Naruto asked. You beast, we've done everything you asked. Koharu coughed. Everything? Naruto raised an eyebrow. Yes, we handed over everything to your guards. All of Konoha's cash, the entire jutsu library, our sacred weapons and scrolls and the complete list of all our ninja. Homura spat as he lifted his head to see a stunned Tsunade. What have you done? Tsunade screamed. Hokage-sama. Homura crowed before collapsing to his death. Koharu looked at her dead friend and then at Naruto. We did what you asked, now give me the cure. Well, you see, there is no cure to the fox's chakra. Naruto answered. Koharu looked up at Tsunade and laughed before she collapsed as well. Now that these two are out of the way, we can get down to business. Naruto said, looking back at Tsunade. You've taken everything from this village. We will defeat you and take everything back. Tsunade shouted. Good luck with that, everything has already been transported to the new whirlpool. You seriously think you can defeat me? If you can get past the whirlpool 8 you can fight me. Allow me to introduce you. Naruto declared. With that the first of the whirlpool 8 removed his hat and mask. He had fair skin and short, spiky, auburn hair. His eyes were green and he had tanuki-like black eye rings. On the left side of his forehead was the kanji for love. The captain of the whirlpool 8, the Jinchuriki of the one-tailed Shukaku. Gaara of the desert, the former 5th Kazekage. After Gaara was done, the next person removed their mask and hat. She had long, straight, blonde, hair bound with taut bandages and dark brown eyes. Yugito Nii, once a Jonin-level kunoiki from Kumogakuwa. She is the Jinchuriki of Matadabi, the Two Tails. The next person had magenta eyes and long grayish-blondish hair. He seemed much younger than the others around him. This is Yukimaru. He used to be an experiment of Orochimaru's. Now after a lot of hard work he is the Jinchuriki of Isobu, the Three Tails. The fourth person had dark red hair and appeared advanced in years. Roshi is the Jinchuriki of Son Goku, the 4 tails that once hailed from Iwagakure. The next ninja removed his hat and mask, but his face was still hidden. He had light brown eyes and a special piece of armor that covered the bottom half of his face. Hanhu was a ninja from Iwagakure and is the Jinchuriki of Kokuo, the 5 tails. The 6th member of the Whirlpool 8 removed his hat and mask slowly. He had pale golden eyes and black hair that reached to his shoulders with side parting that let a large portion of his bangs cover the left side of his face. Utakata, a missing nin from Kirigakure and the Jinchuriki of Seiken, the 6 tails. The next person followed suit of the previous ninjas. She had orange eyes and a similar colored clip in her short, spiky mint green hair. Fu, formerly a kunoichi from Takigaku and the Jinchuriki of Chomei, the Seven Tails. The last member of the Whirlpool 8 removed his hat and mask while popping his shoulders as if he was trying to dance. He had dark skin and blonde hair as well as a goatee. His eyes were covered by small sunglasses. Killer Bee, previously of Kumogaku and the Jinchuriki of Gyuki, the Eight Tails. With the revelation of Naruto's Whirlpool 8, Tsunade and her ninja could feel fear. They were facing 9 Jinchuriki. Tsunade knew she couldn't show the slightest sign of wavering or else the ninja with her would lose their fighting spirit. This is impossible. All of them were captured and killed by the Akatsuki. Yamato blurted out. We were captured by the Akatsuki, but then we were saved by Naruto. He has a vision for the world we couldn't just ignore. Gaara spoke up. A vision so great that you would allow your comrades to think you were dead and abandon your village. Tsunade shot at the former Kazekage. True world peace is worth every sacrifice. Yugito shouted, responding before Gaara could justify his actions. Naruto is the Jinchuriki with the plan. He will resurrect the forgotten Uzumaki clan. Then the world. Killer Bee rapped before Naruto placed his hand on former Kumo ninja's shoulder. We shouldn't give away our master plan B. Naruto spoke softly. Although I do not wish to fight you, Hokage, if you attempt to attack Naruto I will end you. He used his Sharingan to give me complete control of Shukaku. Now I can rest without having to worry about waking up in my Biju form. Gaara said, and with that sand from the ground beneath him formed into a gourd on his back. I don't care if they are the 9 Jinchuriki. Tenten shouted as she placed 2 small scrolls in an upright position on the ground. She then performed the tiger, dragon, monkey, hare and snake hand seals, activating the jutsu. The 2 scrolls released smoke while also flying and spinning into the air in the shape of 2 dragons made of smoke. Tenten then jumped between the 2 scrolls and began to rapidly summon and throw a wide variety of weapons as a powerful barrage. A blanket of sand covered the 9 Jinchuriki and absorbed the weapons barrage. Tenten tried to control the weapons with wires attached to her fingertips, but the sand held onto the weapons, forcing Tenten to release her wire. The sand then cast away all the weapons. You could have endangered all of us by attacking with informing us first. Tsunade reprimanded. Tsunade-sama, I'll hold off the enemy by opening all 8 gates. That should buy you some time to escape. Guy whispered. Don't waste your time, Guy. You'd just kill yourself and they wouldn't even get 10 feet away. Naruto shouted. You never treated me like dirt, so I wouldn't want to see you die. I could try a powerful genjutsu. It may buy us some time. Kurenai whispered. Don't waste your time, the Sharingan will see through any genjutsu. Henna replied. What about using the powers of the first Hokage? Do you think you can do it, Yamato? Tsunade asked. Maybe if there was 1 or 2, but all 9 of them are impossible. Yamato said. As the new Whirlpool and Konoha teams stared off, there was a clear advantage to the new Whirlpool. As much fun as it would be to defeat you in battle, we have to leave before Kiri make their appearance. Naruto announced as he and the other Jinchuriki disappeared. A few seconds after Naruto and the Jinchuriki vanished, one of Tsunade's personal ANBU came running. Hokage-sama, our sentries have spotted large number of Kiri ninja approaching. They have us surrounded, the ANBU reported. Damn Kirigakure, Naruto was probably part of the escort team. Tsunade cursed. What are your orders? The ANBU asked. Tsunade remained silent as she thought. Hokage-sama. The ANBU pressed as he knew time was running out. Yamato, what is the latest stats on our ninja? Tsunade asked. A quarter of our ninja perished fighting against Naruto's shadow clones. They were amplified by the demon fox's chakra and were too strong. Yamato reported. Tsunade gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. She knew what she had to do, but she didn't want to believe it. Retreat from the village. We'll fight our way out, and follow the tunnels from the surface and be there to protect the civilians. We can't risk leading Kiri to the tunnels. We must fight for the people of Konoha. The village can be reclaimed, but the lives of the people cannot. With the words the ANBU, Guy, Kurenai nodded as they ran to tell the other Konoha ninja the plan. The civilians and their ANBU guard walked through the underground tunnels. They had stopped because of what appeared to be a cave-in blocking off the tunnel. The ANBU were trying to deal with it as fast as possible. A fluttering rain of illusory white feathers began falling over them. The civilians started experiencing Eden-like bliss and began falling into a state of tranquil slumber. The ANBU were able to dispel the genjutsu before it took effect. A dense mist filled the tunnels as the ANBU began scrambling. When the mist disappeared, the ANBU were dead and Naruto and his Whirlpool 8 stood. Are you sure about this? Gaara asked his old friend. It is the only way. Peace built on the sacrifice of Konoha. Naruto replied. When they wake up they will have no memory of Konoha. Gaara sighed as he gave the order. Transport every child to the new Whirlpool. The Jinchuriki began placing Flying Thunder God Jutsu marker on the children. It took 2 Jinchuriki to perform the jutsu. The Jinchuriki joined hands to create the rift in time and space that allowed the jutsu to work. Gaara, Yugito stood while Naruto leaned against the wall of rock that blocked off the tunnel. Look at them, just sleep there unaware that they are about to be slaughtered. Yugito flinched thinking about it. Are you prepared for it? Planning a massacre and actually doing it are 2 different things. The faces of the people you slay will haunt your dreams, Gaara warned. I spent all these years on this plan. I can't back down now. It must be done, Naruto said as he channeled the fox's chakra. There was but silence as Naruto prepared himself. 10 minutes passed and no one spoke. Good, now that we've moved the children we can move out, Yugito announced, and the other Jinchuriki except her, Gaara and Naruto left with the flying thunder god jutsu. Once all the others were gone, Yugito turned to face Naruto, but before she could speak the roof of the tunnel began cracking. Naruto reacted quickly, waving his right hand, sending shuriken of crystal into the collapsing roof. The crystal shuriken embedded themselves and caused crystal support beams to form holding up the roof. See, you haven't crossed that line into the abyss, Gaara said. Here I was trying to do you a favor and you saved those ungrateful people. A bodiless voice echoed through the tunnel. That voice. Yugito trembled. A swirl in the air appeared and a figure formed. A man appeared in the middle of the unconscious Konoha citizens. He wore a mask that covered the entire upper half of his head with a design of a ripple pattern with 3 tomo around the center, 2 of which make out the mask's eye holes, revealing a Sharingan and Rinnegan, while the third was painted on. He also wore Uchiha robes complete with the Uchiha crest on his back, belt sash, gloves and a purple bandana that tapered off down to his back. Toby, Naruto said. Uzumaki, Toby responded. I've been waiting for an opportunity like this for a long time. Toby threatened as he formed a mysterious hand seal. Gaara recognized the hand seal. He is going to use that jutsu. Gaara screamed as he grabbed Yugito. We can't retreat now. We can kill him now, Naruto protested as Yugito and Gaara flashed him away. Retreating to the new whirlpool are we, Naruto? I guess I have to take my anger out on these people, Toby said, looking over the Konoha civilians. Chapter 14. Sakura stirred and awoke to find herself in an unfamiliar place. Her head felt as if someone had drilled a hole into it. Memories of the past 8 flooded her mind, but things were different. She felt as if she was watching someone else live her life. When she fully regained her senses, she realized she was in a prison cell and she had a chakra restraining seal on her that she could feel thanks to years of medical ninjutsu training. The prison had a single bed, a toilet and 1 light bulb. She began banging on the door trying to break out, but with no chakra she had no strength. She continued beating against the door for 20 minutes. Finally the door opened and she saw someone she thought was dead. Standing in front of her was the former Kazekage Gaara. He wore a dark blue ninja uniform. It was so dark it was almost black. Over the uniform was a light blue flak jacket that had a zipper, shoulder pads and neck guard. The right shoulder pad had a red swirl and the left had the patch of the Konoha Military Police Corps. You've been in a medically induced coma for the past week. You won't be 100% for a while, Gaara stated plainly. The feudal lord wants to see you. Sakura was unsure about what was happening, but she was too confused to argue and followed Gaara. The Jinchuriki led her to what appeared to be a large chamber, but in fact it was an office. The walls were covered with shelves that had scrolls and books. In the middle of the room she saw her best friend Ino. Ignoring Gaara, she rushed to Ino's side. After hugging her friend, Sakura saw that Shikamaru, Neji, Hinata, Lee, Shino, Kakashi and Shizune were also there. For some reason Sakura didn't hate them like she had for the last 8 years. She could sense that they had the same chakra restraining seals on them. At the far end of the room was a desk and an empty seat. Gaara walked over to the desk and joined the 7 people who were already standing there in the same uniform as him. Those are 8 of the 9 Jinchuriki, Kakashi whispered, catching Sakura up. We're currently being held in the new whirlpool. The blonde Jinchuriki called this the Capitol building. They captured us during their invasion of Konoha, Shizune added. You mean District 1? The blonde Jinchuriki spoke up. Yugito, you weren't supposed to say anything about that, Gaara reprimanded his comrade. They should know that they have no home to return to. It has been a week since Kirigakure successfully took hold of Konoha with the help of the new whirlpool. It was a total massacre. Kiri killed anything and everything in their sights. The area known as Konoha was then commissioned into District 1, a sort of Kiri 2 under the direction of the new whirlpool. Yugito explained. I guess I was right, Shikamaru mumbled. There's no way that Tsunade-sama would have allowed Konoha to be taken over, Hinata declared. Your precious Hokage turned tail and ran for the hills, Yugito smirked. Tsunade and the few hundred ninja who survived are currently holding out in Suna, Gaara added. What about the civilians? Did they make it to Suna as well? Kakashi asked. He had spent the past week in a prison and not gotten any answers, and now he had a chance to find out the truth. Sadly, none of the Konoha civilians made it out of that tunnel. They were all killed by a rogue ninja, an enemy of the new whirlpool named Toby. Gaara lied, as the children were spared. Ino was about to shout something about Naruto being the one who killed the civilians, but the hatred that filled her for all those years was gone. Just like Sakura, the blonde Kunoichi had been unconscious for the entire week in a medically induced coma. The world has learned of the power we possess, and they will learn that the new whirlpool is not a nation to be messed with, Yugito said. Don't the others speak at all? It's kind of creepy, Shizune noted. I'm the captain of the whirlpool 8 and Yugito is my vice, so only we are allowed to address you without the feudal lord, Gaara said. Where is Naruto? Is he the feudal lord? Kakashi asked, remembering Naruto talking about the new whirlpool. Why yes I am. Naruto said as he appeared in the once empty seat. He was wearing the same uniform as the other Jinchuriki. Naruto nodded to the Whirlpool 8 and all of them except Gaara and Yugito left. You've taken your father's jutsu to a whole new level. It's almost like walking to you, Kakashi stated. The Flying Thunder God jutsu was a legacy of his Konoha cared more about than his own flesh and blood. Naruto replied. What did you do to me? The last 8 years of my life seem like a lie. Why is that? Sakura asked in tears. That was all Danzo. The old bastard had a very powerful Sharingan hidden under those bandages. He used it to manipulate most of Konoha. The Jonin elite, Sakura, Ino, Tenten, Choji and Kiba were the first to be affected. I used my Mangekyo Sharingan to undo what he did to you. Your mind will be weak as it adjusts to reality. Naruto answered. Why did you take us prisoner instead of killing us like the rest of our comrades? Hinata asked, thinking about whether her friends and family had survived. I've been building the new Whirlpool for the last few years. A perfect nation free from prejudice and corruption that will destroy the ninja world. During those years I've allowed ninja clans who could understand my ideals to join the new Whirlpool. The Fuima clan who I freed from Orochimaru's control was the first to join. Fragments of the Yuki clan and Momoki clan were rescued from the land of water and given safe haven here. The new Whirlpool is a place for people who have been persecuted to come to and be safe. Naruto said. That was a really beautiful speech, but it doesn't explain why you kept us alive. Neji responded. Isn't it obvious? After Danzo framed me, you were some of the few people who believed I was innocent. This is just my way of repaying your faith. The new Whirlpool will accept you as family. You can rebuild your clans here. Naruto offered. We had families and clans back in Konoha and you killed them. Shino grumbled. No, we didn't kill everyone. We captured 42 ninja who Naruto felt deserved to live. Gaara spoke up. That's just a minor detail. If I didn't do anything, Danzo and his minions would have butchered all your comrades in a civil massacre. Isn't that right, Sakura? Naruto looked over to the pink-haired Kunoichi. Danzo planned to kill the Hokage and then have his dogs from ANBU route kill everyone in your clans who opposed him. Sakura admitted. You see, I saved you all and a few others so you could help me make the new Whirlpool a force to be reckoned with. The Aburame clan, the Hyuga clan, the Nara clan will all make valuable members of the new Whirlpool. Even Yuli, Kakashi and Shizune would become a powerful ally of ours. Naruto said. In case you didn't know, I'm no longer a Nara. Shikamaru mentioned. You still have the blood of your annoying and brilliant clan flowing through your veins. Yugito said. I tried not to kill any of your clan while I fought against Konoha, but Heishi Hyuga and Shikaku Nara did die at my hands. Naruto said. You killed my father. Hinata tried to hold back tears. Even though they were estranged, he was still her father. You can look at the negative or you can look at the positive. I saved all of you from being killed by Danzo. Even you, Kakashi, was saved by Yugito after you used Kamui. Naruto responded. So basically you're building a place where you can gather your own private army of ninja. Shizune hissed. You're wrong, Yugito shouted. It's okay, Yugito. Naruto pacified his comrade. The new Whirlpool isn't just a place for ninja. Gaara added. About 2.5 years ago, Danzo led his ANBU route on a witch hunt through small towns in the Land of Fire. Without proof, he accused them of helping Konoha's enemies and burnt down their homes, killing many of them. I received word of his actions too late, Naruto explained. We went into the Land of Fire and rescued close to 300 innocent people and gave them a home here. They weren't forced to join us, they wanted to, and they helped build the new Whirlpool. Yugito finished off. So you're trying to appear as a saint to make up for the things you've done. You were a black market bounty hunter, Kakashi said. Not just him, we all were bounty hunters. All the money Naruto made went towards treating Itachi Uchiha, while all our bounties went towards building the new Whirlpool. Gaara spoke. I am no saint and I will never claim to be one. I am just Naruto Uzumaki, the first feudal lord of the new Whirlpool and Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tailed Fox. I will be the force that leads the world towards peace, Naruto stated. Peace can never be achieved through violence and force, Hinata replied. Before anyone could say anything more, a knock came from the door. This must be Lady Karen and her royal guard, Naruto said as the doors opened. Karen walked into the office followed by 4 people. She wore a light blue kimono with a dark blue obi. The group from Konoha all became wide-eyed when they saw the 4 individuals behind Karen. They all wore long, black cloaks with blue clouds and a chin-high collar. The first had slanted blue eyes and very long blonde hair which he wore drawn into a half ponytail and a bang hanging over his left eye. He was missing his left arm. The second had medium-length silver hair slicked back with unique purple eyes. He wore his cloak open with no shirt, only pants under it. He had a triple-bladed scythe on his back. The third was a woman who had blue hair, grey eyes, ultramarine eyeshadow, and a labret piercing. She wore a large light blue paper flower in her hair. The last was a teenage boy with wide brown eyes and short, red hair. They're part of the Akatsuki, Kakashi warned his fellow Konoha ninja. Formerly of the Akatsuki, Deodara, Hiden, Konan and Sasori were part of the Akatsuki. Gaara said. What do you mean formally? From what I understand, the Akatsuki had a policy of trying to kill ninja who defect. Shizune mentioned. Well, fuck you, Miss Know-It-All. The one with silver hair swore. Hidden, no need for that kind of language now. Naruto said. Balls. Hidden mumbled. Well, you see, once the Akatsuki made their move I kept showing up and stopping them with help from Itachi Ni-san. I met Deidara and Sasori while saving Gaara and Hidden while saving Yugito. After I spared their lives I saw that they potential and I gave them the option of joining the new whirlpool. By the time I sealed the three tails away in Yukimaru the Akatsuki began falling apart. The true leader Tobi and the figurehead leader Nagato clashed over what to do next. Their confrontations eventually led to Tobi killing Nagato and taking his Kekkei Genkai. With the Akatsuki falling apart they took me up on my offer and brought Konan with them. Konan and Nagato were founding members of the Akatsuki and she needed my help killing Tobi. Alas, even the combined strength of Itachi Ni-san and myself weren't enough to kill him and he escaped. Naruto explained. After seeing Naruto battle and hearing his plan for the new whirlpool I realized that Nagato and him had much more in common than blood, so that's what made me stay. Konan the blue-haired woman spoke up. What do you mean blood? Neji asked. Nagato was an Uzumaki like me. Naruto answered. I'm curious as to what gave us away as members of the Akatsuki. By the way, I'm Deidara. The blonde with one arm questioned. I'm Sasori, or you may know me as Sasori of the Red Sand. I also share the curiosity of my comrade. The redhead teen asked. There's no way you could be Sasori of the Red Sand. You're too young. Sasori of the Red Sand should be in his 50s. Kakashi spat out astonished. If I still had a human body it would be that old, but that's privileged information. Now tell me how you know our identities. Sasori responded. And please don't say something boring like it was the fucking cloak, you bastards. Hidden laughed. Karen just tried to ignore her guards swearing and looked at the group from Konoha also wanting answers. Jiraiya gathered plenty of information on the Akatsuki over the years. We had a special Akatsuki bingo book with your pictures and information in it. Shizune answered. So the old toad was actually a half-decent spy. Karen smirked. Enough about the Akatsuki, we should continue discussing whether you would join the new whirlpool. Naruto announced. And what if we don't join? Are you going to keep us as prisoners? Shikamaru asked. No, I would hand you and whoever else wanted to leave over to Suna once they make contact. Before you decide, just know that Iruka and Ayame Umino have joined the new whirlpool along with Chuki Ichiraku. Naruto replied. I was searching for Ayame before you attacked the village. I figured you'd try and save her and her father. I thought I found her, but I really ran in Yugito, who was blending in so well. Shikamaru laughed. You have a sharp mind. Think about working towards true world peace. Your respective clans will help further the cause. You may not live to see it, but your children and grandchildren could. Yugito said. These eyes aren't mine, so I won't be able to pass them on to my children, but Hinata, think about it, and Uzumaki with the Byakugan would make a perfect heir. Naruto theorized, causing Hinata to blush. Gaara, Yugito, please escort the Konoha ninja to the holding room with the royal guard. Karen declared, I have important business to discuss with the feudal lord. Konoha isn't the place you thought it was. If you want to learn the truth you should stay. Naruto said to the group while holding one of Konoha's secret scrolls before they left. Once everyone was gone, Karen sat on the desk and sighed deeply. You're the damn feudal lord, why do I have to do all your duties? She complained. Because I am only the temporary leader, remember. He replied as he walked over to bookshelf. Karen frowned at the statement but accepted it. I've tried using the information we retrieved from Orochimaru's lab in Konoha but still no luck. Creating an artificial Rinnegan is proving harder than I anticipated. Tobi knows how Nagato got his, he even claims to have given Nagato the Rinnegan. I have the Sharingan and Uzumaki blood, why can't I activate the Rinnegan? Naruto continued flipping through the book. I have a theory. It was grief, the loss of his parents, that activated Nagato's Rinnegan. Whenever you were in a life-threatening situation the fox would give its chakra. Even if you had the ability to awaken the Rinnegan it wouldn't work because the fox would just supply you with its chakra. And now that you have Sasuke's eyes, any hope of naturally activating a Rinnegan through your Uzumaki blood is gone. Karen explained. So the only thing left is Orochimaru's and Danzo's experimenting with Senju cells. Naruto laughed as he placed the book back. Ever since you discovered Nagato and his Rinnegan you've been obsessed with obtaining it. Karen noted as she got off the table and began walking towards the door. I have my reasons, Naruto replied as Karen left the room. You bitches better not try anything. Hidden threatened as he closed the door on the group from Konoha. They were led to the basement of the building they were in and were now in large room. The room was well lit up with multiple lights and it didn't look like a prison. There was one large in the middle that had a wide assortment of ramen on it surrounded by comfortable looking chairs. This is the kind of cell you'd used to keep a foreign national in. Kakashi noted. Does anybody know how to get these seals off? Lee asked as he struggled to access chakra. As the Taijutsu specialist fought to open one of his inner gates he glowed red before his body went limp and he fell over. Lee, what happened? Sakura asked. He rushed over to help him. This seal, it did something to me. Lee coughed. It most likely messed up your nervous system. It's just like Tsunade's nervous system rupture. Shizune noted as she examined her own seal. So if we struggle the seal throws our nervous system into disarray. Good to know. Shino said as he approached the food. Are you sure we can eat the food? Neji asked. It's ramen, there's no way Naruto would mess with ramen, even if he's gone off the deep end. Shikamaru answered as he began eating. Guys, what's going to happen? Sakura and I. He offered all of you a chance to join, but what about us? We spent the last 8 years hating him. Ino held back her emotions. He practically proposed to Hinata. Hinata blushed and stuttered, feeling like a genin again. Proposed, more like asked, just to use her body to produce an heir. Shizune said, miffed. I don't know what I'm going to do. Kakashi shocked everyone in the room. What do you mean you don't know? You turned him down like the rest of us. Shizune responded. It's not that easy. Naruto is Minato's son. I owe so much to Minato. He became the father figure in my life after I lost my dad. I was with ANBU for the first 10 years of Naruto's life, and then even after I left ANBU I failed to do anything to take care of him. Maybe I owe it to him. Kakashi sighed as he thought about all the times he could have and should have helped Naruto growing up. Maybe if I did something, we wouldn't be in this mess. How many people do you think survived the attack by Kiri? Neji brought up the sore point. You really want to know how many people from the Hyuga clan survived? Shikamaru said as he ate some ramen. You too, Neji, you're considering joining the new whirlpool and leaving Guy-sensei behind. How youthful. Lee let out as he got up. Well, I'm staying here, Sakura declared. What are you talking about? Ino grabbed her friend's shoulders and tried shaking sense into her. Danzo ordered me to kill Tsunade and I was going to do it. I deserve to be in prison, Sakura answered. Didn't you hear, Naruto? Danzo manipulated you using a Sharingan. Ino continued, shaking Sakura. That doesn't change anything, the fact I was going to betray Konoha. I lost 8 years of life to that old bastard's cause. None of the decisions I made were my own, everything I did was to advance him in the Konoha ranks. Sasuke would have died hating me, Sakura said, looking at the ground. A silence filled the room. Whether Danzo really framed Naruto and Sasuke was still up for debate, but it seemed true. Sakura walked over to Kakashi and bowed to him. I'm sorry for everything I've over the past 8 years, sensei. Kakashi picked Sakura up and gave her his trademark under the mask smile. I know this is a heartfelt moment and all, but what are we going to do? The new whirlpool's military might is unmatched. Shino spoke up. What exactly are you getting at? Lee asked. Once the new whirlpool is recognized as a major power, Iwagakure, Sunagakure, Kumogakure and the remains of Konoha will wage war against it. We should pick a side while we can. Shikamaru got out in between slurps of ramen. What do you mean pick a side? Shizune asked, stunned. It's understandable, your loyalty is to Tsunade. We spent a long time believing in Naruto's innocence. If there is a dark truth about Konoha, I want to know. Shino shocked everyone with his comments. That's true. I've had my suspicions about the seedy underbelly of Konoha for some time. The stuff only the Hokage know, SSS ranked secrets. Those are secrets that can shatter your world, Shikamaru said. I always thought if I was given a chance to become the head family of the Hyuga clan I would jump at the opportunity, but I'm not so sure. Neji added. What about you, Hinata? You never got over your schoolgirl crush on Naruto? Sakura asked with a small laugh as she remembered how dense her former teammate was. When I was young I would have fainted from Naruto talking to me like that, but he is hardly the Naruto I remember. The sun was setting over Suna and the tower of the Kazekage was busier than it had ever been. An emergency cage summit had been called for Iwa, Suna, Kumo and what remained of Konoha. The 4 Kage were all in meeting room alone. The room was heavily guarded by ninja from all 4 villages. The Hokage, in title at least, sat at the meeting table. Her eyes were fixed on a small rock that was covered in bits of crystal and blood that was on the middle of the table. She stared intently at it as feelings of failure overcame her soul. The newly appointed Kazekage, Temari, sat across from Tsunade and saw the Sannin staring at the rock. Temari knew what the significance of the rock was and why it was there. The Raikage, Darui, was a fairly tall, dark-skinned man with white, shaggy hair which covered his left eye. He wore the cloak of the Raikage over his Jonin uniform but not the hat. Onoki, the Tsuchikage, was a very short, old man with a triangular beard, a big red nose and thick eyebrows. The top of his head was completely bald even though he had long white hair on the lower half of his head which was styled in a traditional Chonmage haircut. I still can't believe that Gaara is alive. All this time, how could he just abandon Suna? Temari asked, not expecting a serious answer. Gaara did say something about Naruto using his Sharingan to control the Biju, maybe he is also controlling the Jinchuriki as well. Tsunade theorized. Eyes like Madara Uchiha. Onoki mumbled. To think the former Raikage's brother is still alive. The former Raikage himself fought against the Akatsuki member who kidnapped Killer Bee and lost. If the nine-tailed Jinchuriki did indeed defeat the same person to save Bee, then we are dealing with an extremely powerful foe. Darui said. The Land of Waves has informed us that a number of supply ships have made their way to what was thought to be an uninhabited island near the original Whirlpool village. That island is most likely the location of the new Whirlpool, Temari reported. We will send a scouting party to confirm if that is indeed the new Whirlpool. Onoki proposed. Naruto must be stopped. He killed all those people. They weren't ninja, they shouldn't have been involved. He trapped them and then slaughtered them. Tsunade warned. His intention is to destroy the ninja world, it won't be long before he targets another village. If his intention is to destroy all ninja villages, why team up with Kiri then? Darui asked. Most likely Kiri is just a weapon for him to wield and then to be tossed aside. Temari theorized. We should just launch a preemptive strike and catch him off guard. Tsunade announced. Attacking a country that has 9 Jinchuriki is a lot easier said than done. A small army is required just for Naruto, Killer Bee, Gaara and Yugito because of the control they have over their Biju. Our information on the others is less than adequate and we have no clues on the abilities of the new 3-tailed Jinchuriki. Onoki countered. So what are you suggesting, Lord Tsuchikage? Temari questioned. The new whirlpool isn't just some 2-bit criminal organization, it's a country. We should approach Kiri and ask him to strike a treaty with the new whirlpool. Onoki answered. And then we wipe them out during the treaty talks. Tsunade was quick to jump to that conclusion. She wanted to avenge her people. No, we sign a treaty and build up our military might while we bide our time. Onoki finished. Are you crazy? We can't seriously acknowledge the new whirlpool. Tsunade shouted. The Tsuchikage is right. If don't recognize them as a country this way they may try to force us into recognizing them through force. Darui agreed with Onoki. What about you? What does the Kazekage say? Tsunade looked at Temari expecting the young blonde to share her rage. As upset as I am over learning of my brother's action, I have to think about the safety of the village. Suna would not be able to stand up to the might of the 9 Jinchuriki. Temari let out almost defeated. Well, Suna, Iwa and Kumo can sign a treaty with the new whirlpool, but Konoha or what remains of Konoha will fight them. We have several secret bases on the border of the Land of Fire that we will use as command center. Tsunade declared. If you do that you will be leading what remains of your village to their deaths. Onoki warned. We have nothing left to live for, Tsunade said as she rose, ending the meeting. Just like you said, they are discussing the possibility of joining the new whirlpool. Gaara reported to Naruto. The two of them were in Naruto's office with Yugito and Killer Bee. I wonder what will happen. Naruto mumbled. Are you sure about that Hinata girl? She's cute and all, but I don't think your type. Yugito complained. You're just saying that because. Was all Killer Bee got out before Yugito punched him in the neck. Naruto laughed at him before turning to Gaara. What's the word from your spies in Suna? Naruto asked. It's like we predicted. Iwa, Kumo and what remains of Konoha have gathered there to discuss the new whirlpool. Gaara stated. Everything is proceeding according to plan. I need to be alone now, Naruto said as he pointed to the door. You and your alone time. Yugito sighed as she grabbed Killer Bee and pulled him away. Yugito is curious, but she's acting furious. She wants to know what you do, so would you give her a clue? The 8-tailed Jinchuriki rapped as he exited. I don't really know what you do, but I hope it gives you peace, Gaara said as he left. When everyone was gone, Naruto locked the door and returned to his seat. He closed his eyes and began concentrating. When he opened his eyes again, he stood in a large sewer. There were pipes all over the place and water across the floor. In front of him was a giant fox with dark orange fur resting with its head on its front legs. Naruto looked to the fox and there was someone sitting on it. The person had black hair with bangs hanging on both sides of his face to roughly frame his cheeks. His hair was spiky in the back. He wore old-fashioned Konoha ANBU uniform. It's been a week since I last visited here, Naruto said as the person on the fox approached him. I remember, just before you invaded Konoha. The man replied. You have no right to take his appearance, Kurama, Naruto said, slightly annoyed. You were the one who separated me from my chakra, Kurama said, pointing to the sleeping fox behind him. At least allow me to have a decent human form. I think I understand why all the girls were crazy about Sasuke. I look good. I've made some progress on discovering the true extent of the Sage of Six Paths power. Naruto began to explain his reason for coming. I know, I've been watching. I also saw how you pathetically allowed the villagers to live only for Toby to kill them. After everything they did to you, I can't believe you would even consider allowing them to survive. Your true self would be so disappointed. Kurama sounded disgusted in his tone. Achieving the Sage of Six Paths power would go a lot smooth if you just told me everything you know about him. After all, he is your father. Naruto ignored the last statement. Return me to my power and we can talk then, Kurama shouted. And lose control of all that chakra? I don't think so. Naruto laughed. I know your plan. It is truly amazing to think both you and Toby want to unite the Biju. Kurama snickered as it walked into the darkness of the cage that once held it. The difference is I don't want to kill any of the Jinchuriki in the process. That's why I need the power of the original Jinchuriki, Naruto replied as he followed. As Naruto walked, the darkness became illuminated by the light of his subconscious. Kurama stopped walking in front of a large wall. The wall was covered in moss and vines and in front of Kurama was a door. The door was just an ordinary wooden door that seemed out of place because it was in such pristine condition. Kurama grabbed the handle and tried to open it, but it didn't budge. This door is yours to open. Kurama stepped aside. Naruto hesitated for a moment before raising his hand to open the door. Think about it before you open the door. Once you go through, there is no coming back. Naruto heard Itachi's voice echo as the Uchiha appeared behind him. How did you get in here? Naruto asked. My Sharingan has always been able to see in here, and thanks to the sum of the drugs you retrieved from Orochimaru's secret lab in Konoha, I was able to regain some of my sight, Itachi answered. You should have called first Itachi, maybe I could have changed. Kurama teased. You think your mind games can affect me? No, still am a true master of mental torture. Itachi countered. You get too worked up, Itachi. Why are you stopping the boy from opening the door? Kurama asked. You know why, Fox. Opening that door will end his life and free you. Itachi spat. Every time I come to this door I think about Sasuke and everyone else who has died to get me here. I think about all the people I've killed in the name of peace. I know behind this door is my penance. Naruto spoke coldly. Naruto, we need to talk about your plan. Itachi brought up the main reason for his visit. What plan would that be? Naruto played dumb. This is getting interesting. Kurama laughed. The plan where you declare war on the entire world. Quote. Chapter 15. Naruto sat at his desk waiting as Gaara prepared to deliver a report. Kiri, with the help of people from the Land of Waves, have restored District 1 Konoha and have turned it into our stronghold in the Land of Fire. Killer Bee and Fu left last night to officially take in charge of District 1. Naruto eyed the former Kazekage, who was hesitant in reading the last part of the report. Kiri has also successfully captured and taken over the former Konoha prison. The Mizukage herself is there waiting for you. Gaara said. Send message to have Konohamaru take charge of the prison until I arrive and tell Mei she can return to Kirigakure. Naruto replied. Yes, Gaara responded as he turned to leave but stopped at the door. Wouldn't it be easier to have the Konoha ninja join you if they knew one already had? It's been a day and there's no sign of anyone joining. I was never known for doing things the easy way. Naruto smiled. There's a chance that a few may decline and I don't want them leaking any extra information to the ninja villagers. The former Kazekage left the office and was greeted by a waiting blonde Jinchuriki. Any idea why he was so adamant we took control of that prison? Yugito asked as she followed Gaara. That is classified information. You will find out at the same time as everyone else. In the meantime you need to stop being so nosy. Gaara scolded. It has something to do with the war. Yugito hit the nail on the head as Gaara stopped walking and turned to face Yugito. Don't go around talking about a war. Talk like that could cause undue panic. Gaara said. Yeah. Yugito blew off his warning. Aren't you supposed to escort the ninja from Konoha with Naruto through the capital right now? Gaara reminded. Damn you, Gaara. Yugito cursed as she turned around and ran towards where she should have been. You're pretty confident taking us on a walk through the new whirlpool, Shizune said as she stood with Naruto and the rest of the Konoha ninja. The ninja from Konoha were blindfolded and brought to an unknown location. When they were allowed to see again they found themselves at the massive gates that protected the new whirlpool. The new whirlpool was surrounded by walls that looked like mountains. It was similar to the security measures used by Suna. I just wanted to give you a chance to see the new whirlpool before you make your choice. Naruto answered as Yugito arrived out of breath. Aside from Yugito and Naruto there was no one else watching the Konoha ninja, but they still had their chakra restraining seals on. Kakashi began walking into the new whirlpool with Naruto behind him and the rest of the Konoha ninja followed with Yugito watching from the rear. The buildings of the new whirlpool were made from chakra and forced clay, chakra of the nine-tailed fox. The streets were empty because everyone was instructed to stay indoors that morning. Every block of the new whirlpool had a sort of catapult device concealed between the buildings. Comparing the village to Konoha, the new whirlpool was almost identical in design. After a lot of walking, Naruto changed his path towards what seemed like a park. It was at the very center of the new whirlpool. There were tall trees and the ground was covered in bright green grass with multiple stone pathways. The birds that were pecking at the grass flew away as the group walked further. Shikamaru eyed the shadows created the trees in the morning sun as Naruto eyed him. A light breeze blew over the group as they reached their destination. At the very center of the park was an old swing set hanging from the branch of a tree, and near it on a grassy mound was a marble monument that stood 2 meters and was shaped like a 4-point star with the crest of the Uchiha clan carved into the center. That's the symbol of the Konoha Military Police Corps, Kakashi noted as examined the monument from afar. The light breeze moved the swing slightly as Naruto walked over to the marble structure and kneeled down to wipe away some dirt. He then took several steps back and watched the monument. You built that for Sasuke? Sakura spoke up. Naruto just remained silent. Nobody else spoke up, unsure of what to say. Ever since they arrived at that spot something had been bothering Hinata and she finally realized what it was. That's the swing from the academy. It's where you used to sit and watch the other children get picked up by their parents. Hinata said as she took a few steps towards Naruto but still kept a safe distance between them. I expect nothing less from the excellent eyes of the Hyuga. Naruto complimented. Why did you take it from Konoha? Shizune asked. It symbolizes the loneliness that we the Jinchuriki suffered through our lives. We are hated because of the Biju sealed within us. The burden of carrying this power was placed on us to protect the village, but it just gave them a reason to hate. Naruto answered. Plus, that was one awesome swing. The last part was a whisper. My clan also understands what it's like to be feared because of what you were, but not on the scale you experienced. Even within my clan there were some who looked at you as the fox demon itself instead of the unfortunate Jinchuriki of the demon. Shino said. Naruto, you said that the new whirlpool wasn't a ninja village, but yet you wear ninja uniforms and have assembled many powerful ninja. I could sense them as I walked through the new whirlpool, Kakashi stated, wanting an answer. The new whirlpool is a small but expanding nation. We have no need for a ninja village. Should our nation require protection, we the new whirlpool military force will defend the nation, Naruto declared. An army of ninjas under the guise of military, Kakashi remarked. View it as what you may, but we will not fall victim to the same vices as the ninja villages, Naruto responded. There was slight tension in the air between Kakashi and Naruto. The copy ninja looked on at his former student as the nine-tailed Jinchuriki looked over his shoulder at his former sensei. You want to go another round? Naruto asked. I can sense the desire to fight in your heart. I wouldn't stand a chance against you if you went at me with your full power. I don't feel like throwing my life away today, Kakashi declined. Yugito walked around the Konoha ninja and to Naruto's side. The blonde Jinchuriki began whispering something into his ear. With no one guarding him, Lee tried to make a run for it. Even without using any chakra, he still moved faster than most ninja. Yugito watched the others. I'll bring back Lee, Naruto said as he took off running. What is that fool thinking? Neji shouted. Lee dashed through the empty streets as he did his best not to use any chakra. His run was stopped by a powerful shot to his gut and someone shouting the word, release. Lee felt the seal on him break as he was teleported away. Lee landed onto hard ground and rolled away from the person who grabbed him. He was on a barren stone wasteland. He looked at the person who grabbed him and it was Naruto. This is an uninhabited island near the new whirlpool. This is where I train. Sometimes I go overboard, but this makes a perfect battleground for us to spar. Naruto laughed. So there's no one around to get hurt if I go full power? Lee asked. Naruto just nodded as the two took up attacking taijutsu stances. You better have a good reason for calling me back here, Tsunade said as she sat down and joined the three other cage. My ninja and I were preparing to leave. Yes Hokage, we do have a good reason, Onoki replied. We received an encoded message from the land of water sealed by its feudal lord, Darui added. What did this message say? Tsunade asked. The message was an official notice to the rest of the world that the land of water is now in alliance with the new whirlpool and that they were merging Kirigakura into the new whirlpool military force. They are calling this alliance the Namikaze Alliance, Temari answered. The message also included a list of ninja who were captured during the invasion of Konoha. You were right, Shizune is still alive. The message also said that the ninja will be returned to us unharmed if we request so, Onoki said. He wants to humiliate us further, using the name of Konoha's greatest hero like that. Tsunade gritted her teeth. That's not all. The message also said that Konoha is now property of the new whirlpool. They are calling it District 1. They have stationed a large number of Kiri ninja there. They have yet to make their intention to take over the land of fire known, but the feudal lord has already fled to Suna. Temari announced, shocking Tsunade. That's not all. Naruto, the feudal lord of the new whirlpool, will be going to the land of iron to see its general Mifune in 1 week along with Gaara, Onoki announced. We have to go to the land of iron. The power of 4 Kage will be enough to stop Naruto and Gaara. Mifune will understand and help us stop him, Tsunade declared. I'm not so sure Mifune will allow fighting in his land. He accepted Naruto's offer to talk because he wants to assess the power of the new whirlpool. Once Naruto and the new whirlpool have official control of the land of fire, it will be a declaration of war on the rest of the world, Darui stated. I agree with the Hokage on the matter. We need to eliminate the threat of the new whirlpool. This meeting in the land of iron will give us the perfect opportunity. We can always claim Naruto attacked first. Onoki sided with Tsunade. Gaara will not simply stand by and allow you to attack Naruto. He will fight. Do you think you can stand up to the power of 2 Kage level Jinchuriki? Temari questioned. There is a way. We could hire the Akatsuki, the Tsuchikage suggested. Are you mad? There is no way we could trust the Akatsuki in a matter like this. Darui opposed the idea strongly. Members of the Akatsuki have proven themselves capable of defeating Jinchuriki in the past. If I remember correctly, Deodara and Sasori defeated Gaara when he was the Kazekage. Onoki raised a point in support of his idea. But according to Gaara, Naruto was strong enough to fight off the Akatsuki and save the Jinchuriki. Tsunade repeated what the former Kazekage said in Konoha. Naruto probably had help from Itachi Uchiha, Onoki said. If we attack Naruto, then we will be seen as the ones who started war, and the fact we were working with the Akatsuki will make us look worse. Darui was firm in his stance. What do you think, Kazekage? Tsunade asked. Sunagakure would never be able to work with the Akatsuki after they took away Gaara, Temari declared. It was the Akatsuki who drove the former Raikage to his madness, Darui said. The Akatsuki represent 2 of Konoha's worst criminals in Itachi and Orochimaru. Tsunade was now against the idea of working with the Akatsuki. Fine, if we will not use the Akatsuki, we will have to fight the Jinchuriki with the full power of 4 Kage. Onoki relented. As the Kazekage, I will fight for Suna. Being the Raikage, I will use all my might to defend Kumo. For the memory of Konoha, I the Hokage will fight. To protect Iwa, the Tsuchikage will battle. The 4 Kage were in agreement. They were each going to take 2 of their best ninjas so they wouldn't raise suspicion, and when the opportunity rose they would eliminate the threat of the new whirlpool by taking out its head. Naruto, I will avenge Konoha, Lee declared as he charged. The Konoha ninja started off with a high kick that Naruto easily avoided by backtracking, and at the same time he slyly tossed into the air a flying thunder god kunai. The high kick was little more than a feint as Lee followed it up with a lob kick that he expected to hit the mark. Lee's low kick missed as Naruto flashed out of the way and reappeared above Lee, where the kunai was, and descended downwards attempting to deliver a double axe handle. Lee used his amazing speed to retreat as Naruto created a crater when he pounded the ground. "You're still as fast as ever, but you're no match for me. You couldn't even beat Gaara during the Chunin exams," Naruto taunted. "Your youthful verbal attacks won't throw me off," Lee remarked as he took up his strong fist stance. Lee then charged again, this time faster, and instead of using his kicks he went forward with a series of punches. Naruto effortlessly deflected all of Lee's punches, but again the Konoha ninja's first attack was a feint as he quickly crouched down and went for leg sweep. Naruto backflipped to avoid the leg sweep, but this was what Lee was expecting as he quickly dashed behind Naruto and tried to deliver a roundhouse kick. Naruto once again avoided the attack by flashing away and reappearing next to the kunai he threw earlier, which was in the crater he made. "You've really improved over the years. Your speed is quite remarkable," Naruto complimented as he picked up his flying thunder god kunai. "You have also improved. Your use of the fourth Hokage's jutsu is absolutely incredible. It's hard to believe you're the same Naruto as before," Lee spoke. "Why do you say that?" Naruto asked, slightly amused. "You haven't used your shadow clone jutsu as yet," Lee answered. Naruto burst into laughter as he threw his kunai at Lee. Lee allowed the kunai to glide past him and then turned around to deliver a powerful roundhouse kick. The Konoha ninja missed as he had incorrectly anticipated Naruto's movement. The Jinchuriki flashed and grabbed his kunai while Lee's leg was flailing in the air. Naruto tried to slash Lee with the kunai, but Lee was able to get his standing leg into the air and deflect Naruto's arm. Lee landed on his back and then kick-flipped to a vertical position before jumping away from Naruto. The Konoha ninja began undoing some of the bandages on his arms as Naruto smiled, waiting for what Lee had in store. The ground under Lee began to tremble as he concentrated. Tiny fragments of rocks and small stones began levitating in the air. Lee's skin turned red due to increased blood flow as he powered up. The air around him swirled viciously. A green energy surrounded his body as his chakra became visible. "Open the sixth gate, open the gate of view. This is what I was waiting for," Naruto said, licking his lips. Lee's speed caught the overconfident Naruto off guard as he covered the distance between them in an instant and delivered a powerful punch to Naruto's gut, causing Naruto to hunch over. A normal ninja would have been killed by that attack, but Naruto just continued smiling. Lee followed up with a swift upper kick that launched the Jinchuriki into the air, leaving him in a vulnerable aerial position. Lee leapt into the air and began closely mimicking Naruto's movement through the air. Once behind Naruto, Lee restrained him with the bandages he loosened earlier and delivered a pile driver to the Jinchuriki into the ground headfirst while rotating at a vicious speed, creating a large crater as Lee skipped away. "Front lotus," Lee screamed. Naruto stood up as if nothing had happened and Lee launched his second wave of attack. Lee once again launched Naruto into the air, but this time with an uppercut, and then began to unleash flurry of strikes at inhuman speed from different angles before hitting Naruto with one arm and one foot, sending the Jinchuriki crashing into the ground, creating another massive crater. "Reverse lotus," the Konoha ninja screamed. This time Naruto was more gingerly in picking himself up. "The next attack will finish it," Lee shouted as he ran at Naruto. Lee launched Naruto into air yet again, but this time with a double upper kick from both feet. Lee then jumped into the air in a distinctive stance, reminiscent of Might Guy, and began punching Naruto repeatedly. The rapidity of the punches was so fast that they were set ablaze by sheer speed and friction. Once Naruto was completely engulfed in flames, Lee delivered a crushing heel kick that sent Naruto into the ground, creating the largest crater of all. "That was Morning Peacock. Guy-sensei thought it to me when we learned you may be seeking retribution against Konoha," Lee said as he returned to normal and fell to his knees. Lee's entire body felt like it was on fire as he tried to regain his strength as shadow cut across his face. He looked up to see Naruto. The only thing that looked hurt on Naruto was his uniform, which was singed and dirty. There was no blood at all. The Jinchuriki was perfectly fine. "You've gotten very strong over the past 8 years, Lee. That barrage would have killed a few Kage." Naruto paid a compliment. "How did you survive that assault?" Lee asked, barely able to breathe. "It would take a whole lot more than that to defeat me." Naruto didn't answer the question. "You didn't even use Sharingan or Crystal Release." Lee laughed as he collapsed. On the outskirts of Suna, the remainder of Konoha's ninja force stayed in wooden houses created by Yamato, who had the Kekkei Genkai of the first Hokage. Tsunade, Anko, Yamato, Jiraiya and Might Guy gathered for a private meeting in the wooden house that was used by the Hokage. The wood used in this house was created with privacy seals throughout it. "So, Naruto is going to the Land of Iron. This is nothing more than a ploy to establish his power," Jiraiya noted. "Yes, the fact that he included this information in the message to the village Kage means he expects us to show up," Tsunade said. "I know you agreed with the other Kage, and I mean no disrespect, but taking only 2 ninja with you is foolish." Guy wasn't sure that the plan would work. "The plan has a chance to work if Yamato can use his Kekkei Genkai to suppress Naruto. The team from Suna should be able to handle Gaara," Tsunade said as she looked at Yamato, who was feeling the pressure. "Lady Hokage, I've never suppressed a Biju before. I'm not sure I would be able to under a battle situation. Yamato admitted. Don't worry, I'll have the other cage order their ninja to protect you. Tsunade reassured. Who'll be the second ninja accompanying you? Is it me? Anko asked, unsure why she was part of the meeting. No Anko, I asked you here because I want to know everything you know about the impure world resurrection. Tsunade was sure Naruto had more of that technique up his sleeve. I'm sorry Hokage, I don't know anything about it. Orochimaru never told me much about it. Anko said, disappointed she couldn't help. Then I'll go with you. Jiraiya declared. No, Tsunade put her foot down. You are not going to fight Naruto again. I am a member of the legendary Sannin. You need my strength, Jiraiya argued. Might Guy will be the one joining me. Jiraiya, if something should happen to me, you will have to take care of everyone. Anko, I expect you to help Jiraiya with keeping everyone safe. Tsunade responded, leaving everyone silent. I will defend you with my life Hokage. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to eventually. Guy bowed as he broke the silence. Good, we will leave tomorrow with the rest of the cage and their ninja. A message has already been sent. We will discuss our plan with FUNN once we get there. Tsunade ended the meeting as everyone except Jiraiya left. I still have the reverse 4 symbol sealing technique on me, Tsunade said as she placed her hand on her chest. I was hoping it would seal Naruto away when he attacked Konoha, but I never got a chance to fight. Why do you want to die so badly? Jiraiya shouted. I failed Konoha. The cage before me sacrificed their lives to protect the village and I lost it. I don't deserve to be Hokage. I don't deserve to call myself a Konoha ninja. Tsunade turned away from Jiraiya. You can't keep blaming yourself for that. No one expected that our secret escape plan could be compromised. Jiraiya wanted to continue, but he knew it was hopeless trying to talk to her when she was like this. He grabbed onto the door handle and was prepared to leave, but he had to say one last thing. If you get yourself killed, don't think I'm going to stay around and watch over the ninja you leave behind. Sarutobi-sensei, Orochimaru, Minato, they're all dead. If you die I'll have no more connections to Konoha. Tsunade didn't respond. She just stood in silence as he walked away. Naruto walked along the path towards the Yugito and the group from Konoha. He was dragging an unconscious Lee with him. Naruto tossed Lee in front of the group like a rag doll. What did you do to him? Neji screamed, infuriated. I did nothing. He opened the 6th gate and did this to himself. You might want to help him with medical ninjutsu, Naruto suggested as he walked over to Yugito. We can't use our chakra with these seals on, Sakura pled as she rushed over to Lee. He shouldn't have tried to run like that, Yugito sneered. Naruto raised his hand in the air and made a beckoning motion. A woman wearing the same uniform as Naruto and Yugito with long white hair that flowed to her waist and grey eyes with multiple circular patterns appeared and rushed to Lee's side. Ruzetsu, please undo the chakra restraining seal on Sakura so she may treat Lee. Naruto said. I thought you had an important job for me to do. Ruzetsu mocked. These seals are based on your design. You created them with your best friend's Kekkei Genkai in mind. I have no idea how they work. Naruto smiled as he lied. For such a proud and powerful warrior you sure are lazy and a terrible liar. Ruzetsu said as she placed her hand on Sakura's back, deactivating the seal. Sakura could feel her chakra flowing through her. She regained her composure and began to channel her chakra into her palms so she could heal Lee. Allow me to introduce Ruzetsu, the head of the new Whirlpool's detention center. Naruto pointed to Ruzetsu. So basically she's the prison warden. Kakashi mumbled. You could say that, Ruzetsu laughed. Was she always here? Shizune asked. Yeah, she controls those chakra restraining seals you wear. If she wanted she could have set Lee on fire for trying to run. Yugito answered. I gave the order beforehand for her only to act on my word. Naruto explained. Have any of you given my offer thought? A silence fell over the group from Konoha as Yugito smiled. She didn't want any of them staying. The pink-haired Kunoki who was healing Lee took a deep breath before speaking up. I want to stay, Sakura said. You were never invited to become part of the new Whirlpool, Yugito roared. I know, Sakura didn't know how to explain herself. If one of the others agrees to stay and keep you then you can stay. Naruto said, uninterested. Naruto, I don't normally question your judgment, but allowing her to stay. Yugito was shocked. A perfect nation free from prejudice, remember those words Yugito. If you stay here you will stay here as a civilian, Naruto said. But what if no one else agrees to join? Sakura asked, scared she might have to face Tsunade. Then it'll be up to Iruka. If thinks he can trust you then you can stay with him. Naruto answered. Sakura, do you really want to stay here? Ino questioned her best friend. The pink-haired Kunoki nodded while she continued to heal Lee. If you were going to stay here then I'm just going to have remain here to keep an eye on you. Understand this Naruto, I will stay but I will not fight, Kakashi declared. Kakashi, you can't be serious. Shizune screamed as she felt betrayed by the copy ninja. Calm down Shizune, Naruto laughed. Kakashi is staying for the sole reason of seeing if he can talk me out of destroying the ninja world. Kakashi didn't respond, he just looked at Naruto and sighed. I can read people's heart or at least sense negative emotions thanks to the nine-tailed fox. Naruto explained. You'd be surprised if you could feel the darkness that resided in the heart of all ninja. Naruto, how many members of the Hyuga clan remain? Neji asked determined. Let me see, there's you, Hinata and Hanabi. That makes 3. Everyone else was loyal to Hayashi and in turn Danzo. Naruto stated. My sister is alive. Where is she? Hinata demanded to know as she ran up Naruto and grabbed his flak jacket violently. Yugito was about to attack the Hyuga but Naruto raised his hand to stop her. Such beautiful passion, Naruto said as he looked into Hinata's white eyes. Are you trying to trap me in a genjutsu with your Sharingan? Hinata asked as she continued to hold onto his flak jacket. Hanabi is fine, she is safe and sound, you don't have to worry about her. Naruto grabbed Hinata's hands and removed them from his flak jacket while still keeping a tight grip. How could your hands be so warm yet your heart give of such coldness? Hinata asked. Years of being alone will leave scars that nothing can heal. Naruto answered as he released Hinata. The sound of Lee groaning caught everyone's attention as they looked at the Taijutsu specialist. I've done what I can. He needs more intensive treatment. You need to get him to a hospital, Sakura said as she fell over. Ino ran and picked up her friend. What happened? Sakura, are you okay? I feel so dizzy, Sakura murmured. She's just tired. Her body's chakra was repressed for a long time and she just used a large amount in a short time. She just needs to rest, Yugito observed as she walked over to Sakura. The Jinchuriki of Matadabi placed 2 of her fingers in her mouth and released a high-pitched and loud whistle. Nothing happened, causing Yugito to get mad. She whistled again, this time louder. How many times has Gaara told you he won't respond to you whistling for him? Naruto laughed as he walked over to Lee. Ino helped Sakura to her feet as the pink-haired Kunoichi stood next to Naruto after so many years. She wanted to say something but didn't know what. Shino, I know you're a man of few words but I expected more from Shikamaru, Naruto said as he looked down at Lee. I haven't spoken yet because you probably know my response, Shikamaru replied. Yeah, I figured I lost out on you joining when Temari was officially named Kazekage. It was worth giving it a shot though, Naruto smiled. Truth is I would have loved to have discovered the secrets of Konoha but my future wife will need my help. A lot of people will try and oppose her, more now that they most likely know Gaara is alive. Shikamaru continued. I'm sorry about Choji, when you see him again he won't be like Ino and Sakura. I wasn't able to repair his mind with my Sharingan. He still feels loyalty to Danzo's cause. Beware of that, Naruto apologized. Tell me Naruto, will all this finally be over when you destroy the ninja villages? Shikamaru asked. He is right, you know. Shino spoke up. Other villages will rise up. Will you destroy them as well? Neji asked. I'll get Lee to the hospital. Ruzetsu, Yugito take him back to their cell. Naruto grabbed Lee and flashed away. It was close to midnight and on top of the Kazekage building in Suna Temari, Darui and Onoki met. It was just the 3 Kage and no other ninja. Should we even still consider Suna the Hokage? Konoha is no more and soon the land of fire will be overthrown by the new whirlpool. No nation would stand against the force of 9 perfect Jinchuriki. Onoki sighed. What do you suggest we do? Konoha may be no more but some of the ninja who remain are very powerful and could prove useful against the new whirlpool. Darui said, I know you tried not to show any emotion but your fiancé's name was on the list of captured ninja. That could throw a wrench in our plan to eliminate Naruto in the Land of Iron. I know, I've already sent a message to Kiri and asked them to forward our demand for the release of the Konoha ninja to the new whirlpool. I also explained that we will be going to the Land of Iron to make he does nothing to affect its neutrality. Temari stated. In all likelihood Naruto will bring the prisoners with him to the Land of Iron and release them there. Maybe they can bolster our fighting force, even if it's just a little we will need all the help we can get. Darui acknowledged. I have sent my granddaughter to the Land of Iron immediately after the meeting we had today. She is going to explain to Mifune the importance of defeating Naruto. Onoki confessed. That was a very risky move. Mifune is a samurai, he does not understand the way of the ninja. Temari was a bit angry that the Tsuchikage acted on his own. Still, if he does understand and he agrees to help us, defeating the nine-tailed fox will prove to be extremely difficult. We need a plan, Darui reckoned. I have an idea. Temari spoke up with a hint of hesitation in her voice. Well, speak up then, Onoki was curious. If we think about our impending battle in the Land of Iron as a game of shogi, there is one way we can win with the odds stacked against us. We make a sacrifice play and draw Naruto and Gaara into a trap. Temari explained. That would be suicide for the bait, Darui exclaimed. Exactly, that's why I called it a sacrifice play. Whoever lures Naruto and Gaara into the trap will more than likely lose their lives. Temari continued. I doubt we will have many people lining up to volunteer for that job. Darui looked towards the night sky. What if we don't tell them? Naruto was a Konoha ninja, so he should be their problem. The Hokage and her ninja will form the bait. We will devise a separate plan with the Slug Princess and then we will have our trap plan in secret. They will unknowingly offer their lives to save this world, Onoki proposed. I don't know, Temari was hesitant. I'm in. Konoha failed to deal with their missing nin and because of that the other ninja villages have suffered. Lady Kazekage, your father was killed by Orochimaru, who was a missing nin from Konoha. Darui rallied behind Onoki. I may not like it but it seems like our only hope. We will use the Hokage and her ninja as the bait. Temari agreed. Chapter 16. Naruto entered his office to find his red-headed clan member sitting in his chair. Do you like her? Karen asked with a tone of someone in the first grade. Who? Naruto replied, genuinely confused. You know who? Karen teased as she quickly ran over to poke him in the chest. Or maybe it has something to do with your research on Kekkei Genkai. Karen, things are going to get serious. I'm going to be leaving to the land of Iron soon. You need to be prepared to take charge while I'm gone, Naruto said as started going through scrolls searching for something. I know, it's just that as things are getting closer to the inevitable I find myself growing more nervous. She sighed. That's why Hiden, Deodara, Sasori and Conan are assigned to protect you. Naruto smirked. That's not why I'm nervous. I'm nervous for you. I'm just scared that Toby will get you before you can enjoy life in the new world you're working so hard to create. She confessed. It all comes down to the Rinnegan. That's the only advantage he has over me. Naruto gritted his teeth. He couldn't stand the thought of there being someone who was equal to him in power. Well, the Rinnegan and the fact you don't know who he really is. Karen reminded. You sure are full of positive energy, but you're right. For a long time we believed him to be Madara Uchiha, but we both know that he can't be. Naruto finally found the scroll he was looking for. What are you reading? Karen asked as she tried to get a peek. This is everything we have on Mifune, the general of the land of Iron Samurai. Naruto answered. With scroll in hand he sat at his desk and continued reading while Karen browsed his library. A knock at the door caught Naruto's attention, but he remembered that he requested 2 of the Whirlpool 8 and called them in. Utakata, Yukimaru, come in, Naruto said as he and Karen were joined by the 2 Jinchuriki. Lady Karen, Yukimaru greeted excitedly when he saw the redhead. Well, if it isn't my favorite little experiment, Karen responded as Yukimaru resisted the urge to hug her. Hello Lady Karen, feudal lord Naruto. Utakata was more ceremonial in his greeting. You're too formal, Utakata. Loosen up, call me Naruto. You two must be wondering why I called you, Naruto said. Yukimaru and Utakata realized it was important from Naruto's change in expression and stood at attention. As you know, B and Fu are currently in charge of District 1. Soon Gaara and I will be leaving for the land of Iron. The new Whirlpool will not have all its Jinchuriki here to protect it. Our enemies may attack. The Royal Guard will defend the Capitol building and Karen. Utakata, you are going to be in charge of our defenses while I'm away, Naruto explained. Thank you Naruto. Thank you for placing your faith in me. I won't fail you, Utakata bowed. I know you won't, Naruto smiled. I know, you want me to be second in command. Yukimaru screamed excited. No, that duty falls to Han. Naruto laughed. Then why did you call me here? Yukimaru asked disappointed. You know that I offered some of the Konoha ninja a chance to join. Naruto made sure Yukimaru was caught up. Yeah, I may be young but I'm not clueless. Yukimaru smirked. Good, Sakura Haruno wanted to stay because she can't face her own people after being manipulated, so Kakashi Hitaki has agreed to stay to watch over her. I want you to watch him and report any suspicious behavior to me when I return. Naruto clarified. So you want me to watch over all of the Konoha people and make reports on them like a spy? Yukimaru asked in confirmation. No, just Sakura Haruno and Kakashi Hitaki. Naruto made clear the job for the young Jinchuriki. Yukimaru, could you excuse us? I have something important to discuss with Utakata. Yukimaru nodded and left, excited to have his first real mission. The young Jinchuriki had always been pampered by Naruto and Karen and left out of dangerous work. He felt if he did a good enough job, Naruto would trust him with more dangerous missions in the future. Once Yukimaru was gone, Karen could feel the tension in the air. She was caught between 2 minds, leave or stay. Curiosity got the best of her and she decided to stay. As you know, Kiri and the Land of Water are now part of the new Whirlpool's Namikaze alliance. Naruto stated as Utakata nodded. I wanted to know how you feel about this given your history with Kiri. I spent a long time running from Hunter Nin. According to Kirigakure, my master didn't betray me but was actually trying to extract Seiken from me. I don't see the difference, extracting Seiken would have killed me. Utakata laughed uncomfortably. If you don't want to work with him, I'll make sure you don't have to. Naruto reassured. No Naruto, it's fine. If you need me to work with Kiri I will. I'll do it for you and the new Whirlpool. I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't have saved Hotaru and myself from Toby. Utakata recalled how he first met Naruto. I remember that. I barely beat back Toby. That bastard moves through space better than I can. I only got the upper hand because I used a flying thunder kunai that was attached to wire. I kept moving the kunai and moving to confuse him. Then you hit him with your bubbles and we double-teamed him with our version 2 Jinchuriki forms. Naruto reminisced. Yeah, my body hurt for a week afterwards. I never used version 2 before. The whole burning skin and blood mixing with chakra took me by surprise. Utakata replied. If you don't think you can handle working with Kiri later on, I won't hold it against you. Naruto said as he dismissed Utakata. Kurenai wandered through the slums of Suna like a zombie. It was only midday and her legs were barely able to keep her body upright. Ever since Sunad and her ANBU found the civilians dead in the tunnels, Kurenai had begun to find comfort at the bottom of every bottle. Alcohol was the only thing that allowed her to sleep at night. None of the bodies were recovered because of Kiri's invasion, but Tsunade said that no one had survived. Her son Hiruzen and her husband Asuma were both reported dead. Hiruzen was among the academy students in the tunnels. She had hoped that Asuma's name would appear on the list of captured ninja, but it wasn't. Her family was gone and she had nothing left. With tears staining her face, she leaned against a building to compose herself. As she stood there, a group of men who were also drunk walked by. "Hey sweet thing, looking for some company?" One of the men shouted. "How about we show you what Suna men are really like?" Another shouted. "Let me be your daddy tonight." One of them laughed. Kurenai turned to face them. The Konoha kunoichi was about to cast a genjutsu on them that would put them down for at least a week with nightmares. Before she could perform the hand seals, a dozen snakes slithered between the men's legs, scaring them off. "You didn't need to get involved, Anko." Kurenai slurred as the snake Jonin helped her stand up straight. "I did. Suna wouldn't take too kindly to you attacking their civilians, even though the civilians can be jerks sometimes." Anko joked as she dragged Kurenai back to where the Konoha ninja was stay. "What has Suna ever done for us?" Kurenai babbled drunk. "Let's see. They treated our wounded, gave us a place to stay, and gave us food and water. I suppose those are meaningless." Anko answered sarcastically. The two walked in silence right up till they were just outside the area left for Konoha ninja. Kurenai stopped moving and made it difficult for Anko. "I can't go. I don't want anyone to see me like this." Kurenai tried to walk away, but the vast amount of alcohol in her system hampered her. "Look at me, now I'm just a pathetic drunk. You know you don't have to be so strong. Almost every ninja there lost someone precious. You're a grieving mother and wife. You lost your family. I can't even begin to try and imagine what that's like. I never had anyone except the man who used me for my body, and that too I was just a curse mark guinea pig, no love at all." Anko tried to comfort Kurenai. "I made a promise. I told Hiruzen that once the emergency drill was done and everything was okay, I would teach him genjutsu. You should have seen his face. He was so excited. He wanted to be a genjutsu specialist like his mother." Kurenai remembered. "Don't worry Kurenai, Naruto and Kiri will pay for what they have done. Tsunade-sama and the other cage will see to it," Anko reassured as she helped Kurenai to one of wooden houses the kunoichi were using. Naruto stood on the roof of the Capitol building, which was the tallest building in the new whirlpool. From there he could watch over everyone. He would only come to this place to clear his head. The violent, cold winds allowed him to think about the upcoming confrontation with his friend. "Why, is it you don't trust me enough? Did I become vice captain of the Whirlpool 8 just because I'm the Two-Tails Jinchuriki?" Yugito asked as she flickered behind Naruto. "Yugito, what do I owe this pleasant surprise to?" Naruto feigned a smile. "Don't play dumb with me," she snarled. "Who's playing?" Naruto shrugged his shoulders as Yugito got closer. "You put Yudikata in charge of our defenses while you and Gaara are away," she said, this time in a very depressing tone. "I was expecting this but hoping against it. I know how difficult it must be taking orders from someone younger than you and then seeing people younger and less experienced than you are being given the chance at leadership." Naruto sighed. "Damn you and your mind games," Yugito hissed. "When you were busy running around as Shin with Itachi and Karen, you left Gaara in charge and named me his vice captain. I figured that when you and Gaara wouldn't be around I'd be in charge." "Yugito, you shouldn't be wasting time arguing here, you should be getting ready," Naruto replied coolly. "Getting ready for what?" Yugito asked. "You're heading to the Land of Fire," he answered. "You're shipping me off to help B and Fu take Gaara District 1. She responded, clearly miffed. "No, Gaara told me you figured out about the war." Naruto looked her directly in her eyes. The blonde Jinchuriki just nodded in response with a defiant look in her eyes. "You were going to lead B, Fu and elite teams of Kiri ninja and overthrow Omegakure and the Land of Rain, in secret of course," Naruto stated. "Taking over Omegakure, the home of the Akatsuki, is no easy task. Toby is not just going to roll over," Yugito put in. "Toby isn't in Omegakure. He is hiding out in the Land of Iron. That's why Gaara and I are going there. The Kazekage, Reikage, Tsuchikage and Hokage will definitely show up to try and end me. Toby will not pass up an opportunity to show off in front of such a powerful audience." Naruto smirked. "You're knowingly going up against 4Kage and Toby with just Gaara by your side. You should take the entire Whirlpool 8, Yugito shouted. "No, I need you leading the invasion of Omegakure. Once you've successfully set up a base of operations in the Land of Rain, we'll be able to easily invade Kusagakure, Ishigakure and Tanagakure and overthrow their countries," Naruto explained. "You really want me to lead the invasion?" Yugito replied. "Yes, and once that is complete, Iwa and Suna will consolidate their forces because Kumo will be too far away. By that time the smaller countries would have joined the new Whirlpool in the Namikaze alliance," Naruto continued. "Naruto, I know we're powerful, but what you're trying to do is accomplish a decade-long plan in mere months. Even with the 9 Jinchuriki this may be too much." Yugito sounded skeptical. "If you don't think you can handle it, Fu has been angling for the job vice captain position," Naruto joked. "I never said that. I'll hand Omegakure over to you on a silver platter within days of crossing the border. It's moving to the other 3 villages simultaneously that worries me," Yugito shot back. "Don't worry, divide it up equally. 1 Jinchuriki per village," Naruto smiled. "When you say it like that," Yugito snickered. I expect to be in control of a megacore in the next week. Naruto whispered. Now go, the ship to the land of fire leaves in an hour. Naruto then flashed away, leaving Yugito to scramble herself ready. Using a system of emergency escape tunnels, Karen and her royal guard made their way to an underground lab just outside of the new whirlpool. The lab was where they were housing all of the research they acquired from Orochimaru, Danzo and Toby. Karen was trying to piece together the puzzle of combining Senju and Uchiha DNA to create an artificial Rinnegan. This was part of Naruto's Kekkei Genkai research. The research was focused on Dojutsu Kekkei Genkai but lacked anyone with a Byakugan who was willing to volunteer. The Mizukage made it very clear that Al would not participate in the research. This is so fucking boring, seriously. Watching blood dry is more entertaining than this. When are we going to kill somebody? Like that time when those pirates tried to invade, I really enjoyed slaughtering those bastards. Hiden complained. All you do is complain, Hiden. You know no one forced you to come with us when we left the Akatsuki. Sasori spoke up. I just figured with Nagato out of the way Conan was fair game. Hiden nonchalantly admitted. Not in your lifetime. Conan spat. How did you guys put up with someone like him in the Akatsuki? Karen asked. We tried to kill him but he just wouldn't die. Deodara admitted. Like any of you bitches could have killed me. I'm immortal so fuck you. Hiden retorted. The four former Akatsuki members began argue very loudly, distracting Karen from going over Orochimaru and Danzo's combined research. Would you guys please be quiet? Karen shouted, hoping for some peace. What's got your knickers in a twist? Hiden mocked. Karen just gave him a glare before responding. Naruto and Gaara are heading to the land of iron. They are going to confront the four remaining Kage and hopefully lure out Toby. Naruto plans to fight Toby and 4 Kage. Is he crazy? We should go with him. Conan was livid. That fool isn't immortal like me, he might get fucking killed. Hiden swore. Why aren't we going? Sasori asked. Naruto thinks someone may try and attack the new whirlpool while he is away. He wants you guys here protecting the Capitol building. Karen answered. I see. Deodara sighed. He does have a point. The secrets contained within the Capitol building took years to gather. Not to mention, the emergency bunkers for the people are also under the Capitol building. Conan added. A war is coming. When this war comes we will be the defense of the new whirlpool. Karen said. Nagato reasoned that the only way the world would experience peace is if everyone experienced a common pain. Conan reminisced. Let the world come, I have my new puppets to try out. Sasori relished the chance of trying out his new puppets in combat. I'll show them the beauty of my art. Deodara boasted. I'll kill every fucking bastard that stands against us. Hiden shouted. Ruzetsu along with Yukimaru escorted Kakashi, Sakura, Shizune and Hinata through the streets of the new whirlpool. Unlike the last time, Naruto had not asked the people to stay indoors, instead the streets were lively and full of people. It was just like any other village in the world, the people were content with life and just going on with their everyday business. A few people noticed the Konoha ninja but the rest didn't let Konoha's presence affect how they were going about. Ruzetsu was leading further than Naruto did on their first tour while Yukimaru was keeping a close eye on Kakashi and Sakura. After what seemed like a marathon for the chakra-less ninja, they reached one of the training grounds on the outskirts of the new whirlpool. The training grounds were almost exact copies of the ones used in Konoha. In the middle of the training ground was a young girl that had dark brown hair with long parted bangs with a single lock of hair falling into her face. She was wearing a ninja bodysuit and repeatedly hitting a log that was planted in the ground. You wanted to see your sister, Ruzetsu said as she nodded, so Hinata knew it was okay to go to her sister. I thought we were going to see Naruto, that was the only reason I tagged along. Shizune mumbled. We told you that there was something important just for Hinata. You insisted on coming and you made Kakashi and Sakura join you. Yukimaru reminded. Why doesn't Hanabi have on the chakra-suppressing seals like we do? Kakashi asked. We wouldn't use those seals on a fellow member of the new whirlpool. Ruzetsu answered as she walked to Hanabi. I can't believe it, Hanabi joined the new whirlpool. Shizune let out shocked. You shouldn't judge her, Ruzetsu scoffed, remembering what Hanabi had told her when she first arrived. You don't know how long she suffered in silence in Konoha, she and her sister. Hayashi was a very abusive man. Hinata was holding Hanabi tightly against her, not wanting to let her sister go. You're crushing me, Hinata. Hanabi coughed as her sister released her. I was just so worried. Hinata cried. As the two sisters were joined by the rest, tension was in the air. It was emanating of Shizune. How could you turn your back on Konoha? The Hokage's assistant asked the young Hyuga. The same way that Konoha turned its back on me. Konoha did nothing to help me and my sister. The village had a strict policy about not involving themselves in Hyuga clan business. That was the excuse the Jonin League would give me when I went to them for help. They never gave me a chance to see the Hokage. Hanabi retorted sharply. The Jonin League were corrupted by Danzo and became his personal dogs within the Hokage's regime. Kakashi noted as Sakura dropped her head in shame. Let's go back to my place, Hanabi said as she started walking. I'm sorry Hanabi, but we were just told to show Hinata that you're alright. Ruzetsu apologized. Please, just for an hour or so, Hanabi begged. The young Hyuga stared at Ruzetsu pleadingly with puppy dog eyes. I'm not making any promises, but we'll ask Naruto once we get back to the capital building. Ruzetsu relented. Ask me what? Naruto questioned, shocking everyone, even his own people. Naruto, you're amazing. I didn't even sense you. Yukimaru marveled. Shizune was about to say something, but Kakashi pulled her back and shook his head. I just swung by to make sure no one pulled a Rock Lee. Unlike me, Ruzetsu is unyielding and unforgiving. Naruto joked as Ruzetsu glared at him. Naruto, what do you say? Can Hinata come over to my place? It'll just be for a while. Hanabi pleaded. Sure, but someone has to watch her and escort her back. I'll get one of the Whirlpool aide to swing by your place. Naruto smiled. Why don't you do it, Naruto? I don't really know the Whirlpool aide that well, and you've been to my place plenty of times already, and I still have some ramen from your visit last night. Hanabi said, earning Naruto leery looks from the women present. Get your minds out of the gutter, please. Hanabi is still a child. I only visit her to make sure she was adjusting to life in the new Whirlpool, and I take her food. Naruto defended his reputation. Thank you. Hinata mumbled in Naruto's direction. Ha, Naruto said, pretending he didn't hear. Thank you for taking care of Hanabi. Hinata spoke with more confidence. Of course, Hanabi helped me take down Hiashi after all. Naruto said, stunning everyone. You traitor, Shizune stammered. What do you mean? Hinata asked, stunned. I'm sorry, Hinata. Hanabi apologized. Father's beatings were getting too severe. He was losing his patience over things that didn't even matter. He wasn't our father anymore, he was just a glorified puppet of Root. Hinata shocked Hanabi by embracing her. No, Hanabi, I should have been stronger and protected you. I should have been the one who kept you safe from father's rage. What say we take this emotional reunion indoors? Hinata, you can stay with Hanabi for next few hours. Ruzetsu, Yukimaru, take the others back to the holding cell. Naruto declared. The two groups went their separate ways. Hinata, Hanabi and Naruto walked in silence as they went to Hanabi's apartment. It was tense as no one could think of anything to say. After a very quiet walk they all entered Hanabi's apartment. The young Hyuga showed Hinata to the lom as she went to shower and change because she was sweaty from training. Naruto and Hinata sat across from each with just a short space and small coffee table between them. Are you going to stay? Naruto asked. I haven't decided as yet. Hinata replied softly. So there is a possibility that you would stay. Naruto smirked. Naruto, you're not the same kind, goofy kid I was head over heels for. I would have done anything to have that boy notice me, but he is long gone. So if you were expecting me to just fall for you, you're wrong. Hinata continued. That throws a wrench in my plans. Here I was hoping to bed you the first chance I got. Naruto replied sarcastically. Another thing, the Naruto I remember never had a sarcastic side. Hinata shot back. The Naruto you remember also kept saying believe it and I'm going to be Hokage repeatedly. Naruto countered. I actually like that. Hinata smiled. Do you know why I liked you back then? Because being an Uchiha fangirl was too mainstream. Naruto teased. What? No. Hinata responded confused. It was a joke. Well, I don't know if you remember this. Hinata began to explain. The first time I saw you was when father's attendant was showing me the ninja academy. There you were just sitting on that swing all by yourself. I asked father's attendant about you, but he said I shouldn't associate with you. Then one day after I lost a sparring match against Hanabi, I ran away from home and ended up running into some boys near the academy. Hinata stopped to make sure Naruto was following, and when she was sure he was, she continued. I accidentally spilled an ice cream of theirs. I tried apologizes, but they resented me because of my clan. They were bullying me until someone interfered. Then I cast a pathetic clone jutsu and got the crap beaten out of me. Naruto finished off the story. You remember that? Hinata said, surprised. Those were simpler times, when I was just the boy the village hated before circumstances forced me to become an avenger. Naruto's voice became cold. You say that like the entire village hated you, but there were people who cared about you. Iruka, the third, Kakashi, Sasuke, Sakura, me and the other genin who graduated from the academy with you. Hinata stated firmly. Hinata, do you know what kind of a dump I grew up in? How many times someone painted the word beast on my front door, or how many people would just openly say I wish he was gone? Naruto responded. Every time I walked down the streets of Konoha they looked at me like I was some sort of plague. Their eyes were filled with hatred and disgust, and I didn't even know why. I never celebrated a single birthday because I had no one to celebrate with. My birthday was the anniversary of that, the day the nine-tailed fox attacked. I know, Naruto, I was there. I was always watching you, hoping that I would somehow get the confidence to talk to you, but it never came. I know how you struggled to live all by yourself. There were times I wanted to help out, but I was too shy. I saw the looks people gave you and I couldn't see why they did. It was their attitude that drove you to seek attention through your behavior. I could see that. Hinata looked across at Naruto with a warm smile, the complete opposite to his cold grimace. The ninja world is filled with hatred. Destroying it is the only true path to peace. Naruto said. Peace obtained through fear and intimidation is not peace at all. Hinata countered. It's easy to say that. I know you had a tough life, Hinata, and somehow you can still see the world as good, but for those of us who suffered through the true horrors of the world, we can't even see glimmers of what you see. Naruto stated as he formed a release hand seal and grabbed Hinata's hand. What did you do? She asked as she began to feel different. I released the seal on you. You can access your chakra now, he answered. Why would you do that? She was even more confused. I wanted to see what you do. Now that you have your chakra you can kill me and prevent me from destroying the ninja world if you want. Naruto answered, shocking her. You must have a sick sense of humor. Hinata tried to remain calm. No, I'm serious. In the coming weeks I am going to declare war on the world. I am going to declare this war with the intention of destroying the ninja world and bringing about an era of peace. Naruto didn't hesitate when he spoke. A war against the ninja villages will result in massive casualties. Are you prepared to live with that? Hinata questioned. None of my people will die, I will make sure of that. You can end the war before it begins if you kill me here. Naruto smiled. I won't kill you, Naruto. I can't, Hinata cried. It's sad, but for some reason I can't get over that goofy boy who was always telling me to believe in myself. While Hinata was wiping the tears from her eyes, Hanabi entered the room. She was wearing a light blue Oromuji kimono and carrying another red one. I thought you could use a change of clothes, Hanabi said as she looked to Naruto. Fine, she can change into it. Naruto sighed as the two Hyuga left the room. The sun had just set and Tsunade and all of her remaining top-ranking ninja met in her cabin. Yamato ensured that the privacy seals were still active. They were all seated on the floor of an empty room. The room was completely empty so no spy devices could be hidden. Might Guy and Yamato sat beside Tsunade as everyone else sat along the walls of the room. Kiba, Hana, Tsume, Choji, Tenten, Anko, a not 100% sober Kurenai and Jiraiya were present. As you know, Guy, Yamato and I will be leaving with the other cage to travel to the Land of Iron to confront Naruto and stop him once and for all. Tsunade said as murmurs filled the room. You're going to need more than 3 Konoha ninja to do this. Kiba spoke up. I know, Tsunade replied. But you and the other cage agreed to only take 2 ninja each. Jiraiya reminded. I know, but I don't exactly trust them. They will definitely be sending more ninja in secret. So I will do the same, Tsunade explained. Yeah, I get to fight, Anko exclaimed. No Anko, you will stay back with Jiraiya to take charge. Kiba, Hana, Tsume, Choji and Tenten will be my backup. Kurenai, you will have to create genjutsu illusions to trick people into believe the others are still in the village. Tsunade continued. Naruto killed Danzo-sama and others. We will be glad to destroy him. Choji spoke up. You're getting ahead of yourself. Taking on a perfect Jinchuriki is not that easy. Jiraiya tried to calm everyone down. I'm a member of the Sannin and I lost an arm and almost my life and he wasn't even fighting at full strength. I have a weapon Danzo-sama was working on. Tenten confessed as she pulled out a small scroll from beneath her chest bindings. This scroll summons a chemical bomb Danzo-sama created. It's basically a large glass container covered in paper bombs. When the paper bombs go off, the chemical turns to gas and spreads through the air, rapidly killing everyone. Danzo created a weapon like that and never told us about it. Tsunade gritted her teeth. It hasn't been field tested and only I can activate it, but I can only activate it with Danzo's blood. Tenten admitted. What's the point, bring up the damn thing if we can't use it? Kiba barked. Don't be so stupid. Kiba, watch your mouth, Tsume scolded. So basically you're going into a fight where you have almost no chance of victory. The only way you have a chance is if the 4 cage work together, but right now it seems that you don't trust each other. I can wager that Naruto knows that and that's why he informed you of his actions. He knows he can defeat the cage because they are divided. Anko mumbled. One of the flaws of this ninja world is the inability to trust the other ninja villages. It is that flaw Naruto hopes to exploit with his Namikaze alliance. Jiraiya lamented with a smile. How can you smile like that when he uses your prized student's name like that? Kurenai asked. The third decided that Naruto would not use his father's name for his own safety and so he grew up as Naruto Uzumaki instead of Naruto Namikaze. It's just his way of letting the world know, Jiraiya explained. Jiraiya may be right about us being divided, but even so we still have the sheer power to defeat Naruto and Gaara. And even if we can't beat them, I will see to it that they are destroyed for the people of Konoha. Tsunade glared, earning an accepting roar from her ninja and a disappointed look from Jiraiya. The streets of the new whirlpool were lit up with lampposts that were powered by lightning nature chakra. Naruto and Hinata walked from Hanabi's house back to the Capitol building. The Hyuga was back into her Konoha gear after spending the last few hours trying on her sister's clothes. You know you didn't have to change back. You look really nice in that last dress, Naruto said. I'm a prisoner of war, I don't think it would be appropriate to wear that while being detained. Hinata replied. You don't have to be a prisoner of war. You can be like your sister. You could join me. He changed the tone of his voice to one that was more childlike. Join you or join the new whirlpool? She questioned his intentions. It's pretty much the same thing. My whole life is the new whirlpool. These people here are my family and I will protect them from harm at any cost. He answered. Is that what you want? You want to unite the world as one big happy family. Even if you fail to take over the world you would have united it against a common enemy, you. Hinata whispered. No, that's just wishful thinking on your behalf. I want to unite the world under the new whirlpool. The only way to do that is to destroy the ninja world. He stopped and looked up at the sky. What are you looking at? She asked as she looked up. We do have a lot in common in this world, the same earth, the same air, the same sky. People are too busy being focused on what makes us different to notice this. He sighed. I kind of see what your plan is. Under the new whirlpool people will start looking at what's the same instead of always looking at what's different. She smiled. Don't go back with the others, he stated, confusing her. I don't understand, Hinata responded. Suna officially asked for the release of the Konoha ninja. A supply ship from the Land of Waves has agreed to take the Konoha ninja back with them to the Land of Waves. From there Suna ninja will escort you to the Land of Wind. Naruto explained. Why didn't you tell us earlier? Hinata asked. I didn't want any of you trying to dig up information because you saw a way out and causing an incident. Naruto answered. So tomorrow we'll be free, Hinata mumbled. If that's what you want. Naruto continued walking as Hinata followed. I haven't decided yet, the Hyuga admitted shyly. I was really off-put when you said you wanted me to produce an heir for you. Ah, not my finest pickup line, but truthfully most women would have jumped at the opportunity. Naruto joked, but Hinata didn't laugh. You're not completely as heartless as you would want people to believe. You have this facade that's colder than ice, but inside, deep down inside is something warm. She said. Like a flame in an iceberg. He muttered. There was a lack of talking as they continued walking. They eventually reached the Capitol building but paused, not wanting to enter. He grabbed her arms and pulled her towards him. This is what you should have done to get my attention all those years ago, he whispered as he stared into her eyes. She closed her eyes and spoke. I've cut off my chakra. You can't use a genjutsu on me. I wasn't planning to. If that's what I wanted to do, we wouldn't be having this conversation, would we? He laughed. I suppose you're right. Two things that don't go together, Naruto and genjutsu. She teased. Hinata, stay with me here. We can start a new life and just live in the new world I'm going to create. I promise I will give you happiness, he declared as he brushed some of the hair from her face and leaned forward to place his lips against hers. The next day. Where are you taking us? Shizune asked as Naruto and Yukimaru escorted the blindfolded Konoha ninja minus Kakashi, Sakura and Hinata. Shizune and the others soon found themselves standing on sand. You can take off your blindfolds, Naruto said. The group from Konoha found themselves on an empty beach that had an old dock with a fairly large ship tied to it. What is this? Lee asked. Where is Hinata? Neji asked as he realized his cousin wasn't there. She decided to stay, Naruto answered. There's your ticket home, Yukimaru announced as he pointed to the ship. What are you talking about? Ino questioned. Take the ship and head to the Land of Waves. Ninja from Suna will meet you there sometime soon and take you to Suna. The other ninja who declined my offer are already on board, Naruto explained. Did Hinata really choose to stay? Neji asked, still concerned. Yes, she decided to stay of her own free will, Naruto responded. You guys should really get going. The tide on this side of the island is really temperamental, Yukimaru noted as he watched the ocean swell. Thanks for having us, Naruto. Shikamaru joked as he walked towards the ship. I'll be sure to return the hospitality next time you're in Suna. The lazy ninja raised his hand and waved as he walked to the end of the dock. Damn that Sakura, always thinking about her own well-being. She didn't even consider me when she made her decision, Ino muttered while walking away. Well, let's go, Shizune said as she expected the remainder to follow her. I think I'll stay. My dad died 4 years ago and Mum passed away last year. I have no family left to return to, Shino declared. What are you saying? Are you turning your back on Konoha? Shizune screamed. My clan has always been used as just tools of Konoha for our ability to control insects. Like Shikamaru said, we'll have to pick sides and I picked this one, Shino responded. The man of few words has spoken, Naruto laughed. If Hinata and Hanabi are both going to be here, then I have to stay. Neji spoke up. I totally saw that coming, Yukimaru whispered to Naruto. I see, I can't change your minds. Just remember, now that you've chosen Naruto's side, there will be no returning to Konoha, Shizune said as she turned to leave. Lee hobbled a few steps before turning to face Neji. Well, my eternal rival, it looks like we are both on opposite sides now. May we meet one day in glorious youthful combat. What say you, one last manly, youthful hug between rivals? Lee cried as he leapt at Neji and hugged him. Someone get him off, he's crying and drooling, Neji complained as he tried to push Lee away. That's just the meds the hospital gave him, Naruto said as he pried Lee off the Hyuga and set him on course to the ship. As the ship set off, Neji and Shino watched their affiliations with Konoha disappear. Let's get back to the new whirlpool. Yukimaru will get you settled in. You two are going to be roommates. Naruto smirked as he walked towards the new whirlpool. I just hope you don't snore, Neji said to Shino as he followed Naruto. I'm a ninja who stores thousands of bugs on my person and you worry about me snoring, Shino replied. Hinata stirred as sunlight draped through the curtains and warmed her face. She resisted the urge to wake up and pulled the covers over her head. A realization suddenly set in, she was in a bed. In a state of panic she struggled out of the covers and rolled off the bed only to land on the floor. Morning, sleepyhead, enjoy the bed, a voice greeted. Hinata lifted herself up to see who it was. It was Karen. Did you enjoying sleeping in my bed? Karen asked. Your bed, Hinata replied confused. How did I get here? And where is here? You're in my house. Did you see the large triple-story house behind the Capitol building, the same one? As to how you got here, asked Naruto. Karen answered. Naruto, I remember talking to him and then nothing. Hinata struggled to recall what happened. All I know is he showed up here carrying you. He said you fainted after he asked you a question. He told me to take care of you. Karen explained. A look of relief became evident on Hinata's face. Sounds like Naruto. He isn't the kind of person to take advantage of a helpless maiden. Karen said playfully. I was helpless. Hinata countered quickly. You need to get over your habit of fainting around him. I mean, how you are going to have a relationship if you faint every time things get intimate. Although, I could see a way in which that scenario works. Karen teased. I don't know what you mean. Hinata stuttered. Don't play dumb with me. Karen winked. Where is Naruto? I want to talk to him. Hinata said as she thought about last night. He left for the land of iron. He'll be back in a few days. Karen answered. Chapter 17. In a small room in the Capitol building of the new Whirlpool, 3 individuals sat around a table. Each of them had 5 cards in their hands and was eyeing the others seriously. In the middle of the table was a large stack of paper, not cash but bits of paper with different tasks written on them. Seriously, Naruto, Gaara, Yugito are away from the new Whirlpool. Yukimaru is off pretending to be a spy. It's just us 3 men and all we can find to do is play poker. Roshi complained. I see, you have a crap hand. Han concluded. No I don't, Roshi stated defensively. What's more fun than playing poker for duty? When I win, I'm going to cash these in and enjoy my month off with you two doing all my work. Utakata laughed. I used to be young and adventurous like you until I took an arrow to the knee. Roshi reminisced as he rubbed his right knee. I thought you got hit in the left knee. Han asked as he eyed Roshi suspiciously. I'm old, both my knees pain. It's the price of growing up. Roshi said bitterly. I hope you don't use your age as an excuse for losing this game. Utakata declared confidently. You youngsters lack respect for your elders. Roshi scoffed. Maybe if you acted your age we would show you respect. Han rebutted. You know what we should do? We should get some ladies and turn this into a game of strip poker. Roshi suggested with a devious smile. Aren't we supposed to be watching over the new Whirlpool? Han said as he reset the card in his hand. Don't worry about it, Yukimaru is on the case. Utakata reassured. Isn't he supposed to spying on that Sakura girl and the copy ninja? Roshi asked. Yeah, I taught him the water clone technique this week and now he's everywhere, it's actually kinda annoying. Utakata explained. You know maybe I could work something out with him. Make his job a little easier. Roshi chuckled. What exactly do you have in mind? Han questioned. Well we should have Yukimaru concentrate on the famous copy ninja and I'll handle the kunoichi. Roshi snickered. I doubt Yugito or Fu would share your ecstasy. Utakata warned. After 3 days of traveling the 4-cage reached the land of iron a day before Naruto was supposed to arrive there. They had arranged a meeting with Mifune to discuss the issue of the new Whirlpool and the Namika's alliance. In the middle of the icy, snow-covered country was its capital where Mifune resided. The building was political center of the land. It was a massive castle-like mansion. In front of the mansion was a courtyard filled with samurai. Mifune agreed to talk to them. Mifune and the 4-cage along with 2 bodyguards each met in a council room. There was a single table in the middle of the room for Mifune with a larger U-shaped table around it for the cage. Mifune had with him 2 samurai. Mifune had long, grey hair, which reached down to his waist, with bandages wrapped around his head. He had black eyes with distinct wrinkles underneath them and a grey goatee and moustache. He was wearing a simple purple kimono-like outfit and sandals. Darui, the Raikage, was wearing the traditional cage hat and robes as were all the other cage. Accompanying him was a young man with short blonde hair and dark eyes and wearing a Kumo ninja bodysuit with a sleeveless black shirt with a one strap over one shoulder white flak jacket. The man was C, the former partner of the Kazekage. The other bodyguard of the Raikage was Samui, a tall, fair-skinned woman with curvaceous build and a large bust that even Tsunade would be envious of. She had blue eyes and straight blonde hair framing her face with a shorter cut in the back and the front bangs reaching her shoulders. She wore a very low-cut outfit with mesh underneath, a short skirt and red hand guards, high boots and a modified Kumogakur flak jacket that covered her stomach. The Tsuchikage Onoki was accompanied by his granddaughter Kuratsuchi. She had short, black hair and pink eyes. She wore the standard attire of the Iwanin, a red uniform with her right sleeve missing and a lapel over her right leg, the brown Iwagakure flak jacket, fishnet tights and a skirt over them. Onoki's other ninja was a Katsuchi who was a large man with dark eyes. His hair spiked out at the back from underneath his forehead protector which he wore like a bandana. He also wore the standard red Iwagakure uniform. Temari seemed very uneasy about her guard. They were chosen by the Suna Council of Elders. Sadatsu was a bald man with dark eyes and a goatee. He wore the standard attire of the Sunagakure ninja which consists of a flak jacket over a black suit and sandals. Isago had an angular face with a strong jawline and troughs under his eyes. He wore the standard attire of a Suna ninja with a turban under his forehead protector. Temari personally didn't know this ninja and hoped the council wasn't planning anything. The Hokage was with Yamato and Might Guy. Her reinforcements were just a few hours behind her. I am willing to listen, but please bear in mind that the Land of Iron has always taken a neutral stance. Mifune said as he opened the floor for discussion. We know you are aware of the new nation called the New Whirlpool. Tsunade said with disgust, to which Mifune nodded. The Namika's alliance which they control has grown. They control Kiri and the Land of Water. Kiri ninja reinforced with Jinchuriki from the New Whirlpool have currently taken control of the Land of Fire. Temari stated. I have not received any official word from the New Whirlpool with regard to overthrowing and seizing control of the Land of Fire. Mifune responded. That's because they are waiting for the right time, when they announce that they will be declaring war on the world. Onoki said. I see. From the information I gather, the New Whirlpool has amassed a force that is not to be tangled with. Mifune nodded. Exactly, that is why we need your help in setting a trap. We know Naruto plans to visit here tomorrow with Gaara. We just need your permission to battle him in the Land of Iron. We know that we are placing you in a tough spot. Darui explained the rest of the plan. If I allow you to attack the Jinchuriki in my land, then the Land of Iron can no longer be seen as completely neutral. Mifune sighed as he pondered the implications. He slaughtered the entire civilian population of Konoha and almost all our ninja. He will do the same to the other ninja villages if we don't stop him. Think about all the lives you'll be saving. Tsunade begged. Even if I do allow you to go through with your badly thought out plan, what happens if you can't defeat the Jinchuriki and they decide that the Land of Iron is now their enemy? Mifune suggested as he stroked his beard. Yamato here has the DNA of the first Hokage. He can stop 2 Jinchuriki from rampaging. When he subdues them, the rest of us will set about ridding the world of Naruto. Tsunade declared. Even if they are 2 Jinchuriki, our numbers will overwhelm them. Jinchuriki are not unbeatable, the Akatsuki have done it before. Onoki commented. It is simple, the Hokage has volunteered to lure Naruto and Gaara into the trap, and then we will make our move. Darui lied. Secretly the hope was that Gaara and Naruto would become distracted killing Tsunade and her ninja, and then the other cage would strike in that instant. That is a very bold risk you are taking. Mifune looked at the Hokage. I have no fear because I am fighting for the fallen people of Konoha. They never stood a chance against Naruto. He will fall tomorrow, Tsunade declared. Mifune, we not only seek your permission, we also seek your help. You are the strongest of all samurai. You battled against some of the most powerful ninja and walked away. We could use your strength in taking down the beasts. Onoki proposed. For the sake of the world, I agree. I will allow you to conduct your assassination on my land, but I will play no part in it. The blood of the Jinchuriki should be on the hands of the villages that created them. Mifune reluctantly allowed. As the cage felt they had a chance, a bright yellow light appeared in the center of the room. Naruto appeared and sat on Mifune's table as Gaara stood. Mifune was about to attack when he and his samurai became trapped in sand from the gourd on Gaara's back. Isn't this an interesting surprise? You all banded together to kill me. Naruto smirked. Naruto, you monster! Tsunade screamed as she was about to charge him. Guy and Yamato quickly restrained her. How did you know? Temari asked as she tried to get her hand on her fan. We've been here for the past few days waiting. We knew you would try something as soon as you found out that Naruto was going to be here. Gaara answered. Since I'm here now, would any of you like to discuss the terms of surrender for your nations and respective ninja villages? Naruto taunted the cage. Why would we surrender to you? We have the strength to defeat you here and now, Onoki declared. You think you have the strength, old man? Gaara responded. Don't speak to my grandfather like that, Kuretsuchi shouted. My people have taken over Omegakure. Soon they do the same with Kusugakure, Ishigakure and Tanagakure and overthrow their countries. The New Whirlpool is expanding. You can join now or be conquered like Konoha, Naruto announced. You murderer, you killed all those people. They didn't have a chance. They shouldn't have died, Tsunade shouted as she broke free and charged Naruto. The Hokage lunged at the 9-tailed Jinchuriki as everyone waited to see what would happen. Tsunade's right fist crashed into Naruto's jaw and the sound of bones breaking echoed through the chamber. The Hokage stumbled back from Naruto and clutched her right hand as she channeled chakra into it to repair the broken bones. Impossible, the legendary strength of Konoha's famed Slug Princess didn't even affect him. Onoki babbled as Naruto sat unfazed. Naruto opened his mouth and moved his jaw as if relieving stiffness. You've really gotten old, you're not as young as you look. Naruto taunted. How could you be so strong? Tsunade questioned as she ignored the pain in her hand. My Kekkei Genkai, Naruto answered as he raised his right hand. My skeleton is coated in a 9-tailed chakra-infused crystal that is harder than diamond. Anyone else would have died from the process, but thanks to my accelerated healing I survived. Naruto, I can't wait any longer, Gaara said impatiently as he raised his hand. 2 sand shuriken emerged from the gourd on his back and were sent flying in Temari's direction. The sand shuriken blasted through Satotsu and Ichigo's head, sending their bodies crashing over lifelessly. The Council of Elders in Suna sent those 2 as your guards with the intention of killing you and framing a Jinchuriki. Gaara answered as Temari sat frozen. How could you have known that? Temari stuttered. I have spies. Well, actually Sasori of the Red Sand still has spies in Suna. Gaara laughed. Sasori has spies in Iwa and Kumo as well. Tsunade continued to stare daggers at Naruto while Yamato was preparing to cast a jutsu created by the first Hokage. Naruto turned his head slightly in Yamato's direction. I wouldn't do that if I were you, Naruto warned as he pointed to roof. The roof of the chamber had hundreds of crystal senbon that were embedded in a layer of sand. You make one false move, Yamato, or whatever your name is, I'll launch those senbon with my sand, Gaara threatened. Naruto looked around the room at the four Kage who teamed up to stop him. A part of him wanted to tell Gaara stand down so he could fight them all and prove his strength, but Itachi's words about arrogance being his downfall rang in his ears. Tsunade rotated her wrist and flexed her fingers, indicating that her hand was healed. I guess you're not as strong as you led us to believe, she said, earning a confused look from Naruto. If you really are almighty, you wouldn't need any traps. I don't feel like wasting my effort on Rift Raft like you, Naruto shot back. Do you really think those pathetic things can stop us? Onoki laughed as he looked at the roof. Naruto just smiled at the old Tsuchikage. I don't really know, but they will hurt like hell. Do you want to surrender now or after I tell you how beaten you are? What have you done? Darui demanded to know. Does the name Kazumi Rei mean anything to you? Naruto hinted. The Kazekage, Reikage and Tsuchikage all flinched at the mention of the name, and the Hokage picked up on this. Who is she? Tsunade questioned. Kazumi Rei is the richest businesswoman in Suna. She has money invested in almost half the village, Temari explained. That's funny because we also have a Kazumi Rei in Iwa and she practically owns 3/4 of the village. Onoki laughed nervously. I guess we managed to hide her identity very well from each other because we also have a Kazumi Rei and our situation is just like Suna. Darui gritted his teeth. What do you have to do with Kazumi Rei? Tsunade asked angrily. The Kazumi Rei project, one of my most brilliant plans. Gaara smirked. I remember that. I think you should explain the plan to them. Naruto turned to Gaara. Over the past few years we the Jinchuriki have been working as black market bounty hunters. Where Naruto's bounty went towards treating Itachi Uchiha, the rest of us had a different objective. We used roughly 60% of our funds to build the new whirlpool and the rest was for the Kazumi Rei project. Gaara thought back. About 5 years ago we captured 3 missing nin kunoiki from a megakure. Instead of turning them over for the bounty, we used Naruto's Sharingan to make them believe they were a businesswoman named Kazumi Rei. We then sent one Suna, Iwa and Kumo. They were to invest heavily in your villages and owing to that the village protected their identity. We left them there with the purpose of weakening your villages when the time came. As soon you arrived we activated the final stage of the Kazumi Rei project. The 3 Kazumi should be leaving your villages right about now and taking all their money with them, crippling your economies. Gaara, you would actually do that to Suna? Temari questioned, shocked at her brother's resolve. Any nation that is willing to sacrifice a child as a Jinchuriki doesn't deserve mercy. The former Kazekage responded. I think you should calm down, Naruto said as he nodded. Gaara nodded in response before he snapped his fingers. The sand on the roof launched the crystal senbon as Naruto grabbed Gaara and flashed to the door, escaping the hail of senbon. Temari reacted quickly, by grabbing her fan. She could have attacked Naruto and Gaara as they fled into the castle, but instead chose to help her fellow Kage by creating a blanket of wind that helped deflect the senbon. After them, Darui shouted as he gave chase with his Kumo ninja in tow. Mifune, are you okay? Tsunade asked. The samurai nodded and Tsunade chased after the Jinchuriki. The 4 Kage and their ninja found a trail of beaten samurai leading them in the direction that Naruto and Gaara were heading. The Jinchuriki were exiting the castle. The Kage exited to find what looked like a battlefield. Each of the Kage's secret reinforcements had intercepted each other outside of the castle and confronted the other. The ninja from Konoha stood victorious but tired. The snow-covered courtyard of the castle of the Land of Iron was to be the battlefield as the Konoha ninja spread themselves to try and cut off Naruto and Gaara, who weren't interested in running anymore. I guess no one can be trusted, Tsunade cursed as she and the other Kage circled the Jinchuriki. Tsunade and her ninja took up the 6 o'clock position. Kumo was at 3, Temari alone at 9 and Iwa at 12. Mifune with katana in hand joined Temari as he exited the castle, still shaking off sand. Is this your declaration of war, Kage? Are you finally going to band together? Naruto taunted. We know where the new whirlpool is. We will strike it with our fleet of warships, Darui declared. Suna will do everything it can to claim back Omegakure and the surrounding lands, Temari announced. Iwa will join Suna in its quest. Onoki laughed. What remains of Konoha will seek to avenge its people, Tsunade shouted. There we have it, old friend. The reason we came to the Land of Iron. The reason we did everything we did. We have it, a war that will redefine the world in our perfect model. Naruto clenched his fist in excitement. It's been a long time coming, Naruto. Gaara smiled. I think we should demonstrate the power we possess and make a statement. I couldn't agree more. Naruto smirked as the 3 tomo in each of his eyes merged into their Mangekyo form. The Kage and their ninja didn't exactly have a plan. They all wanted to attack, but they didn't want to inadvertently get in each other's way. They were undecided whether to attack with ninjutsu or taijutsu. Exchanging looks, they tried to work things out. You're taking way too long to attack, Naruto growled as red chakra seeped out of his body like steam. I need to make an example. Naruto spun on his heels as he looked for a target. He found it in a weapon specialist from Konoha. The brunette held her scroll in her hands as she heaved heavy breaths. Naruto smiled as he locked focus on her. Using just pure speed and no jutsu, Naruto covered the distance between himself and Tenten in the blink of an eye. Tsunade just turned her head to see Naruto drive a flying thunder god kunai into Tenten's chest just a few feet away from the Hokage. Tsunade rushed to try and heal Tenten, but she first had to get Naruto away. The nine-tailed Jinchuriki didn't plan on going anywhere. Grabbing Tenten and holding her up with left arm, he held her against him as a human shield. The kunoiki was barely alive as she bled out internally. Naruto had struck the kunai so that it served an artery that would cause blood to fill her lungs and drown her. Tsunade and the rest of the Konoha ninja stopped as Tenten was held hostage. Naruto then tossed the kunoiki at Tsunade. As the Hokage prepared to catch Tenten, Naruto delivered a powerful kick to Tenten's back, sending the kunoiki crashing into Tsunade. My bad. Naruto laughed as the Konoha ninja charged him down. Naruto expected the other cage to join in, but instead they concentrated their forces on Gaara. Damn it, Naruto. Your plan did pan out. Gaara cursed as he sealed himself inside a ball on sand. Naruto tried to dash back to Gaara, but Kiba, Tsume and Henna all launched themselves at him. The three Inuzuka all rotated themselves at incredible speed, encasing their bodies in swirling wind as they charged Naruto. To the naked eye it seemed like all three of them were in perfect sync. But they were mere millimeters off perfect, and Naruto saw this with his Sharingan and deflected each one using punches. The Inuzuka just shrugged of the blows and launched again. This time Guy joined in with leaf whirlwind kicks. Naruto found himself dodging 4 attacks. Choji entered the fray throwing his supersized arms at Naruto, while Yamato fired wooden stakes while covering Tsunade, who was trying to heal Tenten. While Naruto ducked and weaved avoiding the assault from Konoha, Gaara sat focused in his ball of sand concentrating on holding out. Let's do this just like we planned. Temari shouted. Right Kazekage, Kuretsuchi and Akatsuchi, let's go. Onoki ordered. Kuretsuchi inhaled deeply before firing a large amount of quicklime from her mouth. Lava style, quicklime jutsu. The quicklime covered Gaara's shield of sand and turned corrosive. The acidic quicklime failed to break through. Crap, Kuretsuchi cursed. It's okay Kuretsuchi, we never expected to beat the ultimate defense that way. Akatsuchi said as he prepared to attack. Earth style, earth golem jutsu. 2 large golems emerged from the ground next to Gaara and grabbed on the sand, holding it in place. Kage, preferred to attack. Simui, C and Mifune stand by. Darui shouted. Darui began releasing black lightning from his body in the form of multiple panthers. The lightning panthers smashed into the sand. Temari swung her fan to the sky, causing a giant tornado to descend upon Gaara's sand. Wind release, great task of the dragon. The wind compressed itself to just around the sand, eating away at it. Onoki concentrated and used his dust release to create a sphere between the palms of his hands. The structure expanded rapidly in size while he propelled it towards Gaara's sand and trapped the former Kazekage inside its confines. With a yell, a massive explosion occurred inside of the jutsu cast by Onoki. The 3 cage looked on successfully as sand began cracking of Gaara's sand shell. Naruto could only watch as he struggled to keep up with the high-level moves that were being thrown at him. If he had given the Konoha ninja his full attention, things would be different, but he was worried about Gaara. Tsunade tried and tried, but Tenten was already dead. The Hokage was stood up with the intention of attacking Naruto until she heard an ominous roar. The attacking Konoha ninja fell back as their attention fell to Gaara's sand. The sand began cracking away as something demonic was emerging. Gaara allowed the sand to cover his entire body. His facial features were still slightly human, but he had transformed into a mini Shukaku that stood 7 feet tall. Storm release, laser circus. A halo of bright energy spread around Daru's hands as his technique activated, then the technique encircled his hands. He then created several beams of energy and fired them at Gaara. The attack barely phased the Jinchuriki of Shukaku. Using the break-in concentration of the Konoha ninja, Naruto dashed through their ranks and skidded to a stop, standing back to back next to Gaara. They targeted me because they thought I was the weakest link, but'll show them. Gaara roared. We wanted you to surrender peaceful, but that does seem to be the case. Naruto smirked. Chakra began burning through his skin, forming a black sphere that was mixed with Naruto's own blood. The black sphere faded, revealing Naruto sprouting 6 tails and on all 4s like a true fox. His body was covered by blood-red chakra and a fox-like skeleton over his head, arms, torso and legs that seemed to cover him like armor. The 2 Jinchuriki were leaking killing intent that would paralyze most ninja into a coma. Oh, we are so fucked. Kiba muttered as his sister nodded in agreement. Yamato now, Tsunade shouted. Yamato slammed both his hands onto the ground and 10 wooden pillars with spikes erupted out of the ground surrounding Naruto and Gaara. Hokage-style Elder Jutsu, 10th Edict on Enlightenment. This technique is useless without the crystal gem of the first Hokage. Gaara laughed. Not necessarily, Yamato mumbled. The first 10 wooden pillars were merely a starting point for the true attackers would like roots shot out of the ground and wrapped around Naruto and Gaara. Damn it, this wood is suppressing our chakra. Gaara cursed as he lost his strength. Prepare to deliver your final attack. Tsunade shouted as everyone gathered their chakra. In his version 2 Jinchuriki form, Naruto let out a demonic roar before sprouting a 7th tail. With his 7th tail out, he grew bigger as his chakra got darker and stronger, breaking through the wooden roots. As the roots began cracking, Yamato poured more chakra into the jutsu, creating more roots, but they were being broken. "We need to fall back," Onoki shouted. "No, we can't fall back, we're so close to killing him," Kurenai shouted as she ran into the courtyard. "Kurenai, what are you doing here?" Tsunade was shocked to see the jonin she ordered to stay in sooner. "I couldn't just sit back and do nothing. He killed Asuma and Hiruzen. I have to avenge my family," Kurenai yelled as he tried to run at the Jinchuriki. Tsunade saw the Jinchuriki start to change and grabbed onto Kurenai's arm to stop her. Gaara was growing in size and becoming less human-like in his form. Naruto was also growing in size and flesh was beginning to form on the red chakra as an eight tail emerged. "They're turning into their Biju," Darui screamed. "We have to fall back. We need to get as far away as possible." "Already gone," Onoki shouted as he and his ninja took off flying. "That old bastard," Temari cursed as she took one last look at her changing brother and ran. "Move out," Darui ordered and left with his people. Mifune had already left and was evacuating his samurai through a back exit away from the Jinchuriki. The Konoha ninja watched in horror as the Jinchuriki escaped the trap by Yamato. Naruto in his eight-tail form had jumped onto the roof of the castle and was growing while Gaara continued to grow in the courtyard. "Retreat," Tsunade shouted as the Konoha ninja began running. Yamato tried to run but he exhausted his chakra and was close to collapsing. He was well behind the other ninja. He could look up in horror as a fully formed Shukaku stepped on him, crushing him. "Kurenai, we have to leave," Tsunade pled as Naruto turned to full nine-tailed fox and began crushing the castle. "Eno, I'm not leaving," Kurenai said as she ran towards the castle. Tsunade cursed herself and then ran with her ninja away from the Jinchuriki. Gaara had joined Naruto in crushing the castle. As they demolished the massive structure, Kurenai ran to the center of the courtyard. "Naruto, you took away what was most important to me. I'll kill you," Kurenai shouted, slightly drunk. Naruto in his Biju form leapt of the building and landed on Kurenai, pinning her to ground as he drove his massive claw through her midsection. The kunoiki coughed up blood before laughing and dying. The four cage continued running from the land of iron along with most of the people and samurai. Others had chosen to stay and fight. As they ran they could hear the sounds of the land of iron being torn apart and destroyed by the two Jinchuriki. Massive explosions and buildings being destroyed would haunt them. The four cage and Mifune stayed at the rear of the fleeing pack in case the Jinchuriki attacked, but Gaara and Naruto chose to destroy the land of iron. Chapter 18. Ow! Naruto screamed as Karen prodded him. The nine-tailed Jinchuriki was lying down on a bed in Karen's secret lab. He was covered in bandages. "That's what you get for going 9 tails through version 2. I thought you developed your style of Susanoo so you wouldn't have to suffer like this," Karen complained. "Things sort of got out of hand. I let my ego get the best of me," Naruto confessed. "If Itachi ni I heard you say that you'd never hear the end of it." Karen smirked. "It's all happening, just like I planned," Naruto sighed. "The only thing that didn't work out was the fact that Tobi never showed." "That bastard." "You mean the plan you ripped off from Nagato, Tobi and Orochimaru?" Karen teased. "I prefer to think of it as acquired and improved," Naruto sneered. The redhead walked over to a table where she was performing some tests. After going through and examining several test tubes filled with different liquids, she went back and sat on a chair next to the bed. Karen placed her hand on Naruto's shoulder and looked at him almost in tears. "I told you, I kept telling you," she said as tears rolled down her face. "They used to call you the Demon Maiden back when you were a sound jailer. They called you that because whenever you took a prisoner away for experiments they never returned." Naruto laughed. "I never liked that nickname," she smiled. 2 years, 3 at most if you don't exert yourself. So my body will be last 3 more years granted I don't enter version 2 of my Biju mode. I always knew turning that way forcefully would shorten my lifespan, but I never expected that much." Naruto faked a smile. "You're so stubborn. Itachi ni I bet his failing eyes would outlast your body. It looks like he's going to win that bet. Where the hell am I going to find 100 million ryo?" Karen joked. Naruto sat up in bed and began ripping of his bandages to reveal himself as fully recovered. "The gift that heals is also the curse that kills me," he said as he got up. Karen got up and walked over to another table. This table had exactly 100 white scrolls neatly set out. The redhead then pulled out a black scroll and unrolled it. The scroll had a storage seal already drawn on it. Karen handed the black scroll to Naruto. Naruto bit his finger and drew blood over the seal. He then held the black scroll over the white ones and concentrated his chakra. In a burst of smoke the 100 white scrolls were stored away. "I hope you appreciate how much effort I put into making those for you," Karen announced. "What would I do without you?" Naruto replied, inflating the redhead's ego. "Oh, stop it you." Karen pretended to be shy. "Exactly 100, do you need help with the actual, you know?" "No, I'm going to handle it myself. The world is going to be changed in the coming weeks," Naruto responded. I know. I never hear the end of it from you," Karen retorted. "That hurts. Karen, I need you to send out the message. I need the whirlpool laid back here by the day after tomorrow. I have to tell them the details about what's going to happen," Naruto said as he flashed away. Neji and Shino walked through the streets of the new whirlpool casually. They had been offered the chance to join the new Whirlpool military force and accepted, and as such were wearing the uniform, with Shino adding his hood and sunglasses. Currently they were assigned to patrol the streets. As they walked they found that almost everyone smiled and greeted them. You know something, Shino, when I found out we were going to be roommates I was worried at first because of the bugs, but you're actually a good roommate. Neji commented. Thank you, I think. Shino replied. Many of the shops reminded them of Konoha. This wasn't surprising as Naruto told them he had the new Whirlpool built with what he remembered from his youth. Neji was quite surprised at the quality of the products that the shops had. After he was briefed on the exact location of the new Whirlpool he realized that they were, although in a safe location, they were pretty far from any famous trade ports. I wonder where they get the stuff they sell, Neji asked, not really expecting an answer. I was speaking to someone from the Yuki clan and they told me that outside of the new Whirlpool are farms which are run by people who Naruto saved but choose not to join. They supply the new Whirlpool and Naruto provides protection. Shino answered. That would explain it. Look at you, Shino, making friends already. Neji said with a hint of pride. I never realized I was such a good influence. You seem to very full of yourself. Shino mumbled softly. Say something, Rumi, Neji questioned. No, nothing, Shino quickly responded. As the two continued on their patrol route they came to the park in the middle of the new Whirlpool. As they walked through the park this time freely they noticed something they didn't the first time they did. On the right side of the park was a massive building similar to the Ninja Academy in Konoha. Let's check it out, Neji said as he set off, not waiting for Shino to respond. The insect-covered ninja just sighed and followed. When they got close enough they found a sign that identified the building. The sign read, New Whirlpool Academy. As they approached a group of kids came running past and headed to the park. Hey, kid, Neji called out, stopping the group. Is this your ninja academy? Shino asked. Don't be silly, mister. This is our school. This is where we learn everything we need in life. After we graduate then only we can enroll in the military academy or whatever job we want to follow. One of the kids answered in a mocking tone before the group ran off. That's actually a pretty good idea. Having a learning system that allows children to branch out, Shino commented. The problem with that is you'd end up with an older military force. Neji rebutted. Is that such a bad thing? Children shouldn't have to face the horrors of war or even being put in situations where they would have to kill to survive. Shino countered. I guess you're right, let's check this place out some more. Neji responded as he entered the academy. Hinata and Hanabi were sparring in the training ground where Hinata first saw her sister in the new Whirlpool. The two were trading gentle fist attacks. The dominance that Hanabi once had over Hinata was long gone and now the sisters fought on equal ground. Hanabi was struggling to keep up with her older sister who had more chakra, so the younger Hyuga decided to play dirty. I heard he came back. Hanabi smirked. Who's back? Hinata asked. Your favorite blonde feudal lord. Hanabi teased. Hanabi's words caused Hinata to be distracted momentarily and lose her footing, allowing Hanabi to deliver a shot to Hinata's right shoulder, numbing her whole arm. I win, Hanabi cheered. That wasn't very fair, Hinata scolded. All's fair in love and war, Hanabi declared as she blew a raspberry at her sister. I am going to have to pay you back for lying like that. Hinata grinned as she started regaining feeling in her arm. But I wasn't lying, Hanabi teased. He came back, Hinata said, slightly disappointed. Hanabi caught onto her sister's mood and decided to torture Hinata some more. Were you expecting him to call you as soon as he got back? All you did was kiss. I don't think that constitutes a full relationship. Why, you little? Hinata chased after her sister, showing that she recuperated full motion in her arm. I knew I shouldn't have told you that. Why are you getting so worked up? I thought you said you don't have any feelings for him. Hanabi taunted as blue chakra engulfed her arms and formed in snake heads. I don't, but you're starting to annoy me. Looks like I'm going to have to teach you how to respect your elders. Hinata sneered as blue chakra engulfed her arms and formed in lion heads. The two Hyuga exchanged powerful blows, with Hanabi on the offensive while Hinata sat back and just deflected whatever her younger sister threw at her. You know you're really good at dodging, but Naruto needs someone with more of an attacking spirit, like me. Hanabi tried to throw her sister off. The younger Hyuga thought her trick worked and dropped her guard in order to attack, but Hinata took the opportunity and attacked, stopping her chakra-covered fist inches from Hanabi's face. The same trick won't work twice on me, foolish little sister. Hinata smirked. I thought I had you. Hanabi whined. We've been training for the last few hours. We should head home, Hinata said as she turned to leave. Hanabi just mumbled under her breath and followed her sister. Just as they were leaving, someone's body flickered in their path. The stranger had an ANBU-style mask and was wearing the new Whirlpool military uniform. Hinata Hyuga, the feudal lord requests your presence at the Capitol building tonight at 8. The stranger delivered the invitation. I'm not sure what to say, Hinata replied, shocked. She'll be there, Hanabi screamed. With that the stranger body flickered away before Hinata could protest. Now you have to go, Hanabi cheered as she ran away before Hinata could catch her. Kakashi and Sakura sat in small tea shop together. It was the pink-haired Kunoichi's break. She had been working in Ichiraku Ramen. Tsuki had opened a small shop like the one he had in Konoha and agreed to give Sakura a job as a waitress. Carrying trays off food all day gets really old after a while. Sakura complained. Thanks for treating me to lunch. No problem, the job I got pays pretty well. Kakashi replied. The copy ninja declined Naruto's offer to join the new Whirlpool military force, so instead he had choose his own profession from those available. The copy ninja found an ideal job in deep-sea fishing. Although he had to be at sea early morning, he would finish within minutes. Kakashi used his Sharingan to find a school and then used a water jutsu to drive the fish into the net. This resulted in him making his quota and then some. It really is a waste of your talents. I mean, you're the man who copied 1,000 jutsu and here you are using them to catch fish. Sakura joked. Well, I never really gave consideration to what I'd do if I retired from being a ninja. I always thought I would die in battle, Kakashi admitted. Naruto's back. He returned last night, Sakura said. Really, how do you know? Kakashi asked. Tsuki had me deliver a dozen bowls of special ramen to the Capitol building last night. I may be wrong, but I think they were all for Naruto. Sakura explained. I've been waiting to talk to him. Whenever I visited, his red-headed friend always sent me packing. I guess I should try again today. The two then sat in silence while Kakashi casual-eyed a table across the room. Tell me, Sakura, how's your tail? Kakashi joked. It's actually kind of cute in a sad way. He still thinks I don't know. I think this was the first time he shadowed someone. I could lose him if I wanted to, but I would feel bad. He is really taking this serious. Sakura smiled. You're probably right about this being the kid's first mission. Him following us shows that Naruto doesn't completely trust us, but he doesn't expect us to betray him. If did think we'd betray him, he'd have had someone more experienced follow us. Kakashi noted. It was night and Hinata had been escorted to Naruto's office. The Hyuga entered the office expecting the Jinchuriki to try and woo her, but was surprised. Naruto just sat at his desk and asked her to take the seat in front of him. Hinata kept her guard up and sat down. I'm sorry about the other night. I shouldn't have done that. I guess it was a combination of boredom and loneliness that took over in the moment. I also shouldn't have asked you to help in my research, Naruto said, brushing off the incident between the two. Hinata didn't know how to respond. She felt conflicted. She didn't want anything to do with the new Naruto, but she still liked to believe that the old one was someone inside. I see. I guess that's a good thing. She tried to laugh it off. You sound disappointed, Naruto smirked. You sure have this massive ego. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I'm actually relieved. Hinata shot back. Oh, and why is that? Naruto questioned, trying to put the Hyuga on the spot. Well, Hinata couldn't think of anything to say and mentally berated herself. Naruto just smiled as he watched Hinata's face twitch. Do I even need a reason to be relieved? Maybe if I was dealing with old Naruto I would be disappointed. Hinata countered. This old thing again. Naruto's voice trailed off. You know Kakashi has been trying to talk to you for the past week. Hinata noted. I heard about that. Unfortunately I don't have time for him to lecture me. I have to hurry if I'm going to be ready for the war. Naruto replied. So there really is going to be a war. Her voice was shaky. Don't worry. The war will never reach the shore of the new Whirlpool. I would die before I let that happen. The war will end with our victory and the dawning of a new age. Naruto's voice was different. It was as if someone else was talking through him. As the room filled with uncomfortable silence, there was a knock at the door. This should be my order, Naruto mumbled before shouting, come in. The door opened and a pink-haired waitress carrying a delivery container entered the room. Sakura, Hinata said, surprised. Hinata, Sakura blurted out, more surprised. Quote. The sound of Naruto's stomach made Sakura remember why she was there. I'm sorry. Sakura apologized as she ran over and gave Naruto his ramen. I guess I'll be going, Sakura said, wanting to escape the tense atmosphere. Not so fast, Naruto spoke up. What is it? Sakura asked, hoping she didn't make a mistake with the order. As the pink-haired woman turned around to face Naruto, Yukimaru entered the room and obstructed her path. Hinata, I think you should leave, Naruto said as he got up. When Sakura saw Yukimaru, she realized she may be in trouble. I won't, Hinata declared defiantly. Suit yourself, Naruto replied as his eyes changed into their Mangekyo form as he approached Sakura. You thought you were so smart, Yukimaru snickered. I let you know I was tailing you. Then I used a water clone to follow you where you could see it, and I followed you in secret. You're spying on us, Hinata accused. No, just Sakura and Kakashi. Looks like my suspicions weren't misplaced, Naruto remarked. I saw you. You summoned a slug and gave it a scroll before dispelling it, Yukimaru said, causing Sakura to turn pale. I'm sure this can be explained. Hinata tried to reason as she put herself between Naruto and Sakura. Can you explain, Sakura? Naruto asked. I wanted to know how Ino was doing. I summoned the slug and gave a letter meant for Ino, Sakura answered. Cute answer. My spies in Suna, Iwa and Kumo do the same thing, but they don't get caught. Naruto pointed his index finger at Sakura. Oh, he is going to use that jutsu, Yukimaru cheered. No, I'm not going to waste the chakra, especially since she's telling the truth, Naruto said as he deactivated his Mangekyo. Oh, that's disappointing, Yukimaru whined as he left. You two should leave, Naruto said as he turned to his library. Hinata grabbed a shaken Sakura and led her out. Next time you want to send a message to the enemy you should ask for permission. After a devastating trip to the Land of Iron, Tsunade and the other Kage returned to Suna with the people of the Land of Iron. Naruto and Gaara had rampaged and caused a mass evacuation. Suna agreed to house the people on the condition that the surviving samurai help them claim a Megakure from Naruto. Mifune without hesitation agreed to these conditions. Defeated and demoralized, Tsunade and her surviving ninja returned to their barracks. The Hokage opened the door to her current headquarters and was immediately wrapped by a pair of familiar arms. "Tsunade-sama," Shizune cried out as she hugged her sensei. "Shizune, I'm so glad to see that you're all right," Tsunade whispered in relief. Lee, where are you?" Guy screamed as he burst past the Hokage. "I'm here, sensei," Lee shouted as he dashed to his teacher. The two ninja ran at each other and ended up colliding. "The flames of youth kept me safe, sensei," Lee cried. Guy screamed something inaudible as he hugged his favorite student. Ino stood in back, unsure about what to do. She had no one else in her life left. "Where is everyone else?" Tsunade asked as she looked around the room and only saw half the ninja who were listed as captured. "Shikamaru is gone to see Temari while the rest of them choose to stay in the new whirlpool and join Naruto," Shizune answered. "No way, Kakashi would never be so youthful," Guy declared. "I'm sorry, sensei, but your eternal rival decided to stay so he could try and talk sense into his former student." Lee tried to make Guy feel better. The mood in the room was somber as Tsunade informed the others about Yamato, Tenten and Kurenai's deaths. "The war is on our doorsteps. We move out in few days to the border of the Land of Wind and Megakure. There is a strong chance that Naruto will have his forces concentrated there. The Raikage will launch all his warships and take the fight to the new whirlpool," Tsunade announced. "It looks like there is no way around this. We have to fight this war. I always hoped Naruto will be the child of prophecy that leads the world to salvation, but it seems he is destined to bring forth destruction." Jiraiya sighed. "Tsunade, you will have to allow me the chance to revenge Kurenai." Anko made her intentions known. "Every able ninja under my command will fight in this war. We have to do it or face the complete destruction of the ninja world." "Shizune, what can you tell us about the new whirlpool?" Tsunade asked. "They are a very organized nation. The security measures I noted are impressive, and beside the Jinchuriki they have a number of skillful ninjas in their small military force," Shizune replied. "I hit Naruto with a front lotus, reverse lotus and morning peacock all in succession, and he just got up as if nothing happened. He is amazingly strong," Lee added. "I'm ashamed to say, but he is faster than me. I felt his strength firsthand. I hit him with all my strength and I broke my hand on his jaw." Tsunade informed everyone about the incident. The entire new Whirlpool military force, including the Whirlpool 8, had gathered outside of the Capitol building to hear the announcement Naruto had. "The ninja world has declared war on us. They want to bring violence to our peaceful land. They seek to destroy us, but we will not go down without a fight. Kumogakure has already launched a fleet of warships. Their warships head for us as I speak. But they will not even touch our shores. The Whirlpool 8 and the Royal Guard will meet the Kumogakure warships head and eliminate them. The new Whirlpool military force will remain behind and defend the people. No harm shall fall to anyone. I alone will face the forces of Iwagakure and Sunagakure," Naruto declared, with the last part of his speech causing murmurs to erupt through the people gathered. "Please don't panic. As most of you know, I built this land as the blueprint for a perfect world. If defending this land means putting my life on the line, so be it. Remember, we're not just fighting for ourselves, we are fighting for a perfect world." Naruto continued, earning a roar of approval. Konohamaru tossed and turned in his makeshift bed in the warden's office of the former Konoha prison. He pulled the blanket over his head and mumbled something about ramen as a line of drool trailed from his mouth onto his pillow. "How long are we going to wait?" Gaara asked as he and Naruto paced around the office. "I'm in shock," Naruto answered. "I know what you mean. What kind of ninja just goes to sleep so casually like that without any sort of warning mechanism?" Gaara replied. "The kind of ninja who was prepared," Konohamaru shouted as the Konohamaru in bed turned to smoke and the real Konohamaru leapt out of a hidden trap in the ceiling at Naruto. Naruto took a step to the right and Konohamaru crashed into the floor. "Good, but not good enough." Naruto laughed as he helped Konohamaru up. "Almost got you. You don't know how long I've been hiding up there," Konohamaru said. "It's like 1 in the morning, I was expecting you guys hours ago." "Well, stuff came up." Gaara eyed Naruto. Okay, it's my fault." Naruto took full blame. "Yeah, our brilliant leader here got caught up in his war speech." Gaara mocked. "I was on a roll," Naruto responded, turning to Konohamaru. "I did as you asked. I rounded up the 100 worst offenders here. Murders, rapists, basically scumbags among scumbags, and put them in a separate holding." Konohamaru answered. "Good, I won't feel so guilty for violating the laws of nature this time." Naruto tried to smile. "So you're going through with this?" Konohamaru asked as he led the Jinchuriki out of the office to where the prisoners were being held. "I wasn't planning on it from the start, but I found Orochimaru's secret research under Konoha. He had DNA samples from some of the most powerful ninja in history. Danzo was planning to sacrifice his root division and as many orphans as he could find to use the jutsu to start a war." Naruto explained. "How can you be sure that was Danzo's plan?" Gaara asked. The old fool began experimenting and failed. During my sweep of the village before my attack I found his failures under the village. Some of them were still alive, they were more than happy to screw Danzo over. Naruto answered. How is that even possible? Konohamaru asked as he thought about the impure world summoning. Naruto shuddered as he remembered what he saw. Only half their bodies took to jutsu. Half of their body remained alive while the other half turning into the corpse of the person Danzo was trying to resurrect. So how exactly are you going to do this? Konohamaru asked. It will be better if you don't know. Naruto responded as he pulled out the black summoning scroll. You're going to face Iwa, Suna, the samurai and the remnants of Konoha with an army of 100 zombies. I just hope you know what you're doing. Gaara commented. Naruto placed his hand on Gaara's shoulder and turned away from the former Kazekage. I wish I could say yes, but the truth is this is the last battle I'm going to take part in. What are you saying? Konohamaru shouted stunned. Gaara already knew what Naruto meant and didn't want to argue about it. I will take charge and see your plan to a finish. Chapter 19. Naruto sat on a throne made of crystal, wearing the new Whirlpool military uniform, as he waited. He was at the border of the land of rain and the land of wind. He could feel the chakra of the incoming armies. The army was a collection of Suna and Iwa with a few hundred samurai and Konoha ninja. The Raikage and Kumo would be traveling by sea and attacking the new Whirlpool directly. Using this cursed jutsu like this is going to leave me weakened for a while. I hope I didn't make a mistake. Let's hope my 100 can hold out long enough. Naruto laughed to himself. According to spies within Suna and Iwa, the army was around 10,000 strong. Both Iwa and Suna held back portions of their ninja in case the new Whirlpool tried a sneak attack. The army was to be just large enough to claim a megacore after defeating Naruto and whatever forces he had with him. It was unlikely he had more than 4 Jinchuriki with him. Shikamaru had predicted Naruto would keep most of the Jinchuriki back in the new Whirlpool. How wrong the strategist was. The army was split in 2 divisions. 5,000 were to hold of the new Whirlpool forces while the rest infiltrate a megacore. Onoki, Temari, Tsunade and Shikamaru were leading the army. Tsunade was to stay with the 1st division while the others advanced. After armies from Suna and Iwa had consolidated, they traveled together until they set up base after sensing the first enemy. Shikamaru, Temari, Onoki and Tsunade were gathered in large tent at the rear of the army. They were issuing orders to the army via Onoki's chosen lieutenants, Jonin from Iwa. After his decision that resulted in the destruction of most of the land of Iron, Mifune had opted not to take up positions of leadership and remained with his samurai. We're 50 kilometers from the nearest enemy. A ninja from the sensory division reported entering the tent. How many? Onoki asked. 1. The ninja answered. Probably recon. How many behind him? Onoki questioned. The ninja hesitated. That's the thing, Tsuchikage-sama, it's just him. Then nothing after that until a megacore. The Jinchuriki of the 9 tails stands alone. That is madness. Naruto is insulting us. He thinks he can fight us by himself. Onoki roared. No, he is not alone. He will fight with an army of the dead. He is going to use the impure world resurrection. Tsunade warned. Tsuchikage-sama, we've detected kunai. The kunai are laid out in line about 15 kilometers in front of us. We couldn't sense them before, but now they are emitting chakra. There's 100 of them in line. The sensory ninja reported. What is the shape of the kunai? Tsunade demanded to know. The kunai are 3-bladed and have writing on the handles. The ninja reported. He is using the flying thunder god kunai to use the impure world resurrection. Tsunade declared. Shikamaru, mobilize the army. Onoki ordered. 15 kilometers from the army intent on destroying the new Whirlpool, the 100 flying thunder kunais began glowing. The glow transferred to the ground and coffins emerged behind each kunai. The lids of the coffins fell open and the corpse inside stepped out reanimated. The kunai are glowing and the jutsu has activated. There's too many to identify myself. The sensory ninja shouted. Get more sensory ninja here immediately and identify the ninja Naruto has summoned. Onoki ordered. A team of 5 sensory ninja assembled and combined their abilities to see the dead ninja that were revived. They began to identify features so the commanding officers could figure out who they were up against. As the bodies stepped out of their coffins, they adjusted to being brought back. Some of them knew they had been brought back from the dead to fight a war that wasn't theirs. They began to look around to see who else had been revived. One of the first corpses to emerge looked up at the sky as he felt mobility return to his body. This isn't the afterlife. He was a pale-skinned man with short spiky black hair, brown eyes, and small eyebrows. He was wearing bandages like a mask over the bottom half of his face. He wore a sleeveless black shirt and matching pants. Zabuza, the person next to him, stated surprised. Zabuza turned to the person who said his name and became wide-eyed. Haku. Haku was the same as Zabuza remembered, with long black hair, pale skin and large, dark brown eyes. He wore a green-blue short kimono with white edges, and around his waist a green-brown obi. XXXXXX. Out of one of the other coffins came an old man with a cane. He had black shaggy hair, and his right eye was bandaged. He had an X-shaped scar on his chin. He wore a white shirt, with a brown robe over top of it covering from his feet to just over his right shoulder. Danzo-sama, the youths on either side of him said. What's happening? One had short jet black hair, ink black eyes, and very pale skin. He was carrying a small backpack with his brush, scrolls, and ninja ink that was jutting out. He carried a tipless tanto on his back. He wore a high-collared midriff shirt and black pants. The other had grey hair and light-colored eyes. He wore the official uniform of the Konoha ANBU and carried giant shuriken as well as a tanto on his back. Sai, Shin, it appears we have been brought back to life by the forbidden jutsu of the second Hokage. Danzo answered. XXXXXX. Along the line of summoned ninja there were 5 who stood together with their heads hung in shame. The Jonin elite of Konoha had been revived. Asuma, Shikaku, Inoki, Choza and Hayashi knew why they had been brought back. Thoughts about what happened to Konoha and their corruption at Danzo's hand haunted their minds. I wondered what happened after I died, Asuma asked as he searched himself for a cigarette. There are some things that you were better off not knowing, Shikaku noted. So this is what the impure world resurrection feels like, Choza mumbled. I have no free will. I cannot move my body. My mind is just watching. Inoki tried to resist. I guess this is our punishment for our crimes, Hayashi said. XXXXXX. I can believe I've been brought back from the dead. I thought Itachi hid my body. The person had short, unkempt, black hair. He wore the standard attire of the Uchiha clan, a high-collared, black outfit along with a tanto strapped to the right side of the back of his shoulder. I see Shisui Uchiha. They've revived Shisui of the body flicker, the sensory ninja reported. XXXXXX. Unacceptable, completely unacceptable. How dare they allow my body to be raided for this damn jutsu. He had long blonde hair reaching down to his back and a scar on his right cheek. He had unusual eyes with dark sclera and light-colored irises. On the left side of his abdomen, he bore a cross-shaped scar. He had a dark hat on his head and his lower face was mostly obscured by a helmet-like respirator. Hanzo of the Salamander. It can be. One of the sensory shouted. XXXXXX. I am the 4th Raikage. How dare they think they can control me. I was a tall, dark-skinned man with a muscular build. His white hair was combed back and he had a small moustache and beard. I wore his cage harry and hat without a shirt underneath. XXXXXX. 2 of the figures that Naruto summoned stood out. They both were in their 20s and began holding each other's hand as soon as they realized what was happening. The boy had short, spiky, black hair and goggles which covered his fully developed Sharingan. He wore a long-sleeved blue uniform, as well as a blue jacket with orange trimmings and collar. The girl had short, shoulder-length, brown hair and large, bright, brown eyes. She had 2 purple rectangular markings on each of her cheeks. She wore a long-sleeved black top and a high-waist purple apron skirt under which she wore shorts. Orochimaru didn't summon us Obito, she said. It's a good thing, Rin. I was praying we wouldn't be used as tools against Kakashi. He replied. You 2 know my son. An old man next to them asked. The man had sliver-colored hair which hung over his forehead protector and dark eyes. He wore a standard Konohagakure nin uniform to which he attached his white light chakra saber. Sakumo Hitaki, the white fang of the leaf. Obito muttered stunned. XXXXXX. I'm alive, Kurenai said as she began breathing. I must have been brought back by the beast. She was filled with hate but her body wouldn't respond to it. She could feel her body want to fight to protect Naruto. You're not the only one, Yamato announced as he stood on the right of Kurenai. You're not that special, Tenten sneered from the Genjutsu specialist's left. XXXXXX. I can see members of the Akatsuki. I can only identify Kisame Hoshigaki. The sensory ninja announced. Killed by Naruto and then revived by him. Black Zetsu moaned. It is a strange turn of events. White Zetsu added. At least I was killed by Itachi and not some brat. Kisame mocked. I hope there will be some money involved with this. Kakazu complained. As they argued, a reunion of sorts was occurring next to them. Is that really you, Yahiko? Nagato asked. The person next to him had short spiky orange hair and blue eyes. He was also wearing an Akatsuki cloak. Don't worry Nagato, it's me, not Devapath, Yahiko assured. XXXXXX. At the end of the line was a man with pale skin and vivid green eyes. He had 2 dots on his forehead and shoulder-length white hair, which he wore divided down the middle on his head with 2 separate partings on either side of his face. He wore a special version of the traditional Oto nin uniform, consisting of light lavender, loose-fitting, long-sleeved, zip-up shirt, black pants cut off around mid-calf, bandages wrapped around his ankles. The man next to him looked at him in admiration. He was a tall, lean-built young man with spiky orange hair and a calm face. He wore a pale blue shirt and pale green shorts. Jugo, it appears we have been brought back with Orochimaru's jutsu. I don't care Kimimaro, as long as I can fight at your side. What about the rest? Onoki asked the sensory team. The Uchiha clan, the Konoha police who were killed by Itachi. He has revived that clan. The sensory ninja from Konoha reported. They are his foot soldiers. Foot soldiers that can't be killed and will fight to the end with their Sharingan. Shikamaru warned. We have a problem. We can't allow Danzo and Tenten to join forces. Tsunade cautioned. Why? Onoki questioned. The old Warhawk secretly created a chemical weapon. Tenten has the ability to summon it and can only use it with Danzo's blood. Tsunade explained. Damn Konoha. Temari cursed. This is your village's fault. Onoki blamed the Hokage. Tension filled the air as the commanding force of the army threatened to implode. Enough of this nonsense. This exactly what the enemy wants. Shikamaru shouted. Onoki relented. He is right. We should swarm them. With our sheer numbers we're able to seal them away. I agree. That's the only way. We shouldn't give Naruto any time. We should break through his line and go at him. Our numerical advantage will overwhelm them. Tsunade agreed. What do you say, Shikamaru? Temari asked. The brilliant but lazy strategist thought hard. I don't like it. He didn't bring any of his military force. It seems like a trap. We have to make a choice and move before he does. Onoki declared. It's too late. They're moving towards us. They're walking but they are still holding their line. One of the sensory ninja reported. Mobilize the army. Onoki shouted to his lieutenants. Have the 1st Division charge forward. Have my granddaughter take charge. Shikamaru gritted his teeth as the order was given. 5,000 ninja charged towards the undead army in an attacking formation. As they ran they set of hundreds of mines that had been planted. The ninja watched as their comrades exploded but continued. When the 1st Division was 3 kilometers away from the enemy the ground beneath them erupted. A massive forest sprouted wiping out most of the 1st Division that remained. Onoki and the others saw the forest appear from where they were and knew what had happened. Onoki had been rash and charged forward even though he was warned that they may be a trap. The Tsuchikage screamed out as he thought about all the ninja, mainly his granddaughter, who had been killed in the trap. As he belittled himself, word came through from the survivors of the 1st Division. They were communicating via chakra telepathy. The Impure World Resurrection Army had moved into the forest and began decimating the remainder of the 1st Division. I warned you. Now we lost half of our fighting force. Shikamaru shouted. You can't be sure. Most of them should survive. Onoki tried to assure himself. Don't be delusional. They designed that forest for their advantage. The survivors are as good as dead. Shikamaru screamed. What do we do now? They're so close to our base. The 2nd Division is still in shock and according to our sensory team the Impure World Resurrection Legion is still advancing. Temari brought up. We have to go into the forest and meet them head on. We have to do something Naruto doesn't suspect. Shikamaru declared. How big is that forest? Tsunade asked. Roughly 4 square kilometers, a sensory ninja reported. We're going to have to destroy it as we move through. Temari said. We should stand and fight here. We enter that forest and we will be going to the belly of the beast. Tsunade was strongly opposed. I agree with the slug princess. We can't go push through. We should try destroying while going around it. Onoki suggested. Naruto planned the forest as a trap to help his army. He probably planned for us going around the forest. Shikamaru rebutted. As the commanders argued, screams could be heard from their ninja. All the ninja were stationed and awaiting orders, so the screams meant something was wrong. The large ninja camp was under attack. One of the Iwa Jonin burst into the tent to warn the commanding officers. From the sky, kunai came flying. They landed and summoned coffins. The Impure World Resurrection Army is here. They're attacking us, he shouted. Several kilometers of the New Whirlpool coastline, 2 ships drifted in the water. Kumogakur was attacking with its navy and the New Whirlpool military had positioned themselves directly in the path of Kumo. With the seas around the New Whirlpool there was only one current that Kumo could take. One ship carried Gaara, Yukimaru, Utakata and B with several crew members and a few sensory ninja. The other ship carried Deodara, Sasori and Hidden with several crew members and sensory ninja. Konan, Yugito, Roshi, Han and Fu remained at the New Whirlpool in case something unplanned should occur. I sense 15 ships in an island, a sensory ninja reported. They're bringing the island turtle. This could be a problem, B said, dropping his normal style of speech. B, you'll handle the island turtle. Yukimaru, you take the ships from beneath. Utakata and I will attack head-on, Gaara announced. What about them? Utakata asked, looking to the other ship. I don't really know. The Whirlpool 8 and the Royal Guard don't really see eye to eye. Gaara sighed. I think it has something to do with them being formerly Akatsuki. Yukimaru mentioned. I'll be going now. I'll have to catch the island turtle by surprise in full Biju mode. B announced as he dove overboard and into the water. With the 8-tailed Jinchuriki on his way, the rest prepared for battle. Meanwhile on the other ship Hidden, Sasori and Deodara argued over who was actually in charge. The three ignored the information given by the sensory ninja as their egos got the best of them. I'm immortal, so fuck you, Hidden argued. That's not a valid point, Sasori countered. You're both wrong. I should be in charge. I'll just make a clay bird, fly over the Kumo ships and blow the crap out of them with my beautiful art. Deodara shouted. I think I see why Konan insisted she be the one who remained behind. Sasori mumbled. As much as I hate to admit it, you're right. We need to be organized and civil about this, Deodara said. We should coordinate ourselves with the Jinchuriki and follow their lead. After all, Gaara was the Kazekage, Hidden announced. Both Sasori and Deodara stared at the religious man with stunned expressions. What the fuck are you two looking at? Hidden asked, annoyed. You said something that made sense without swearing. I'm astonished, Sasori admitted. Someone on this damn boat send a message to Gaara and inform him we will be following his lead in this battle, Deodara shouted. One of the sensory ninja ran to Deodara and held up a crystal ball. What the fuck is this? We wanted to send a message, not see the future. Hidden shouted. It will communicate with the identical one that the other ship has. Just place your hand on it and I will use my chakra and transmit your messages to my brother on the other ship. There Gaara will receive your messages by placing his hands on the crystal ball. The sensory ninja explained. Deodara and Hidden placed their hands on the crystal ball while Sasori stood back. The two looked at him. I'm made of wood, not flesh and blood, Sasori responded. Quote, everyone who had their hands on the crystal ball listened to static noise until the connection became established. This is a first, the Royal Guard contacting the Whirlpool 8. Gaara snickered. Are you fucking laughing? Hidden questioned maddened. It was more like a loud smile. Yukimaru interjected. Let's not make this any harder than it needs to be. Gaara, we're willing to follow your lead in this battle. Tell us what to do and we'll do it, Deodara said. Are you guys alright? Have you been attacked by the enemy's genjutsu? Gaara asked. Bloody hell man, just give us the orders and we'll win this war. Hidden shouted. Okay, Gaara relented. Here's what we do. Quote. XXXXXX. The Kumogakur Navy fleet traveled in a diamond-like formation. 7 ships in the front with 7 at the rear. In middle protected was the ship of the wreckage, Darui. Trailing behind the fleet was the island turtle which carried a large number Kumo ninja. The island turtle carried the main invasion force while the fleet was just there to break through the new whirlpool defenses. Wreckage Sama, the enemy is coming into focus. Our sensory ninja are telling us that there are only 2 ships. C reported. Only 2. It must be some sort of trap. Sumui declared. If it is a trap we have to blast through it. With the current as it is we can't change our course without leaving ourselves completely exposed. Darui sighed. Wait, something is wrong, C muttered as his sensory skills kicked in. What is it? Can you sense their trap? Darui questioned. No, it's the island turtle, it's slowing down, C answered. You don't think they got to the island turtle? Sumui said astonished. If they did it means they slipped past our sensory ninja and that is a bigger problem. Darui was losing his calm demeanor. It must be Killer B, he practiced evading our sensory ninja ever since the 4th wreckage grounded him. C noted. Damn it, the island turtle is a good friend of his. Sumui cursed. As the 3 strongest ninja in Kumo planned their next move they were forced into action. The ship at the very rear split in half as 3 scaly tails tore through it. Yukimaru as Isobu came to surface of and drew the attention of the rear ships. Wreckage Sama, the lead ship is reporting a strange infestation of white spider-like creatures. C reported. As the Jonin finished the report, the lead ship erupted as hundreds of small explosions completely obliterated it. This started a chain reaction as all the ships that were leading began blowing up. Wreckage Sama, incoming from the sky, C warned. A hail of sand shuriken began falling from what appeared to be a cloud. As the object began descending it became clear. Gaara was riding his sand and about to board the ship. Darui watched as Yukimaru began using his tailed beast bomb to destroy the ships. Overhead a large white bird flew and dropped of Hidden. The psychotic former Akatsuki began slicing up the wreckage's crew making landing room for Gaara. The bird then crashed itself into one of trailing ships and exploded. Darui, Sumui and C scrambled to the deck to face Hidden and Gaara. The crew that survived Hidden's initial assault chose to save their lives and abandon ship. Let's allow this battle to be won between cage-level ninja. How about we battle on the ocean? Hidden challenged both C and Sumui. We will never abandon our wreckage, C shouted. C, Sumui, I think it would be better if you did fight away from here. I have a better chance of defeating Gaara one-on-one. You two should be able to handle him, Darui declared. With that Hidden and the 2 Kumo ninja all dashed off the ship and jumped onto the water's surface where they used chakra to stand. XXX. I'm really going to enjoy you two, especially you with the big rack. Hidden smirked as he drew his scythe. Not as much as I'm going to enjoy killing you for that comment, cool. Sumui shouted. Calm down, don't allow him to get under your skin. C tried to pacify his partner. Does your back hurt? It must fucking annoy you to carry such a heavy burden on your chest, but don't worry, you won't be bothered when you're dead. Hidden laughed. Why you? Sumui held her tongue, not wanting to give Hidden a mental edge. Lightning illusion, flash pillar, C shouted. An extremely bright light emanated from C's body, blinding Hidden. With Hidden's vision impaired, Sumui rushed at him and began delivering lightning release-infused punches. The blonde unleashed a quick burst barrage of 10 body shot before nailing the foul-mouthed warrior with a powerful uppercut that sent him flying into the air. While he became airborne, Hidden still held onto his scythe. C gathered his lightning chakra around his arms in a similar fashion to the 4th wreckage's lightning armor. The Kumo Jonin then leapt into the air and delivered a lariat to the flying Hidden, causing him to flip mid-air. While the two fell, C delivered a powerful lightning-amplified elbow to back on Hidden's neck, sending Hidden crashing into the water. C landed next to Sumui as he caught his breath. I guess he was all talk. Sumui smiled. Give me a second to catch my breath and we will go help the wreckage. If I show up tired I'll just be a burden, C said. I'm just glad that foul mouth is gone. Sumui laughed. Think again, bitch, Hidden shouted as he erupted out of the water behind them, scythe in hand. XXX. Gaara and Darui stood across from each, waiting for the other to make a move and exploit it.
The Jinchuriki felt his patient grow weary. I'm giving you the first attack, you should take it, Gaara said. I don't need any advantages against someone who betrayed their village, Darui retorted. Sooner will be better off for my actions. They never truly accepted a Jinchuriki Kazekage, Gaara replied. Darui raised his arms at Gaara. A small black spark appeared at his fingertips before both his arms fired of bolts of black lightning. Gaara's sand quickly reacted and shielded him from the attack. Damn, I was really hoping to just fry you with a burst of my black lightning. Darui sighed. I think you've forgotten what happened last time we clashed. Your black lightning wasn't very effective. Gaara laughed. A halo of bright energy spread around Daru's hands. He then made the energy encircle his hands. Darui held the technique waiting for a lapse in Gaara's defense. The Raikage fired the jutsu and manipulated its movements so that it attacked Gaara from all angles. Gaara completely covered himself in sand to defend. When Gaara retracted the sand, he looked up in shock as a giant dragon made of water stood behind Darui. I see, your storm release was just a feint to give you time to use that jutsu. Gaara smirked. Let's see how well you control your sand when it's wet, Darui shouted as he made his water dragon attack Gaara. Gaara instantly defended and ended up saturating his sand with water, making it heavier. The now wet sand fell onto the deck of the ship. Darui gathered more blue energy around his hands and fired it at Gaara. This time as one powerful beam aimed at the Jinchuriki's head. As the attack left Daru's hand, the Raikage noticed the air in front of his face sparkly a little. The beam was cut off by Hidden's scythe that came flying across the deck. Impossible, you killed them both, Darui said in shock as saw Hidden covered in blood. Darui then felt pain erupt through his lungs. He clutched at his chest as he struggled to breathe. Blood began pouring out of his mouth as his lungs were shredded. What, was all the Raikage got out as he gargled blood? You look confused. Need me to fill you in? When I landed on this ship I released extremely fine gold dust into the air. I just needed to distract you long enough so you would breathe it in. Once I had them join together and destroy your lungs. Gaara explained. Why didn't we just destroy him? Why did we have to go through all this trouble? Hidden asked as he picked up his scythe. Naruto told me to keep Daru's body in a good condition. Karen wants to research black lightning, Gaara answered. The two watched as Yukimaru finished off any survivors in the water. A flash in the sky from Killer Bee firing his tailed beast bomb indicated he had taken control of the island turtle. Let's go, Hidden. Half the Kumo ninja fled into the water when we made our move. Gaara ordered. Fuck yeah, let's kill some cowards. Hidden cheered. Gaara then fired a flare into the sky signaling Utakata to take to the water and help kill the survivors. Back on the new whirlpool ship, Sasori and Deodara sat on the deck completely bored. I'm exhausted, I made so much art today, Deodara complained. I just sat here doing nothing, even Hidden got to fight. Sasori added. Don't complain, Sasori, I hear you're going to be getting a new puppet soon. One that can use black lightning. Deodara chuckled. Well, after Karen is done anyway. Tsunade, Onoki and Temari rushed out of their tent to the sounds of their ninja being cut down by an army of the dead. They didn't expect this and were caught off guard. The commanding officers were about to charge into battle, but they were stopped by foes that they had confronted in their past. This is a bizarre sight indeed. I never thought the cage could mobilize like this, the fourth Raikage said as he blocked their path. I must agree with you, AI would have assumed pride and ego would have prevented this. Hanzo added. X. With the coffins appearing out of the ground, majority of the ninja army began scattering and scrambling, leaving themselves vulnerable. Kimimaro and Jugo tore through the lines of the ninja army together. The possessor of the Shikitsumiyaku Kekkei Genkai wielded a sword made of his own bone in his right hand while he fired the tips of his finger bones at enemies randomly. The attacks were aimed at the ninjas' heads, breaking their skulls on contact. Jugo allowed the right half of his body to be taken over by his curse-sealed transformation. He transformed his right arm into an axe that he used to chop and slice the ninja. This is what I've been waiting for, a chance to fight by your side like this. The both of us fighting together, at our full strength, killing everyone who opposes. Jugo laughed eccentrically. We are merely puppets being controlled by the jutsu Orochimaru perfected, Kimimaro replied as he continued killing. The two found themselves surrounded and on the receiving end of a hail of exploding kunai. When the dust cleared, their bodies healed and they attacked the surprised ninja who were only now realizing they were dealing with the impure world resurrection. XXXXXX. Shikaku, Inoki and Choza refused to band together and use the Ino-Shika-Cho formation. They had a small portion of their will left, even though they still had to fight. They thought they could give the ninjas a chance if they fought separately. Choza had transformed into a giant and was stomping around, kicking and swatting at the smaller ninja. Shikaku remained in one position and used his shadow to strangle anyone who came near him. Inoki fought himself but was unable to prevent the use of his mind-body destruction dance jutsu. He was turning the ninja against each other and having them kill each other. You have to stop us, you can't kill us. You have to immobilize our bodies or seal our souls, Shikaku shouted as the ninja continued to attack. Why won't you listen? Stop attacking head-on. You can't do any damage to us like this, we are not alive. Inoki screamed but the ninja wouldn't listen.
Inoki continued using his mind-body destruction dance against his will but soon found his chakra pulse being cut off by someone using a mind-body destruction dance of their own. "Dad, please stop this. Why are you fighting against us?" Ino shouted at her father. "I'm sorry Ino, I have no control over my body. I've been brought back to life to fight." Inoki shouted, "You have to seal me away. You can't continue using your mind-body destruction dance like me. I can't die of chakra exhaustion." As Inoki and his daughter cancelled each other out, Ino could only watch as the ninja her father had already affected continued to kill their comrades. Inoki had turned close to 20 ninja and they were helping the Impure World Resurrection Army. Inoki's body tensed up as his arms forcibly moved to his side. The revived Yamanaka looked down and saw a thin shadow line attached to his own. A few feet behind him Shikamaru stood using his shadow possession jutsu. "Shikamaru, what are you doing here? I thought you were commanding the army." Ino shouted. "I was, but when I got a report that our fathers had been revived I had to join the battle." Shikamaru answered. "Look out behind you," Ino screamed. Descending upon the former Nara heir was a giant fist about to crush him. But this giant fist was blocked by another giant fist. Chozo and Choji then clashed in a wrestling match while Shikamaru scrambled away to Ino's side. Chozo overpowered his son, threw him to the ground. Choji then rolled away as he shrunk and stopped when he was next to Shikamaru. "Good to see you're on our side, Choji." Shikamaru smiled. "I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing this to avenge Danzo-sama," Choji replied. Inoki joined up with a now normal-sized Chozo as Shikaku walked over and joined them. "Look at this, 2 generations of Ino Shikacho standing against each other." Shikaku laughed. "We're not going to fight together, you 3 have to band together and use a formation we haven't seen if you want to defeat us," Inoki said. XXXXXX. Kiba and his sister stopped to rest after continuously using Fang over Fang together, but they weren't attacking the Impure World Resurrection Army, they were attacking their own comrades. More and more of the ninja army were being turned into puppets and being used by the revived. "How the hell is this happening?" Kiba shouted out of breath. "Maybe it's a genjutsu," Henna gasped for air. "You're right, but not just any genjutsu, this is Kotoa Matsukami, the ultimate genjutsu." A voice behind the two spoke. Henna and Kiba spun and saw Shisui Uchiha standing behind them. "Impossible, Kotoa Matsukami can't be used continuously like this," Henna barked. "You heard about my Kotoa Matsukami. I thought it was kept secret," Shisui mused. "It was a secret, but in preparation of Naruto's Mangekyo Sharingan the Hokage warned us about a whole array of different techniques." Kiba smirked. "I see, the Hokage." Shisui thought out loud. "You're right, under normal circumstances Kotoa Matsukami can't be used more than once, but since my body constantly revives itself after using Kotoa Matsukami I just destroy the eye I cast it with, and when my eye reforms I can use Kotoa Matsukami again." That's crazy," Henna screamed. "I know, but I can't control my actions. This task has become part of me. Allow me to demonstrate." "Normally I don't say anything, but for demo purposes I'll explain," Shisui said. "Kiba, was it? You're no longer an ally of the ninja. You serve Naruto and you will now fight against the ninja." "I serve Naruto and I will fight the ninja," Kiba mumbled. Shisui then ripped out his left eye and crushed it in his hand. Ash funneled into his empty eye socket and rebuilt his eye. The young Onizuka then ran off and began using his Fang over Fang while Henna tried to stop him. Shisui continued unwilling, planting ideas in the heads of the ninja. XXXXXX. "How youthful, using our own comrades against us," Lee shouted as he roundhouse kicked an Iwa ninja. "Actions like this are those of someone who doesn't understand the flames of youth," Guy yelled as he backed up his favorite student. As the 2 green-clad ninja fought off the ninja who were turned, they realized that more and more of their comrades were falling victim. They also saw that the revived Uchiha ninja were blending in and acting covertly. "Look here Kakazu, we have the spirit squad," Kisame laughed. "How much do you think they will fetch for a bounty?" Kakazu asked. "I remember you," Guy screamed as he spotted Kisame. "Sensei, is he an old friend?" Lee asked while admiring his sensei for knowing famous ninja. "I don't recall where, but I've seen him before." "Were you at Kakashi's birthday party last year?" Guy questioned. "Are you serious?" Kisame stood in disbelief. "I'm assuming your bounty isn't that high." Kakazu sighed. As Kakazu and Kisame exchanged disappointed expressions, Lee and Guy sprung into action, delivering heel kicks to Kakazu and Kisame respectively to their heads. "That was cheap," Kakazu spat as he grabbed Lee's leg. Guy got away from Kisame before the shark-like ninja could grab him. "Lee, I'm coming," Guy shouted as he tried running to Lee, but Kisame cut him off. XXX. "It looks like it's me and you." Kakazu laughed as he tossed Lee to the ground. "Don't be so confident," Lee smirked as he caught Kakazu off guard with his speed, or so Lee thought. Lee went for a double upper kick, and even though he connected, he failed to launch Kakazu off the ground. The undead ninja had death-etched his hands and had them grab onto the ground while still connected to his arms via his internal thread. Lee skipped away after seeing this and Kakazu retracted his hands. "You're fast, kid, but so am I," Kakazu noted. "Then I need to get faster," Lee shouted, and before he could make his move he remembered his fight against Naruto and recalled how he damaged his own body after using only 3 moves. He could waste it on someone who couldn't be killed.
What happened? I thought you were going to get faster. Kakazu laughed. I don't need to access that power for the likes of you. Lee shot back. Likes of me, that's what the people of Takigaku used to say after I failed that one mission. Kakazu said bitterly, Earth style, iron skin, now feel my unbreakable fist. In a blink of an eye Kakazu was upon Lee and driving his harder-than-diamond fist into Lee's midsection. The force of the punch sent Lee flying into a group of ninja who were battle against dead Konoha ninja. Fire style, searing migraine. Kakazu pulled down his face mask and fired a small fireball that landed in the middle of the battling ninja and erupted into a giant firestorm after making contact with the ground, killing most of ninja while the dead ones just respawned again. As the flames traveled along the ground Lee scrambled and found it difficult to evade. His back was covered in burns. Allow me to put you out of your misery with my lightning style, false darkness. Kakazu opened his mouth and released a spear made of lightning. The jutsu didn't just look like lightning, it also moved like lightning. The jutsu caught up to Lee in no time and skewed him through the heart. XXX. Guy tried to round kiss him but the Akatsuki stopped him each time. Guy watched in horror as the lightning jutsu pierced Lee's back and he saw his prized student fall to the ground. He wanted to go and destroy Kakazu even if it meant opening the 8th gate. See you later. Kissum grinned as he and Kakazu escaped using sheer speed. Guy was about to give chase but he was swarmed by ninja who had been turned. XXXXXX. Anko rode a giant snake that she had summoned but every time she crushed one of the revived ninja they would just regenerate. Finally it dawned upon her, she had to seal them away and since she didn't know any sealing jutsu she could have her snake swallow the ninja. Anko made the order and laughed as his snake began swallowing the revived Konoha ninja. As she laughed she noticed that her and her snake had moved into a giant cloud of ash. Realizing what was coming she tried to escape and jumped of the snake and out of the ash cloud just in time to avoid the flames but her snake wasn't so lucky. The snake burned to a crisp and the ninja inside it regenerated. Asuma. Anko gritted her teeth. As Anko eyed Asuma she found herself completely robbed of her ability to move. She began seeing a fast-growing tree coiling itself around her. Kurenai. I'm sorry about his Anko. Kurenai apologized as she appeared out of the tree above Anko. Don't let him control you with that forbidden jutsu. Fight Kurenai, you're stronger than this. Anko screamed as she tried cutting off her chakra. We can't Anko. Naruto has to win this fight. For Hiruzen, Asuma said as he drew his chakra blade and powered it up. What do you mean? Anko questioned. Hiruzen is alive. Naruto spared the children. If we let you destroy the new whirlpool my son may be hurt in the battle. I can't allow that, Kurenai cried. Asuma then walked purposely over to Anko ready to end her life. I'm sorry, Anko whispered as she released herself from the genjutsu and regained her mobility. Anko raised her arm at Asuma and a dozen snakes appeared from her sleeve and flew at Asuma, coiling around him and constricting him. I can't let you. Anko's words were cut short by a sharp pain in her lungs. I'm truly sorry old friend. Kurenai mumbled as she withdrew her kunai from Anko's back. XXXXXX. While the battle raged on around Danzo stood his ground, he massacred any ninja that came too close to him. He lived his whole life for Konoha and now he was forced into the service of the man who destroyed his village. He could sense it coming. 99 members of the Impure World Resurrection Army were fighting and the last one was on her way. Tenten had used her storage techniques to fire Naruto's Flying Thunder kunai into the ninja camp. The plan was simply, Danzo and Tenten meet up in the middle of the ninja camp and detonate his chemical weapon. Danzo-sama, I am here. Tenten announced as she arrived next to him. The weapon specialist pulled out the scroll from her chest findings and summoned ANBU Root's most secret weapon. It was a large cylindrical container filled with a green liquid that would turn to gas when it came in contact with the air. The container itself was created with special explosives built into it. Once Danzo's blood touched it and his chakra activated it, it would explode and spread the poison rapidly. I guess it is time. Danzo sighed dejectedly. Secretly he hoped someone would have sealed Tenten away before it came to this. XXXXXX. Shikamaru could barely stand as he tried to wake Ino up. The blonde was lying in his arms and not breathing. They were winning the fight against their fathers until Choji heard Danzo was around and ran the root leader. Shikamaru and Ino fought together but failed. Shikamaru tried to pick up the blonde and take her away but his legs had been broken by Shikaku's shadow strangle jutsu. Shikamaru made his peace as a green fog began engulfing the battlefield. XXXXXX. Hanzo stood atop his giant grey salamander and A was covered in his lightning chakra armor. Tsunade stood out of breath as she fought against both these powerful ninja. The Hokage had told Onoki and Temari to go and help the army. Her reason was Hanzo used poison that Tsunade was immune to and only she could fight. Hanzo picked up on this and when the fight started he directed the poison at the other ninja. Regretting your decision now, Hanzo laughed as Tsunade could barely stand. How foolish of you to tell the other cage you would find a way to seal us. A mocked. Tsunade's body was covered in markings indicating that she had already used her creation rebirth and stepped it up to strength of 100. I can still take you. I'm just giving you an advantage. Tsunade smirked. Is your confidence because of your reverse 4 symbol sealing technique? Hanzo asked. Tsunade's face failed to hold back her shock.
I don't really understand it, but the seal that controls us has information on the technique you placed on yourself. You wanted to sacrifice yourself to seal Naruto. The fourth Raikage flexed his lightning-enhanced muscles. I can't believe I gave you the name Legendary Sannin. I was expecting so much more. Hanzo shook his head. What is this? Did you come here to talk or did you come here to fight? Tsunade growled. Hanzo ordered his salamander to crush Tsunade and his summoning obliged. The giant reptile jumped into the air with the intention of mashing the Hokage, but Tsunade showed her legendary strength and held the beast up. With both her arms holding up the salamander, Tsunade left herself exposed. He used his incredible speed and appeared next to Tsunade. The former Raikage that delivered a backhanded horizontal chop to her side, shattering all her ribs. Her body healed just in time to prevent the salamander from crushing her. You sure are put together well. You know we were only 100 and you were 10,000 and yet we are dominating you. I noted as he delivered another chop. I get no pleasure in this, but I have to kill you. As he prepared to deliver another chop, a giant Tanto slammed him into the salamander. Hanzo and the salamander were sent crashing into the battle crowds. And Hanzo then became swarmed by ninja who they then started killing. Jiraiya then picked up Tsunade and threw her over his shoulder before jumping onto Gamabunta. What are you doing? I have to fight, Tsunade protested as the giant toad ran away from the battle. The fight is over. Danzo unleashed his chemical weapon. It is spreading through the air like nothing I've seen before. It's wiping out the ninja like a plague. We lost. The Tsuchikage and Kazekage have already issued the order to retreat, Jiraiya explained. We lost. Tsunade let out as her body began aging rapidly. Naruto recovered almost all his strength and waited. He could sense the true battle was coming. As he waited, a cool breeze blanketed him, then a swirl in the air appeared and a figure formed. The man he had been waiting for finally appeared a few feet from him. He wore a mask that covered the entire upper half of his head with a design of a ripple pattern with 3 tomo around the center, 2 of which make out the mask's eye holes, revealing a Sharingan and Rinnegan, while the third was painted on. He also wore Uchiha robes complete with the Uchiha crest on his back, belt sash, gloves and a purple bandana that tapered off down to his back. Nice of you to finally show up, Toby. Naruto scoffed. I'm sorry I kept you waiting, it looks like you're really busy. Toby mocked. You like the show I put on for you, I know how much you like war and destruction. Naruto smirked. The blonde stood up and became surrounded by red chakra. His nails grew longer and sharper and his canines began growing. The chakra formed 9 tails behind him while still maintaining its version 1 form. You're the reason my plans have been on hold for so long. Even though I need only acquire the 9 tails last, I think maybe I should kill you, capture the others and wait for Kurama to respawn. Toby threatened. Like that's ever going to happen. Defeating you will destroy the fighting spirit of the other Jinchuriki, Toby said as he raised his right hand. Almighty push. A powerful unseen force repelled Naruto backwards, sending him crashing through his throne and skidding across the ground. The Jinchuriki quickly picked himself up and activated his Mangekyo Sharingan while using his Kamui. The spiral vortex opening, but Toby had already used his space-time jutsu and moved. Toby reappeared behind Naruto and again raised his right arm. Universal pull, the masked man shouted. A powerful force began attracting Naruto's body and effectively pulled him towards Toby. Toby drew a black metal rod in anticipation and attempted to stab Naruto as he came. The red chakra around the Jinchuriki protected him and shattered the rod. Naruto tried to stab Toby with his tails, but the tricky ninja became intangible and leapt away. Out of the left sleeve of Toby's robe a long chain dropped until he caught it with his hand. He then swung the chain at Naruto. The overconfident Jinchuriki chose not to dodge and instead lifted his left arm to block with his chakra shroud. To his horror, the chain phased through the bubbling red chakra and wrapped around his arm. What the hell? Naruto cursed as he tried to burn the chain with his red chakra, but to no avail. You seem to forget, I know the 9-tailed fox very well and I created this chain to be resistant to the demon fox's chakra. Toby laughed. Toby pulled back on the chain to draw Naruto closer, but the blonde stood his ground and pulled with his own force, resulting in a stalemate. Really, Toby, when it comes to physical strength you're no match for me. Naruto taunted. Well, let's see how your physical strength matches up with my universal pull. Toby retorted as he raised his right arm. Naruto found his feet being dragged along the ground towards Toby. He channeled chakra to his legs and pressed harder into the ground, but it wasn't enough. Naruto then had all his tails latch onto the ground. For a moment it seemed to work until the ground beneath him gave way. Naruto's body careened across the ground to Toby. The masked man then began rotating the chain as Naruto hurled towards him. The chain twirled around Naruto and wrapped itself. When Naruto was about to slam into Toby, the leader of the Akatsuki used his almighty push and sent the trapped Jinchuriki flying into the air. Naruto then crashed into the ground behind Toby. Toby had let go of the chain, which was now wrapped around Naruto's torso, pinning his arms to his sides. How does it feel to be helpless? Toby asked. Maybe you could tell me later. Naruto shouted as his chakra tails made up for his lost arm mobility as he attacked. The Jinchuriki swiped at the masked man, who just allowed the attacks to phase through him. Naruto didn't allow it to deter him. He knew he had to keep attacking and not allow Toby a chance to use the full power of the Rinnegan. As Naruto continued attacking, Toby vanished into a vortex and reappeared behind Naruto.
You're really good at running, aren't you? Naruto hissed. As Naruto spoke, he felt a powerful punch slam into his midsection. He gritted his teeth as blood trailed out of the corner of his mouth. He didn't understand what hit him. Toby was too far away. Puzzled are we? Toby snickered. Instead of using almighty push to blast you with a massive repulsive force, I concentrated all the force on one spot, resulting in a greater impact. Naruto then watched in horror as Toby appeared in front of him and slammed a piece of paper onto his forehead. The bubbling red chakra around Naruto evaporated and he found himself exposed. Toby again pulled out a black metal rod from nowhere and tried to stab Naruto. The blonde Jinchuriki was able to dodge thanks to his incredible speed. What the hell was that? Naruto shouted. You don't like it. Your godfather created it to work in conjunction with your 8 trigrams seal to cut off the Nine Tails chakra. Toby answered. Looks like I'll have to beat you without the fox's chakra. Naruto smirked. You seem to be a little tied up at the moment. Toby joked. Naruto flashed a toothy grin with his now normal canines as the chains around his body turned to pink crystal before shattering. Naruto's right hand became encased in a crystal gauntlet. He then created a crystal short sword that he wielded with left hand. I completely forgot about that. Toby moaned as Naruto charged. Instead of becoming intangible, Toby fought off Naruto with more black rods. Naruto realized that Toby was pulling the rods out of his pocket dimension, that's why he seemed to have an infinite supply of them. Every time Toby swung his metal rod, Naruto broke it with his crystal weapons. As fast as Naruto moved, Toby moved faster. The masked man was completely on the defensive. Why aren't you attacking? Naruto questioned with a growl. Why aren't you using ninjutsu? Toby countered as he continued to dodge. That would be a waste against you. You'll just use the Predator path and absorb the ninjutsu. Naruto answered as he continued trying to land a killer blow. Toby slammed his hand into the ground and created a massive cloud of smoke. When the smoke cleared, a giant dog stood between Naruto and Toby. The dog was brown with razor-sharp teeth. It had Rinnegan and a chakra receiver in its head. I guess this is courtesy of the animal path. Naruto mumbled as he jumped away from the dog. Go ahead, take your best shot. Toby jeered. I'm not stupid. If I hit it, it'll split in two. Naruto grinned. Kamui. A large vortex appeared above the dog and sucked it up. When the massive summoning disappeared, Naruto realized he lost track of Toby. The Jinchuriki spun around to try and locate the masked man. As he turned, he saw a fist without a body fly at him, surrounded by flames. The fist hit him and exploded, sending Naruto crashing across the ground like a rag doll. After the explosion, the undamaged fist returned to Toby's body. Naruto picked up his battered body as the crystal gauntlet on his arm flaked off before shattering. He tried to heal himself, but without the fox's influence his regeneration was hampered. Finally he staggered to an upright position even though his legs were shaky. Toby pointed at Naruto and the Jinchuriki's right shoulder imploded as the Akatsuki leader concentrated his almighty push on the joint. Naruto gnashed his teeth as he tried not to show any signs of pain. He knew another attack was coming after the Deva path of Toby's Rinnegan recharged. The Jinchuriki felt his right knee crack under the gravitational force of Toby attacks. He stayed up and supported his body with his good leg. This fight is over. I was expecting much more from you, Uzumaki. Toby mocked. I can still go. This is just a flesh wound. Naruto smiled through the pain. A flesh wound. Let's see how you do if I crush your stomach. No more ramen for you. Toby laughed eerily. Using his Sharingan, the masked ninja pinpointed the organ he was targeting and concentrated his almighty push on it. Excruciating pain echoed through Naruto's body as he collapsed to ground and vomited blood. As the Jinchuriki bled internally, Toby used his universal pull and dragged Naruto across the ground. Naruto arrived at Toby's feet covered in cuts and bruises after being dragged forcefully. With Naruto still breathing, Toby decided to end the battle with one final attack. Toby levitated into and continued rising until he was high enough that Naruto looked like an ant. Now you fall, Jinchuriki, Toby shouted as he unleashed a large amount of his chakra in a single almighty push directed at Naruto. The force of the attack hit like a meteor, creating a massive crater that spanned several kilometers in diameter. Toby then dropped down from the sky and stood over Naruto's motionless body. XXX. Naruto tried to keep his eyes open, but the pain forced him into unconsciousness. When he opened his eyes again, he stood in a large sewer. There were pipes all over the place and water across the floor. In front of him was a giant fox with dark orange fur resting with its head on its front legs. This time he was here with a purpose. He walked through his subconscious until he came to a wall that was covered in moss and vines and had a door. The door was just an ordinary wooden door that seemed out of place because it was in such pristine condition. Kurama was still in his Sasuke form, stood next to the door with a bitter look on his. Blood trailed down the side of his mouth. What the hell is wrong with you? Allowing that bastard to beat us like this? Kurama shouted. I'm nowhere near strong enough to fight him without your chakra. Naruto screamed back. So you're going to use your true self to meld our chakra? Kurama smirked. I didn't want to free him after she went through all the trouble of sealing him away in there. Naruto sighed. I still remember that day. The day you completed your first full transformation into my true form. Kushina appeared and used all the chakra she stored in your seal to trap your true self away. Do you remember her warning? Kurama snickered.
Yeah, once I release him, there will be no turning back. Naruto placed his hand on the door handle and opened the door. The room was nothing but infinite darkness. When Naruto stepped into the room, a small portion at the dead center of the room became lit up. In the middle of the room was another Naruto, the manifestation of hatred that existed within Naruto's heart. He looked exactly like Naruto except his eyes had black sclera and red pupil. He was trapped by hundreds of chains that held his body. The real Naruto snapped his fingers and the chains shattered. XXX. Toby kicked the defenseless Naruto, rubbing insult to injury. As Toby kicked and laughed, Naruto's body began glowing red. A bright light emanated from Naruto's body as Toby used his time-space jutsu to teleport out of the crater. When the light vanished, Toby looked into the crater and saw it was empty. The masked man turned around, saw a completely different Naruto standing behind him, but the Jinchuriki had his eyes closed. Naruto's body was covered in a red shroud of chakra. The shroud split down the middle and opened up into a cloak that had a tattered appearance. It was reminiscing of the fourth Hokage's cloak. His hair spiked up longer and his whisker marks become thicker. Underneath the chakra coat he had a necklace of Magatama. The cloak also had 9 tail-like appendages formed from the cloak. What the hell is this? Toby asked as he trembled under the sheer pressure of Naruto's chakra. Naruto opened his eyes, revealing his Mangekyo form with black sclera in his eyes. This is the true form of vengeance. Naruto took a swing at Toby, but the masked man backstepped and avoided the attack. As Naruto's arm moved, a portion of the chakra extended from the cloak and formed into a fist and smashed into Toby's mask, cracking it. Naruto then began forming a massive rasengan in his hand. He ran and Toby and thrust the powerful jutsu at the Akatsuki leader. Toby stood his ground and began absorbing the massive spiraling ball of chakra. With both Toby's hands busy, Naruto used the flying thunder god and appeared behind the masked man. Toby turned his head and watched in horror as Naruto delivered a powerful punch directly to Toby's spine. The masked man felt the bone shatter. As his body stumbled forward, Toby used his Rinnegan to summon the King of Hell. A large head appeared out of the ground and swallowed Toby. Naruto waited as the head spat out a completely healed Toby. What is this? How did you get so powerful? Toby coughed as he stood back up. I told you this is the true form of vengeance. When Sasuke gave me his eyes, he also gave me his insatiable thirst for revenge. It consumed me at first, to the point where it almost destroyed me. Then the fragments of chakra my mother placed in my seal saved me. She separated the Sasuke's chakra and my own. She sealed Sasuke's chakra within my hatred and sealed it away deep in mind. She thought that her actions would make me peaceful, but she was wrong. My sealed hatred still seeped into my mind. Naruto explained. Toby listened as he planned his next move. The gulf in their power was evident to the masked man. I destroyed Konoha thinking it would ease the desire for revenge, but it didn't. I racked my brains trying to think why I was still consumed by this desire. Then it hit me. My misery started because of one man. The man in the mask that extracted the 9 tails from my mother and left my father with no choice but to seal it within me. You, Toby, are the object of my revenge. I have merged Sasuke's, Kurama's and my own chakra to create this form. There is no turning back now. Naruto continued. Nice story, but let's see how you handle this. Toby shouted as he performed the ram, snake and bird hand seals. Naruto could sense it, an imminent danger coming from the sky. The Jinchuriki looked up to see a giant meteor heading for his locations. Aren't you going to run away? Naruto looked at Toby. I want to see you flattened, besides I'm intangible right now. Toby laughed. Naruto held out his left hand. Black and white chakra began oozing out his chakra cloak and began spiraling above his left palm similar to a rasengan. 2 chakra arms appeared and began applying wind nature chakra to the new jutsu. The attack formed into a black version of the Rasen Shuriken. Tailed Beast Rasen Shuriken, Naruto shouted as threw the jutsu into the sky at the meteor. The attack hit the meteor and destroyed it, causing fragments of it to scatter across the land. I guess that's my cue to leave. Toby laughed as a spiral formed around his Sharingan. Toby's laughter was cut short by Naruto's right hand gripping his throat. Impossible, how can you touch me when I'm intangible? Toby got out in coughs. I sealed off your ability to become intangible when I shattered your spine. Naruto explained as he held out his left hand and began forming another tailed beast Rasen Shuriken. Are you suicidal? Using that will kill us both. Toby shouted. That's a risk I'm willing to take. Naruto smiled as he drove his jutsu into Toby's chest. A massive explosion created a bright light that even the dying members of the ninja army could see. A crater twice the size as Toby's almighty push was the end results. At the center of the crater, Naruto stood clutching fragments of Toby's mask. His chakra cloak began to fade and turn to ash. As the red chakra disappeared, so did his body. The chakra started at the tips of his hands. Naruto watched as his left arm slowly blew away. I knew this would happen. Karen warned me, Naruto said with a sad smile. It's finally over, let him well, Gaara. Naruto's last words left his lips as his entire body collapsed into a pile of ash and blew away with a soft breeze. Epilogue. The army of 10,000 strong had been reduced to a few hundred that still stood. With the impure world resurrection army of Naruto holding their line, the ninja retreated. Battered and humiliated, Onoki and Temari returned to their respective villages. On the high seas only the island turtle remained as the Raikage's navy sunk to the bottom of the ocean. Kumo had suffered a heavy defeat, losing most of its chain of command in that battle. Word of the new Whirlpool's victory spread through the elemental nations. Feudal lords scrambled over themselves to try and join the Namika's alliance and cement their position in the new Whirlpool's good graces. The first to fold was the Land of Lightning. With Kumo in disarray, the feudal lord decided to hope for leniency. Soon the smaller nations joined until only the Land of Wind and the Land of Earth remained independent. With the Land of Earth and Iwa's economies both in downward spirals, the feudal lord finally gave in and joined the new Whirlpool in the Namika's alliance. Onoki and most of his ninja opposed this and fled to Suna and the Land of Wind, which still remained. Eventually the Land of Wind became the place where all rebels gathered and accumulated their forces. Gaara stepped up as feudal lord in what was declared the passing of the torch from a militant leader to a diplomatic leader. The news that Naruto was no more never left Gaara and Karen. As far as the world was concerned, he waited in the shadows ready to destroy any threat to the new Whirlpool. Killer Bee and Yugito both returned to the Land of Lightning to ensure peace. Fu and Han were dispatched to the Land of Earth. Utakata and Roshi were given the job of keeping the Land of Rain out of rebel hands. Yukimaru found himself along with Konohamaru in charge of the Land of Fire. 5 years of peace passed and somehow the rebels had found out Naruto was no more. Now the world was in a waiting game, waiting for the day the nine-tailed fox would be reborn into the world.